connection. And I can connect it all back to Aristarchus as well, but I honestly
I don't know. You might be a little obsessed with this guy, but yeah, I'm
all the
kidding.
stars in the sky, everything in the sky is a star, and all the planets were wandering stars. So everything except the moon, everything is a star, right? Or was known as being a star. Aristarchus, in the very heart of the word. So if everything is an emanation of one cut-off center, right? Well, then it would be justified in that sense. You can't get to Aristarchus so easily, though. The divided tree of life, although when you look at Christmas time where you get the cut tree, you replant it on the X, right? X mass, X marks the spot, which brings me to the answer to my riddle, which is a dartboard. The equivalent of the chessboard is a dartboard. And actually that lays nicely over the flat plane where you have a dual coordinate system in play. And it's brilliant.
Interesting. That's the answer that you've been holding out on? Is that the answer that you've been holding out?
Yes, that's pretty good. The more you think about it,
that's pretty good.
Do you know something that happened? Do you know something that happened when I went downstairs? There was a news story on. I don't watch the television, but there was a news story on, and it said someone was after shooting an arrow at someone else, and they showed an arrow sort of stuck in a doorway, and the person was arrested. I don't know if someone might have been even killed or something. But that's the bullseye. Remember I said to Chris or Right the Hand earlier when he said bullshit? Very close to the solution. A bullseye is the very center of the dart board. But that's the coordinate system that is, which defines the sky, the movements of all of these circular lights which have a singular earthbound source in this rotund fashion, because it goes back to what's happening at the center. But this chessboard then is grounded. The chessboard is the layout of how you would lay out the flat and stationary plane, right? But the plane is a different story as well, man. We've been cut off. Imagine two trees, right? Imagine two trees and a plane in the center and a tree at the bottom rotating, which transfers the movement to the tree at the top. Now imagine cutting the tree at the top, right? The barrier collapsing within water, but the tree at the bottom still rotating around. This is what we experience the effects in terms of tides. Don't get me started on Jim. 25-year, what do you call it? Ship's navigator. And I talked to him about flat Earth, and he thought it was ridiculous. The one thing he granted me was all tides, or he informed me on, all tides in open ocean surge from the north. So there's a massive occurrence at the north, which is of some form or fashion anyway.
So what did you just say? All tides emanate from the north? Is that?
Yes. All tides in open ocean. In open ocean. Now, when you have land, the water will take the path of least resistance.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
In open ocean. And
where would be an example? Like, what's open ocean? Like, does the Atlantic Ocean count? Because it's kind of
mid-Atlantic, mid.
Okay.
Wherever
Pacific,
it is,
of course. Sure.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Anywhere that's open access to the north.
That's absolutely fascinating. That is really something right there.
Yeah. This is flat Earth and beyond. So every ball Earth proponent, in terms of the highest minds, whoever you want, they're all out from the start. They were left at the door. They can't get in here. Do you know what I mean? This is beyond their reckoning.
Yeah, even that friendly guy earlier, that other guy earlier, he wanted to just go through the same motions of arguing about things and defending the globe and stuff, and you're not going to be qualified, in my opinion, for conversations here unless you're interested in many different topics, because the people I get the most enjoyment from are the people who, like I said earlier, syncretize. They bring different things all toward, they head towards the source from many different angles. And if you're just going to say the same angle that I've heard so many people present, like, you need to get out of this what do you call it? Like a niche, a nook. You need to expand your horizons and approach it from many angles, because you learn a lot more and you bring a lot more value when you can come at things from multiple angles. And then the
Here's another one,
conversation is just better and better.
man. Cus, C-H-U-S. So the Church of Christ, right? The original church, Christian church. Christian as well, another word. But cus in Spanish is a diminutive or shortened version of the name Jesus. So
What is it?
arise, C-H-U-S. So arise, tar
Oh,
of cus.
just
Arise the semen of Jesus. So we have to, the circuitry has been broken off within us because we are Jesus. Jesus always points to his heart. So je suis as well, Jesus, you put the I back, right? You get je suis, I am. I am. And what does that mean? There you have the A and the M. I am, I am, if they're all interchangeable. Um, you say it yourself, you know
ion.
what I mean? Right, well, there you go. ION. And here's a brilliant one. We're told
Yeah.
at go back to the very start. We're all born into sin. If you've had children, it doesn't matter. I've had a child. My child isn't sinful. Of course, he isn't. Anyone who let someone say that to my face, he's my angel. I say, but we're all born out of necessity into sin. Is SIN. So we have to understand the letters S and the letter N and how it relates to, let me tell you, the letter, the number 8. So S and reverse S gives us an 8, and
Right.
N, well, actually, N, well, don't. What do you, okay, let me ask you a question. N ultimately relates to the letter H and how it has been, so H man, right? How it has been not subverted in a sense, how it has been divided. So we have a horizontal going down from the top to the bottom. This is all in associated with the right and the left, or the dexterous and the sinister path, right?
Did you
So we
say
got a
Did you say H and N?
H and N. Yeah, think about how you would transform a capital letter H to a capital letter N. N as in
I can see that. Yeah, I
right,
can see that connection visually. Yeah.
right. Right. So we have to define our own division. What does it mean in terms of our right brain and our left brain and our brain and the qualities associated with that? We have to remember though that that's half a brain. So I'm just saying this generally, right? Just in your own thinking, bear it in mind. That's half a
Okay.
brain because they expose or the externalized half a brain is below, but they're both half a brain of your female counterpart as well. So when the female lives mostly in the left brain, I said breast there, left breast. I'm fucked now. Fuck's sake. But when the
You're good.
female, they say, lives in the left brain and the male in the right brain, this is ultimately, fucking hell, isn't it brilliant, bud? Isn't it? I was just going to say, this is ultimately the division between the chessboard and the dartboard. And the breast, I mentioned the breast. A dartboard is a breast. Draw the perfect breast.
That's pretty funny.
That's
No, yeah,
brilliant.
profound. Yeah, that's brilliant, man.
Fucking hell.
But I have another layer. Of course, you can only say so much in one sentence or a series of sentences as well. There's probably a
Yeah.
lot of connections that you want to mention, but our ability to communicate only one idea at a time is limiting you. And for me, when I'm listening to you, I have different um, modalities of interpreting your words and listening and getting things out of what you're saying. And
Okay.
one of the main ways I interpret things, like I said about the DAM or the TAM or the dam, ton, mot, all these different conjugations and phonetical uh, interchangeable letters and stuff. Um, One that I keep on hearing you say words revolving around is the BLE or BEL. It doesn't matter whether it's bell or bleh or bull. Um,
Man,
this one means a lot to me, actually. Go ahead, though.
Earth. Or Earth is a bad. So remember, I got you to imagine the tree intact the other side, but the stump of the tree exposed this side. So if you think, well, actually, this is a great clue for us as well. When trees rot away, they rot away from the center out. So a big hollow or a crater is formed within, right? But if the two trees are connected, then the root, or you can possibly think of it in terms of a root sticking through from the other side, looking for purchase and sort of, going around in a spiraling fashion, especially considering that the earth is inundated or was completely by water at some stage when the barrier collapsed. But now we have this input force from the other side, coming through from the other side and moving around. This is the gong of a bell. This is the gong of a bell, if you think about it in its greater, as I
L.
think about it anyway, in its greater, what do you call it? And it's ringing its way through. And I think that's why the bell is so prominent as well. And even the letter itself is B, or the word itself is BLL. Wasn't I just talking to Lowry Laurenthan, whatever his name
Right.
is? And I said LL. And fucking hell, honest to God, I have a song 2LL, and it's a poem by Oscar Wilde, but I put my own music to it, and it's certainly a very meaningful song to me. But the name of it is 2LL. I wonder would the subtitle mean anything, especially to you. But the lyrics themselves, my friend, are extraordinary, telling a greater tale. I hold that Oscar Wilde never existed, like Lewis Carroll never existed, like fucking you name it, Leonardo da Vinci. They all never existed. It's just a greater story being transmitted, loaded with clues and synchronizing, in potential anyway, activators. Do you know what I mean? When a thought, when a spark
I
hits,
do.
then something will occur. So yeah, Bell Earth. That's the way I see it. Bell Earth. So you have the great gong in the center, which ultimately represents the penis, and the crater then is the vagina. But the way I look at it, and the way I encourage everyone to look at it, we have the external and the internal. And the external, because it's lesser, it's the material world, and we are immaterial of nature. We are of the zero. And the only way the one could come into being was via the zero. Then the external reflects the internal division. And that's key. So
Right.
piecing that together, uh, and via these clues, it's before us all. It's before us all.
So what you're laying down here, this is why I named myself this. What you're laying down here is the general wisdom, the the broad, all-encompassing wisdom that supports all of the different ways it branches out in this fractal pattern. And I mean that's why I name myself fundamental, because I there's nothing I care more about than talking about and establishing an understanding of a solid foundation of the basics and the fundamentals, because they are the most profound topics to discuss.
That's
These
yeah.
these archetypical uh, generalizations that apply to almost everything you can see, and I think the ancients understood this because I've noticed this in language. Actually, I actually take from a lot of a particular YouTuber, but even though he introduced me to the idea, I've applied it to every other aspect of my life and gained from my own experience, and really supported his idea. I would love to share with him sometime, but uh, let me ask you one question. There's actually a screenshot I took the other day that I want to post in live stream real quick. Let me see if I can find it real fast. It should only take about uh, 30 seconds, maybe.
Take your time, bud. In case you didn't know, I have my own YouTube channel. I don't recommend it to anyone because it's tough going at times. I'm just myself talking like I'm talking to you here. I play a bit of music as well, but I do talk about it. I've made some great revelations in the past.
I'll check it out,
Uh,
man. DM it to me, man.
there you go. I put it in main chat here, but it's your own. It's your own
Okay.
business. I have a picture of the dodo, front and center, but I don't recommend it to anyone because it's me sometimes 8 hours just going through a lot of seemingly random stuff. But early days, especially, I made a lot of greater revelations. I guess unraveling the greater theme or the greater thread to our so-called history. When you talk about the ancients, I say the ancients didn't exist, man. It's more storytelling. You know, it's our
Right.
venture into the material here, and it's to come away from the lie that we were presented with ultimately from the start, or close to the start of our existence, which was the Helii, which was given to us by Aristarchus the Samos. And you know, when we come back to the flat Earth, stay flat and stationary Earth, which is the ultimate divide, the original question is the Earth moving, the surface we're on, or is it not? The answer is it's both. It's both. We've been led in
Yes.
a certain direction as to
Yes.
what Earth is, but we've got to reestablish what Earth actually is. And I say it's
Right.
everything.
It's
It's the stars
both.
above,
Ex-
it's the atmosphere, it's the
Exactly.
ground, it's what's beneath, especially whatever is causing the movement at the center, which is like a bell ringing, and
Exactly.
everything follows that pattern. Then, and well, getting back, everything will go back to Aristarchus for me, man. I'm afraid. Not I'm afraid.
Let,
It's the truth that's
let
been
me
kept.
show you something. Let me show you something that really encapsulates one process that is two things at the same time. Um,
Mhm.
might might just take me a second to find it, but I know, all right, I'm gonna look for it in another Discord where I know it's posted. Um, shouldn't take me too long to download and post it. Let's see. I
Some of the
just
things
go.
we forget that some of the things we've talked about tonight, a bit of collaboration between the two of us, we could write about 2 or 3 books on it. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
so
I get you, man. Yeah.
when you sort of feel pressured into summating a thought, it's an unnatural pressure in a sense. And of course, if we were having a drink or sitting around in a sort of
I'm
one to
definitely
one,
having a drink.
yeah, it would be a different sort of encounter. You know what I mean? This is all artificial in a way, but it's at least great to talk to somebody with and exchange ideas. And I'm sure everybody will get something from it, even if you don't deem it significant now. If two people are speaking from their heart, you know what I mean. Which I've no cause to suspect otherwise with you, my friend. That's
Oh
genuine.
yeah, yeah. Same here, man. All right, so I downloaded the thing I was looking for from where I know I posted it in another channel. So I'm gonna the two things the last thing I posted and this are very related. So I want you to read the top one and take a look at the GIF I'm about to post because you were just talking about um, like a bell ringing, right? A bell ringing,
Okay.
and
Okay.
making. All right, so go ahead and look at both of those. Take a second, think about it,
Okay.
and then I'll tell you about what a larger point I want to make about it is. Although you might bring it up first because floor is yours.
What if you, so since I saw the visual and that's presenting a certain message, which I think I can relate to, so if you want to expand upon that or your thoughts upon that at first, or if it doesn't fit in, give me time to read the primary message.
Yeah, yeah.
What did we
Go
think of
ahead.
that? Okay, let me read that then.
I neglect the first sentence. I'm not even sure what it's talking about with arrows or whatever. The second
Okay, okay.
sentence is the more important one.
Okay, well, let me read it out. So the bigger the arrow, the bigger the force. A force is always a push, a pull, or a twist. When two magnets are close, they create pushing or pulling forces on one another. These forces are strongest at the ends of the magnet.
Right. The second sentence in that paragraph
Okay.
is the key sentence because it's laying down the
Okay.
fundamentals.
So okay, when two magnets are close, they
No,
create
no, no.
pushing or
The second sentence is that the bigger the arrow, the bigger the force. That's the first one. I read after
okay.
that. That's the only part that
All
matters.
right, okay, okay. A force is always a push, a pull, or a twist.
Right. And then think about the GIF I posted below it.
Okay, so I'll exit out of that. Okay, so where's the pull there? That's what I would ask. I can see the push. Where's the pull? Pull is back on the wires themselves, which is causing the twist, which inadvertently leads to the twist.
So it's effortless for him. So the human complicates things because now we're getting to Holy Trinity when we're just talking about two different things. But that doesn't mean that the two primary things, push and pull, are in a sense the same thing, because pulling, they're in a sense, pushing and pulling are deeply related to each other in a way that twisting is more separate than either of those two. Push and pull are very related,
Right.
and push and pull are indirectly related to twisting. So it's
Yeah. So the twisting couldn't occur without the push, but the push couldn't occur without the pull, unless there was a sort of a return mechanism in play, which is what this the tension on the string. If we don't notice immediately there, it's the central spine that is twisting. Now, when we think
right.
of the tree, look at all the trees in the background as well, man. But anyway, when
Yeah,
we
no,
think
that's
of
related too. You're right. Yeah.
right, when we think of what's spring and fall, so something is moving up and down. When we think
Push and
of
pull.
a daily cycle, something is moving round and round on a daily basis. It has to be because everything repeats. And here's the third motion as well. Everything in trees. Funny enough, the Irish have difficulty pronouncing THs. We always pronounce them as T's. But anyway,
Interesting.
the third motion I say is in relation to in and out movement. And that gives us the phases
Yes.
of the moon. So we have these three combining motions. But what is the primary force? Well, we're looking at man and his devices here. So if we combine man with the trees in the background, I think maybe we get to God somehow. The moving fact in terms of how what we
Absolutely.
can understand, right? In terms of what we can understand.
Absolutely. You know, absolutely, dude. Yeah, as far as we can reckon, what I'm about to say, yeah, is really addressing as close as we can approach the center and reconjoining. To me, after about 4 years of research into like this line of philosophical inquiry and reflection stuff and observation, I've come to some pretty profound conclusions with a ton of assistance from other, very wise people on YouTube and Discord and all that, and daily life and whatever. So I'd like to suggest two different words, and then also give their roots, the root of those words, and then address the sort of higher archetype that these things fit into. So, so do you know what a bulldozer is, right?
Yes, 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 it is.
Right. So a bulldozer pushes things, yes?
Yes.
And why do you think that a bulldozer has the word bull in it? Is it in regard to the animal bull?
B-U-L-L, we have to B-L-L. We have to combine the L. So like we mentioned the bell earlier on, B-L-L. So what does the L-L mean for us? I suggest if you type in Oscar Wilde, 2-L-L, and maybe at a future time, but I'll let you hear my version of the poem put to music. But if you just type it in for your own sake and read the lyrics through, or even go onto YouTube and have someone else read them for you, whatever, and just pay attention to what's being told, because this is a fabricated character, and he's walking us through a certain universal pathway, I guess. Universal pathway. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, man.
But
Yep.
the name of it is 2LL. So 2LL, and it starts off immediately. Could we dig up this long buried treasure worth the pleasure? The passionate past that is fled, call back its dead. So a divided state of us being constantly stressed throughout. But that's a deeper venture, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. We'll take that on later. So
nothing, let me say, there's nothing complicated, I don't think, in anything. I'm
right, no,
judging anything
I
being
agree.
possible for
I
everyone.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
But stepping
Not
stone, stone by stone, you have to walk across the turbulent
exactly,
waters.
exactly, dude. But I always say that nothing is really all that complicated when it comes to the process of learning something. It's just that certain teachers will make things seem more undigestible because they're failing to be a proper teacher. And humans have their limitations, sure, but nothing's complicated really. That like oh, this person's a doctor. That sounds complicated. No, it's not complicated. Some things do take time. You know, that's the human condition. We'll have to spend the required amount of time to gather something, and so
Yeah.
uh, the amount of time it takes to learn something and the quality of the teacher you're learning it from are the only things that can make something seem complicated. But in its fundamental sense, nothing is complicated. It's all very simple and logical and adds up on top of each other perfectly, one step at a time. Just like how it can be more difficult to walk from New York to LA, but the actual complexity is just putting one foot in front of the other compared to a short walk down the street. It's the same thing. It's simple. It just may take a longer time, and maybe you are given improper directions by a person who's teaching you which way to go. It's really all about the teacher and the duration, but not the complexity, because everything is simple. You know.
Well, and yeah, easy as A, B, C, one, two, three. So Ram, R, am. I am, so I am, you are, he is, she is, etc. Right? So R am,
Right.
so I am, but je suis is I am as well when you put the I back in Jesus. So I am, you are, am as well. So we are man. So we got to reverse it, right? So the man, if you think about how the capital A is structured in relation to the capital M, man is in a fallen state, but there's 2/3 of us. Our heart is at roughly 2/3 balance between our feet and our head. And this is the fallen angels.
Right.
I tell you something, man. I tell you something bad. When I put my female counterpart back together, I have wings. The Creator wouldn't have created us without wings, and I can easily see how I have wings. I could tell you a lot of things, but the Gospel of Thomas, pay attention to that. Put that on audiobook tonight, and I will say there's another clue. There's one particular clue within the Gospel of Thomas, which leads us to a final clue, as I reckon it anyway. That's all I can speak
Okay.
from, my own reckoning. But I'd love to hear your future thoughts on it. And of course, I could easily tell you, like with the dartboard, this is the secret to the curvature, the great circle route on a globe. They follow the compass. If you follow the compass from no matter what your position, it's pointing north, and you continue to follow it east, and you vary your course over a flat plane, you'll describe a circle. But if you follow the compass as from your starting position as it points east, and you draw a straight line, that will lead you in a completely different direction. Which that's what the chessboard or the grid-like Cartesian coordinate system represents. So it's a combination of as above, so below, interchangeability. Which
Okay.
gives us ultimately the greater picture of everything. So that's why the chessboard and the dartboard. I fucking hell, I forgot what I was going to say, and a few things tonight. But
I
ultimately,
get it.
that's the
No, I get
solution
it,
to
man.
my riddle, right?
Yeah, that's a very good riddle. I appreciate it, and it relates to the point I was making when I asked you why is
That's a
the
riddle.
bulldozer
That's the
called.
solution to my riddle. I meant that. That's the solution to my nipple.
I I think I can tape it. I think I can take it further inward than what, and you can too. I'm sure you have many thoughts to elaborate and expand and bring us closer to source. There, I feel like you're the right person to hear the message that I always try to share on these places. I think I've really figured something pretty profound out. Not that I came up with it on my own. I definitely got this from another teacher. I just think that at this point, I put enough time in to do a better job than my master, in a sense, or my teacher.
Come on.
I,
Let her rip.
I
Let her
take.
rip. Rip if you
Yeah,
want to rip, you want to rip here. Honestly, I'd love to hear it, and I think there's people listening as well, and I'm sure they're
maybe.
enjoying the conversation. So if you feel free to do it now, that's cool, or other time.
Let's do it.
Excellent, excellent. Off you go,
I,
man. You
I
have my
will.
keen attention. You have my keen attention, F man.
Man, I got you, and I will not disappoint. This is much more profound than Mars, Aries, Arms, War, March.
Excellent.
Much better than this. It applies to everything.
Would
I
you
have
would
a
you rather me stay on mute for the duration, or would you rather if
no,
something occurs?
interrupt, man. This is not like you can interject, you can rant for 10 minutes long. This is
Excellent.
an idea that is so solid in my mind that everything you say is applicable to what I'm about to say. So even if
Excellent.
you rant, I will bring it back. Like, go ahead
Excellent.
and interrupt, and because I have the foundations, and if something I say triggers a thought into your mind and you take us off in a direction, um, I completely welcome that. Like,
Excellent.
absolutely welcome. I just want to ask one question because
Okay.
one of my best bros is in the room. He hasn't said anything in a few hours. And I just want to take a real quick second to say, Sing Cleanser, what up, bro? It'd be awesome if you're
Honestly.
listening. Just let me know. You know, I'll wait like 10 seconds for a response. Like, what up, Sin? You here? Checking in, or what's up, bro? You away from your computer? He hasn't talked yet all today that I've been on here, so I assume he's logged into Discord, but he's not anywhere near his device. But
What a
I
great
think your
mind.
time. Yeah. Another
You know
very
the way
great
you
mind.
know the way sometimes you don't associate voices with screen names necessarily, but yeah, Sync Cleanser, he helped me out, and yeah, definitely much respect to him. I'd love to hear his more developed thoughts, and I hope he's listening. So he is listening. So you continue on, F man, and
I
we
don't think
both
he's here,
listen.
but yeah, I'll go on.
We both listen
You're
with intent. Right?
uh-huh. Yeah. You're plenty of an audience for me, even if it's just between you and me right now. I was just checking with Sinclair. There's one other person, DMAC. I seen you coming on and off mute. Uh, just wondering if you're tuning in to this conversation right now, because you're another one of my bros. A one, a two, a skiddly diddly do. Doesn't seem like it. All right, so all right, it's just you and me in the room. It seems, unless someone wants to speak up, who I didn't name. Lightwater, Silencio. I just want to know who's checking in, paying attention.
I think I have an effect on Discord. I'm told I'm responsible for the shutdown of Brandon Toy's channel. I can't see why myself. I'd rather
But
this
it
arrangement
looks like
where if someone's
Lightwater.
not interested, you can go to a different channel. I have no interest like you do at trying to explain level and curved to anyone at this stage when there's so much more to be developed beyond that. You know, or little interest
Right.
anyway. It's fun at times, but little interest. I'm delighted to hear
I think
what you
I
have to
think
say,
Lightwater
Fernand.
might have. I think Lightwater might want to speak up. Did you just unmute, man?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Oh, cool.
I'm listening, very interested. I have some ideas that go along with you and somewhat contradicting you, but I'm
Cool.
not. I'm a bit off today, so maybe listening and maybe sometimes jumping on is the best idea at this moment.
Well,
Okay.
how you doing? Let me just say, Lightwater. And by the way, if
Uh-huh.
in case as you're jumping in recently, this is Funky Thursday. It's normally Funky Friday, but like we change things up here, so maybe your mood will rise somewhat. And please contribute as F-Man, Fundamental, and I will encourage more than ever. Exchange of great ideas. Who
You
knows
don't.
where it leads?
Thank you, Pete, but you don't have to encourage me because so much is happening to me and so much is reaching me. It's my head is exploding. That's more the reason.
Well, can't do anything about your thought right now, so let all those things go. And I do appreciate it, man. I think it's sort of a pivotal point for every one of us. But in terms of yeah, let those darker thoughts go momentarily, and let's hear what fundamental. I guarantee it will cheer you up. And please offer up your own thoughts, which I'm sure every one of us has deeper thoughts, which we follow down our own pathway. So that's the best I can say to you at the moment, my friend. If I was there with you, I'd buy you a drink and give you a big hug and tell you a joke or something. So,
Okay, thank you.
so F Man might be just preparing what he's about to say, which is fair enough because I just thought back to a few things I should have mentioned. The minute he comes on, I'll relinquish. But with the I and the O.
Oh, I was muted.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I was muted.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
I didn't realize that. I was going on a long conversation with Lightwater, talking to him, but I was muted, so no one heard me. Anyways, Lightwater. The topic I'm about to start is very long and very involved, and it's simple nonetheless. But it is something that's always on my mind. I can't be distracted from it. I will always remember what I was about to say. But you mentioned that you had some thoughts and some feelings on the conversation that's already been happening. Besides having your mind blown, some disagreements, some agreements, some ways to expand. And I would love to hear another voice in here besides me and Dodo talk about anything. So if you wanted to address anything we said so far, I'm excited for that, and I wish you would.
Well, I heard the term the female is divided. In my mind, the male is divided and not the female. But I have explicit insights over that, but I want to keep that at the moment for myself. What is coming
Okay.
to us from the blue shift, there's coming something from the blue shift that is guiding us, giving us a guidance back, Gaia dance. The two white bunnies going down down the holes. You can literally say that our ass gets connected, our S star, and when the bunnies go down the rabbit hole and get defeated again, the best term for what is happening is we are going from de-seed, with seed written as SEED, to reseed, which can also be heard as the well-known deceit, deception, and reseed as reception. So we are getting seeds again instead of fruits. And I think, for instance, that the pitching of the Ark of Noah with the olive leaf, the olive branch, means that there is a between stage between seed and fruit, and that is the big revival.
Wow. Wow, that was great, dude. I've never once thought about the leaf being a middle point, but I completely understand what you're saying there. That is profound. Thank you.
So that is brilliant as well. I have another riddle. It's not my own, but someone asked me that, but I don't think it's an official riddle. Someone just mysteriously appeared one day and asked me that, and I thought about it for a minute or two. It was pretty brief where I came up where I knew that that was the solution. And it ties into what you said, light water, which is absolutely excellently put. Brilliant. I can't wait to hear what F-Man has to say. But the riddle is, in a sense, life is to root as death is to what? Blank, fill in the gap. You don't have to answer immediately, but I will say it intricately connects with what you just talked about there. The seed and the distinction.
Life is to root? Is that what you said, or death is to root?
Yes. Life is to root as death is to blank space.
I don't think I'm going to come up with it on my own. I don't think I have it within me.
Take your time.
Or maybe.
There's no panic here. There's no panic. I can give you the answer immediately, or I would suggest just dwell in it.
Let's do it. Let's do it, man.
No, I think I should let you dwell in it for a while. Especially light worker. Is it light water? Light water. Light wanker. I was going to say that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's also good. Light wanker is also good. Yeah.
That gets to the root of matters, doesn't it? There's nothing like a good root. Where would we be without a good root? With our bell end, right?
Nice.
Here's a great one, right? And sorry then. Transcend, ental, meditate, or meditation. So head to head, end to end. The connection is sort of made. We have a head, a bell end at the end of our penis, as we described, which should be inside, by the way, but we're pulled apart. And then we have, of course, our head at the top, which is the sort of control center in a certain sense. Or is it? Which controls which? Every man is led by. Is it ultimately his penis? Or recognition of that divide, that cut off, between the vital fluids? But we could talk forever, us three. But please continue.
I'll take it away. I'll go ahead and begin on this journey I'm about to take you guys down. Please commentate at any moment you feel any reason to. I do not mind being interrupted. So I'll go. I guess I'll start off with a question. How many different performances, like physical, geometrical, in a sense, motions, like archetypes of motions, how many different archetypes of motions can an object perform? In another sense of saying it, in what archetypes, in the most general sense, can objects move? And I use the word move loosely.
Right. So what is the freedom that an object or a thing has in space? Are you talking about a sort of division of axes when we talk about the three-dimensionality?
That's related, but indirectly, it's a sort of second step. I'm talking about like one rock or like one ball. Let's just make it a ball, right? Let's have a ball made of any substance. In fact, let's make it a really like moldable ball. So like dough. Let's have a ball made of dough. What motions can a ball of dough perform? Because obviously a ball of dough is more capable of performing different motions than others. It can squish, it can be torn apart, right? But in an archetypal sense, where things are grouped into the largest categories possible that kind of describes everything without getting more detailed into different options, what are the archetypes of motion that an object of dough can perform?
The word that comes to mind immediately is resistance.
Yeah.
Resistance is a primary factor. So, Lightwater, you were trying to get in there. So, please,
Yeah,
please
I
continue.
want to make a joke. It can split, so it becomes dodo.
I was going to do that, but I didn't want to interrupt. Yeah.
It can what? It can split dodo.
Yeah, you can when you throw down, you can split the dough, and then it becomes dodo.
Ah, that is hilarious. I get it. I get it now. I get it now. No, yeah, good. But
Sweet
more
dodo.
seriously, any more any more sincere answers addressing the question, or do you want me to go on?
My
Yeah,
answer would be insincerity resistance. So it provides a certain resistance against prevailing conditions and how smooth that
No, that's not emotion,
interaction.
right? But that's
It
not emotion. I'm
it
talking about
is. It's ultimately
no, no,
emotion.
no,
Everything
no,
is
no,
emotion
no.
within a prevailing resistance.
Resistance is not emotion.
It's connected with motion.
Of course, of course. I'm talking about the fundamentals, though. I'm not talking about the later details that are involved simultaneously.
Okay.
I'm talking about the fundamental basic archetypes of motion. How can something move?
is
Now,
stretch
resistance is
is
okay.
stretch
Okay. That's,
is
okay.
stretch emotion, or is
Yeah,
that
no, that sounds yeah, man. That sounds good. That's a good one. I appreciate your answer. That is on topic of what I'm talking about. Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear. What did he say? What did you say, man? Lightwater, LW.
stretch?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to switch headphones. I'll be back in like well, I'll
Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna stay
yeah.
tuned, but
That's grand,
I'll
man.
have a new headset on in about 30 seconds. But I
Don't
can
worry
hear
about
you.
that. I didn't hear
There'll be a
his
short.
answer. I
I'm
didn't.
I'm gonna make a cup of tea for myself.
So let me ponder your answer then, Lightwater. What did you say? And he said, yeah, that's closer to the mark. I didn't hear it. That's all.
Stretch.
Stretch. Okay. 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 Thank you.
Now, stretch can be an archetype because
Something will stretch in accordance to resistance based, right? So it depends on the first of all the environment, the setting, what we determine movement is and where it is allowed. But I mean, you have a definitive answer in your mind, but after I mean, if you're looking for your earphones, but that's fair enough. I mean, um, fundamentals of movement, of motion. I reckon everything is, not I reckon, Gospel of Thomas says this, that everything is agitation or repose. So we find ourselves within a dynamic environment. So depending on our stretchability or ability to face resistance and adapt, then that will depend on our ultimate motion. A sphere is the sort of most perfect um, what would you call it? What do you call it? Conductor of resistance. Everything flows around the sphere in water or in air. That's the perfect shape in a sense. But yeah, they're my thoughts on that anyway. Not saying that I'm looking for the answer that you have. Don't ask me to repeat that because you're after finding your earphones. But it's okay.
I'm
It's
back.
okay. I'm kidding, man. It's okay. I was kidding. Let me. Okay, but just as you're settling back into, and you might have
Yes,
heard what I've said. Just as you're settling back, I was actually thinking
I
about a
heard it.
rock. I was thinking about a rock in a stream, a flowing stream. The rock is the
Okay.
rock in motion. Is the rock in motion, or is the stream in motion? And if whatever answer you
Both.
decide on, what determines what is in motion, or is resistance to motion equivalent to motion?
Um, resistance is is a matter of degree. I mean, so is everything, but resistance is a description of the amount of a degree. It's sort of a reading whether something is positive or negative. Like the opposite of resistance would be like propulsion in a sense, or assistance of motion. Resistance is like an antagonist of motion, and propelling is a protagonist of motion in a sense. But they aren't. but resistance isn't emotion in itself. It's just a way of describing the process of something in motion.
I would say the opposite of resistance is non-existence. Because we are born into a dynamic reality, it's one thing if we want to transfer our thoughts onto a chalkboard, but when we're talking in real terms, which motion requires, right? It's part of this real system. But then, if something offers no resistance, it cannot exist because there's prevailing
Right.
conditions in which it must exist
Exactly.
within.
And that is exactly the same reason, the same principle that applies to there is no such thing as rest in our realm. But these are slightly unrelated words to my question. They're definitely related and they're definitely profound, but there is it's not addressing the heart of the matter of my question. Stretching came a lot closer. Stretching was a very good word to submit. I think Lightwire did a great job.
Are you talking metaphysical terms? I mean,
No,
are you
not at
going
all.
down? Okay, it's purely physical terms.
Yes.
Attributes of motion. What allows the motion of a body within a certain set environment? It's not an idealized environment. You're not asking us to imagine ourselves in the midst of empty space or something like that.
Not at all. Let me put it another way. I'm not going to like say my same point another way, but something that might assist you in understanding what I'm getting at. I'm just going to tell you there's only two things anything can do, and it has to be a thing. It can't be like a concept or a force, an exchange of like I'm talking about like a thing like corporeal, like matter in a sense. Although it does apply to things more than matter, but we're not going to involve that in the conversation right now. We'll address that after we establish something like a ball of dough or something. We'll get into magnetism and light and stuff like that afterwards. But more importantly, just stay like simple, like a ball of dough. There's only two things. There's only two things a ball of dough can do when it comes to moving, and they're archetypes. So they have different degrees that these archetypes have within them, and a yin and a yang inside these archetypes that they split into when they split. But overall, just being as basic as possible with the most general descriptive words possible, there's only two things that a ball of dough can do.
Well, it has to occupy a space. It's not a vacant space, so it does contain.
Well, I'm not talking about existing or not existing. I'm talking about motion. Remember, archetypes of motion, of doing. So let me know if you want to continue, like asking me questions,
I like riddles. I like riddles, my friend, and you've thought a lot about all of this stuff. So I definitely don't like to be told the answer too quickly, anyway.
Okay,
but if I don't
I
need to
patience.
know, if I don't need to know the answer right now, you can continue. But if you can't continue without revealing the answer, I'd rather you hang on for a few minutes then.
Yes, I'll wait on then. Yeah, go ahead and ask me questions. Ask me questions of how you might more clearly understand what I'm getting at. Because I do have time. I have plenty of time, and I have plenty of patience. And I just want you to, if you want to undo the riddle yourself, then I have no issue not giving you the answers prematurely. So go ahead, take it away.
What are the two basic attributes, archetypal attributes of a thing in existence in regards to motion?
That sounds like you're asking for the answer there.
No, is that the question that's been posed? So I have to identify. I'm just saying, get the question straight, the riddle straight. Is that what you're asking? What are the two attributes? So let me get this straight. Isn't it amazing how thought works as well, my friend? I don't know what I'm thinking about saying in 2 seconds' time. It just somehow comes together in a semi-coherent fashion anyway. So I won't question these things. There's a higher
power. It's coming from your heart. Yeah, it's totally coming from your heart.
With speaker hearts, isn't that right? Isn't that right? And fuck it if someone
Yeah.
fucks up or wastes a little bit of time here or there or frustrates someone. That's what it's all part of. But if I got the
Uh-huh.
question straight, then ultimately it's what are the true attributes, the two attributes, archetypal attributes of a ball of dough, you say, or a thing, in regards to its
Motion.
motion primarily. Its
Yes.
motion
Uh-huh.
primarily, assuming its existence.
Now, just like your dartboard, chessboard, checkerboard, riddle, there are two answers. There's a
Haha,
this and a
it can
that.
expand and contract. How about that?
Boom. Now, no, you got it. You got it. You absolutely got it right there.
You
I
gave it to me when
summarize.
you mentioned my example of the dartboard
No,
earlier
I
on.
know. No, I
We
did not.
actually
No,
talked about the
no,
point.
no, no, no. I did not give anything to you. I did not give anything to you.
And you
You
reminded me. You
just
reminded me of it.
no. I didn't remind you of shit. All right, you did that all on your own. Because why? Because you searched inward, you searched outward, and you thought about things, and you got it. Okay, so that is one. That is one. And just so you know, and I'm gonna calm down. I'm talking too fast. I got excited. Just so you know, expand, contract, separate, combine. Right? These
Okay.
or push, pull. These are all the same, right? In Ken
Yeah.
Wheeler's words, he says rarefaction and compression, or push and pull, or expand and contract, right? These are all the same things. Separate, combine, push, pull, expand, contract, rarefaction, compression, right?
What another word? Is it I'm not sure if it's incommensurability. So one and the other can't exist
No,
separately. They're part of the same thing, or something similar.
that's not necessarily what that word means in my opinion. But let me give you one word so
Incommensurate. That's it.
no, no. Incommensurable is something that Ken talks about, and I understand this concept very deeply, incommensurability. But I don't think it's
Okay. Okay.
complete. I
Okay.
don't think it's completely relevant. So let me give you the archetype word. So because you understand when we say compress and expand, or rarefy and compress, or push and
Okay.
pull, or separate and combine, they're
Okay.
all that these all fall under one archetype, and I call it pulse. Everything
Okay.
can pulse, because a pulse is a single word that means both of those things. In order to pulse, you must expand and then contract, and this creates a pulse.
Very good, man. Like a ripple, like when you drop a stone into the water.
Yes, yeah, the water pulses, right?
Mm.
So everything pulses, but there's one other archetype that is also at play. So everything pulses, and everything also does something else. Um, I think that's maybe not the right way to say it to you at this point, like, because I'm combining them already, and I want you to think of these as separate things. So think about the ball of dough, right? Just focus on the ball of dough. A ball of dough can be broken into pieces, and then it can be reconjoined, right? It can separate and combine. That's one thing the ball of dough can do. It can like expand with heat, and then it can shrink in the cold, right? So this is all pulsing, separating, combining, shrinking, growing, compressing, separate. You know what I mean, right? So that's all pulse. That's one of the archetypes. Now, what is the other archetype of motion that an object can perform?
My immediate answer, because I was even thinking about this earlier on, and beat. It's the beat. It's the timing of the pulse. The timing of the pulse, which is the beat. And even in the word itself, beat. I always thinking about the beetroot earlier on. The beetroot. You can't distinguish the vegetable beetroot from the beetroot phonically. But
All
that's
right,
my answer.
you're
My answer is beat.
well,
But
okay. You're wrong,
okay, it's okay.
because beat, it has nothing to do with motion. A pulse creates a beat.
Yes, it
Pulses
does.
create beats, but a beat is not a form of motion.
But it's the timing of the pulse. So it's the
Right.
timing of the motion.
Well, we're talking about motion. I asked you, pulsing is one archetype of motion.
The motion can't be anything without time, right?
That's. I don't think that's important at all. You do have a valid point to bring up about understanding reality and stuff, but
Okay.
I'm looking for the other half of the answer here.
Okay.
I don't want you to get distracted from thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay, I get you. I guess a pulse or a beat is a subdivision of a pulse itself. So it's another.
It's a side effect. It's a side effect, yeah.
Or yeah.
So things can pulse. So just think about I think I'm really on something. Just saying like the ball of dough, right? A ball of dough can pulse in many different expressions, but a lot of those expressions are pulsing. Now, I promise you, this is very simple because I know you have it in you to answer because you understood because when I was asking you things and the dartboard and the chessboard, immediately you came to the realization that things can expand and contract or pulse in one word of expressing it. There is something just as simple, and I know you can think of it, and it might seem hard, but you're gonna put your palm on your face.
Twist. Is it twist?
It is. It is. There you go, man. There you go.
But the pulse, like the guy in your GIF, the pulse is up and down motion.
Good job, though.
Very good. Very good.
All right, fantastic job. You really have. I'm sorry, Lightwater. What's up, man?
Yeah, I thought about spiraling, but that's the same as twist, right?
And
Yeah,
yes, it is.
exactly.
But look at the rope. Look at the rope at the top of the of the pole. That's spiraling up and down, spiraling in and out. So that's exactly brilliant.
No, listen. A spiral in motion, like a true spiral, like a vortex or something, or a hypothetical spiral. This is both the word. A spiral is a perfect example of what I'm talking about because you can spiral inward or you can spiral outward. That's the bull. So a spiral is the symbol of turning and pulsing because you can spiral outward or you can spiral inward. So you can.
It's like the fucking process, which got us into this mess in the first place.
You can twist. You can twist inward into the spiral, or you can twist outward out of the spiral. And this is the two archetypes of motion: pulsing and turning. Now, the interesting thing about it, right? The word bull, as in bulldozer, the word bull means to push. Okay, just listen to me for a second. The word bull, as in below or blister or blast or burst or breathe, in all these ways it is the root of these things. Bull, blow, burr, whatever. Bull means to push, and pull means the opposite. So all they did was have the word bull originally, B-U-L-L or B-L-E or B-E-L, whichever way you want to spell it. Like a dodo knows. It's not about the spelling, it's about the sound. So bull, bleh. Bleh means to push. Now they took B-U-L-L, bull, meaning push. They flipped the B upside down and they invented the word pull, which is the opposite of a push. Push and pull and bull. And then they even added this word into pulse, which is both. A pulse is a bull and a pull. So it's all in the language, and I can go deeper, but we're going to get to that later. But the two archetypes of motion are pull bull or pulsing and turning. And another way of saying turn, the root of turn is tor, as in tornado or torque, right? Or rotor or motor. So there's so as of now, as long as you guys can kind of go along with me, the two words that I'm going to prefer using from now on are bull, meaning pulsing. It's only one half of it though, but bull and tor. Bull and tor are the two archetypes of motion, pulsing and turning, or in my way of saying it, bull and tor. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Dielectric and electromagnetic.
Yeah, magnetic and dielectric, and then the hybrid. Yeah, never mind. It gets a little complicated because that. But you have a current, which is a bull. When you have current flowing through a wire or anything, when you have current flowing, which is bull, it's pushing forward. It's being pulled towards a null point there. The magnetic field follows the right-hand rule, which means whenever a current is flowing, there's a magnetic field spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on where you're looking at it, around it. So that's one of the greatest archetypical expressions of it in reality, applying it to real life, where you have electric current bowling and magnetism touring or turning because of the right-hand rule for some reason that exists. Pretty interesting concept.
That's why I placed you in. Remember, I placed you in a dynamic environment first of all, which we have to come to terms with. These pulsing and twisting archetypal forces are only as a resultant of something. Like if you look at the twisting force there, on the GIF you posted, it wouldn't exist first of all without the pulsing force, but then that wouldn't exist without the prevailing forces in play, which is obviously the man generated. So in reality, this is within the realm that all of these, what would you call them, effects take place in. So that's my thoughts on that. But very good, brilliant, man, brilliant. And I look forward to further connections. I have lots to say, but I will say one thing. You say that the vowels are interchangeable, tor and tar. Tar is the semen, the driving force, right? This is why when the tar pools in our blood, we're like bulls. We're like elephants on Musk, Elon Musk. An elephant is on Musk, M-U-S-T-H, when they're horny as hell. And they're just, they're on the rampage. But yeah, that interchangeability is there. And that connection, I think, is ultimately there. And, well, established within us primarily. But brilliant, brilliant stuff. Eat, drink, and be merry, take the bull by the horns. The male gets aroused, he has a horn. Something is cut off, so that's that drive. This is what the ram represents as well. What's that ultimate sort of drive, that basic drive, which, well, maybe pervades all, but, you reckon light water? You reckon, right? Do the twist again like we did last summer?
All right, check. Think about this, though, right? How coincidental is it? And by the way, I'm about to go into two geometric terms out of this, but let's take a short little adventure. It's not too deep. I mean, it's very deep and related, but it doesn't go many places at first. But just think about this. In America, we call it a bull. In Mexico, they call it a toro. Toro and bull are synonyms, right? Tor and bull. Or Taurus, the constellation Taurus is a bull. So there's the Tor and the bull for you. And here's another one. The first half of the Bible is called the Torah, and then the second half added onto it is called the by meaning two. The second, by to second. The Torah, the first bull, and then the Bible, the second bull.
Very good. Here's one for you. F-man. So pressure is, or sorry, not pressure, well, pressure in a sense, vacuum is pressure, or non-pressure thereof is measured in torr. So the vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the minus 17 torr, where there's very little pressure or pushing or
and press, right? Think about so I didn't finish a sentence I said earlier. That was my bad. Definitely like my bad. I got distracted because of myself, my own pile of thoughts in my head I'm trying to express to you guys right now because I'm really enjoying this. But remember what I said earlier about interchangeable phonetics and letters. So B is P and R is L. B and P and R and L and all vowels are the same. So when I say BLE, ble, bull, in a sense, BLE means to thrust, to push. Think about the word pressure. That is PRE, which is interchangeable with BLE. Press is derived from bull or bre or pre. I mean, it literally is the same word. Press is bull because P is B and R is L.
Now, here's another possibility. I dare say you haven't heard my code dodo, which is what I say is the code, the numbers letter code. So each letter has an appropriate numerical, what do we call it? Anyway, value. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. But I reckon, not that I'm taking away from you, PBS, right, public service system, but P and D are also associated. If you rotate around the P, you can get D. So we have DP. So also the same with Q. So Q has an equivalence with whichever, or it can have anyway. But it's fundamental understanding that everything is revolving around the central spine, and this is why father. This is why father and pater, P-A-T. So the P has a significant, well, I can't say significance, but it is primary. It is primary. So this is where we have to aim for. And there's an up and down. There's emotion involved in everything, and especially within our greater,
You're so right, man. And you know how bull is pulse. Bull is pulse, and there's two different sections of pulse. There's a push, or there's a bull. There's a bulldozer, and there's a pulldozer. There's a bull and a pull, and we have in English we have the word pulse, which combines both of them. And you see the connection there that I've already pointed out. But the other one.
Is there an equivalence for the bull? So the bull represents the push. Is there like a bulldozer? Is there an equivalence for the pull? Like a pullover? Maybe a pullover. It's like, I reckon ultimately, if we think in terms of the male genitalia and the female genitalia, one is the lacking and one is the solidity, and it's only when the two are combined that everything is in proper order. So that's what I'm thinking. Is there an equivalent of a bulldozer? I never heard of a pulldozer. It seems to have the opposite quality.
Dozer isn't important. The word dozer isn't important. Bull is push and pull is pull, but pulse is the word. Even though it chose the P over the B, but we could just between you and me, because we have this understanding. Instead of saying pulse, we could say pulse. We could say pulse or pulse. To me, it doesn't matter because it's the same thing. Pulse, either one is fine with me. But you can only have one letter beginning a word. So they chose the P, and that's just an arbitrary decision that it's pulse instead of pulse, because how do you decide between the two? You can't. You have to pick one.
Hang on. When you can decide yourself by sounding it out and saying, is there a distinction in the movements required to produce? And of course there is, because P or B are very similar, but there's a subtle difference, and I think within the subtleties lie the intricacies, if you know. The devil is in the details. But yeah, very good, man. Very good. Pulse is probably the best example that we can all relate to, because we all have one going inside of us. Brilliant. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, totally.
There's a lot of words with P that express some kind of rest. Park, parking, peace, things like that.
Well,
So
park does relate because PAR and R is L and P is B. So
yeah,
park is definitely related. Peace has its own sort of mystery in it because there's two different meanings of peace, right? Peace can be rest, right? Like fairness, like we're at a state of peace, or peace can mean the opposite, where things are broken and what you're left with is a peace. So things can be at rest and at peace, or they can be separated into pieces.
Very
yeah,
good.
yeah. I'm not quite following you because when a ball is broken, it's at rest.
Think about this though. Think about the words you just used.
Yeah.
I said bull. So BLE is how I spell bull, right? BLE, bull. That's the way I pronounce it. So remember that all vowels are the same. A, E, I, O, U. They're all the same thing. I don't want to go into the explanation of that. I could phonetically, but just to understand that all vowels are the same thing. A, E, I, O, and U are all the same thing.
Yeah,
Consonants come in pairs. So P and B are called the bilabial pair. And the difference between them is if you involve the vibration of your vocal cords or if you don't involve the vibration of your vocal cords. So think about how you can make a T sound with your breath alone.
yeah.
Right? But
Yeah.
you can't make a D sound without vibrating your vocal cords. So you say d, 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 d. There's a vibration there. So one is called the voiced and one is called the breath. So T is breath and D is voiced, but they come in a pair just like that. The same thing goes with F. In order to make an F, you have to bite your lip, right? You combine teeth with lip, and this is called the labial dental, because labia means lip and dental means teeth. And so a labial dental sound is when you combine your teeth with your lip. And the only two options are F and V with the breath and the voice. So you go for F and then you go v for V.
Yeah.
And so consonants come in these pairs. I'll just list them off one more time. There's the bilabial pair is P and B. The labial dental is F and V. The alveolar ridge, or that hard spot behind your teeth, where there's kind of like bone at the top of your mouth behind your teeth. That's the T and the D. They come in a pair, and then L and R are right in the middle of your mouth, where your muscles contract. But you don't. The difference between P and B and T and D is that you can't go or in the same way. You can go right. That's why they're the liquids, because you can just like make the sound constantly, while the other ones have to come in short little increments. You can't go or but you can go and for as long as you want, as long as your breath lasts. So this sets them apart, but they do belong to their own group. They're called the liquid letters, L and R. And then behind them, you get the G and the K. If you guys just want to say like I don't know, some word that starts with G and then a similar word that starts with K, like gut, like a GUT, gut, and cut. Just say those to yourself. Go ahead and say it on air. You don't need to mute anything. Gut, cut. The same part of your throat is engaged for both of them. It just depends on if your vocal cords are involved or not.
Yeah, gut, cut. And the K and the C sort of connect as well. So it could be CUT or KUT. How do we distinguish between the C and the K?
Right. So remember that the alphabet isn't as important as the sounds and
Right.
the muscle notes. But think about it. They tell you the secrets. They tell you the secrets in the design of the letters. So imagine a capital C and imagine a capital G. K and G. They're the same thing, aren't they? Just there's one extra line. You can turn a C
Well,
into a G with one little horizontal line, right?
but G also has a differing sound. It can be a G or it can be a J, which is a
All right.
J, which brings the J into it, right?
Now, it's
As in
important to
Germany, as in guttural.
yeah, Germany, uh, gingivitis. Yeah. I definitely feel you there. Now this is an abuse of letters, right? Because the vowel A, the symbol A can be a, right? It has 4 different versions. The letter A, and they're kind of appropriate because all of those are vowels, but G and J having similarities is a bit of a perversion, and it's a little disrespectful in the design of the letters to make them so similar. It is a little bit of a weak point in the design of the alphabet.
And on which letter's behalf? The J, we're told, is a late addition to the English alphabet, and yet we have all of these
Right.
major sort of concepts like Jesus or Jehovah or Jerusalem or Judea, all beginning with the letter J. So is that the corruption itself? Corrupted letter?
Well. Think about. All right. So I'm gonna answer your question completely satisfactory. Okay. You ready for it?
Satisfactorily, okay. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
mean,
I promise you will be satisfied
all right.
because all I'm going to do is make you think about the ABC symbols that you already know about, right?
Okay.
So think about this. What are the most similar letters to a G?
No,
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One sec. I didn't say so. A lowercase G. What are the most similarly designed letters to a lowercase G? There's 2 of them.
The A?
An A? No. What's
No?
wrong with you? An A?
an A is a part of
With the
the G.
lowercase g?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you depict a G with two circles?
Yeah. See an A
2
and a
circles.
G easily. It's the top half of the
No,
lowercase G
no,
is a
not
lowercase
cursive.
A.
Not cursive. Cursive distorts things. Not cursive.
No, I don't mean cursive because
Oh, you're
there are
talking about capital letters. No, you're not. What's cursive?
No. Lowercase print. Lowercase print. Now I'm just gonna give it to you, okay?
No, don't give it.
Because
Hang on. Don't give it. Don't give it a second. A Q would be one, but you have a tail, and I should think that in the same direction. Let me think.
no, very good, very good. I wasn't expecting that actually. You're right.
it
You're
can
right.
be
That
the
Go ahead.
little g can be depicted in 2 ways. So it's the double ovals with a little connected with each other with a little head.
You're right. I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay. There's more options than I. So it turns
There's no
out
fuck
there's
ups,
about.
bud. There's no fuck ups at all. Let me
Okay.
say
No,
that.
you guys taught me something. You guys definitely taught me something here. There's
That's
more
a problem.
options. There's about 6 or 5 options that I can list now, thanks to your 2 contributions with Q and A or whatever. But I'm even though I exaggerated, you're going to still see the point I was trying to make.
Well, I would say, well, no, okay, no, okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it. I would say, I could venture down a few more guesses, but I'd say let's hear it. Does it make sense?
So, um, a lowercase g, in respect to its phonetic um, essence, in the way your mouth moves to make the G
Okay.
sound, it is the same sound sometimes as the J. And this is respected in the design because a lowercase j is very close to a lowercase g. It's just that there's one missing line from a lowercase j to a lowercase g. There's a dot on top, sure, there's a dot. But you can easily draw a lowercase j, and without ruining anything, you can turn it into a g just by drawing more onto it, right?
But not a line. You have to add the curve here. So don't forget that. I
Yeah,
think that is worthy of distinguishing the
right.
curve and the
So,
line, which ultimately goes back to the 0 and the 1 or the O and the I.
yes, it
So,
does. Yes, it
very
does. Yep, yep. So then the J is a recent invention because G used to cover it solely. But a J in other languages and in design of the alphabet is extremely related to the letter Y. Now, a lowercase y is the most similar letter to the lowercase g. It's just missing a dome on top, right? Lowercase y, lowercase g.
right.
But that's because J is the bridge between Y and G. J is the hybrid between the two, in a sense of J and J, or as in like Jacques Cousteau or something like that, and Yuck, because there's a very Y and the it's not so here, so L and R are liquid, but they're the pure liquids. There's other liquid letters, as in S. So you go right for S. It's liquid, but you have to bite down to make an S. So it's not a pure liquid because there's still like a closing up. You can make J and R sounds with an open mouth, but so those are the pure liquids. Then there's another category which is like Jacques, but you just extend it. There's S, and there's Z, and there's M, and there's N, and there's SZ, J, or not proper J, but like the ZJ, Jacques, or something like that. So there's a few like hybrid letters, which are like semi-liquid. But I'm sorry I practiced you satisfaction earlier. Hopefully you find some satisfaction in the relationship between J being a J and a G sound and the design of their letters, and the other G sound like G, J, and Y, and what was the other one? J, Y, G, and why am I blanking? Maybe I've had too much to drink.
Well, K as well. K. I don't think you expanded upon the K and its significance. But they're all great connections.
Right. So even though it isn't respected in the design of the alphabet, K and G are a pair, but a hard G, a G and a K
Good.
are the same muscles flexing in the back of your throat, the back of your mouth. But
Guttural. It's a guttural thing. The G is coming from a grounded position, which the K is as well. And I also take it that the K it represents a divided state. But that's a different. When you place K and reverse K together, you get an asterisk, which is Shift 8 on our QWERTY keyboards.
Yeah.
And by the way, our keyboards is a massive clue for us as well. F man. But yeah, please continue.
there is definitely an esoteric and phonetic design to the keyboard. It has a lot to do with language, and when you see certain letters on the keyboard next to each other, like it's definitely on purpose for reasons.
Yeah, let me read the first. Let me read the first line. So, Kia we are, P Y U and I are O P. That's what I would. So make what you will of that. But consider this as well. Look at the very center of your keyboard. We have the H, and on an X, a skewed X, we have the letters T H U M and B, which is clearly spells out thumb. So this is all significant, which I could expand upon as well, my own thoughts on that. But please continue. And look, I'm afraid, it's not I'm afraid, I won't be staying on for too much longer, but
Okay.
until
I'll
I
try to
do
make the
the
most out of it.
yeah, but it's
Okay,
brilliant.
yeah,
We can talk again. We can pick it up where we left off. But you don't feel any
absolutely.
need to rush it here. It's pretty late here, and I have to be up in the morning. But it's been a fascinating evening, man, and so many different notions sort of put forth here, and getting to the root of matters, isn't it? It really is. And coming back to sound,
Uh-huh.
and I always say this as well: the skeleton key, massive key for us. So everything is named intentionally and purposefully, with the purpose of us putting those pieces together via frequency of vibration, right?
Uh-huh. So, in order to end this, you said you got limited time. Totally, we'll definitely talk tomorrow. Probably. I mean, I'll be here at least. You'll probably be here as well. And
So,
just to end this off on one of the more profound uh, connections when it comes to the language being in front of our faces at all times and telling us the truth, if only we could see it, is that um, Ken Wheeler. This is straight from Ken Wheeler's mouth. Ken Wheeler says even though he doesn't apply the language like I have, Ken Wheeler says all the time in his own words they are. There are two constituent geometries of the universe, and the two constituent geometries of the universe are the hyperboloid and the toroid. But the word hyper is only a little specifier, and it's not actually important. What's important is that what he's saying, the hyperboloid is really the hyperboloid. That's because hyper bull-oid is how it just breaks down into syllables.
very
So it's
good. Very good.
the hyperboloid and the toroid. And what you find in the two constituent geometry of the universe is the toroid and the boloid, or the hyperboloid. And what the hyperboloid does is it is the one. The hyperboloid is an hourglass that's fat on the top and skinny in the middle, and then pulses so that it's wide in the middle and skinny on the top. So it kind of goes from the shape of like a bow tie into the shape of a diamond. Can you imagine like the fluctuation between those two shapes from a bow tie to a diamond?
Yeah.
It's like the boat.
Excellent.
So this is what
The hourglass is connected with the female.
Of
Very
course,
good.
yes.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. That's the curved sides, and then we have the straight sides of the diamond, right? Which is a pyramid. You know, pyramids have 8 sides, and pyramid at top is only half the story. When you convert, or when you combine the pyramid on top of the pyramid below, well, then you get the diamond. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. So I think it's through this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
is deep
Yeah.
shit. That's definitely
Very
deep
good.
shit.
Very
So
good.
what we have is the hyperboloid, which is an hourglass that pulses into a diamond, where the middle is wide and the tops are skinny, and then it pulses and the tops are wide and the middle is skinny. And this is a pulsing. This is the bull. This is the hyperboloid motion. And then the toroid is the torus field, and this is in a sense the shape of a donut. And there's a very important reason why the donut geometry is called a toroid, because you can perform you can spin a ball like a sphere. You can spin a sphere, and sure you can spin in any direction, whatever. That's not important, but it's limited to spinning. What you can't do to a sphere is twist it. Like if it was made out of dough, you can't twist a sphere, because after you twist a sphere, you've broken it into two pieces, or you've made the center of it kind of contract. If you twist a ball of dough, what you're left with is no longer a ball. It's completely abandoned its original dignity. But there is one single shape There's one single geometric shape that can be twisted in two different ways and still retains the same silhouette. So this is the flexible donut. A donut or a toroid, a turnoid, right? A tornadoid, a torqueoid, whichever word you want to apply to it. The toroid meaning turn. A toroid can be spun horizontally and it's still a donut, just like a sphere can be turned horizontally and still be a donut. Now, the magic of the torus field or the toroid geometry is that it is the only shape in existence, the only one that can rotate and be twisted into itself and still retain its silhouette or its geometric dignity, because you can take it and you can spin it into itself or outside of itself, and all you're doing is just twisting. You're twisting it, but nothing changes about its overall form. You see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can picture the visual even itself. Yeah. No matter what you do, no matter which way, yeah, you will still have that silhouette. That's the only shape, is it? The only shape that's imaginable or possible.
By the way,
Yes.
Okay, that's significant then in itself. And there you go at the start again with the tour. So everything back to that pressing motion. But when you do have a pressing motion, then you have well, it's opposite, right? It's opposing, I suppose. The push and pull, the pulls. Right, very good.
By the way, guys, when I heard about the Y that ends on a G instead of starts with a G, so it's a kind of reversal. And 2 weeks ago, I heard someone mention the Y is depicting the tree of life. So, and he talked with some kind of authority about it. So,
Very good. So you have the bifurcation of the Y, right? So you have the lower base, and then you have the two branches off.
and,
There's a
and,
division
and that is,
unified, Y,
yeah.
O, and U.
And
So
with the
getting back to the heart of our matters, light
yeah,
water.
and with the reversal of the sound, maybe some hidden truth in the J,
Right.
which
Right.
is
Well,
So
which
you know,
in its
go
capital
ahead.
form is an unfinished U.
or it's also a transition of the I and J, capital
Yeah,
J.
yeah.
But that tree of life you speak of, light water, well, I give it a name. It's Aristarchus, the divided tree of life. So that branching together then of the bifurcated nature, well, gives us that unification, U-Y unification. But yeah, Aristarchus, the tree of life. We can see it everywhere. We live on a stump surface because we are. Well, you flat earth. You have to be a flat earther in that limited sense, right? Light water, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there's a greater. We know that that's just an adjective. It describes some sort of surface or something. But yeah, when it comes to what Earth actually is. But yeah, sorry, man. Continue on, please. And as I say, I won't be along for too much longer. F man.
Yeah, no problem. Like I've had such a good time tonight. I'm excited to talk to you
Please
tomorrow.
continue talking with light water, obviously. You know, so
Of course, yeah, we're gonna continue the conversation.
let me hear a final sentiment then, and then I'll sort of bow out peacefully and say before, as I do it quietly, I do. What a pleasure it's been to talk to you tonight, honest to God, and
Absolutely.
you
Yeah,
Yeah,
know, who
yeah,
knows what's to
great,
come.
great guys, great.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Me and Lightwater will definitely continue talking if he's available. I'm available. So I'll end on two final sentences, and maybe three if I get carried away. So there are two archetypes of motion that are the only possibilities of motion in a general sense, which is pulsing and turning. And the deepest rabbit hole I've ever gone into is the apparent to me realization that the ancients of humanity who gave us the language, like English or Spanish or Italian or any of these languages we've inherited, understood this. And with enough investigation, you'll find that T, which is replaced by D, or R, which can be replaced by L, and O, that can be replaced by A, E, I, and U, come in many forms. In fact, about 500 different combinations. Are the most prominent roots of every word in the Indo-European vocabulary. More words than any other set of words are based on bull and tor. And all you'll have to do to dive down one of the deepest rabbit holes you'll ever go to is understand the ability to replace letters with other language, or replace letters with other letters in your investigation, and see how many words have their essence in turning or pulsing, which is respected in the design of the language we're currently using. I find it to be the most profound rabbit hole I've ever gone through. There is one more, and it is Adam. Adam, Tor, and Bull are perhaps the root of the majority of words you've ever spoken in your life.
And Eve. Or not?
What's that?
Eve.
Eve?
Yeah?
There are anomalies like mag and cur, like circle and magic and magnetism and machine, which is magine. There are definitely anomalies that are outside of Tor, Bull, and Adam.
Ma.
Ma is a powerful one too. You got mama, ma'am, moon, mana. Of course, that's a very powerful one too. Now they don't necessarily extend into language as much as I'm claiming. As far as like root words, like what I'm communicating to you is that if you were to study a second language, there is a trick that can speed up your ability to learn new vocabulary, because there are 1,000 very important words that all contain some conjugation of Tor, whether it be Tor, tier, rote, rat, reet, or root, right? So you have tree, you have tori or tree, right? And then you have root. Root is Tor backwards, and tree is Tor with the vowel after the R instead of before the R. So it's really inclusive. It extends into so many words where you don't necessarily you know that trees are exactly the shape of a torus field. There's a central spine which things ascend upward. They spread out, and then they fall to the ground, and then get absorbed into the ground, and then are recycled. A tree is a recycler machine, which is literally the geometric motion of a torus field. Up, out, down, and then back in. You know, the recycling donut spin of the torus field. And I think that words like tree and tornado, because it's exactly what a tornado does. A tree is just a slow version of a tornado with leaves and dirt instead of air.
Yeah, I found maybe something with an F, because I'm looking for a word that really expresses the feminine. By the way, you say tree because also three, and I find it fascinating that a collection of trees with coherence is called a forest.
Really?
So 3 and 4 we are going from the
The
tritone
3 to the 4.
to the fortune.
Wow.
Yeah,
What was that word you said right before fortune? The what?
a tritone, the Neptune,
Oh, a tritone to a fortune. A
the
fortune.
Neptune.
Holy crap. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Thank you so much. I don't think I would have realized that on my own. So I feel like it's destiny that you just told me about that. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Do you want another laughter word? in
A what
laugh,
word?
nowadays I say when I have to laugh very loud, I call it the laughter.
Like laughter? Like laughing?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Yeah.
in, in
Laughter. Yes.
in Dutch, the male seed ball has an extra body to it, through which the semen gets ejected, and it's called the bijbal. It
What?
and
You're kidding me.
no,
It's called the what?
the bijbal. Bij is the same word as with, and with the ball, with the the body that's with the ball, bijbal, and it ejects things that look alike but have different coding and expressions in them.
Can
So,
can all right. This is extremely interesting. Can you like Google that and like send me a screenshot?
you don't know what a male ball is, and the body that's on it. Okay, yeah, I will send it. No,
Yeah, yeah.
I
I'll wait.
I can't. I don't know how to send images in Discord for some reason.
Well, you can do that to me personally. You may not have permission, but if I open up my message with you, I'm gonna send you a direct message. Okay, so here's the first one. I'm gonna send that. I'll try my best to show you how, and then I'm gonna draw on my phone screen because I'm able to do that very nicely. I'm gonna send you a second one coming up right now. All right, so I sent you 2 pictures,
Yeah,
and they should be self-explanatory after you get the second one.
yeah.
And you click that plus sign button, and then all your photos will be available to send. So if you take a screenshot, it'll. Are you on a phone right now, or are you on a computer?
Oh, I'm on my computer. I'm busy now. I'll send it to you.
Okay, whenever you get a chance. But yeah, that sounds crazy, man. You know, language always has surprises for me to uncover. It's not like I'm cherry picking. It's not like I'm looking for random words. The words that I find connections in are the important words, the ones that you use all the time, the ones that are like talking about big subjects, the really powerful archetype words. They all seem to be extremely connected, even across languages, and even in languages that aren't even supposed to be related to each other. Like I watched a video by a channel called Bakura Precision, and he did an episode recently on Arabic and English being related, and his example was the word meaning. So in English we say meaning, and in Arabic they say mana, and it's like those are so similar. It's very hard, and officially these words have nothing to do with each other. Like people in different areas of the world just like kind of made up sounds that have references to some concept that we all agree on. But when there's such a collection of words that from different languages that aren't supposed to be related, but end up having extreme similarities, you can't help but think that the Bible is almost true in the idea that, like, once upon a time in the very distant past, there was like an original language. I really like to entertain that idea. I'm not sure if I agree with it, but I really like to think about the idea that once upon a time in the history there was an original language that everyone spoke, and then over time, people made changes when they got distant from each other and started doing their own thing, and slang and separateness and stuff like that. You know. That's kind of what etymology is touching upon, but mainstream etymology divides the world's languages into 5 different families. And these families are independent. That like Semitic and Indo-European are different from each other, and Japonic and Chinese are different from the other 2. Stuff like that. Oh, there you go. Beach ball. Okay, wow, that's incredible. And Balzac, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. The French writer, yeah.
But even Za Delir is because like I told you, Tor, T, the letter T is the same as D, and so what I see here is Za Tor, because that's just the way I understand language and roots. I see Za Tor, I see B Bull, I see Testes is alone, but then I see Bullzac. And hey, what's you said you're Dutch, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is your word for uterus? Because the Taurus or Tor is one of my favorite words, and Taurus. And I'm gonna send you a picture where it shows that the uterus is in the shape of a bull head. But what's your word for uterus?
That's a funny one because it's eyeliner.
Could you type that out for me? Send it.
Let me see if I say it correct.
Hi, Thailand.
No. I was wrong. That's a
Okay.
part of the. It's called baarmoeder, and it literally means the mother that gives birth. Baarmoeder.
Okay. Yeah, I'm running into a little bit of a hiccup right now. It's very interesting. Like trust me, all right? Like I'm gonna ask you to like really trust me that I'm telling the truth right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a collection. So I'm on a different Discord, and it's not a very popular. It's just like 12 people, right? And there's an entire page where I've posted about 50 different photos or images to this thing. And earlier, I came here just about half an hour ago. I came here in order to find the GIF I sent earlier of the guy in the forest with the machine he built, where he's like pumping it up and down, and it's like spinning it to start a fire. I came here just 30 minutes ago, and I posted a bunch of pictures here, about 50, like a few months ago, and I looked through all of them. There was 50 images on this thread, if you want to call it that, and I looked through all 50 photos, and I found the one I was looking for. After I posted that, now I come back because it's like a collection. It's like a library. that I can like go back to whenever I need to like find a specific photo. And every single picture that I ever posted there is missing now. This just happened.
Yeah.
Every photo I ever posted is now missing from a place where I absolutely know should have. I posted 50 pictures to this one thread, and I saw it 30 minutes ago. It was still there. I come back now. Every picture is gone. I don't know what to think right now. Discord just deleted 50 photos during this conversation.
Okay. During
I'm
this
very confused.
during this conversation or that conversation?
So it's a text. It's like a page of text, right? There's a whole bunch of pictures I posted a few months ago to a different Discord.
Okay.
And whenever I'm talking to people like you and talking about this subject, and I want to like find a picture so I can download it and like send it to you here in main chat, I go back to this Discord thread, I download it, and then I send it over there in another server. So, and just half an hour ago, I went back and found one of the thing I was looking for. It was there half an hour ago. I wanted to go back to that same Discord with 50 photos I uploaded earlier, a few months ago, and download one so I could send it to you. And all of a sudden, every picture I ever posted to this Discord is now missing. Okay. They're just completely gone. It seems like someone is trying to prevent me from sharing something with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very strange. It was my favorite collection to rely on for just easy access on Discord, but they are all missing, and I'm talking to you, so I haven't taken the time to investigate it. I don't know. I'm gonna disconnect from Discord and like reload it and see if the pictures come back. It probably won't, but I'll be gone for like 10 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. I restarted Discord and I closed out of it and restarted, and the pictures didn't come back. This is really messed up. I mean, I have no idea how to explain this.
I think it happens a lot on different formats.
Wow,
And
Don Geo got my avatar. I'm
I
touching
don't know why.
myself.
I mean, I feel like,
I had to take a pee, so but I heard you. Okay.
yeah, I don't like this is very like this is very strange. Like I don't experience things this strange very regularly, but my best guess is that like someone is trying to prevent me from like sharing information right now, because there's no reason that all the text would be there on this.
What are you sharing? What are you sharing?
So like the topic, it's on Tor and Bull.
Hey, how do you like this theory? My theory is that %, the mod is the smiley face killer.
So weak.
Yeah, it has to be.
Literally 50 of my image uploads to a certain Discord thread are all of a sudden just missing, where I promise, like I have direct experience half an hour ago, where
No, what type of stuff are you trying to put out there? I mean, is it something, you know what I mean? Like, what is it? Something secret?
The best thing I know. I mean, it's kind of secretive. I mean, it's literally the best information I know about it, all of you. Okay, all of a sudden it's back. I have no idea how this happened.
There you go.
It's all back now.
Maybe it just had to wait to upload all the information because you're not the only. You know, maybe it's got thousands of people. It's got to load that shit up.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. It was there half an hour ago. Then for the past like 10 minutes, I've been looking and refreshing and opening. But I guess all's well that ends well. I mean, it's back now. I guess. Anyways, now I can download the photos that I was looking for. So just give me like 3 seconds to download all of these.
Right.
And
But if it ever did, you know, take something of yours, just pay attention to the content. I'd say, you know what I mean. If the content, you know,
right.
on the content, if it's not.
All right. So here's the symbol for bull in Livestream 1. Right. Here's the symbol of the bull, the Taurus, the bull. Right.
Yeah.
So now here is the symbol of the Chicago Bulls, the Chicago Taurus, right?
It's
Yeah.
the same as the symbol of a man with a head and a guy. You know, just a figure of a head and then a body.
Well, you got the horns on top, right?
No, upside down. Upside down, it's like a circle with a head and then a guy.
I see that. Yeah, I can see that. So
The other
so you
way,
have
yeah.
yeah. So you got the symbol for Taurus, which is the circle with the horns. You have the Chicago Bulls symbol, which is the head, the circle-y thing with the horns. And then you have something called the U, Taurus. And the geometry, the shape of the U Taurus is the same as the Taurus bull symbol.
Ah, bruh, I'm trying to eat right now.
Yeah.
And grow some balls, I don't know what to tell you, like deal with it.
Alright. I'm good now. Somebody out there loves you. Direct TV.
I'm just saying, I've never found any more profound. I mean, there's definitely profound root words, but Tor and Bull happen to be the most impactful in English, at least, and all the other Indo-European language family languages that I've researched. They happen to be like the most untouched, unbastardized, like consistent root words. Where if you're trying to learn French, German, Spanish,
Wait, how do you get the word bull from
Greek,
Taurus?
Latin,
It doesn't sound the same.
bull is an animal, right? Bull. All right. Taurus means bull. It's another name for the same animal.
Greek word for bull.
Taurus is bull, and then it's also Spanish. Spanish has Tauros, which is bull as well. So it's consistent among many languages and areas.
But bull sounds different than Taurus.
Oh yeah, but the two constituent geometries of the universe are the boloid and the toroid. So there's a deep connection there, and you got the Torah and the Bible.
Oh, there's a word called boloid?
Yeah, there's a word called boloid. It's the shape of
that word.
Yeah, it's what's referenced in.
Dude, that would just, if you were playing Scrabble, that would just kill.
Yeah, you can relate it to paraboloid or parabola or parabolic or
I think you're stretching now. I think it's a stretch.
absolutely not. Parabola
and
parabola, parabolic, and hyperboloid are absolutely. I mean, it's only due to your ignorance that you don't understand the connection between those two or those three. Because I will fight you tooth and nail if you oppose in any sort of serious way that these words are not related.
You're gonna fight me over zodiac signs?
Absolutely not. Zodiac signs, just a root word that happens to play a part in all three words. Yeah. The root word bull is in parabola, parabolic, and hyperboloid.
And ball.
Bringing epic rap battles to Discord.
I'm just saying, just don't resist that too much, or else I'm gonna have to ask you to show me in any way how they're not related, because
that would be a good rap song. Parabola, boloid. Parabolic.
Listen, I love your humor.
Chorus.
I love your humor, All Lives Matter, but even your name is based on the root bull with ball.
Oh.
Because just think
Wasn't
about this.
Baal like a god or something?
Baal, yeah, he was a bull god. Baal is a bull
B-A-L.
god. Yes, yes.
B-A-A-L. Baal.
Yes, is a bull god. Yeah, Baal is a bull god. That's why
How does
All
that
Lives Matter is rooted in bull, which means thrust.
and how does that connect to Tor?
Tor is an alternative language for the same thing. Tor and bull, although it goes deeper. The naming scheme of the animal is pulling from two different like metaphysical understandings. Tor is turn and bull is thrust, as in a bulldozer isn't named after the animal, it's named after the root word bull, which means to thrust. It's a thrust dozer, or it's a push dozer. It's a bulldozer, it pushes. Just like you bull a ball, or there's two
That makes sense.
there's two expressions. You can throw a ball or you can throw a ball. You can throw a party, you can have a party, you throw a ball, or you can throw a ball. You know, play a game of catch with your dad or whatever. Right? But there is an esoteric deepness, and it's a trick being played in front of your own eyes that you're involved in that you don't even know you're participating in. Throwing a ball and throwing a ball are absolutely based on the idea of bull meaning thrust. And the phonetic connection between P and B being both the bilabial phonetic sounds that people speak with are opposite of each other, shown in the way that bull means push and pull means the opposite of push. Push and pull can more accurately be named bull and pull, because push is bull, thrust is bull. So you take bull, which means to push, and you flip the B of the bull upside down, and it becomes the opposite. You flip it upside down. Bull and pull.
I was just looking this up. So PB is the chemical element lead.
Which is
So how does
Tor.
that connect? Lead
Yeah,
is
that's Tor. That's Tor.
You see? Fundy knows his shit.
You got to understand phonetics and the different pairs, whether it be the breath or the voiced version of a consonant. All vowels are interchangeable. That's why you can have bleed, bled, and blood. Even though, bleed has E's and blood has O's. Well, because vowels are interchangeable when people are making related words, when they need to come up with a new word to address something. If they're trying to make a new word that's related to a word they already have, like, we have blood, but what happens when you lose blood? We'll just switch the O's to E's. Let's call it bleed. Well, what happens if I bleeded in the past? We'll just call it bled. Just take away a vowel. Vowels are playthings when it comes to language. And so lead is the same thing as door. It's the same thing as toll. It's the same thing as tor. It's the same thing as rotate, R-O-T. They can put it backwards, they can reverse them, they can swap the vowels, and they can change the consonants between the two breath and voice versions. PV, FV, MN, LR, GK, SZ. You got to learn the pairs that letters come in.
That's very interesting. I've thought about this in my own way, but never formulated it in the way you're putting it right now. And that's very interesting to me.
It is the keys, man.
How did you come about the historicity of?
I'll tell you about it. I got you, man. Because this is my biggest interest, right? And flat Earth is great. It's something to know about your life and the world and stuff. But then there's the cultural aspects of it, because your biological process as a living being is the most complicated process you're involved in. But what is the second most complicated and convoluted and complex process that a human is involved in? Well, language. Besides your biological besides your biological processes, which are complex to an infinite degree, how the fuck does my body work? Who knows, right? But what is the second most complicated thing that anyone involves themselves in? It's language. That shit is all over the place, but that doesn't mean it can't be grouped into archetypes and understands in general ways, and then branched off in like root words end up combining and compounding into words and creating new inventions. But there are roots. There are, by the way, root is backwards tor.
Well, when you say our biological, when you compare it to our like physiological and biological being, when you put language, is that branched off of like cognitive, the cognitive dimension of that understanding, or like the way you categorize it? Like you said, the second most
bridge.
complicated thing is
Yeah.
language. Does the like language lie somewhere underneath cognitive ability? Or the mind, basically, how the mind works.
Cognitive is the bridge between them, as well as cognitive is the bridge between anything. Because there is consciousness or spirit or soul or whatever, but where we what we're involved in this universe is a gray zone. Because good luck having a consciousness without a body. What is that going to do? Nothing. And good luck having a body without a consciousness, right? It's going to just lay there doing absolutely nothing. So you combine the two and you get a human being, a conscious body. Wow, that's special. That's the yin yang right there. That's two things coming together, intermingling, and making a miracle happen. And language is one of the most complex things. Well, it is the most complex thing that comes from the combination of matter and immaterial. I call it corporeal and incorporeal. And
Yep.
as outside of, inside of the combination of corporeal and incorporeal, language emerges as one of the most complicated things that a human being is involved in. There's nothing that really compares to it besides like economics or the stock market. I don't know, right? Like, yeah, fuck it. No, language. Language is the most complicated process besides the biological processes and the conscious processes that we could participate in.
I don't mean to like take you off topic. It's
Oh, you're
not really
good.
off topic, but do you think humans invented language, or was it something that was taught to them?
It's always an option. It's always, we could all get amnesia. Language will wait for us, but we have to seek it and find it ourselves. There's no necessarily like, well, there might be, right? Like, this is a very interesting topic. Is there a pure language? We all have these like different ways. Like, do the subject go before the predicate? Does the adjective come before the vowel? Right? There's all sorts of different. But is there a universal language that we could get back in touch with? Some sort of original language. Always on my mind. I don't know though. I hope. My dream is that we undo the curse of Babel, where there was a universal language that was confused and sent in different directions under different like molestations and bastardizations of its original language, giving us English or whatever, all these things that distance people from each other. Wouldn't it be great if we could all
that was way
get with
before
each other?
English, though. I mean,
Right. I think English is one of those karmic repayments. I think English, because of what an anomaly it is, does have the ability to lead people back towards source more than any other language. Because if I learn English, I learn about like 10 different languages at once. If you learn Latin, you just know Latin in a sense. But if you learn English, you're learning Latin, Greek, Spanish, French, and all the influences, and German, and all the influences that create it. And so, like, an English speaker can hear words spoken in different languages. And
yeah, I mean, that's if you're looking into etymology, right? Like, if you just learn English, like for an English speaker, they don't really know about the origin
I
of
say
the word.
Thursday. In English, I say Thursday, and then I go to Germany and I hear Thursday. I'm like, oh, I kind of get that because I'm an English speaker. Then I go to Mexico, and they say like worship Dio, and I say worship Dio. Well, phonetically, I know that T's are D's, and so I said, oh, worship Theo, like theology, God, got it, right? As an English speaker, you can closely have a very high probability of interpreting, as long as you know what phonetics are and the breath and voice version and vowels interchangeable rules of phonetics throughout history. And
Well, yeah, I
Correct.
mean that was my
Correct
point
me.
because
Correct me if I'm wrong,
sorry,
but
go
I
ahead.
think English is not the roots of English is not a Latin-based language, right?
Not just
It's
no, it has its roots in so many languages.
No,
yeah,
no, no, no,
that's
no, no,
exact.
no.
Yeah,
That's incorrect though. There's a like Spanish comes from Latin. The same with the Brazilian, and
right.
there's so many languages that derive from the Latin. That's
You're
why
right, man.
like even in Romania I can understand a lot of words that they're saying because the roots of the language it's Latin, and I think English the roots I read it the
I'll
other day,
explain.
but
I know this stuff. Yeah, I'll
it's not
explain.
Latin.
No,
Yeah.
I'll
No,
explain, man. No, I got you. So let me just ask everyone a question. Why does no start with a K? Not like N-O. Why does K-N-O-W start with a K? Why is it silent?
Because K
silence.
means gold,
I don't know. I'm Mexican, so I don't know much about
and
English.
knowledge is power.
No one's satisfied yet with your answer, but keep on going if you have something to share.
I think that's
No, I was gonna say silence. You're just gonna get silence, referring to like no pun intended.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so if you guys ask me, why does no in English start with a K? I can simply tell you, like I can simply tell you. A lot of people want to be like, oh, English is confusing. It's a hard second language to learn. The rules don't follow. In Spanish, a always means ah, but in English it can be a, right? There's four different versions of the letter A and the way it phonetically is pronounced in English, but in Spanish, no, it's just or something like that. I don't know. You tell me, Mexican man. What sound does A to make always, right?
Ah,
Come here, you
right.
Come
yeah.
over here.
Right. So in Spanish, A is always ah, but in English, it can be any of four options. And it turns out that English, even though there's A, E, I, O, U, which is 5, it turns out that English actually has 13 different vowel sounds. We just combine them into 5 different symbols, right? So that's fucked up. I don't appreciate that. That's why all of us need to learn the International Phonetic Alphabet, where linguists came together in the 1900s and gave every sound its own symbol. There's about 100 that you could learn for every sound a human mouth can make. There's like clicks, right?
Can I just stop you right there because I kind of disagree with a couple of statements you made.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You said like English is considered a hard language for some people as a second language. I think it's the easiest second language. I mean, it's the most spoken one
that's also
around
subjective.
the world.
That's also subjective, man.
Well,
there's
actually, I think
we really need to get it. We need to get away. We need to get away from the.
Okay.
I mean,
let's
apologize.
move on. I'll move to the second point. Regards to phonetics and the use of letters and this, like just the phonetics, the different sounds you can get from letters, right? English is not really one of those languages that you get many phonetics out of because you're putting it out to seem that English makes or has a lot of phonetics when it actually, I would say, it's missing a lot of.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that
compared to other languages.
English only has 40 different sounds, while other languages have 60 or 80 sometimes. Because, like, just for a clear example, the Hebrew has right, and English doesn't utilize that.
Yep.
And other languages have clicks, right? Like, let's say African languages have clicks, and English doesn't use any of that either. And then English also doesn't roll their R's, while their languages do roll their R's.
Yep.
And in Hindi or Punjabi or any of those Indian languages, they have aspirated B's where it's like a BH, and it's and English doesn't differentiate between that and just a regular B, a strong B. We don't have those options. So I'm not sure when I ever implied what you're saying. I implied, but now it seems like we understand each other. I think we agree.
Yeah, we're good. Just before you go on, Ball Lives, you're kind of hot micing, bro.
Let me
If
fix
you
it.
could
I
just pop
appreciate it.
yourself on mute.
Does that work?
Yeah,
Fundamental.
we'll find out. Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm going to bed. I see you next time. Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely see you next. I'll recognize your profile picture. It's awesome. I'll know when you're here.
Okay. Bye.
All right, see you, man. Have a good night. Sleep well. Drink some water.
Bye.
Drink some water before you go to bed, guys.
Drink
I
a
tell
lot of
myself
water.
that every night. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Even when you tell
So
yourself, you forget.
yeah, you really have to remind yourself. Like you should set a timer on your phone that says drink water every 3 hours. Drink a lot. Drink a cup. So yeah, totally.
Yeah, I struggle
Anyways,
with it.
I can rant on, but if any of you want to direct the conversation, I hope that we stick to language and phonetics and alphabets and stuff. But we can
Yeah, man,
change
it's
or.
I love that. It's interesting. It's
Hey,
definitely
so
one
go
of my
ahead.
interests. And
What's
one of
on
the
your
things I
mind then?
haven't. Well, I was just gonna say it's one of these things I haven't really delved into to the extent that you obviously have.
I
But
got you. I got you. I can explain everything I know clearly because the one thing I've been told throughout my entire life is that I should be a teacher. Of course, I don't know a lot about a lot of things. I'm a pretty ignorant person, but I do have fascinations that I dig into and learn every aspect of. So when it comes to phonetics or English or stuff like that, I can answer a lot of questions. I think for you.
well, I think we've all heard of things like with the English language where they say the spelling, right? You're casting a spell, and the way you use the language, you spell and morning and how morning, good morning or
Wake,
morning,
yeah.
weekday,
You wake
weekend
up and
when
have a
you're
morning,
weekend.
weekend,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly, and you earn
What are
a
your thoughts on
living
that?
at your job.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is all recited in a poem by a lady. If you search if you search on YouTube, ancient spells of the English language, you're probably gonna get this one lady. Now, I think she is a sensationalist. Do you know what a sensationalist is?
Yeah. I think I
The
watched at least one or two of that lady's videos. I
Now
think that
I
this
had
is
a
where I got the idea actually.
yeah, I had a chance to have a conversation with her one-on-one, and she disappointed the fuck out of me. She has some clever tricks using language, spelling, cursive language, right? Cursive spelling of our written language, weekend, earning a living, wake,
Yeah,
morning,
actually,
stuff like
that
that.
was the point of my question because I kind of find it like a weak kind of argument. It is interesting
Yeah,
in the
it's
way it's
weak as
put.
fuck, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, she sucks. Now, she made a beautiful poem. She made a beautiful poem, but she has not contemplated the reasons that have led up in the universe to why she's able to do it. She noticed the pattern and she took advantage to her pattern recognition abilities to be able to create such a poem of synchronicity. Yet she does not concern herself. I found this out in our conversation. She does not concern herself as to the connections and their origins. She's just
yeah,
happy to
like
make
the
a buck.
etymology at least of the words and how.
Yeah, she doesn't give a fuck about the etymology. She's just happy playing her little trick and making people think that she's some sort of genius guru of language when she's really not. She knows jack shit. She just made a good poem that anyone else could have done.
Yeah, I gotta at least give her props for that.
Props for the poem. Yeah, props for the beautiful poem. I could have done it. I can do it right now. I can do what she did right now. If given 10 minutes to think of words that are puns and stuff like that. I mean, it's not hard, but she really did create a pretty good poem. At least she went through the effort of doing it. So kudos for the effort. But as far as her being some sort of sensei to you, like, oh, I want to learn about the reason why she was able to do this, but she can't tell you
Exactly.
what led
Exactly.
up to her. Yeah. So I try to do that. I try to dig deeper, and I respect her poem, but it's shallow. Her ability and her knowledge is shallow. She just made a beautiful pattern on the surface. But
Yeah,
she is
man.
not.
I respect your opinion because I kind of hold a similar one, and yeah, I'm kind of the person who likes to know the whys, delve into the deep,
Right.
and try
Scuba
to
dive,
find
yeah.
yeah, just the origins of all that. Like, how do we know what we know,
Get
right?
down to the fundamentals, right? Get down to
Yeah,
the
the
basics that allow
fundamental.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, the fundament. That's what I'm about. I mean, I'm sure you can tell by now that that's why I named myself that.
Yeah, man.
The most.
We've had a lot of conversations before.
Oh
I
yeah,
love the
totally.
art. Yeah, I always
I'm gonna
learn
calm
something
down.
new from you, man.
I can tell I'm interrupting you right now, like very often.
Oh,
Every
no,
time
no,
you
not
speak,
at all. Not at all. You're
I'm
good.
I'm just gonna listen to you, and I'm gonna like do some deep breathing for 30 seconds just to like recalibrate myself. So go ahead and take it away. I'll be back soon.
Sure. It wasn't. I hope I wasn't implying that. Just quite the opposite. I like
Yeah,
listening to you
not at all.
and your
Not at all.
rants. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was actually just throwing questions at you so you can give me your 2 cents. But yeah, if anyone wants to join in or
I
move the
think
conversation.
I think Fundy rants are second to Alex Jones rants. You know Alex Jones rants?
Yeah, I know Alex Jones.
His rants. I don't think he's ever done an Egypt rant though. Maybe you could you could call into his show and ask him to do an Egypt rant.
Maybe.
Just what is there to rant about in Egypt? Mubarak. Is he still around?
Well, no, but
How about
we got a
wasn't it?
CC now.
Remember in the Arab Summer, didn't they like execute like 800 people or some shit?
Might be the Mayan.
No, actually, it was we didn't get
Country,
any.
did they execute like 800 people?
Well, I guess there was a portion of that in Egypt. That's just the norm. I mean, we got 100 million population of 100 million with a dictatorship, so with a judicial system that's corrupt. So execution is like an everyday thing. But
How are you still
I
alive?
wouldn't say. Well, yeah, it's a miracle. But
Miracle, right? Thank God. Maybe
yeah.
that's why people are religious out there. It's like, thank God I'm still alive, right?
It's part of the corruption, though. That's why he's still like, just fuck it.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
the change in culture over the after post Arab Spring, quote unquote, is total westernization. Actually, the spillover of the Western culture is taken hold really like never before. Like yeah, like before being let's say gay or trans and all that was kind of a no, and no one would speak about it. Now it's kind of taken hold, and it's not so far as that. Let's say they have rights or anything, but it's not a frown upon. People are speaking about it. People are open about it, and certain. I mean, the way it works in Egypt, people are segregated by basically income levels, right? So in these certain income brackets, it's become a norm, and yeah, westernization has affected all income levels actually. But I was just giving the example of um, the
I'm back.
LGBTQ, for example.
Where do you fall in the income thing? You like
The upper bracket,
struggling?
I guess.
You're upper.
Yeah.
In America, I could be considered to also be high, but there's not a single day that I'm not worried about like losing my job and coming home. Like, oh, better behave well, and I better. If I lose my job, I don't know. I
Yeah,
got about
man.
I got about 3 weeks to a month, maybe 3 to 4 weeks before like I don't know. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. I hope my car doesn't break. I gotta buy a new car. I mean, right now I could pay my rent for if rent was the only expense I had to pay, like not food, like nothing, just rent, and electrical and water, I could last 10 months
Well,
on my savings right now.
yeah, you
But
just
that
can't
would mean
compare
I'm
it to a
not
third
eating
world country like Egypt. Like,
right, but
I don't think you know what
it's
poverty
not pressure.
really
Oh
is.
yeah, I'm not in poverty. Yeah, I'm definitely not in poverty. I have a Nintendo Switch. I have a laptop. There's like certain possessions I have to sell off and like support myself. You know, Craigslist, offer up, let's go, something like that. Like, but my savings as of this point could get me and selling all of my possessions and being very good with my savings. I could maybe survive a year without working if I was willing to give up everything I have. So that's not necessarily poverty, but things can go wrong. Like my car is breaking down, right? My car is breaking down, and it's going to take half of everything I have saved up to buy a new car. And hopefully I find one at a good price. It might take everything I have to buy a new car. You know what I mean? And then I'll be strict. I'll have possessions, but I won't have anything in the bank. You know what I mean? And that's going to happen very soon. I'm going to have to find
Yeah,
a new
but
car.
when you
Find
buy
the
a
break.
car, you don't pay cash, do you? Like,
No, that's what I do. That's the only option I find acceptable. Buying a car
oh,
completely
really?
outright with that. Yeah, I mean, debt. No, fuck debt, dude. Like, do not go into
Ah,
debt
okay.
under any option. Debt is
Well, yeah,
for
that's one of the things. Let's say our economy has witnessed over these past few years and the change that's happening. I mean, it was a cash-based economy, somewhat, not really based on credit. I mean, the banking penetration of the population was nothing before. Like, let's say 2010 compared to now, it's evolved. It's
I
changed
was very
drastically.
young back then, so I can't. I believe you, but I can't relate because I'm just not that old enough
They
to.
call that financialization.
Well,
What
yeah.
does that mean specifically?
That means like converting from cash barter society over to like institutions like credit cards and
Yeah, the credit
food
system.
stamps and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, financialization. I'll use that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to go back to Tor and Bull and Adam
Yeah, sure. Adam. Oh, I don't think I
I
was
was gonna
here
quickly
when you
say
mentioned.
I grew up. I was
No
gonna
rush.
quickly say I grew up in like a 99% white town, but
Right.
actually one of the kids in that town was Egyptian. He was
That's
his
fine.
family his family was Egyptian. I think like
I knew one Egyptian girl growing up in my middle school. Her name was Fatima.
Fatima. Okay.
Yeah, this guy I knew had.
Yeah, you always get at least one Egyptian somewhere. We're not like the Asians or the Indians, where
Right, they're everywhere.
we're literally by numbers,
I mean,
but you
my
get at
neighbor,
least one Egyptian somewhere around the
yeah,
world.
I had several Indian neighbors, and my next door neighbor was named Ram or Ram. He was Indian.
Okay. Yeah, RAM, right?
Ram, my Indian neighbor.
At least on this server, I'm yet to meet another Egyptian, so I'm that one Egyptian on this server. Same with I mean, most flat earther channels on Discord. Maybe I've found one or two somewhere, but yeah.
Well, let me ask you, like, as an Egyptian, do you call the pyramids pyramids? Like, is that like how do people around you refer to that structure? Do they call it a pyramid?
You mean in our own language, or?
Yeah, just I mean, obviously in English, or I'm sorry, not in English. In America, we say the Great Pyramids.
Well,
what do we
actually, it's
call
the
it?
Great Pyramid, isn't it? Right?
No,
The
no.
Great
Well,
Pyramid and the
the
pyramids.
Pyramids of Giza.
right. The was it Cairo? Right, Cairo.
It's Giza, actually.
Yeah, Giza. I'm sorry. So in
You got me
America,
think Giza. We have a term called Giza sheets also for like
in
exhibition.
America, we'll say the Giza Pyramid Complex, and we use the word pyramid. How do
Yeah.
you refer to it? How do the people around you refer to it?
Well, yeah, basically the same way. I mean, we call the biggest pyramid, and that's the one with all the like, that's the wonder, right?
Right.
And has
The
all
one in your
these.
picture, right?
I guess it's the one in my picture. Wait, let me.
Okay,
let's
so
find
put
it.
you on the spot.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
But yeah,
That's
you're
the
referring to it?
Khufu pyramid, right? The Great
Yeah.
Pyramid. There are 3 pyramids in the complex of Giza,
There you
or
go.
the
They call it the
plateau.
Khufu Pyramid. That's the,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the OG name.
Yeah. So the word in Arabic is haram, and the plural, when we say, it's either al haram, the Great Pyramid, or al ahramat, the pyramids.
So
that's
you
how we
notice
refer.
that you have ram in that word, ram,
Yeah.
haram,
Yeah.
and a haramat. So the two words that are so ram is a special word to me, but so is mat, because mat is moat. Backwards, it's tome. In a phonetic sense, it's dam. In another sense, it's atom. To me, I connect the phonetics to atom. That's a long story. If you want to hear earlier,
Atom as in Adam, or atom? The atom.
see, to me, they're the same thing, because I went through this whole phonetic lesson earlier, where letter consonants come in pairs, breath and voice, and T is D. There is no significant difference whatsoever.
Well,
You
yeah,
can treat.
as an
So,
American, you
so
guys don't pronounce the T as a T.
yeah,
It's
not usually.
atom,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. Like for a good example, I mean, we say T sometimes, like
Steamroll over that letter.
like Tom. Yeah, we do steamroll sometimes, but not always. Like, I have a friend called Thomas, and I've never called my friend Thomas Thomas. I will pronounce the T that
Call him dumbass.
right. But when it comes to some other options, when speaking other words, I said earlier, taste the
Yeah,
rainbow.
somebody just typed the word satellite.
Right.
So say like satellite.
Exactly, satellite, not satellite. And my best example,
satellite.
you know,
That'd be like an Indian, like, oh, that
Yeah, Egyptian satellite.
very good.
Yeah.
My favorite example is the candy whose motto is "Taste the Rainbow." Who knows what that candy is called?
Skittles.
Exactly. You just did it yourself. Yeah. No American pronounces the T's as T's. It's not Skittles. It's Skittles with a D. Because Americans are lazy, just like all other humans in all throughout history. This is how languages change. Languages change because there is some sort of esoteric reason for the sounds and the spelling. Yet people are lazy with their mouths, and they replace M's with N's. They replace
generative
E's with E's.
anthropology. You know what generative anthropology
totally.
is?
No, I get it, man. I absolutely
the
understand.
Easiest way to explain a complicated thing, or a common thing, common symbol.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand the forces that work in that, and it exactly applies. Where no one wanted to say Skittles, so we just take the easy, less effort-filled way of pronouncing that word and replace the hard T with an easy D. They say Skittles.
Well, actually, like I would kind of disagree. I mean, let's say for Arabic,
there's no
because you
there's
guys
no
mentioned,
disagreement about Skittles.
well, when for a person who knows another language where the T not necessarily is the hard letter to pronounce, like for a second language person, they would actually pronounce the T's. Like someone who's an Arabic speaker would say Skittles.
Then you
Right.
you are you don't understand that it is completely due to the laziness of the mouth that the candy Skittles is pronounced Skittles. Americans find it easier to say it that way, and
Well,
that is the
yeah,
sole
exactly.
reason.
I would agree with that if you're talking specifically about Americans in a certain time where they use the language and it was just easier for them, right? But I can't make it a general rule for all peoples
They actually
when
can.
learning
We
the
really
English language
no,
to
we
not
really
use.
can though. We really can't because the muscular strain. There's a word plosive. Do you know what plosive is in phonetics?
Well, you got to compare other English speakers as well, right? The British, the Australians, and how they pronounce words, and it's
Yeah.
different, isn't it?
There's fetishes. Yeah, there's definitely fetishes
Well,
of
how you-
different English accents. You got the Australian, you got the Afrikaans, you got the English London, speakers. You got the American speakers, and there are
well, how would the
not.
British say Skittles? They wouldn't say Skittles.
Skittles.
It depends on a person
Skittles.
because
Skittles.
here's an interesting thing about British, English speakers and letter T. There's two different versions. When it comes to England, there's two different versions of T. Neither of them are the English, the American T. So there's a meme where you ask a British person to say water bottle, and of course, an American speaker says water with a D, water bottle with D's and their T's.
Yeah.
Now, an English
Water
person.
bottle.
Now, an English person.
Water bottle. Bottle.
Yeah,
Water
yeah.
bottle.
In describing an English person, in England, they have what's called a glottal stop. All right, a glottal pause stop, and that is where they close off the very
Yep.
back of their throat where the H is
Yep.
made, where they say "wa'o bottle," "wa'o bottle,"
Uh-huh.
where instead of saying the T, they actually just close the back of their throat to make a similar sound. Wa'o bottle.
But
And
are there ways the English actually pronounce the T? Water,
absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Bottle.
And so these are the different dialects of England, or English
The UK.
speakers,
Yeah.
right? The UK, right? These are.
And
This
what
comes
about
down to
the
different
the
dialects.
Scottish and the Irish, right?
So,
They
right,
also
so-
have their own way.
Absolutely, but
No,
just
they
sticking to
say Guinness.
but just sticking to the English, people that from England. There's like southern, western, different dialects, and one of them is going to use a glottal stop for T to say what up, and then the other ones are going to pronounce the T harshly, but they're going to remove the R, wata, bata, and they're going to completely neglect the R sound, and they're going to replace the R or the L with an A, wata, bata. But an American always uses the R. Americans never neglect the R. We love the R. We go hard R's. We go water bottle, or ether. But an English person is going to say ether, or something like that.
Yep.
Americans we love the hard R.
Yeah, that's how we
And-
make fun of the Americans in Arabic, like if you're trying to speak the English, they go like "Rah, rah, 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 rah." The R, they stress on the R.
Yeah. I think it's proper. I mean, I think that's more correct, to be honest. Water,
Like the insult.
not
The
not
insult
not
dog.
not water, water. I mean, I grew up that way. I prefer
Americans
it.
talk like donkeys. They say.
Oh, fuck you.
So they say. Like, no way. What are you doing? Nah.
So I find it especially
Donkey
important
from
to
Shrek.
acknowledge the R. D and T. See, the thing about American English is that I have a deep understanding of the International Phonetic Alphabet and the muscular contractions and constrictions of the mouth when speaking. And the American accent of replacing T with D, to me, is the most acceptable thing ever. Go ahead and say T instead of D. Go ahead and say L instead of R. Go ahead and say P instead of D or F instead of D. Doesn't matter to me. But an American doesn't. And what an American doesn't do, that other English speakers do, is they don't disregard an entire letter completely. I don't care if it's water instead of water. I find a problem when you say water instead of
You know what I
water.
find interesting is when someone has a certain language that doesn't use the phonetic, and then you see this common problem among these language speakers. Like, let's say for Arabic, and especially I'm talking about the Egyptian dialect of Arabic, where when they speak English, they have a problem with the P's and B's that you mentioned,
That's
right?
fine.
They
Yeah, I
mix
don't
up the
care.
P's and
That's
the B's.
fine.
Like they say bawar, puk, and shit like that.
What are those? What are those words?
Bawar, as in power, with a B. Bawar.
Okay.
Bawar.
I don't mind. No.
And book would be
those,
like kind of puk.
Yeah, fine. I'm fine. I'm absolutely okay with that.
Yeah,
makes
but
sense.
this is a common problem, and I find that interesting. Like let's
It's
say
not a problem.
with Indians,
It's not a
they
problem.
mix up the W's with the V's. Like it's
Yeah, that's fine
Veek,
too. That's
Veek.
fine. That's absolutely fine. I will never have a
And
hard time talking.
vernacular.
Yeah, vernacular. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not an issue because even though
no, what's interesting for me is that it's a common problem for that language
it's not a problem.
speaker.
It's not a problem.
Well, let's not call it a problem, but it's a common theme, right?
Yeah, and that's fine. I get it. I get it. And every American should be, and every English speaker should be. Fuck it, man. Fuck what I just said. I am being so uninclusive. Fuck all of it. Every human, period. Not American, not anyone. Every human should be taught the pairs between T and D, F and V, L and R, T and D, G and K as sounds, not letters, but the sounds themselves. And when people start understanding the breath versus voiced versions of consonants, we will understand each other so much better. And I don't even care which one someone chooses when pronouncing a word, because it's only one little thing wrong. I don't care if you say pull or dole or pull or bowl. I mean, it is completely acceptable because they're basically, I mean, to me, I understand they're basically the same thing. And when I say Skittles, I don't expect someone to say, "What the fuck are you saying?" I expect them to say, "Oh, T's and D's are the same." Oh, you mean Skittles? Yeah, I said Skittles. Like, oh, right, Skittles. I don't expect there to be a big problem. I find that it's really only due to someone's like lack of education on the similarities of consonants that would ever cause that to be something to cause a fight over. It's like, no, this isn't a fight. Like you mean Skittles? No, I said Skittles. No, it's Skittles. And yeah, that's what I said, Skittles. Like, no.
What
Do you understand?
About, mate?
Yeah, I might be ranting, but
he's on one of his rants.
I guess so.
Rants.
I guess so.
Come on, mate.
But,
It's all right.
I thought people from the Midwest were soft spoken.
I'm not from the Midwest.
No, I was saying I thought Midwestern people were just quiet and just kind of down to earth, keep themselves.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I'm definitely crossing some lines. I apologize. I'm gonna take some deep breaths again. I'll catch you back in like 30 seconds.
Fire and brimstone.
Fire and brimstone. Hey, Ball Lives. You all right, man?
Yeah.
What you been up to?
Much at all, man. Just living the dream.
How do you like the server?
It's okay. It's nice that the YouTube videos get 1 view per video.
Oh, you've been following that?
Yeah, I follow the live stream.
Yeah.
Nobody watches it, so I don't know what's going on.
Except, well, the viewers are the people on the server. It's not like
I don't know what they're doing. They're doing something wrong. They have to add hashtags or something to their videos.
Well, I don't think the purpose of the server is the YouTube platform. It's more the Discord. The YouTube is just a peripheral, and maybe with time it'll catch on somehow. Someone's gonna share it with the right people, maybe.
The other day, it was yesterday, I think it was Witsit was in the server, and
yeah, we had a long talk
with Witsit in there. But
yeah,
Witsit,
that'll get traction, definitely.
Witsit is now more famous than Justin Bieber, so he gets views.
Witsit is one of these famous flat earthers, right? He's been at least arrested on a live YouTube stream.
He can't shut up. I know that. He goes out
I
there
got
in the corners, just yelling. He got arrested, right? Because
Mount Rushmore, I guess. I watched that. That was interesting because I watch these audit videos. You know about the
the election.
The audit.
Audit the audit.
Oh, the freest, fairest election in history. Yes.
No, not election. When they audit the police, like detentions and arrests and things like that. Just interactions with the police. They call it auditing.
Interactions. Right. Oh, okay. I haven't heard.
First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fifth, Fourth, and all that.
Right. Okay.
Exercising your right and showing the police that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
The woke people, they call it like full stop. Full stop. We're gonna check this police officer over here. We got more cis male bullshit over here. Full stop. You centering yourself again.
Witsits was kind of like a audit video / flat Earth, so it was like an integration of two of my interests in one. So I definitely gave it a watch.
Witsit looks like the dude that killed Gabby Petito. He looks like the same fucking dude.
Did you happen to see the audit score on Witsit?
No, I didn't actually. Didn't know it was even there. I'll definitely give that a watch.
Audit the Audit's a channel that basically watches audit channels and gives the auditor and the police.
Audit. Yep.
Yeah. I'll save you the suspense. Witsit got an F-.
Well, yeah, actually, me watching him,
that is funny.
Like on his knowledge, and I guess that was maybe his first arrest ever or interaction with.
I doubt
police.
it.
Can I make a prediction? It's not on topic of right now. Do you want to finish? I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go for it.
No, go ahead.
So, based on my knowledge, right, of genetics and etymology and stuff, I'm gonna take a wild leap, and because I'm inspired by Drink of Kool-Aid, his name. I thought it was Drink the Kool-Aid.
Wait, hold on right there. I just want to ask Kool-Aid one more question. Witsit got an F. What did the cops get?
They got I believe an A. It might have been a B. Either an A- or a B+. Yeah.
What? No. Well, I'm definitely gonna give that a watch. I want to know. I want to know the reasons behind it because.
So
I mean,
what
was it what
doing?
the decibel level?
What
was the
Witsit
issue?
was doing was 100% legal if he would have either moved 100 yards in either direction. But he chose not to be respectful, and he chose
that wouldn't give him an F though on audit the audit. What was the F
no.
for?
The F was for the escalation of the situation beyond what it needed to be.
Yeah,
it
okay,
was
that makes
for
sense, yeah.
it was for not knowing the laws. It was for misapplying it.
Yep.
And making
Makes-
himself a big nuisance.
Yeah, it makes 100% sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Egyptian,
used
man.
to-
Like, I don't even know your guys' law 100%, but all I get from is these channels like Audit the Audit, Lucklister, and all that. I get a mere understanding. But
I used to live in Rapid City, which is the big town near Rushmore, and I would go up there pretty frequently. There are designated free speech zones to do exactly what Austin says he was trying to do.
Well, isn't that ironic in a sense? I mean, free speech
No.
zones.
The area he was in is known as the Hall of Respect, and it is a place of honor for all service members who have paid the ultimate sacrifice around the world, regardless of the conflict, regardless of where they come from.
Okay. I feel you. Yeah.
He could have moved to either the beginning of that or the end of it. Both options were presented to him multiple times.
Yeah, I
he
think it
chose-
was mentioned by the cops at the time in the video. I
Mhm.
heard that they're like, you can just do it over there. They were literally pointing,
right,
which seemed to be in the vicinity.
It wouldn't have had quite the dramatic backdrop. And that's what he wanted. He
Yeah.
wanted the YouTube thumbnail backdrop.
Well,
and rather than
I don't
doing it
blame him.
respectfully, he did it like a little prick. And he's
Well, it might come
I
off
can tell
that
you-
way. I mean, you're
I can
going
tell
into
you having-
intentions right now, but
I can telling you, being a biker and knowing that was the week before Sturgis biker rally, he got off really light.
yeah, he got off light, definitely.
That's because he's
Yeah.
white.
No, it's because
It was just his equipment that was taken. And what, did he get a citation?
And those bikers would not have done that. There was a couple patches in that crowd
He
that
might
were
have
not
had
very
the
happy.
money for a good lawyer too. Maybe.
Yeah, well, the courts is a different story. But
The park rangers up there are no joke. They will take your stuff in a heartbeat and you'll never get it back. I lost a lot of climbing equipment because
yeah,
the
does
area
anyone
behind
know
them
if
is
he got
very-
his shit back yet?
No, he
or
didn't.
not? Yeah.
He won't. Multi-millionaires don't get their shit back. Why would Witsit?
I miss
Yeah,
Mount
sorry
Rushmore.
to step on your
That
toes,
place is pretty
Fundy.
cool. Everybody should go to Mount Rushmore. Pretty cool place. Do they do fireworks on Mount Rushmore? Do they do that shit? Like 4th of July?
Yeah, as long as
Yeah?
it's safe. There's not.
Is there a zone for that?
They shoot it off the top.
That must be pretty cool, actually. That's pretty legit.
Yeah.
I need to put that on my bucket list. Fireworks, Mount Rushmore.
There's a really good rock climbing area behind it
4th
called
of
the
July.
South Seas.
Called East what?
Called the South Seas climbing area. It's
Seas.
like you have international climbers come play with that area because it's such fun rock.
Is that place technically the Badlands, or is that outside the Badlands? Where is it?
It's the Black Hills.
Oh, okay. Black Hills. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've been to both Black Hills and Badlands. I've forgotten what the difference is, but yeah, okay.
Badlands are flat.
Badlands are flat. Okay. That place is fun. I forgot about it. South Dakota.
Badlands. Black what?
Where too?
The Black Hills.
Black Hills and Badlands. Why so grim, man? And did you say
There was
flat?
a lot. There's a lot of really bad crap that happened up there. Like the early settlers were not very nice.
The settlers weren't nice, or the
All of the above. There was atrocities
yeah.
on every side.
But I'm more interested in the other remark you said. You said you call it flat.
Yes, meaning lacking topography.
Okay. Okay.
What is it? Kansas is flatter than a pancake
Yeah,
because
I
pancakes
heard that one.
are
Yep.
not flat.
Yeah, they got little pores in them.
Topographically, right? We can say that.
We also use the word pancake to describe a woman's ass. Or tits.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you understand the word flat to also mean an orientation?
No.
Synonymous
No.
with horizontal and level?
No.
But
my
It's like
walls.
what about the dictionary definitions that actually do that?
What?
Flat has two synonymous and two definitions. It can either describe a surface, like a surface. What do you call it? Like a surface description, like a topography.
Right.
And it can also mean an orientation for something to lie flat, i.e., lie horizontal and level.
Yeah, arranged or laid so as to be level or even. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's just the dictionary. I mean, that's the way the word is actually used in the language. It's used in these two different contexts, and that's my understanding. And when I personally use the word flat Earth, that's what I'm synonymously using it with is the orientation and that definition of it, rather than the because I understand there are mountains, right?
Right.
I mean,
What I
that's a
believe
no-brainer.
your contention, from what I've understood about our conversation, is overall curvature rate. Is that fair
What?
to say?
The non-existent curvature rate.
The obviously measured and used every day curvature rate, but yeah, that curvature rate.
Yeah. We'll agree to disagree. Yeah, that one. the point of contention. Yeah.
Right. The curvature rate that makes sense.
Curvature rate? That's like
Yep.
calculus. Slope.
And not only that, sextants wouldn't work the way that they do if the Earth was a perfect sphere, because we actually know that it's not, and sextants are calibrated, and the readings are adjusted for that.
For
I mean,
what? The geoid model?
Sextants work assuming a flat plane.
No, they don't. They actually would not work on a flat plane.
So sextants work on a surface of some kind.
They must be on the surface of a spherical object.
Spherical, okay.
Well,
Well,
okay. Sorry,
It's like,
that's not entirely true. You could theoretically use the sextant on a flat plane looking at a flat like ceiling. However, you would get a logarithmic elevation, not a linear one that we see.
the ceiling would be a certain elevation.
Right, and the stars would change elevation in a logarithmic fashion, not a linear fashion, which is what
A
we actually.
flat ceiling, like a flat ceiling. The stars are laid on a flat ceiling. You mean?
No, because if they were, the stars would change position in their relative elevation logarithmically. We don't see that. We see them changing linearly.
You're saying observations of constellations is linear.
Right. Any big thing in the sky, be it the sun, the moon, a star, whatever.
Linear, okay. Linear elevation. Oh, I didn't even know that. That we can. What? Well, we don't use elevation to talk about stars, right? What's more
Yeah, we do.
common?
That's
Oh,
exactly what we do.
Elevation.
Yep.
Okay.
The angle, elevation angle.
Elevation angle.
When using, yeah. Well, that's the purpose of a sextant. That's how you use a sextant. You obtain an angle, an elevation angle to the celestial body. Correct? Kool-Aid?
Correct. Yep. Yep. And if we were say we were an ant on the floor of my room with a flat ceiling above it, perpendicular to it, the stars would appear to move away and become distant, but they wouldn't drop in sight. And when they did, it would be an exponential change and not the nice linear path that we see of 60 nautical miles equaling 1 degree for all 57 navigational.
Well, yeah. In a room, yeah. On that scale. But maybe when it comes to the Earth and the other factors involved, that could change.
Maybe it's Maybelline, but this is the way that works. This is the only way that the observation.
Well, that's the only way you can think of it, ignoring other factors. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Could you make another shape that works?
Well, it's got nothing to do with the shape, though.
Actually, it does. That's what causes the linear change.
So does light travel in straight lines?
As close enough as
claim,
close enough that
always,
matters, and
at
what
least
isn't.
with not when it comes to, let's say, the black swan argument. Then light bends in crazy ass ways. Yeah,
but when
it comes to the stars, you apply different.
When looking up at an angle of greater than 30 degrees, you're not looking through the major refractive indexes and taking your refractive index down much lower, and then it is still corrected for. So, what's your point?
What's corrected for? Exactly.
Refraction. Refraction in dip angle is the second calculation you take on after you've taken your measurement. Every manual of a sextant ever.
Dip angle is just the elevation.
Dip angle and refraction.
Yep. Dip angle is just your
and
elevation
refraction.
above the sea level.
They're
correct.
They both get taken in the same time. Dip angle and refraction.
And refraction is taken into account how exactly? I mean, you mentioned that when looking, you said 30 degrees and above.
Yes.
So is that the threshold? And is it in the almanac, or how do you do that?
Yes.
How do you take into
your refractive index? It can be found in your almanac, depending on your latitude, as well as your barometric pressure and conditions. You also can.
Is there an angle involved? Because that's your claim.
The angle is the angle that's measured. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
the only angle. You said I would take into account less refraction as I move my angle if my angle is bigger right?
Oh,
That was kind of
you
your
mean
point.
you're talking about doing a horizon measurement versus a the word just slipped my brain. Where you look up. Yeah,
Your
there's a
zenith.
there's a different refractive table you can look at. I'm actually working on getting together a whole display where I'm going to go through the exact charts that are going to be used by the Golden Globe race this summer.
Well, I think I made this clear to you. Like, I don't really have so much understanding of the sextant, but
Mhm.
my mere understanding, it's how the triangulation works that kind
So
of
let me stop you
is
right
for
there.
me is the. Go ahead.
Sextants don't work triangulation.
No. Yeah, sextants measure angles, correct?
The process of using a sextant is trilateration, not triangulation.
Ooh, that's a bold claim. Well, what's the
That
difference between both methods?
there's a number of subtle differences between those two. The most important ones being trilateration uses distance and angle. Triangulation only uses angle. Also, triangulation is done on in 2D, where trilateration is done in 3D.
Yeah, actually, trilateration just uses distances, no angles.
Wrong.
Do you have a citation for that?
Yes.
Because I can show you a citation where it says triangulation uses angles, trilateration uses distance. And specifically when we're talking trilateration, like with satellites, for example, they use the speed of light and they use distances. No angles involved.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my citation right now. This is the citation from the Bowditch, the American Practical Navigator, the primary textbook on navigation in the United States. There you go.
Yeah, where are the angles in trilateration in your
Read the
citation?
citation.
Where?
So anyway, that's how
Where in your
sextants work.
citation? Where in your citation does it say angles are
Well,
used for trilateration? Because I'm reading your citation right now, and it
hold on.
doesn't, with regards to trilateration, does not mention angles at all. It does for triangulation.
I will. I just died in my video game. Hold on. Let me.
It says trilateration involves measuring the sides of a chain of triangles or
Right.
other polygons. From
And you
them,
create
the
the
distance.
triangles with angles.
No, not angles.
If you
just
look
one
at
angle.
look at
one.
figure 206, you can
Yep.
see the difference between triangulation, trilateration, and the traverse that is sailed.
Yeah, with
That's how it
triangulation, it
works.
shows angles. With
With trilateration, it
trilateration, it
does.
shows distances. Just one angle between A
Nope.
and north. That's the
Nope.
one angle that's labeled in the diagram, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay.
The diagram, right?
Yep. I mean, you can look at it and not see the angles that are labeled there, but hey, that's on you, Bill.
No, triangulation actually labels the angles. It shows them. It says baseline, your baseline, correct? And then makes angles between
Whatever, dude.
the polygons
That's
or
the
the triangles.
That's the citation. If you want me to hold your hand and go through it, I'm going to go all the way through it, and we're going to end up talking about spherical geometry. Which are you ready to talk about?
Like I'm fine with whatever you're fine. Honestly, again,
I really don't want to do it.
Yeah,
I'm just
because you kind of take my questions to be kind of an attack somehow. Where I'm fine, man. You can give me your answer. I'm not trying to
yeah.
attack or anything. It's just I'm trying to understand.
Trilateration is that uses angles and distances as cited in the Bowditch. The triangulation only uses angles and is not how sextants or modern navigation work.
My only point of contention with that statement is the act, like you cited the Bowditch and you gave me an image of that page, but I can't relate what you're saying to that
Called
page.
vertical surveying.
Vertical surveying.
All
Okay.
into it. There's about 4 paragraphs there that explain it. Basically, what it turns into is we have an angle and we have a distance. We're in 3-dimensional space, so we're therefore must be in trilateration because 2 things: we have a distance and we are in 3-dimensional space. Neither of which triangulation can handle. What you're going to do is you're going to get your angle. It's going to tell you the distance to the GP. You're going to draw your circle of equal altitude, which is a transecting plane that bisects the Earth on those places, or on all of those locations. You're then going to continue your traverse. You're going to take another sighting. You're going to draw another circle.
Which only works on a flat plane?
No.
I mean, you can say no all you want and cry like a baby, but that's just a fact.
That's an incorrect fact.
Okay, now
And
I'm
not
reading
only
off
that,
of two
not only
different
that,
citations, and
not only that,
one
the
of them
difference-
is GIS, geography, GIS being geographical information systems. It says, despite how GPS receivers are often confused with triangulation, which measures angles, they really don't use angles at all. Trilateration involves measuring distances. That's one citation. And
Yeah.
this is another. This is leverage.com. Okay, which says, what is triangulation? Triangulation is a method of calculating a position that relies on a known distance between 2 measuring apparatuses and it measures angles from those 2 points to an object. Blah, 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 blah. What is trilateration? Trilateration is the more common method for position calculations. Trilateration uses the known distance from at least 3 fixed points in 2D space on 4 fixed points in 3D space, as if on the surface of the Earth, to calculate the position of an object. Trilateration works by finding the intersection of a series of circles. No mention of angles.
the angle is what gives you the distance.
So you see, you just read the whole thing right there.
So
no mentions of angles and
the angle is what gives you the distance.
Let me ask you
literally
this.
what you're
satellites.
doing.
Satellites. Do they use triangulation or trilateration?
I believe they use trilateration.
Correct. Now, what method and what are the equations involved? I mean, I know satellites use the speed of light to calculate the distance, and that's all they're doing. They get a satellite just gives two references. The data a satellite gives off to any receiver is time and XYZ.
Yep, this is
These
where
are
I
the
am and this is what time it is. All
yeah,
it says.
exactly. So what the receiver does is just calculate the distance between it and the satellite. No
Yep.
angles involved.
Well, that's based on a process called time delay reflectometry. And
Yeah.
it's between two absolute points, and it uses a process called network time protocol. So you're establishing a synchronized time point between point A and B, and then you're looking at the differential minus the actual handling of the packets that hit
Yeah,
the
so
satellite.
are there angles involved?
You have an angle involved, which is an angle of elevation or declination that you use to actually align a directional aerial, because they're quite a narrow beam. It's obviously still a cone, but it's still quite a narrow beam.
So can you point me to, let's say, the equation involved, which involves the angle in the trilateration process of a satellite?
Well, again, I'm trying to work out if we've got a distance to an object that's geostationary, which most communication satellites are, that's normally around sort of 32,000 kilometers away.
Because
Are you actually
like,
asking for the hard number calculation?
So
Is that
I'm
what
trying to
you-
work
well,
out why
actually,
you
someone
need it.
shared it. Yeah, someone
Yeah.
shared it with me. Who's a glober, and it had
I'm-
nothing to do with angles, and his claim
I'm-
had nothing to do with it. He actually he gave me these the differentiation between trilateration, triangulation. This is not my own. I'm saying I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just telling you my mere understanding of my research so far from that person and whatever site I've been on so far, because I'm trying to figure out the difference between the two.
May
And
I ask you?
always
May I ask you a question exactly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if the satellite is up there, what difference does it make if it uses triangles or squares or whatever to measure?
Well,
That was
for
exactly the
me,
question I was going to ask Solid.
yeah, for me, it was just more. I'm trying to understand how satellites work, because in tandem with how sextants work. I mean, navigation as a whole, how we determine our position using these different methods.
Oh, so you're looking at basically how we use GPS to correlate an Earth-based position from a satellite.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
That makes sense.
And also sextants and correlating both
Well,
and
sextant-
trying to.
It's a
But
completely
in this
different
world
method.
view of yours, there's satellites out there, right? Up there, right?
Tell you what, Foolish, you're better at the satellite part, so why don't you do that part, and then I'll explain sex afterwards.
I'm cool with that. So generally, when you get a GPS signal, you're not basing it on 1, 2, or 3 satellites. 3 is kind of the minimum you want, but
4.
it can be up to 7.
Yeah, but you need actually at least 4, according to
Depends
my
on the system you're
understanding.
using, to be fair. So yeah, the more satellites you have, the better positioning, and all it is it's a correlation. Yeah, between those differential satellites and the receiver that you've got on Earth that's getting the ping, because all really GPS is a ping. There's no reciprocation to GPS.
Yep.
So that's all you're doing, and then as you get those reference points, it's saying, "Hey, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here," and then your GPS allows you to say, "Okay, that means I'm here."
Yeah, but
And
I'm lost on
give you
one thing
complete
that you mentioned.
Yeah.
You said these satellites have to be geostationary.
No. Not
Why is
GPS
that?
satellites. Not GPS satellites. No.
Okay.
Not GPS satellites. I was talking about I thought you were talking about comm satellites. It's why I stopped, and I was going to say, "Ooh, what's the argument?" Because I came in and I didn't actually spend enough time listening to what you were asking, and I made an assumption and I was wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
So no, GPS satellites generally are not geostationary. They're in.
It doesn't matter, right? Because you're getting a timestamp and an XYZ. So
Well,
you're
no, it's because
calculating based
it's
on
the number
that.
of satellites you need in your visible that are visible to you at that point because they are line of sight objects. So GPS satellites can be blocked by terrain, for instance.
Yeah. Yeah. But what I mean is, it doesn't matter because you're getting a timestamp.
Yeah, but if you've got geostationary satellites, generally they're equatorial orbit, they're around the equator, and if you've got GPS, you can put them in a net. So the problem is, the further north you go, the less likely you are to see a GPS satellite because it's going to be lower to your horizon and therefore much more chance of being blocked. Which is why we have these kind of
I see what you
GPS
mean.
satellites
Yeah.
that go in a net, because what that gives us is a much better coverage, and it allows us to get around the terrain problem. Okay, sextants.
Yeah, so the satellite is putting out a pulse that's creating basically a sphere around it. It says you could be anywhere on this sphere.
Yes.
And then you get multiple, and it gives you your exact because it's the one place they all intersect.
Yeah. Sextants do circles, not spheres.
So sextants do circles because the only thing we care about is the intersection between where it intersects the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and when I say sextants, I mean just the method all in all, right? Using the almanac, the sextant. It's not just simply because a sextant doesn't give you a circle.
Right.
It just gives you an angle, correct?
Exactly. And what that is
you use
doing
the almanac
is that angle
to get a
gives us-
GPE.
Right, to get the distance.
And then to get the circle of equal altitude, or the LOP.
Right, which is exactly the same as the spheres that your satellites are setting out, except we don't care about the rest of the sphere because we know we can only be on the surface.
Yeah.
That's the way a sextant works.
Yeah, but it just I lose you when you say it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Maybe that's kind of where I want you to.
The straight line difference,
give an explanation.
the straight line distance between your GP and your position is not the same distance that you draw, and is not the same distance that you would travel if you were to travel to the GP. It's a shorter distance because it's a transecting
On a
line.
flat Earth?
In reality.
Sextants, sorry to interrupt, gentlemen, but sextants were designed to work on a flat plane, not on a spherical ball. That's the thing that you're assuming.
Incorrect.
When you're speaking about this sphere, you're assuming that the Earth is a spherical ball.
Yeah. We're past that. We're
There's
just
a lot of
discussing-
assumptions going on, though. Yeah.
It's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine.
I've been listening.
I mean, you're giving an assumption too, because
No, we're not. It's not an assumption. But I'm listening to
okay,
what you're saying.
then explain your.
There's a lot
your
on assumption.
How is the sextant based on a flat
what I'm
Earth?
saying to you is that it's clearly obvious that sextants work on a flat horizon. Yeah, there's no curve. And then you plot. You take a reading in the morning, let's say, of your position. If you want to know your position on a map, you would take your position of the sun at sunrise. Okay. And then at noon, that when the sun's above your head, you take your position again from the sun, okay, and that plots you. But that cannot happen on a spherical ball, is what I'm saying. But you're assuming that the Earth is a ball from the outset. I don't understand that.
The only assumption that comes into an astrolabe or a sextant, and not even really a sextant, it really goes back to the astrolabe and the Nostra Nigram that you posted yesterday, is they assume that the sky is flat, not that the surface of the Earth is flat. And that's very clearly stated. And again, my argument against what you're saying there, Jim, I just want to come to the point. If you got a hula hoop, and that's effectively your horizon that you're looking at, and you look at that edge on, guess what? It looks flat. It looks straight to you, and you can still take an angle off it, even though that hula hoop is a section of a spherical object.
But again, that is the flat Earth. That is a flat plane you're talking about. So there is no curvature.
No, it's not. I've just explained why it's not.
Surface. We're looking at the surface.
Yeah, we're on a huge ball, and you see a tiny point of it.
Yep.
No, there is no level point on a ball. There is none. Zero.
It is literally, your example is literally a flat reference, though.
Yeah.
Kosho's got a good
It's
difference.
literally.
Literally, there is no such thing on a spherical ball. This is why water will never accumulate on a ball, because it's definitely level.
Oh,
This is
come
why
on, Jim. That's a
this is
silly
why I
argument. You know
interrupt,
that we've got other
because there's a
forces
lot of
involved.
hang on, let me finish I'll let you finish, didn't I? This is why I interjected, because there's a lot of assumptions going on, and it's just, and you're going like an express train with that assumption, right? But it's important for those who are listening that people like me do interrupt to bring it back to reality. Is that this is all a supposition when they talk about the Earth as a sphere. Hasn't been proven. So the default is that the Earth is a flat plane. That's why everything that's happening, even the boat races, are all happening on a flat plane. There is no measurable curvature. And I do get annoyed when
So-
you go on like
When
that.
you don't know,
When
you're
you
going to make an
speak,
assumption.
my
Cool.
last point is this. My last point is this. My last 5 seconds. When you
Go ahead,
speak,
Jim.
please say, please, for the people who are listening, we haven't proven the globe, because you haven't. You have
We
not
have-
proven the globe. No, you have
So,
not. That's
Jim.
why this argument is. That's why I'm here. So
Jim,
you
can
haven't.
I get back in, please?
But I'll let you carry on. I will let you carry on. Sorry that I had to interject. I just felt I had to say sorry,
Okay,
but carry
we
on.
appreciate your monologue. Thank you. So, exactly. The problem that we have with the flat Earth is the linear relationship that all of the stars will drop towards the horizon, being 60 miles for 1 degree.
Yeah, your problem that you have is because you have a misunderstanding of perspective.
And stars.
Okay.
That's why you have a problem with the flat Earth. It's your misunderstanding.
So,
I don't know what else to say.
when you do this honestly, and you look at those angles, the only shape that you will come up with that it comports is an oblate spheroid. The only one.
That's not true.
That is not true. That is impossible. That
So
is fantasy.
you're saying with the sextant. Hold up, real quick. You're saying with a sextant that we can tell the difference between it being spherical and being oblate spheroid, and we know that it's an oblate spheroid from using a sextant?
Yes.
Really? How do we distinguish
Well, I don't know
between
if we
spherical
know
and
it
oblate
from that,
spheroid?
or if it because the measurements will change if you're on the oblateness.
And that's in the almanac. That's visible. That because of the oblateness of the Earth, there's distinguishable differences.
Yep.
Then how come they didn't figure out it was an oblate spheroid until millennia after they were using the sextant?
That's just a bold-faced lie.
Well, it's a relatively modern discovery that it's an oblate spheroid, right? It was like
no
past 30
What about
years.
the astrolabe? Forget
works
the
on
sextant.
works on the
astrolabe
same
before that.
Works on the same principle and is a great proof that against
Principle of what? An oblate or a sphere?
the linear
We
relationship
talked about
between
this, Geo, yesterday.
By any chance, has anybody ever heard of
Have
the
I
geo?
got that sentence out?
Let him finish his sentence, please.
But has
The
anybody
linear-
ever heard of the
Go
geo
ahead,
of the
Matrix.
geo before Neil
Hold
deGrasse
up.
Tyson?
Media, you'll get in right after, I promise. Go ahead, finish your response to Flat Earth, where he said sphere or oblate.
This has been well known and measured by this goes directly against the notion of it being a new invention, that it's a spherical Earth, as the astrolabe from our earliest recollections all are in reference of a spherical Earth with a spherical sky over the head. Every single one of them.
Oh, so that's the lie. They actually knew it was a spheroid rather than a sphere or an oblate spheroid, but they
It's
were
just
lying about it. That's your
no.
claim, because you said it was an
No.
outright lie.
No,
That
it
was
was
your claim.
outright lie that the shape of the Earth wasn't known until relatively recently. That is an outright lie.
1735.
All right,
Well,
now let me
actually,
ask a
hold on.
question to the room. Let me ask a question to the room.
No, hold up.
Anybody
No,
ever-
we gotta nail him down on this, okay?
All right,
So,
that's what I'm asking the question.
how old is heliocentrism and, the spherical Earth? That
That goes
doctrine.
back to Copernicus. So that, if you want spherical Earth, then that goes back all the way to sort of Plato,
Ptolemy or-
Pythagoras,
Well, actually-
and then Eratosthenes. Ptolemy then postulated a geocentric model, and that was the model that was adopted for a fair amount of time until you get the Copernican model. And then by the time we get to the 1740s, we then get to the oblate spheroid. So I'm just doing a quick sort of chronology.
I appreciate that, but we're looking for a number. So around like 2000 BC.
Yeah, 478 years old.
No, so Aristophanes is 132 BC. Ptolemy is about 170 AD. Pythagoras is about 600 BC. Right. Plato is about 300 BC.
Okay, so let's go around 100 BC. Right? Around 100 BC is the discovery of the so-called spherical Earth. Right? Now, when did they figure out it was an oblate spheroid?
1730s, 1740s.
So, when I said millennia, I was pretty close, right? It was almost 2,000 years.
So now, after the astrolabe.
After the astrolabe, exactly. So you have to explain, Kool-Aid, your claim that they knew from the astrolabe and sextant that it's an oblate spheroid and not a sphere.
No, once again, my claim was that they knew it was spherical and not a flat Earth.
No, you said oblate spheroid specifically.
Oblate spheroid
exactly.
is what he said, yeah.
Oblate versus sphere. That's what you said. That wasn't the point of contention.
Yeah.
That wasn't found until much later.
Okay, so now the sextant
how are they using it then?
Spheroid.
So what people wasn't able to navigate back then?
No, because the difference between the oblate spheroid and a sphere is so small. It's untrue. There's no
need to call it break.
Okay,
fine.
Let him finish. Let's not lose our heads. Go ahead.
So the problem you got is if you look at the differentials, Silent Zero, between a perfect sphere and the
don't talk to me.
Okay. You can talk.
Yeah, I've been trying to ask a question for like 5 minutes, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Matrix. Go ahead. That's your cue.
About this oblate spheroid. Has anybody ever heard that phrase oblate spheroid before Neil deGrasse Tyson said it? Anyone?
Yeah.
As a flat earther, I don't think I've heard it before.
Not me. No, I never heard it before flat Earth myself.
Yeah, in terms of colloquially, like me personally, I heard it with Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I don't doubt that it was making its rounds beforehand. I doubt he had the wherewithal.
Yeah, but we like Matrix said, we never heard it really though. Come on, in your everyday life, going to school, going to work, meeting your mates, having a drink at the bar, never came up, mate. It wasn't on the radar.
It was made popular by him.
Well, percentage. Yeah, there's no point on arguing about. There's no point on arguing about if it's a sphere or a oblate sphere, since the difference is so,
That's fine.
Minuscule.
That's fine. My point was to call out, because words have meaning, and it's a little dishonest, Kool-Aid, to say it's an oblate spheroid, and we can tell with the almanacs that's an oblate spheroid and not a sphere, and then say, oh, I didn't make that claim. Now, if you meant to say sphere multiple times instead of oblate spheroid, that's one thing. But I would appreciate if you,
with the sextant and an almanac, you can absolutely prove the oblateness of the spheroid using modern technology.
Can I dive on the almanac and the sextant? So the almanac, the Sailor's Almanac, was something created by the British Navy. Okay, so this is where this originates from. And that goes back to host the development of an accurate naval timepiece. So the first almanacs came out in the 1760s or 1750s, I believe. And we can go double check that statistic. So yes, Kool-Aid is actually correct that the combination of the almanac and the sextant and the discoveries that we made decades earlier are a combined factor. So it gave us more
discoveries. Well, we need to parse that statement. That's a very loaded statement, Dross. So just because the two existed in the same time frame doesn't mean that they actually were were the same or were connected or one caused the other or what have you, right?
I'm not saying that there's a causation.
The sphere.
Sorry.
Hold up, I was just saying it could be that the almanacs were based off a sphere, but concurrently we had this, so-called discovery that it's actually an oblate spheroid, which is completely independent of the almanac. Just because the two existed at the same time frame doesn't mean they were, they were made of the same thing.
One was post the other.
The history of looking at it and we're recording what we say is well known and well documented in the British Navy. Those guys can keep records.
All right, so Dross, you mentioned in the decades prior there were other discoveries that led us to this. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so you had a team of French and Spanish surveyors, and they were the ones that figured out that the Earth wasn't a perfect sphere, and this was something that was already being sort of hypothesized at the time, and they spent I think about a decade doing measurements around the world, and especially through the Andes and Ecuador and places like that, and a few other places. I can't remember the whole of it off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I know that was around 1730s up until the 1740s. We get the accurate timepieces starting to come in the 1750s, and that's the first iteration. And then by the 1760s, I think we start getting almanacs.
All right.
So there's an interesting progression. And I will go and see if I can find the link between all three, just to make sure I'm not
continue with the conversation. So my question, response to what you're saying, is were they recording the stars, right? The positions of the stars relative to the celestial sphere, the longitude and latitude, before the 1760s or whatever British almanac?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It was Hipparchus.
And wouldn't you assume, not even assume, wouldn't it be likely that they used all of that data from recording the night sky at all of those relative positions, those star charts, in the almanac, that they incorporated it all into that sort of navigational data?
Well, no. The Sailor's Almanac is really looking at sort of where your position is north-south, and the position that you should be expecting on the stars. And they even include, by the time you get to the 1790s, they also include a slight adjustment for refraction, based on how far north and south of the equator you are.
All right.
And then it's not until
we don't need to get into
to
refraction. That sounds like a little bit of red herring. My point is
the way that as I understand it, that the French and the Spanish teams actually were doing that is they were doing angular measurements between points. That was done on quite high up in elevation, was where they did most of their sightings.
No worries.
To establish exact latitude.
All right, let's focus on the first thing you said, which is that for the almanacs, it's about that the sailors looking up at the stars in the sky, basically, right? Constellations at that specific latitude and longitude were where those sailors were. Correct? You with me, Dress? Brian?
I wasn't listening. I was actually reading something. Kool-Aid was going to do the sextants. I was doing the GPSs.
Oh, sorry. I got distracted.
Right.
What was the question, percent?
I try not to overstep my bounds when we read.
The point that I was getting at was that they were looking up at the stars in the sky from their relative positions and jotting down, the data points, these celestial observations, since time immemorial, almost, right? And all of this data was incorporated into the almanacs and the star charts and all that stuff. The British didn't just completely start from scratch and all over the world, just start recording the data all on their own. No, they incorporated star charts from before them.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter that it came in that the British almanac came in at 1760.
No. Am I wrong?
Really? So they didn't incorporate any data from before?
I'm just reading through the impact of that annoying French-Spanish survey. And I'm going to go to a better historical book. I'm reading an article at the moment, so I'm going to go and look at more of the history. But the thing that I find amazing is their accuracy over 69 miles, or 60 nautical miles, was plus or minus 50 yards. That's pretty freaking cool.
Does that have any relevance to what we were just talking
Yeah,
about?
because
Yeah.
now look at the statement that I've just posted. And it does.
Could you read it out?
Sure. It casts away any remaining doubts of the exact figure of the Earth. Newton's theory of the universe was right that the Earth was a sphere slightly flattened at the poles. It allows maps to be more accurate. It allowed navigation to bring ships to their actual ports. It also gave explorers like Cook and others understanding that it was possible to have international cooperation doing long-range science. Those expeditions eventually led to the Darwin's expedition.
That doesn't say anything about the British almanacs not incorporating any of the data previous to them.
Yeah, because we're talking about Captain Cook's exploration, and that would be impact. So I'm going to go, as I say, it was an article, so I want to go and look at the history, but it's certainly indicating that's the case.
Okay, well, I'm going to strike that for irrelevance.
Well, even if they built new ones, they're constantly being updated, and we use information being passed from around the globe. So what's your point?
That's fair. My point is, though, if all of this data was used, like, you know, was gotten way back when, then we would have known way back when that it was an oblate spheroid.
We did in the 1730s, 1740s.
No, even before that, because again, all of this data, these star charts, these looking at, you know, the constellations and recording their positions in the night sky, was done millennia ago.
Wasn't accurate enough to give that kind of accuracy. Plus or minus 50 yards over 69 miles.
So now it's about the invention of the telescope? They require the telescope
it's
to
about
be
the
accurate
accuracy of the measurement to get that result.
It's the accuracy of the measurement. You got to add in.
It wasn't accurate then.
It wasn't accurate enough, which is why we had problems going east-west until the 1750s, 1760s. We didn't know exactly where we are, which is why crap bumped into things. It's why we had problems getting shipping to actual ports. That's why you go, aha, I've hit the coast. I know how far north or south I was. Therefore, I'll turn left to head towards...
It kind of sounds like you're double speaking, Just.
Why are astrolabes not accurate?
I'm just not finishing my sentence.
Why are astrolabes not accurate?
The short answer is you can't get your longitude without
percentage. Do you mind if I postulate just a logical statement about the chat that you guys are having? It's yeah, if the Earth is a oblate spheroid, every single picture that shows a sphere one, it's fake. That's it.
How is it that
the
we
obvious
both
response? Hold up. The obvious response to that would be it's an oblate spheroid, but it's such an oblate, such negligibly an oblate spheroid that you wouldn't be able to tell in a picture. It just looks like a sphere. That's what they'll say.
Have you ever seen the one where they take the blue marble?
And then at that point, you just ignore them.
Have you seen where the one where they take the blue marble and they flip the bottom of the image around, and you can see it's about 3 pixels off?
How is it that we knew since the 1700 that it was an oblate spheroid, but at the same time, just is saying that the calculations and their equipment wasn't accurate enough? If they're not accurate enough, how is it that you could come to any definitive conclusion as far as to know since the 1700s?
So the 1700s is when the technology got accurate enough that we could come to the definitive conclusion that we are on an oblate spheroid. Before that,
which logically will be a little weird, because today in the 20th century we still can't figure it out. But somehow, logically, you guys are saying that in the 1700s you guys figured it out. Logically, does it make any sense?
Just because you can't figure it out, Matrix, doesn't mean the rest of us who enjoy things.
No. You haven't figured it out either. You haven't figured it out. You just choose to believe what you've been told.
What technological advance happened at the turn of the 17th century?
The big one in question is the sextant.
So the sextant is what allowed it to be super accurate.
Flat Earth instrument. It's a flat Earth instrument. The sextant.
Except it doesn't work with a linear relationship
No.
between the altitude of the
You're not.
stars on a flat Earth.
You're not gonna bastardize that instrument by saying that it's a globe thing, buddy.
Could you guys
I
tell me
mean-
what the main difference between the astrolabe and the sextant is?
Yeah. Clearly obvious. It's
Anyone?
A flat Earth instrument.
I can,
What was
but
that?
I assume you want one of the experts. So
No, you go ahead.
no, go ahead. One of the experts. Jin?
I said anyone. Kool-Aid. You don't have to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't
I'd
hear
like
the
you to
question.
answer.
Sorry.
The
question was,
difference.
what are the main differences between the astrolabe and sextant?
The main difference comes
right.
through your tolerance and your accuracy, and it can be best symbolized in the micrometer, which is
Okay.
I think
is
they're
a
one and the same.
device on the sextant, but not on the astrolabe.
Okay, but in terms of they both have a lens, right? That you look through, like the eyepiece.
Yes.
Both have the thing that adjusts it and an angle that creates the
Correct.
like when the image is at the horizon, right?
They both have an adjustable, a gross adjustment arm. That's where the similarities stop. The sextant has a micrometer that allows you to make fine adjustments that the astrolabe does not have, therefore
I wouldn't
increasing
say-
the accuracy of the measurement.
I hear you. I wouldn't say that that's what affects the accuracy. I would say what affects the accuracy is the actual notches, the millimeter or whatever the minute notches that it has in terms of the actual degrees. Because even if it's a kind of gross adjustment thing, you can still like move it just where you want it as you're looking through the eyepiece. So it might take a couple more tries, but what actually makes the difference is the actual tick marks on the device.
You are exactly right, percent. And with the astrolabe, you can move between the percent. So you can move between those tick marks. With a sextant, you can move between those tick marks. You can also move halfway to the next one.
Okay, so what prevents someone from using an astrolabe and because I imagine you could have the same tick marks on an astrolabe as you can on a sextant, right? It's just a matter of making the blacksmith or what have you actually making those physical tick marks. So
yeah,
what prevents someone from using an astrolabe from having it, as accurate as someone using a sextant?
The micrometer.
No, again, the micrometer just allows for fine adjustment, but you could still get it exactly where you want it with heavy adjustment.
So let's say I set my sextant and my astrolabe to both measure 39 degrees. With my sextant, I can then measure 39.2 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
The astrolabe,
I
can't get that level of accuracy because I cannot. There's no way to. There's no more notches there.
So the only difference is, and this is your claim here, your inherent claim, that with sextants they had more notches on the piece of metal that were actually engraved into it, versus with astrolabe.
It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah.
So what if I found a sextant that didn't have as many notches? Or an astrolabe that had more notches?
You still don't have the level of precision.
Why not?
Because in order... Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's make this bigger so we can visualize it, okay? Those notches are on a tape measure, and every foot you have a notch. On an astrolabe, you don't have anything between those foot, so you can get every foot. Then I'm going to come in with my sextant that lets me do inches, because it's that additional measurement. So we're both going to agree on the feet, but I'm going to give you the inch measurement, where you're going to have to round.
Isn't the number of notches the amount of precision?
Exactly.
That's not how it works, Kool-Aid, because you can still, it's not like it can only be set on every kind of notch, that it will physically only go notch by notch. It's fluid. You can roll it as move the angle arm or whatever as much as you want, but in terms of the actual indicators, there aren't as many, right?
Then you set it in the notch to make the reading. And
you don't necessarily need to.
Yes, you do.
I don't think all the sextants have a lock-in mechanism where it locks into the notch.
Everyone I've ever touched does. Everyone I've ever seen does.
Would you say it's necessary that every astrolabe and sextant has to lock into the notch as opposed to just you moving it so it's showing what it's showing?
Yes.
So you're saying when the person is looking through the eyepiece, adjusting it, it's like sluggish. It's like notch by notch, it'll move the sun towards the horizon. It doesn't do it fluidly.
Yeah.
Is that your claim?
You have to measure it with the notches. Yes. That's the way these tools work.
You measure it with the notches, yeah. That's how you get the angle. But you're saying the movement is dictated by these notches, that it'll move one notch at a time.
Yes. When you're going to make a measurement, you slip it into a notch. You use the closest notch. That's how it works. That's what gives you your measurement.
Yes, you use the closest notch to get the angle. But you're saying that you literally have to move it so that it goes into a notch. It physically has to go into a notch. That means when you're moving it, when you're actually adjusting the sun, moving it closer to the horizon, you're saying it moves one notch at a time. Kind of choppy.
No. Why would it do that?
Exactly. It doesn't need to.
What you do is you disengage the teeth so it's not touching the slide at all, and then you slide it back and forth until you find it. You release the trigger mechanism, which engages the teeth and drops it into a notch so that you can then make the micrometer adjustment.
So you're saying that when you get it as close to the horizon, if it's not, coincidentally on one of the teeth, one of the notches or whatever, when you engage the teeth again, it's going to move it off where it was on the horizon to the closest notch. It's going to make it inaccurate after you've spent all that time getting it accurate.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he said.
That's what he's saying, and that's wrong. That's blatantly false.
How they work, dude.
No, they don't. When you get your measurement, you don't take it to the nearest notch, and therefore it's now not as accurate as it was when you were lining it up onto the horizon.
I feel like he's saying the amount of notches dictates the amount of precision.
That's what he's
the more notches,
saying.
the more precision. And all you have to do is if you had a notch, like 2 notches, you could put another notch in the middle, and now that thing is more precise.
Yes.
That's basically what he's saying. And he's saying that when you actually get your measurement, when you lock it in, it has to lock into a notch. So even if you had it accurate at the horizon, if it wasn't a notch there, then you're fucked, because now it's inaccurate because it has to go into the nearest notch.
Yes.
Right. And each notch is a degree or half a degree or whatever, depending, right hand said, depending how many notches, depends how accurate you can get it. And then it locks in and allows you to actually take the measurement. That's the way.
All right, that's fine. I mean, it's wrong, but it's fine. My second issue is that you're contradicting yourself.
With that.
Yeah, okay, but the second thing is you're already contradicting yourself, because 5 minutes ago, when I told you, what if there was astrolabes that had more notches and sextants that had less notches, you said sextants would still be more precise.
Yes.
My question is why?
Because now that we've locked both of them into a notch, because that's the way we have to do it. With the sextant, I can then use the micrometer to move it up and down the sides of that notch and get it closer to that perfect that you mentioned on the horizon.
Even if there's more notches on the astrolabe?
Even if there's more.
You're still holding the sextant.
I don't care. I don't care how many notches you have. I have smooth travel.
Wow.
You just contradicted your entire first point, though.
No, that's what the micrometer on the bottom does. That's what the micrometer on the bottom does, guys.
Well, what if you could adjust the micrometer all you want? If you don't have a notch for it to settle into, then you're fucked.
you settle the gross adjustment before you touch your micrometer.
Oh, so you have another set of notches for the micrometer.
No, it's a smooth travel.
Exactly. So it's still going to go into the nearest notch, so you're still fucked.
Mercy.
Any micrometer adjustment you make, it doesn't really matter because it's going to go to the nearest notch anyway, and it's going to be like all for naught.
Yeah.
I feel that I am failing. This is a failing on my end to explain how this works.
No, we understood correctly what you're.
Let me get.
How?
Let me.
No,
go
you're
ahead.
expressing a preference
express it
over
correctly,
the
though.
astrolabe. You prefer
We
the
understood correctly.
Clearly, it's a bias.
Just when
It's a
you
bias.
are
touched
asked,
it, you've seen it, you've used it. Fine.
Hold up,
So-
Jim. All right, go ahead, Silent.
yeah, just when you are being asked if the astrolabe had more notches, you say that the other one with less notches is gonna be more precise, and that's incorrect.
Okay.
Wait,
I know
what
none
about,
of you.
what about,
incorrect.
wait, hold on.
Let me.
What if
let
one
me
had
try
no
to.
notches and it only had smooth adjustment? Let's say it had no notches, it just let you smoothly adjust it through the whole 180. Would that be the most precise one?
They don't make those. Those are illegal.
That doesn't.
No, I was
exist.
gonna say, shouldn't we get on, bro? No taking this idea, everybody. That's fine.
So the way I know none of you are gonna click on the link, but do you all see the picture of the sextant? Like the drawing of a sextant, what they actually look like? See, there's a trigger on the front of it, and then a little screw adjustment on the bottom. What you do is you pull the trigger, you then make your gross adjustment, you get it down, you then release the trigger, and it locks into one of the notches.
Yeah.
You can then use
Yeah.
the fine
It locks it
adjustment.
into position. Yeah.
You can then use your fine adjustment to zero in your focus, and that has play 50% of the way, or a little bit better than 50% on the good ones, to the next notch. Meaning you can get like a 31.7 just with your micrometer adjustment.
I'm gonna be honest, Kool-Aid. I've watched a few videos of people using sextants and like how to use them, and all of the ones that I saw, and maybe these are modern sextants or what have you, but all of them had smooth adjustment. They didn't have to lock into the nearest notch or anything like that.
They were. I promise they were.
Oh.
When they let go of the trigger and they took their hand away, did the arm swing smooth or was it locked in place?
No,
it would have to be locked in
adjusted
place,
it smoothly. It didn't.
and
It
the
didn't
way-
move by notches. They adjusted
And
it
the way
smoothly.
it locks in place is by disengaging the lock. The lock is a notch lock system.
Why couldn't it just be a spring-loaded, like, you know?
Well, that's
thing
what he
that
means. That's
squeezes
what
it
he
on
means.
both
It's a
sides?
spring-loaded thing. That's
If
what the
it was
trigger is,
smooth,
spring-loaded.
if it was smooth, it would slip, and your
Why- okay, hold up.
calculations
No, why
would be
couldn't-
wrong.
Let me just ask you, why couldn't they have the locking/unlocking mechanism, just this spring-loaded, like, kind of thing that you squeeze so that it, you know, the teeth
Because
move off?
springs
and
are
then-
quite difficult to make percentage, and especially back
doesn't-
in. So
my point, it doesn't necessarily need to be spring-loaded. It could be even with a screw.
So you're
It could be a
also
vice
rocking
type
around.
mechanism.
You're rocking around on a ship, and the idea is you can lock within a zone, do your fine adjustment, and the movement of the vehicle you're on is not going to impact. Even Jin's agreeing with me on this. Come on, Jin,
Again, it doesn't.
back up.
The spring is just an example. It could be a vice type mechanism where you just have a screw.
You can go and
that's
redesign
like,
the
you know,
sextant percentage.
Rubber felted tip
No,
that will
I
squeeze
think
against the thing.
percentage is right as well, though. You know, it's
It doesn't have
good
to
night,
go
guys.
into the knot.
Yeah.
And I'm
So
sure
I've
both right.
I've posted a whole load of evidence just on the survey of 1735, the conclusions from it, the improvement from it. I put in a bit about the origin of the astrolabe and where it comes from and when it was actually used. I will come and review this in the morning because it's nearly 2:00 in the morning here.
It's a shame. That is a shame.
And I've basically asked for equivalent, and I've asked for equivalent evidence showing that the Earth is flat.
Hey, Druss, are you trying to
Just,
claim?
you're
Are you trying
you're
to claim
providing
that
like a report for something that wasn't asked. You're like a goody two shoes that does
Yeah.
Druss, are you
work the
trying to
teacher
claim?
didn't ask for.
Are you trying to claim that the oldest
That is
astrolabe is from the
foolishness,
10th century? Really?
The oldest one we have, yeah.
I've already found they.
Yeah.
You know the Greeks. You know Hipparchus, or Hipparchus was the one that came up with the astrolabe.
Yeah, and we don't have any examples of any of his work. You can look at things like the Antikythera mechanism,
Well, but that
which
was
is from the 1st, 2nd century AD. That doesn't really have an astrolabe on it, but it does have a sighting mechanism. But the most
so that you're
important
trying
thing
to
is
say you're
mariners.
trying to go more than 1,000 years later.
Yeah,
Hold
because
up.
we don't
How
have
do we
the
know
first example
Hipparchus
of
had an astrolabe?
Exactly, because
I
we don't
read
have
about
any
it in the
examples of it.
Wikipedia.
Was there like a drawing of it on paper or something like that he wrote?
No, he wrote about the principle.
Okay, I mean,
So it's good. It's good evidence,
Well,
but I'm
because
going with rock solid
Hipparchus was the
stuff
one
where
who
we can go and
invented
touch it.
trigonometry, no less.
He wrote about the
that's what he
actual
wrote.
device or just about the principle?
We don't have any devices from that time. That's
No,
the
but did he
problem.
write that like, by looking at the sun, you can kind of get your
Yeah,
angle,
but
or did he mention a specific device, how you line it up?
He's credited with coming up with the precession of the equinoxes and inventing trigonometry.
Which are both
That doesn't
claims,
answer the
which are
question.
both unprovable, according to most flat Earth standards of evidence. So I went with the tactile stuff that we've actually found and we've dug up. And those two examples of the earliest mariner's astrolabe is from the 16th century. And the earliest astronomical astrolabe that we have evidence for is from the 10th century.
Anyways, I think we can all agree, except maybe for Kool-Aid, that the astrolabe and sextant does not allow us to tell it's an oblate spheroid instead of a sphere.
Absolutely right. Absolutely
and I don't think that was
correct.
ever
Thank you.
actually really the claim. What we've done is we've improved our accuracy of navigation through a better understanding of the Earth. And as I say, we've taken that accuracy down from, back in the 18th century, getting down to an accuracy of plus or minus sort of 50 yards for a set of measurements, to now being literally ad hoc, being able to do it to plus or minus meters of accuracy. So we've had a definite progression in technology.
It was an oblate spheroid.
And in the 18th century, they found it was an oblate spheroid through measurement. So what I'm saying is, we've got all of this good evidence showing the shape of the Earth. So where is the equivalent evidence, the same level of detail, showing that it's flat? And with that,
but this isn't showing the curve of the Earth. This is showing that they relied on the sphere, the celestial sphere, that they had in mind when they were looking at the stars in the sky and plotting their positions, that they just used the celestial sphere. That doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere.
That's right. That's right.
Is it actually written down somewhere that the shape of the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Is it written down somewhere that we could go in and read it and look it up? Or is it just like some sort of assumption?
Thank you very much.
No,
Thank
it's
you,
written
Matrix.
down.
Stay
it's
tuned.
written down in
Matrix,
very
stay
recent
tuned.
works.
You're going to have more questions. Matrix, it's going to get hot from now on. I'm going to be questioning them on the boat races. And I've got a video from Generism to push out, because this, I'm not letting go of this one. So stay tuned. When everybody's settled, I want to pick your brains, especially percentage, because he has a good position in, what's the word I'm looking for there? Line of, thread of thinking, when he thinks about the questions, he formulates the questions that sometimes I cannot formulate. So I'm going to be picking your brain in particular, percentage, okay?
All right.
In recent days, it's been brought to our attention that the Verdi globe race proves the globe, okay? Now, I looked into this yesterday for 2 hours looking into it, okay? Now, the Verdi race is held every 4 years. It's supposedly circumnavigating the Earth, okay? It's a 24,296 mile race. That was the record, I think, that they set. Okay. And I just looked into the race, and so I get this funny feeling like there's some kind of hoax going on, like the moon landings thing. Okay. Something's not right with the course, distance being claimed, and times they're doing it in. Okay. Then the Generism video that I'm going to post, they looked at the Antarctic race, and it's a shocker. the video is like 30 minutes, but the main concern is the first 5 minutes. That's all you got to watch. It's the first 5 to 6 minutes of this video, and they do the maths, and it turns out that the claim being made, the boats couldn't do it because the speeds they were doing was too slow to make it in the distance they were talking about, to complete the distance. And these are boats that are able to do 41 knots to do this Antarctica race, one, which is 102 days, okay? But the speed at which they're traveling is only 4 miles an hour, 4 nautical miles per hour. And they had to cover 16,000 miles in this race, okay? So I'm going to post a video. Want you to look, just have a look at it, 5 minutes, and tell me what you think, okay? Because it's something doesn't make sense with this Verdi to the globe, Verdi globe race. I'm going to post.
Sailboats can't go in a straight line.
Yes, thank you. They can't. That's
So
right. I agree.
That's one of the things
How many
that
days
police
is
will
4,000
tell you
hours?
about. Well, why that? Like you can say, like they might have a top speed, whatever, 41 knots, but you're only going to be able to go as fast as the wind is blowing you, and then you're not going to be able to go. Like I said, if you have to go upwind, you have to travel zigzagging back and forth into the wind.
Mm-hmm. How many days is 4,000 hours?
I believe 80 days is what the winner of the race that he always claims, whatever last year or a couple of years ago or whatever it is.
Yeah, 80 days. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but
Jin, you said that the Vendée Globe or whatever, it felt like a hoax for some reason. Can you expound on that?
Yeah. The reason I say that because the videos that I watch, the problems people are having on their boats, and the time they did it in, the route they're taking. I'm going to post everything in a minute. I'm just in the process of doing that. The routes that they said they took just didn't make sense. Okay, so you got to look at it. You got to open it up and just sit down with it, and you get that funny feeling that is this another hoax we got going on here? Because clearly it doesn't prove the globe. I don't know how it would prove the globe, but then there's a little when you stretch out the flat Earth map now. Where's the course? You can't align the course to the flat Earth map.
What latitude did they claim to? Okay. What latitude do they claim to be doing this at?
Okay. Let's have a look. I think it was
they never go south of the 55th. Yeah, or they never go south of like the 55th parallel.
Yeah,
I believe
that's right.
So between the equator and the 55th, or
well, they start in France, and then they go south, right,
south
and
down
then
to the Cape of
Good Hope,
South Africa. Yeah, they go down south towards the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, and then they go around this kind of like small Antarctic island, past Australia, New Zealand, and somehow end up coming back up South America and back to France. I'm going to post it all for you now shortly.
And
that doesn't prove globe or flat Earth. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah,
it can happen on both.
And as it was explained to me, like they don't go to any ports, but really what they have is like these specific points in the ocean that they need to navigate around. You know, they have to go to like pass like on one side of a specific waypoints. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like they go past the buoy, don't they? That's what they do. They go past these buoys. Yeah.
So, Jin, why does this seem like a hoax to you? I mean, it's perfectly possible for it to be happening. I don't see why you think that it's not.
Well, I don't know. It's the distances. The distances times. That's what I'm worried about. The course and the mileage. I feel that there's a discrepancy there somewhere.
You feel like
I'm getting that funny feeling. Sorry, let me post the map.
Do you feel like the speed is too slow, or what?
Well, the speed is too slow. Yeah, the speed is too slow.
Okay, but how do you respond to? I don't know who the gentleman is, but he said that they can only go as fast as their sailboats, right? They can only go as fast as the wind. and they don't necessarily go in straight lines and stuff.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. Now the course they take, they're in the Arctic currents, which is quite fast apparently.
Yeah, but maybe okay.
You see,
are they going in direction with the wind? So the wind, it'll be like a tailwind.
I'm not sure if they might be going again. Well, the current flows clockwise, and the race also goes clockwise. So they're being assisted. They're being assisted. You see. So when originally the speed that they were going at was like the top speed of these boats are 41 nautical miles. The Generism's point was this: it seems strange that they're not able to reach that speed, and they're doing this distance at only. Originally it was 6 miles per hour, but then they minused 2 nautical miles per hour because of the current flow. So it turned out to be 4 miles per hour. I posted the video already. First 5 minutes is what you need to watch, and you get a better understanding than I'm explaining it. But that's the problem, you see, is that the speed's too slow. Look, 4 nautical miles an hour. No, it doesn't make sense, man.
Yeah, I can't really judge because I don't know how fast I'd be able to go if I was,
Oh, I mean, if you looked at
the behest of the wind.
Races, yeah, if you looked at the races, I watched the race, and you can see that they were hitting some serious speeds, 60 nautical miles per hour. They were hitting in places. Okay, so to be traveling at just 4 nautical miles per hour, there'd have to be no bloody wind almost. It just didn't make sense.
But that being said, like my kind of my reaction, my gut kind of instinct is that they are telling the truth about doing this race because it's open to anyone that like registers for it and is good enough, I guess, or qualifies for it. So and they hug the coast. Okay. It sounds like a lot of the time. So I don't think it proves anything in terms of globe Earth. Not a flat Earth, but I don't think it's a lie. That's just my surface level kind of. I haven't looked into it deeply, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd like you to look into it if you can, if you've got time.
Would it be more appropriate to suggest that it shows you that the size of the Earth can be that big but much larger? It's like doing a dance.
That's a possibility.
It's like doing a dance over a dance floor, and the reason why you're taking 5 steps forward and 2 steps back, so to speak, is because of conditions like wind and currents of the ocean. So imagine that you could have a dance floor with a size, and you could navigate within that dance floor to actually probably even have a greater size than just that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it does highlight that the land masses and where their locations are is suspect because they're hiding something from us. This race is being used to hide facts as well. That's what I'm saying. Something doesn't smell right. Something does not smell right.
Follow your nose and let us know if you find anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you say that, what is the thing that is odd to you?
Percentage. Jerem just posted a video today about the boats and everything.
Yeah, I just posted it out.
Talking with the Vendée Globe, not necessarily the Antarctic race.
Yeah, I just posted it. I just posted that video, my man. Okay, it's there for you to watch. Okay, so watch it because it's very important. It's funny that I was looking at it yesterday, and this morning the video was up. But I'd seen that video before years ago because it's a clip from a bigger video. Okay, so he's made a special one just for this. So I posted it in the server. Please watch it. It's a long way. It's 34 minutes roughly. But the main point for me was addressed in the first 5 minutes. And then at the very, very end, little question mark at the very, very end of the video as well. But the first 5 minutes really does express how I feel about this race. And they're hiding things. It's being used to hide the fact that the Earth is not a flat plane, promoting the globe like there's no tomorrow. This is what I feel.
Possible. It is possible.
That's how I feel. That's the funny feeling I'm getting. They're likening the Verdi race to climbing Mount Fuji, climbing Mount Everest, and then the Atlantic race was like putting a man on the moon, sort of thing, you know. Really. So you know, I just felt odd, you know, nausea. I became nauseated, felt like throwing up. That meant, yeah, there's something fishy going on.
Can you please tag my name? Since you've uploaded the stuff, can you just tag my name so I know where it is, kind of?
Oh, okay. Let me do that now. Hang on a second. Oops, a daisy. Shit, what am I doing? Tag your name. Percentage. What do you want me to do? Just post something to you or what? Or what?
No, just since you've already just posted it right before, put my name and that fine. Or if you want to do them again, that works. Basically, something that I can assume to.
I can do it that way, man. I'll do it that way, man. I'll do it again for you.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, the video it's really, really good. You know, I mean, I just got that funny feeling. I said, yeah, something's wrong here. They're up to something.
They very well might be, especially with the name like Globe in it.
I PM'd you with the link percentage.
Thank you, Silent.
Yeah, and I've just posted it again just now anyway, so there you go. Please watch it. The first 5 minutes is very telling. It discusses the race, the Antarctic race in this particular case, and then the Arctic currents that flow clockwise. The race itself is held clockwise. Then they talk about the distance covered, I think, in this race is 16,000 miles. And then they talk about the hours that took, which is like 2,400 something odd hours. Then they times that by the day, 102 days, divide, blah, 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 do the maths. And then they worked out the mileage to be 6 miles per hour, 6 nautical miles per hour. And then because of the currents, they had to 2 nautical miles per hour, which brought the speed down to 4 nautical miles per hour. And that doesn't seem to be right when these ships can reach 41 nautical miles per hour, is what he said. So, you know, something's not right, basically.
So do you think they're fibbing just to make it seem like it's a globe somehow?
Yes. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah.
Do you think that if it was a flat Earth, that it would be a shorter distance or a longer distance?
I think it might be a longer distance because in the Verdi races, for example, the claimed distance they're supposed to do is 24,296. But in some cases, some of the competitors have done over 28,000 miles. Okay? Regularly, they're doing over 28,000 miles. You see? So this is my problem. Yeah. So the original race was 24,296 miles, and then in the article I read, it said that occasionally they do more 28,000 miles over that.
Yeah,
some of the competitors. So there you go.
Did you talk about the submarine cables, Jin?
Yeah, submarine cables. Yeah, he does.
I put a map in the chat, and you can just see that there's no cables that go from like the bottom of South America to the bottom of Africa, or from the bottom of South America over to Australia. They all get
I'm looking now. I'm looking at it.
North and south.
That's correct. But on the flat Earth map, it makes sense. On this map, it doesn't make sense. But when you do this cables on a flat Earth map, it's perfect. You'd have symmetrical communication. Yeah, because that's what they do. That's what you would do. I said to my children, if I ever have a boat.
Percentage up north, they have no problem covering the ocean, right? They go straight across the Pacific from North America to Asia.
To France.
And, yes, and then from the other way around.
Yeah, because the land is quite close to each other. The waters.
But down south, you should have the same thing, right? the shortest distance down south should be way, further south. But they don't run any cables that way.
No, they
I thought
don't.
it was,
They don't.
So it's
Because
not like over like the Bering Strait type thing? You know, like from the tip of kind of like Russia to Alaska and that sort of thing? Or is it clear
Kind of
across
looks like
the
the bulk
Pacific?
of them just go from like the west coast of North America over to like Japan.
It's like clear across the wide part of the Pacific.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Good
Doesn't add
point.
up. If it's covering the same
This is what I'm
distance
saying.
up north, why isn't it covering the same distance down south if it's a globe?
Yeah, this is the question, you see. Generalism asks that same question, the same thing. Why are they not laying cables in the south, which is the tropical Capricorn, let's say, yeah. Why haven't they laid cables there? And he said, perhaps maybe the company who would be tasked to do that would run out of cable. 6,000 miles he would be able to do, but they need more than that. So he said, as a joke.
Yeah.
But he posed that question. He
That's a
did
good
pose that
point.
question.
I wonder what the distance is on the globe that they do.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, man. There's something's wrong. And then I got this funny feeling that who are all these people who are competing? Because it's a lot of money, get a lot of sponsorship. Who are these people? Are they part of that 1% elite? They don't seem like the ordinary Joe Blog, Sue Blog. That was the other thing. When I'm looking at the French, because the French with their fucking Foucault pendulum and bloody Coriolis effect. Okay, so they're there. Then you got the British lying about there, going to space and everything else. And you get that Freemason group kind of feeling.
It definitely is like the 1%ers because these boats are expensive and it's a fucking expensive hobby. So I wouldn't doubt that. Like the rich.
Well, there
and the
you
rich
have
that
it.
are competing.
There you have it. There you have it. So for me, it called them into question. Who are you people? How is it you don't know you're on a flat plane? And I'm sure some of you have heard this. I'm sure they would have heard of the flat Earth. I just don't get it. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Because as soon as it was brought to my attention, less than 5 minutes, I knew it was flat. Do you understand? It was like all my life just came into one zoom and locked. Fucking hell, it's flat. That's how it happened, yeah? Yeah? Do you understand? The whole of my life.
It was the same for me, Jim. Exactly the same for me.
Right. You see? Because all your experiences has only been on a flat plane. You see? Yeah. And then you think, shit, how the fuck did I miss that? How? And then you watch on to your embarrassment. You're watching on.
You realize it's propaganda. That's how you miss it.
You're bombarded, right? Percentage by propaganda,
Yeah,
exactly.
Constantly reinforced.
Yep. That's it, you see. That's it. So I'm thinking if I can get it that quickly and someone else is being told, some of these so-called sailors and pilots are being told the Earth is flat, they should have the same experience.
I'll give you an example of what is happening right now and in this last 2 years something. Check out you see all the Marvel movies, how they're pushing the multiverse.
Yeah.
And now you have people. I have friends which they believe we live in a multiverse, and it's amazing, right?
Yeah.
The propaganda.
Yeah, the power of the propaganda is unbelievable. Bearing in mind, we are uploading this information from our teachers at a young age, but from that moment onwards, it's reinforced. Unfortunately for me, it coincided when they were going to the moon missions, and me learning about space. The first time, my first lesson at elementary school about space happened around 1967, 68. The program was called The Boy from Space. Okay, I remember the program very well. I actually looked it up on Google. The book is there. You can watch a slight excerpt from it. Okay, and that's when it started for me, space, and that's when my interest was triggered. Okay, for space, and then they went to the moon in '69. You see, this is why I was playing with the globe every day, because my dad had it in the house on the TV, and I didn't know what it was.
In Mexico, the first homework that they let you do or they task you to do is a simulation of the planet, like a solar system.
Yes,
so you go to you go to the shop and buy some like plastic balls, plastic balls, and then you paint them and everything. You bring your thing with the balls.
Yeah.
That was the first task I remember.
Yeah, we had to draw it. We didn't go out and make anything. We didn't go that elaborate at elementary school, but we had to draw the solar system, you know what I mean? And then learn the planets and everything else. And then you watch, it's called the program, the school syllabus, it's called For Schools and Colleges, okay? And in those days, we had this TV, which was on a black pole. And then when you opened the doors, 2 doors, it opened up like a camera lens. Okay, and that was the TV, and we all sat down on the floor looking up at this thing, and we were watching about space and the planets. I used to enjoy that. I used to enjoy watching that because they'd pulled all the black curtains. They'd pull the black curtains to darken the classroom, sit down, and here we go, TV time. Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday, boys. Like it was yesterday, not 60 years ago, like yesterday. You can't kill my memory off that. My memory is not dying. I am not going to be suffering from Alzheimer's. That's not happening to me, mate. I'll tell you that now. I'm not. No, that's just not going to be going down. That's why I'm always looking back. As long as you keep looking back and looking over your life, you're never going to forget it. And more things come to the forefront as well in your memories. And I just couldn't believe it when I saw that first video from Mark Sargent. Less than 5 minutes, I got that whoosh, click. Fucking hell, it is flat. Fucking hell. And I'm walking up and down the classroom, banging my head. So this is how they've lied. And then instantly, this is the missing key. This is the final piece of the puzzle. Wow. And then I wrote it on the board immediately. What is the shape of the... This is
and you start seeing more clearly, right? The things, like you start observing more clearly the things.
Yeah. I had a whole load of emotional roller coaster ride because I was also embarrassed because I was thinking back to when I was mouthing off saying I could live in the jungle quite easily. No problem, man. You know, pride of taking the family camping, enjoying all that, climbing mountains, looking at the horizon, and I didn't click. Hot air balloons. Look, hot air balloon rides. Still not clicking. Fucking hell, man. Jumping out of aeroplanes, Hercules, parachuting. Didn't click. 2 weeks on a sailboat as a childhood. Well, I wouldn't click it there, but I didn't click. But the fact that I remember it is good. So there's lots going on, man. Could not believe it. Could not believe it when I just thought, wow, that's how far they've lied. Unbelievable. They've lied.
The part that I always resisted was people telling me that they were able to measure the distance to the stars. That part, like, to me, it never made sense.
Yeah,
and I took the class. I took the class like everybody, trigonometry and shit like that. It doesn't make any sense to me. But
yeah, I couldn't work it out as well. I couldn't work out how they knew the distance. And the other thing for me was, can we see that far? But I didn't argue with it because you got the lecturers there, and you want to get the best mark, so you don't even think about going against it. It doesn't even come into your mind. It hits you, but then you forget it instantly. That's what it was for me. I thought, is this real? Am I sure? Anyway, let me just get on with it because I want to pass my exams.
Exactly. So, I did answer what I supposed to answer right in the exam, but to me, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was always scratching my head. But it was reinforced when I started working as well. And you're listening to the radio. They found a new Earth-like planet back in the 80s. You can buy land on the moon. I said, I was 19. Buy land on the moon? What idiot is going to buy land on the moon? That was my first actual outburst whilst I was working to a reaction, proper reaction where I actually spoke out. And I said, what idiot is going to buy land on the moon? How are you going to develop it? Because I knew then that we were a long way from having rockets go to the moon. I knew that. So I thought, only a mug would buy that. I said, the Americans, man, they'll sell you anything, is what I said at the end of that. That was back in the 80s. I was 19 years old then. That was 40 years ago, where they were selling land on the moon, plots of land. And I thought, what idiot's going to buy that?
Yeah. I don't know why Joe Bezos and Bill Gates don't buy land in the moon instead of buying here, and you know.
Yeah. Why aren't they buying real estate on the moon then? You know what I mean? That would be a fantastic investment. Yeah. Because it was
a fantastic investment.
You know what I mean? Come on. You can get yourself Virgin Hotels. Fuck's sake. Get it going, man.
Well,
the people are coming.
If you tell the Glovers that you're going to sell them a piece of land, then you give them a paper saying that they own some land, they'll believe it.
Yeah. I've actually got copies of documents where one of the Flat Earth community actually, I think either it's his relative or someone he knew bought the land on the moon. Got the proper documentation. Proof of purchase.
You work that real estate, profits will be astronomical.
I like what you. Michael, yeah, man.
Out of this world, the amount of money that you can make.
Out of this world, yeah. Out of this universe. What are you talking about? Yeah, man. It's funny, isn't it? It is funny, though.
All we can do is laugh.
Yeah, all you can do is laugh. Yeah. When I look
we're
back
never.
at...
I don't think we're in our lifetimes gonna beat the opposition in terms of the propaganda, like the machine.
Not at all.
We're not gonna win it, so we have to just make a do with what it is.
That's what I keep telling you. Listen,
we got to
reproduce. Bring your kids to the truth. Eventually, they'll get in positions of power or make their own schools. That's the only way you win this shit. And since the other side is not making kids, but I'm amazed. I'm gonna tell you something, percentage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm amazed of a lot of flat earthers that they are like awake to the truth and everything, and they don't have any kids. Like, I'm like, how do you know all this, believe all this, and you don't have any kids? Your knowledge to them, better this shit in the future.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is amazing to me.
How many generations do you think it'll take, Silent?
A couple.
Much more than
at least. Which is a shame, really, but that's the truth of the situation. Unless somehow, some way, I mean, we did rock their world, though, yeah, because all this getting the jab business, but that was due to Flat Up. I don't care what anyone says. That was due to Flat Up. We were rocking the foundation. We were rocking that boat, man. They had to bail out.
Do you think?
Some cases.
Let me ask you, percentage. Do you think if all the flat earthers in the world gather, do you think we could make our own city? I do think so. No, really? You think that's that few of us?
No, I think we could make our own place. Like we would have the numbers, but I don't think they would let us.
Yeah,
I think.
Okay. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. What you're saying is true there. Yeah. All right. What happened? I posted it. Oh, come on.
We make our own village.
Yeah.
Flat out.
Like unofficially, I think we could definitely do it unofficially. Like, just invite people and don't tell, don't call it the Flat Earth Town or whatever, and it'll just be like the de facto Flat Earth city or what have you. Definitely we could do it. We could even, there's so many towns and cities in North America. We could just like pick one and like kind of convince everyone to move to it, and that's it. It'll be the unofficial Flat Earth city of North America. I'm down for that.
Then, honestly. Me too. And then, since we're majority, we elect the people, to modify our education system on our place.
Yep.
To where we can actually allow to experiment, right? To explore, to do shit.
Yeah, we just have to worry about like when word gets out that this is the Flat Earth Town, how the powers that be will react. Like what will they do, when the other shoe drops? I don't know.
Mustard gas.
Yeah, shut down all internet shut down. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably
You shut down the internet for 1 or 2 days.
Evacuation. Yeah, they'll be like the water's unsafe or something like that. Forced evacuation or something like that. They'll find some way.
Yeah, that's exactly
to
what
kill
I
it.
envisaged. Yeah, that's exactly what I envisaged. What you just said there. Yeah, I posted the deed, gentlemen. I posted the deed and the map, the map of the lunar map, so you can find out where your property is. There's a deed there. Look, proper deed. This was courtesy of Jason.
So see, now they know that they don't need to create wars. They will create any virus or anything, and they will call it for the health of the people, and they will do crazy shit.
Yeah, but they have to do it within kind of within tolerance, because if they lay it on too thick, then people are like, even the gullible people are gonna wise up. They like, if it's happening every year or something like that, another strain for like 10 years straight or something, I think people are gonna wise up. Maybe. Who knows?
Well, I know some people that in 6 years of looking at evidence, they won't change their mind. So
that's true.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
In terms of current events, it's been 3 years now, and they're not waking up, a lot of them.
They don't join with the mindset of learning. They join with the mindset of teaching you how you are wrong, right?
Yeah, and reaffirming the globe, teaching you about the globe.
That's their mindset.
I need to find myself
Eventually,
a flat Earth wife. Have some flat
What did
Earth
he say?
kids. I said I need to find myself a flat Earth wife and have some flat Earth kids.
Yo,
Yeah,
Stacy, I think Stacy B single. She's I don't know if you've ever seen her picture. She's pretty.
Stacy's my girl. She's like a sister to me, man. I love her to death.
No doubt.
But she's with Jedi, isn't she?
Well, there you go. Just change the
think so.
sister and
I don't think
the
so.
sister's part, and there you go.
She is. She's with Jedi, I thought. They got married.
No.
Yeah.
No, it didn't work out.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's news to me. That was a very short one. Bloody hell. What happened there? What did Jedi do wrong? I wonder.
Let's avoid the personal.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
But yeah, I wouldn't.
I mean, if the person is not here, right?
No problem, man. No
You're
need to
definitely
go
right.
into that. I
But
fully
yeah,
understand.
I wouldn't be
respect.
averse to living in like a small town or like a city with a bunch of like-minded. That sounds heavenly.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
I bought a piece of land in the mountains in Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
probably
How
in a
big?
couple of years. This year, I don't know how big it is in yards, but it's a little big. Let's say, what is it? Like
what about in hectares?
And meters.
You bought it,
No,
you
it's
bought
not
it
that
to,
big. It's
to
not that
build
big.
on it, or you
It's
built
an allot.
it
It's
to
got
make a
something like an
profit off of
allotment.
it.
No,
You gonna build on it?
this year, like in December, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna plant some trees and stuff so that it can start growing up. I'm thinking more like for a retirement for me, like later.
You're gonna build a cabin or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, have my own
Nice.
vegetables and shit like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. What about like utilities, like electricity and water and stuff?
They'll have that.
Oh, okay, so it's like an actual, like, you know, small town where it's hooked up. There's a grid.
There is, yes.
That's cool.
You might want to look into using the sun and solar paneling and things like that. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Generating all your electric power. You may not need the grid.
No, it's Mexico, man. It's, you know, cheap. he's got that.
Okay.
He's got that U.S. money.
Okay, yeah, I suppose it does.
Mexico.
I might do. Like, I'm thinking of doing the same thing in Africa.
I make too much
Africa?
money for Mexico.
We're in Africa, motherfucker.
Close to Egypt.
Yeah, that's a good place. Yeah, close to Egypt. That's nice.
Well, I would say it's pretty cheap for you to do that. That, not that. That.
That.
يعطيك ألف جزمة.
جزمة على دماغك يالا.
Yeah, I heard what you said there. Don't be rude. Oi, watch it.
Is that Arabic or what is it? Percentage?
Yeah,
That was
Yeah,
Egyptian.
Arabic.
That's
Arabic
yeah.
and Egyptian dialect. Yeah.
Representative said he wanted to suck his dick.
Something like
Definitely
that.
not what was said.
No, he said these fools don't know we're globeheads.
Oh, that's fucked up. Percent. That was even worse than what I said.
That was it, though.
An actual translation would be talking about shoes, but yeah.
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 The shoe is on the upper foot. Ah, I see.
Well, I mean, with the Arabs, you don't need to be concerned until the shoe's in the hand.
Yeah, man. Wait. Did you see how Bush ducked twice? Fucking how did he get away with that? Reporters with both his
Quick
fucking
reflexes.
His reflexes were quick, man. He went down. That was fear. That was fear on his
White
face.
men can't jump, but they sure can duck.
Can duck. Yeah, because he fucking went down, man. He got up and he went down again. And that's the height of, that was
It
when
was
we
good
got
accuracy,
that.
too. The guy had good
Yeah, he
accuracy.
was right on him. He was right on him, man. If he didn't move, he would have collected the heel and the sole right on the face. Right on the face. Gosh. Blood everywhere. He was lucky to come. Then he would have been killed. I'm sure that reporter's gone anyway. I haven't heard from him since. He's probably well and truly under. Pushing up daisies now, probably, after that.
Oh.
But I thought, yeah, that's how he gets people. His was the only inauguration where they had to run out because the cars was being peppered with eggs and everything. Yeah? Fuck.
Yeah.
The entourage, the limousine. I thought, yeah. I thought, bloody hell, man. Yeah, this is a bad man. Huh? I knew it anyway. He stole it.
Obama's second inauguration or what have you been the same.
Yeah?
Second term.
Oh, second term, right? Yeah. Of course. But who would imagine that what's his name would be in there? Yeah. People were crying when Trump got in. This is the worst day of my life. People were saying.
Yeah, Trump was a fantastic president. Honestly, except for like the foreign affairs thing about the Muslim ban and some of that stuff. Aside from that, he was fantastic.
He says China. He blamed China for everything. China.
China virus.
Wasn't it a Chinese virus?
It was. Yeah, but people lose their mind over everything nowadays.
Everything, man. They're losing their mind over everything. You're right. They still think he's a president. People out there.
Well, to be fair, I do still believe that the election was stolen from him.
No, you can't believe that. What you got to understand is it's all part of the Shakespeare play that you're watching. So that was the deliberate. It's a play. There is no real election. You haven't had that since they killed Kennedy. Since Kennedy was assassinated, you haven't had a real election. Every single election has been rigged. So that's how it was.
I'm with you, but I kind of find it a little bit hard to believe because he took a lot of a hit to his reputation real hard in that thing. They made him look like
he's getting good money. He can wear it. He's got all that money.
But he has money. He had money before.
He had money already.
He knows what to do with.
Yeah, but he's got more money.
What would be the reason?
More money now. He's got more money now. And
to what
that's the
end?
plan. Look, that's the
I don't know
plan.
about that, Jim.
He had to toe the line. Look, he got the money. He was able to become rich because of those scumbags. Okay? So he had to toe the line. Remember, his face was pushed to be president in bloody The Simpsons. So that tells you that he was already a picked man already. He's already there, predictive programming. So don't get me wrong.
Let's hear a different
playing his role like anybody else.
perspective.
He wasn't.
We got
Don't
any?
go around thinking. Hang on. Do not think that Trump was his own man making up rules. No.
Oh no, not at all.
Okay, he had a script to do what he had to do. So anything you think Trump was doing, no, Trump wasn't doing that. He was being told what to do.
Jen, no. Jen, I disagree because he actually caused a lot of problems for the establishment.
That's the plan. That's the plan. You're buying into the plan, man. Fuck's sake, man, you're buying into the plan.
I'm gonna sound like a Glover. What is the evidence, at least, that you can? I'm a Glover. What the hell?
No, you gotta be careful when you're gonna sound like a Glover. You're admitting it, so maybe not go ahead with that statement. But any American anti-Trump want to give us their opinion? RC.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm a big Biden supporter.
No, that's not true.
I advocate for transgenderism.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Just the way he said that.
Get rid of that guy. Oh, funny. Yeah, no, man. Don't. No flat earther should be considering voting. If you vote, you ain't a flat earther.
Did anybody catch what William Shatner said after coming down and being interviewed? Did you guys catch that?
Not yet. What did he say? What did he say, man?
He said he alluded to this great catastrophic event soon to come if we don't clean our act up. I could post the video in the main chat. It was pretty eerie.
Yeah, please do that. Please.
Clean our act up in terms of what? In terms of climate change or? In terms of
he didn't get. He said the fragility upon this planet and the coming catastrophic event if we don't clean our act up. I'm gonna post the video. It was kind of eerie.
Yeah, it sounds like the context would be climate change.
And to think Leonard Nimoy, he's not around. He should have been there with him.
Speaking of William Shatner, who's a Canadian, so Jane, you said
Canadian?
something a minute ago. You said no flat earthers should be voting for blah blah blah. But that being said, there is in the recent Canadian elections, there's someone named Maxime Bernier, who's the People's Party Canada head. And this guy is anti-lockdowns, anti the stab, anti all this other jazz, basically the curtailing of people's freedoms. And I'm definitely on his side.
It's in live
Shatner. Is Shatner Canadian?
He is, yeah.
I posted it, Livestream 1, guys. Get a look when you get a chance.
Thank you.
It's a short clip, maybe a minute or so.
Oh, that's good enough. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well done, that man. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I haven't been looking, but I knew he went up. I haven't checked what he had to say, but that's nice. Bit of a date on the man, Shatner.
This Maxime Bernier character. He's he's like the head of the People's Party of Canada, and they've now basically made it so by the end of this month can't fly without having the vaccine. right? And he's against that. So he was asked, "What do you plan on doing? Your job as like as a politician is to go from place to place and kind of campaign and what have you. How are you planning on doing that? Without getting the stab?" He's like, "That's like my burden to bear. I'm gonna fight against it, and it's gonna be very difficult, but I'm never gonna get it." So he definitely got points in my book.
Is the catastrophic event that sort of geostorm, EMP, solar flare kind of
Well,
event?
that whole EMP thing that they said the other day was responsible for shutting down, what was it, over 1,800 flights. That was a lie. That was the effects of the what being forced upon the airliner pilots and them refusing. So a lot of them have kind of left their positions, so they're limited now on pilots. But that was the effects of that. No, I think what he was alluding to was a perceptual thing. I think from his vantage, he must have had some sort of eyes on something, whether it be up or down. Like, I mean, you could say some could say this is the coming of something upon the planet, whether it be from above or below, or in between, like the greenhouse gases. I don't think this is greenhouse gas effect. I don't think that's what he was alluding to, but that's me. I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist, right? Skeptic. So.
What planet?
Yeah, exactly. What planet? Thank you. Sorry. I'm still working on that one, man.
He's a globe.
Yeah, no, just pulling your strings. I know exactly what you're talking about. But a question to someone like Percentage, because I know you don't use fluoridated toothpaste, and I'm yet to ask you why. But did you have any experiences on that day of that claimed solar flare or geostorm?
No.
Okay.
I'm still using this Walkman.
Yeah, because
for years.
yeah, my brother did that switch a few months back, and in Egypt we had a actual like lightning storm on the day, and he was awoken by it, and he felt this pulsating feeling in his pineal gland, something he's never experienced before, and he was telling me about it. But
What date
yeah,
was it?
I think it was just not yesterday,
Just the
but
other
the day
day.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, we had an event here in California with some epic lightning shows and thunder. It was pretty eventful, man.
Yeah, it was pretty eventful here because we don't get much of that at all.
Yeah, I'm guessing we didn't get it where I am. There wasn't too much lightning, or there wasn't any lightning as far as I know. A couple days ago.
When he told me his experience, because like throughout my life, I've had experiences like waking up to a thunderstorm, and that's like when you just wake up to it, you get all these things going through you. Like I remember growing up, like I would think it was a war going on or something, and it just takes you. It's traumatic, just being woken up by a storm, right?
I remember being a kid, dude, being completely awake the first time I ever experienced thunder and lightning, and it was magical. It was frightening. It was, yeah, man. Like
vivid.
It was vivid. It was like I wanted to look out that window, but I was so scared, and like, yeah, it was crazy, man. Crazy. Remember?
So my bro was telling me, and this is crazy because this happened yesterday. He was telling me this experience he had where he had moved to this small town to work on like the rigs or something like that, and he had rented out this house from his boss, basically. And one of the neighbors there was giving away kittens, so he was there for like a year or something like that. But like in the first month or two, he had adopted these 2 kittens, and there was at some point like there was this lightning storm which lasted like legit 30 minutes, like unlike anything he's ever experienced or any even that I've ever experienced, like a lightning storm that lasted for so long, and lightning was so far away that there was no sound. So it was just like dancing lightning for like 30 minutes straight, and he was at this big bay window with these 2 kittens, just like experiencing it. And that's kind of the feeling that I imagine, he had, you guys would be having, waking up from and instantly you just thunder or what have you. It's like, it's heavy. It hits you right in your chest, That's how I imagine. Momentous.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of caught the tail end of that percentage. Sounded interesting though.
It was basically telling a story about how my bro ended up watching 30-minute long lightning show with 2 kittens that he had just adopted in a small town, middle of nowhere, in a house by himself.
And this is a recent event, or this was in the past?
No, this is in the past, like years ago, when he used to work out in the rigs.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. Lightning is something else, man. I love watching the show. Better than the 4th of July, dude. We don't get it out here too often, though, at least, where I'm at locally. I think the last good show I could remember was maybe a year or 2 prior to the big quake. We had a pretty gnarly tropical storm. It was a monsoon season, roughly around this time of period. And I was in the swimming pool. And all of a sudden, man, it was just cold and warm front right overhead. Just kaboo, dude. And it was lightning and thunder. And yep, I had to get out of the pool because obviously that wasn't too smart. So. But yeah. It's not too often you get a good lightning show in the city for whatever reason. It seems more at the foothills where the base of the mountains kind of meet the flat plain. Always seems to be the best shows that I've ever seen outside the city.
I feel like being in the pool would be relatively safe and would be an awesome vantage point for like a typhoon going right over.
I don't know. I mean,
You
could
just
be
like
right.
dive if there's anything kind of like moving around or something like that, and then if it's right overhead, you could just dive again, or you'd be like in water already, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal, unless it's like so strong winds that it would tear your skin open. Yeah, that would.
I don't know, but I think it's interesting. Like when you see that the lightning strike, everything flash, and then it like kind of slowly fades away. Like that whole glow just kind of slowly fades away. Trippy. Like that's the ether right there, dude, before your eyes, dude.
Maybe.
Well, that's what an ether field theorist would at least tell you.
The world is amazing when you think about like just lightning. You have the sound following it by like seconds. It's crazy when you think about it. How, you know, sound, it moves faster when there's a lot of matter, right? And light moves slower when there's a lot of matter. So like imagine how dense the atmosphere would need to be for the sound to reach at the same time as the light. Would it happen in water? No.
Well, are you saying sound and light travel at the same rate?
No, I'm saying how dense would the medium need to be for sound and light to travel at the same rate? Because normally it doesn't in air, it doesn't, and sound is much slower than light.
Well, I mean, visible light, right?
Obviously. I imagine like the speeds of, infrared and ultraviolet light isn't that much different. You know how they have sonoluminescence? How do they make?
Yeah.
How do they make the sound?
Just
causes the light?
the frequency emission from both ends
From both ends of what?
of the cylinder.
Sorry. So how are you have both ends of the cylinder and they're attaching sort of frequency to it?
Yeah, they're just projecting a set frequency through it. At both ends. And where both those frequencies meet is where the phenomena happens.
And when it does happen, is there, like, I can't recall, is there its own sound that comes from like this kind of phenomenon? Like aside from the frequencies that you're feeding into it, does it kind of pop and create its own sound?
I mean, everything. I guess you could say could be technically be sound due to the frequency rate, but the light comes from supposedly from the deformation of the outer gel, which creates this implosion, and it emits itself in this like almost kind of like an LED looking light.
But the
And
implosion, do you know if it's audible at all?
what?
Do you know if the implosion or like, whatever kind of reaction that happens, if it's audible?
Oh, well, like I said, I mean, everything is sound essentially. All sound is just frequency. It's just passing through a medium, but you could say everything's sound technically or noise, but at the audible level, it's only within a certain parameter that we would pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
But sure,
that's what I would. Sorry, that's what I would kind of classify as sound, audible. Otherwise, I would call it vibration or something like that. The way I would distinguish between the two.
I mean, like elephants
hear it.
Communicate like many miles apart from one another at ranges outside of our set frequencies of being the audible range, but it's still audible. It's like color, man. Like just because we perceive it one way doesn't mean that that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I would say, what's sound for elephants is not necessarily sound for us, and vice versa. And same with like dogs that could hear, those decibels that we can't hear, like above like 20 decibels or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Below 20 decibels, but yeah. So sound just different depending on obviously your listening kind of device.
Yeah, I think there's 2 bones associated with that within the inner canal. Some like odd shaped bones that are responsible for picking up that and transmitting that signal to the brain to decode it. But what?
You're thinking of the cochlea?
Probably, that sounds about right.
And the cilia, the little hairs that transmit the vibrations and then the
Yeah, you got those, but I don't think those are necessarily transmit the sound. I think that's more for something else. I think it's the bones essentially that pick up that vibration and essentially like vibrates itself to the said frequency that it's being projected upon it.
Yeah, I'm a little rusty. I remember there's like an oval window, the tympanic window, and basically goes in this like almost honeycomb type, this hive shaped kind of thing.
Yeah, it's been a while. But nevertheless, what are you implying? Like what are you thinking?
Well, the reason I was asking if there's a pop with like an audible kind of sound with sonoluminescence was to see if you know, like I'm just basically kind of having a thought experiment where if we had a huge kind of, you know, vat of water, basically like took this little demonstration and supersized it, and you were inside that water as you were like kind of fed this frequency through and caused this kind of little mini implosion, would you be able to hear it at the exact same time as you see it? You know, let's say it's far away from you. Let's say it's Olympic-sized swimming pool, and on the other end that you're doing, would you be able to, let's say for whatever reason you had the optics that allowed for it, right? Would you be able to see it and hear it at the exact same time? In water, does sound travel as fast as light, basically?
Well, all matter is light. It's just impotent light, and so I was just trying to think of how to
like for instance, if you know how in fishing they sometimes use explosives, and they just like throw it into the water and boom, a lot of fishes turn up. Basically, if someone was in the water, like, you know, nearby to one of these, you know, dynamite explosives that they use, would they be able to hear it and see it at the exact time?
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I would say you definitely obviously see the flash first.
You think so?
How far apart? Yeah. How far apart the sound percussion would reach you would, you know, obviously be dependent on how far away you were. I think the rule of thumb is a second per mile.
But you think even in water, the density isn't like not dense enough. The medium isn't dense enough for it to travel at the same rate.
I don't know, man. These are good questions. You know, I don't know if I have a good enough answer.
Yeah, because the basic premise is with more matter, light is slower and sound is faster. So at some point, like in some medium with like that's dense enough, they're going to be equal. And then if you go to more dense mediums, sound will be even faster than the light. Like if you were in a pit of molten osmium, you could expect that the sound would travel even faster than light.
Would you think it to be that the fact that the object in between each other are closer than farther apart, therefore it travels faster?
Could you repeat that?
So an object usually when it's denser, there's more matter in between space, right?
Mhm.
So therefore it'll travel faster because there's more matter connecting it. Imagine a grid, and that grid is closer together, therefore it can travel faster between the points, whereas air, the grid would be spaced farther apart.
Absolutely. That's for sound. For light, it's the inverse. You know, the more
light
matter
is exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you were to maybe look at someone like nuclear test or something, H-bomb test, like slow motion, like you would probably be able to see all of that separated. The explosion, the flash, and the percussionary wave, I think would all kind of be like segmented.
Yeah, who knows?
But yep, I don't know, man. Not the red herring, but what about smell, like terpenes and shit, traveling through air?
That is a good question. How quick does, what does, the sense of smell rely on? What carries it? Is it the matter?
Because the thing is when we're talking about smell is, associated with these things called terpenols and terpenes, and they're very volatile, and they basically pass through the air, like they cut through the air, and like almost find their pathways against the flow of the medium. So like if you had like a
Really?
wind blowing, yeah. So like let's say if you had a wind blowing at 5 knots with a vector, these terpenes would cut upstream through the wind
That's
and
crazy.
reach. Yeah, it's really weird.
But what does it ride on?
Well, that's the thing. I think it's associated with I mean, this is all only my speculation, but I think there's some kind of electromagnetic property, of course, coming from me.
It would be a gas, though. It would be still a gas, right?
It is a gas, but it's a volatile gas. And
Does it only apply to like turpentine and stuff?
no,
Or is this a phenomenon they found with all smell?
I think this is associated with all smells. All smells essentially these terpenols and stuff. I mean, sure, you might have some little particulates of whatever it may be, but for the most part, there's these.
If they bond to the air and the air is traveling at a velocity at a high rate, right? Then it would make sense that it would just be attaching itself and temporarily bonding itself
it's
to
going.
air.
No, he's saying it's going in the opposite direction of the air.
Against that. It goes against.
So let's say you have a fan. Let's say you have a fan blowing at like 5 knots south. It's gonna come from south to north. It's gonna, somehow beat the wind.
So you're saying that the smell is not downwind, but the reverse of downwind.
Yeah. It's upwind, and you can still smell it somehow.
Yeah, and same thing in the water.
Well, it would still be the same. It would still be the same thing that if the molecule of the gas would attach itself like a grid to the other molecule, like if we're going to look at molecules as something that we can visualize, right?
Yeah.
It has to attach itself to something, right? It's like anything interacts with the area around it to give it its properties. So if it has to travel anywhere, it has to travel through the medium that it's in. And if this particular, I don't know the nature of turpentine and how it reacts to the air around it, like what it does to it, right? Other than
it commandeers it.
A gas commandeers it too, like a fart does as well, right? A human fart, and seriously, that shit travels just as fast.
Yeah.
Like for example,
So would we smell anything? Do you guys think we would smell anything if there was no air?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I think it is possible. The only issue is like if there was no air, then what would be there to replace it so that things wouldn't just be, I guess, like I don't know, like vacuum locked or something.
What could have an odor that does not require air? Or that doesn't expel air? Like obviously a fart, you're expelling gas, right? You're expelling air. With a pie, for instance, you know, you have the evaporation, which is, you know, taking the water residue inside and evaporating it, and there's air from that as well. So where, you know, what could cause a smell but not have air? Like if we want to test this in a vacuum chamber to see if things can have smells without air.
So like I said, you want to look at essential. It's basically essential oils, like stuff like this, like terpenols, like highly volatile, natural aromatic terpenols and stuff, terpentines. These things would be picked up regardless of air, I think, and within, you know, being present in a chamber.
What would happen if you tried to breathe in, like from a vacuum chamber?
Oh, come on, man. Just take 2 balloons and apply more pressure on one than the other. I mean, it's no different.
No, I mean, let's say you pumped out all of the air in a vacuum chamber, right? And then there's a little slot that you could like slip your nose into without letting any of the air gush in. And then you try to breathe in.
I don't think that's a good thing to even address here live on YouTube, man.
Yeah,
why not?
Yeah, the air is going to come out of your lungs and fill the vacuum chamber. And you won't have,
bro.
you won't be able
What if
to hold it
it'll
back.
rip your lungs right from your chest into
Yeah, it's probably shouldn't be, you know, hypothetically discussing 1,000 ways to die on live feed.
So, Bacon, let's say you've fully exhaled. Do you think it'll cause like atelectasis, like lung collapse?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm not a.
It would probably pull
doctor.
your fucking lung out of your throat.
No, I don't think your lung would be pulled out of your.
Yeah, I don't think it would be pulled out, but it might cause collapse of the lung. It might like suck up any of the residual air that keeps it kind of.
Yeah, the inner pressure of your body.
Have you ever seen a deep sea fishing? What a fish looks like when they come up a little too quickly.
I think I saw that with squids. No.
Yeah, if you ever go for like what's like a ground, like a rock cod or something, and you pull them up too quickly, I mean they're all fucked up, dude, because they can't equalize quick enough, you know, because you're just reeling them in, and that's probably what would happen. You'd probably look like something like that, like Terminator,
Yeah.
like the fucking Total Recall, like Arnold Schwarzenegger on Total Recall or something.
The pressure in your body is roughly the pressure of the atmosphere. So if there is no air in between your lungs to push against it, your own body is going to destroy your lungs. It's already trying to do that now, but now there are air inside it, right? If the vacuum, if it escapes to the vacuum, it's going to implode inside you. Yeah.
So basically, there's no way to detect if you could have a smell in like a vacuum chamber in like no air, because you need to have air to detect it.
Actually, let me think. If you're able to obstruct the passage of air from your nose to your respiratory system, maybe you could.
How?
Have you ever seen the inverse of that? What happens to somebody when they sneeze and they don't blink their eyes or they don't close their eyes?
I can do that.
You could sneeze without closing your eyes?
Yes, I can.
You're saying that because you think or because you did it?
You can keep your eyes completely just
I
naturally
can keep my eyes open while sneezing. Yes.
Well, you must have some like strong fucking natural, I don't know, what's associated with keeping your eyes in your head, like ligaments or muscles or something?
I don't know, but it's like something. It wasn't too hard actually. Like I tried it a few times and nailed it down.
I don't know how true it is, but hypothetically they say that
I
your
promise
eyes
you,
would.
I can sneeze with my eyes open, and I can also sneeze with my mouth closed. I can sneeze like only through my
but
through my nose.
Can you pee and
I
poo
can
at
do
the same
both
time?
too at the same time.
You can't pee and poo at the same time.
I can, but
All
only at
right.
the tail end.
There's also something you can't do at the same time, but I don't want to say it in this live stream.
All right, guys. But
No,
yeah,
but I promise
your
I
eyes
can sneeze
supposedly
with my eyes open.
supposedly
It's a
they
myth,
say
I
your
think.
eyes. You think it's a myth?
Yeah,
You
it's a
got-
myth that they say that you can't sneeze, like you always close your eyes when you sneeze. That's a myth.
Well, because your eye, supposedly the pressure would pop your eyes out of your head.
No, that's not true.
I don't know.
And
That's
besides,
what it said.
your eyelids aren't the things that are keeping your eyes in your eye socket. They're
What
fairly
is it?
weak.
No, your eye sockets
Ligaments
are
and
what keeps
muscles.
your eyes in the sockets.
Yeah, it's
the
the ligaments and muscles, and you know,
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
fact that
so if you
it's
sneeze with
adheres,
your
like
eyes
it's
open.
You
adhered to
realize
your bone.
you realize there's no ligaments and muscles attached to your eyeball.
They're not attached to it, but they are controlling it.
You realize
Yeah,
your
there's
eyelids
muscles.
are the
You've got
only
muscles
thing keeping
controlling
your
left and
eyes
right,
from
up
coming
and
out of your
down.
head.
And I mean, they are attached to the back, actually.
No, the only thing that's
Yeah.
attached to the back is two optical nerves.
Do you guys
That's
mind
right.
if I completely change the subject?
No, hold on, dude. I got this guy around the
Go on, then.
fucking ropes right now, man.
I don't think you do, man.
This guy's on the ropes right now. Ref's ready to step in, throw in the towel.
No, your eyes, the different like the
His eyes
oblique
are gonna
muscles
fall
and stuff
out.
like that.
You
They're
think there aren't muscles in your eyes, Dicelo?
I'm not saying
not
there's no
inside.
muscles.
But yeah, he thinks that
Actually,
the
it's
muscles
actually
aren't
his head
connected.
is
How
so
do you think your
swollen.
eyes moving
His head
then?
is so swollen you can't see his eyes.
Let me
Dicelo, how do you
Google
think your
it.
eyes are
Eye
moving?
muscles.
You have like, you know, on the sides and the back, you have
Yeah,
You ever
oblique
seen
and
Dicelo,
you
lateral
ever
just
seen
muscles.
those you ever seen those
Dicelo,
metal balls
Dicelo.
that you
Just
can hold in your
Google,
hand and you
just
can kind
Google
of spin
image.
them around?
Just Google image eye muscles.
Yeah, I think you do.
You're going to
need
see a
They're
bunch
there.
of
Google
Yeah,
them.
they've
image.
got eye muscles.
So there's eye
Yeah, there's
muscles
muscles
attached to
attached.
the back of the eyeball. That's what you guys
The
think.
back, yeah, and the
No, to the
sides.
side. To the
The
sides of the
sides, yeah,
eyeball. Come
around
on.
it, yeah.
The back as well.
Can you post a citation here for me? I need a citation. This is
We're
rules to the
saying
server.
that that's on Google Images.
Now Diclo's on the ropes. One eye's hanging out.
I'm like Rocky Balboa, bro. That's what you think. That's what you think.
Yeah, like the complete back of the eye is, you're right, where the optic nerve is. But you do have like, you know, towards, I guess it would be like maybe 2/3 or like, you know, 3/5 from the front on all around the eye. You have your muscles just adhere to it, and that's how your, you know, your eyes are moving.
Well, I don't want to
Because
hold up the panel,
one
but I'm
muscle
gonna look into
pulls
this.
while the other one doesn't.
You better be right, bro.
I promise.
He's throwing in the towel. The towel's coming in.
Is Simon here?
He is, but he's not.
Yeah.
Oh,
He spat
he's
out
absent.
the gum shield. The gum shield's
Right.
been spat out. Towel on the floor. There you go. Voila.
Well, I made something specially for him. Well, I think I'll wait a little more.
Yeah, save for him. I'll be back in a bit, guys.
Yeah, nice one, percentage. Cheers. Can you imagine that, sneezing with your eyes open? No, I can't do that. I don't, you know, whenever I've done that, my eyes hurt. Ah, who does that? Who does that? Who sneezes with their eyes open? Ah, who? Nah, man. You're watching a program. Yeah. Amazing. Don't stop on my account, guys. Carry on, please.
Yeah, I'm just looking into this eye thing, and it appears there is some sort of, they call it a Extraocular muscle autonomy.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's the lateral rectus and the inferior rectus and
that's right.
the inferior oblique and such and such and interesting.
Yeah, it's got to, because you know, if you didn't have those, you would literally pop your eyes out if you sneeze with your eyes open, or maybe one would pop out.
Well, here's the thing: is if you look at those muscles, I'm just trying to see here. Okay, so
They're like
this
little
inferior
strips.
oblique attaches to the interior of the eye socket, but it appears the rest of them are kind of all essentially netted together, and then it kind of they all kind of intertwine into one portion going into the far back of the eye socket. So technically, there's only one. It appears one or two.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe two. Yep. Maybe two, if that are actually attaching the eyeball to the head per se, and the rest are essentially going into a canal towards the back of the eye. So it's kind of interesting. All right. Well, good luck with your dinner.
I wouldn't advise anyone to sneeze with their eyes open anyway. Just follow your natural reflexes to close your eye. That's what happens naturally. Don't fight it. You know, you leave your eyes open, and then suddenly you're seeing things at a different angle.
I remember this Indian kid back in preschool had an eye patch, and I was so just, I don't know, kind of grossed me out, dude. And like I couldn't eat black olives for a long time because I just associated with that kid's missing eye. Is that fucked up or what?
Yeah, we had that at school as well when I was at school in the 60s. Yeah,
I don't do good with like odd things about people, you know, like odd. I don't know, man.
No, I never troubled. You know what? I just do look at them. I never really got put off by them. I just thought, oh, that guy's got a patch over his glasses. Like he had a pair of glasses on, but one section was plastered up, patched over, and the patch was, you know, you get those Band-Aids, the cloth type ones, was one of those over his glasses. So I thought, he's got one eye then. All right. You know?
Yeah.
I didn't really think much.
I feel bad, you know, but I don't do good with like special stuff like that, like around me when I'm trying to eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Then there was this one girl and a boy. You know, when I don't know if it was polio, but they had frame around the lower leg. Yeah. Have you ever seen that? When they were walking to aid their walk, to strengthen their legs. I think they had weak bones.
Oh yeah, like Forrest Gump.
Shoes. Yeah, that's right, just like that. Yeah, we had a couple of kids like that in my class.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that shit.
Yeah, I didn't really bother me none, but they were in the class anyway.
I would be the first guy to stand up and defend, you know, somebody crippled like that. But when it comes to eating, yeah, I can't do that. Just stay away from my food.
Yeah.
Remember when they put special people in the restaurants?
Yeah.
Did they do that over by you guys?
Yeah.
When they had them like bringing the food out and serving and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, they got the same.
That wasn't cool, man.
Yeah, it was kind of like normal where we were, though. They're normal because they needed assistance, so it was just part of the thing, you know. Nothing special.
Yeah, no, I mean they should have opportunity and all this, man. I agree 100%, but not in food, right? Not in food.
No.
Nah, man, come on.
No, they ate what we had, but you know it was laid on for them because if somewhere in a wheelchair, they'd need assistance. If they're not able to walk, you know, they needed assistance, so they got that.
Do you want the special guy tightening your lug nuts on your tire for your car?
No. You know what? I'm gonna come in. I'm coming in there with a spanner in my back pocket. Yeah, all right. Cheers. As soon as I drive out round the corner. I'm checking everything.
You're gonna get the dyslexic guy reading the torque wrench going, okay, you're supposed to be putting them at 91 and it's coming out at 19. That ain't gonna be too good.
Ooh. All right. Oh, bloody hell, my head gasket's leaking. What's going on here?
Yeah. Porky did it again. Yeah. There's a place for everyone, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There's place for you, RC, don't worry.
Oh yeah, there was a place. There was a guy called Paul Wilson. He was really intelligent, you know, but he had a speech impediment. But he was super intelligent. We said he was going to be prime minister, the way he was carrying on, you know. Yeah. His name was Paul Wilson. His name was. Never forget him.
You had him pegged for the prime, huh?
Yeah. I think he went on to university, and I don't know where he is now. But yeah, he was a bright spark, definitely. It was him and a guy called David Gillespie. They were the two boys that had the primary school real original uniform. Everybody else came in their regular clothes, but these two clowns came in with the school uniform, elementary school uniform, with the cap. I used to think, I wanted one though. I actually wanted one of those. The funny thing was, because I thought they looked cool. Yeah, I actually wanted one of those. Yeah, they looked good. But I couldn't believe that the school actually had a uniform. St. Mary Magdalene's. I didn't think they had a uniform, but they did.
Yeah, it's amazing how sometimes you could just see the talent from a young age, you know, in certain people. And as the time goes on, they do grow to be somebody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few of those, you know, growing up, you know, you knew this person was somebody, and sure as shit, you've seen them on TV years later. It's like, oh, yep, I knew it.
Yeah. He was always in the debates. At elementary school, I'm talking about. He went on. He obviously went on to a different secondary school. I think he went on to a private school from our elementary school. But he was always in the debates, debating the headmaster, debating the teacher. We used to say, "Shut up, sit down," you know. But no, he was in there, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you know, when it came to giving out speeches, his was the best, and that, you know, he was the best at giving out speeches. That's why I forgot his name, Paul Wilson. I wonder what happened to him.
I had a guy like real talented on my football team, and yeah, he turned out to be pro football quarterback, NFL. He still is.
Oh, right, there you go.
Yeah, and I knew he was going to be something. Just he had it all there, you know, and plus the backing, and he was primed and prepped for his position in the world.
Yeah, I was lucky because when I was at the elementary school, we used to have these assault courses at PE every Wednesday, and I'd always win the assault course. I'd always win. The second person who came second was Peter Cummins, my arch rival nemesis, and he was always trying to knock me off coming from behind, you know, because you're running across the poles, and he'd be going on like a gorilla trying to bounce me off. I'll be hanging on, and then there's the rope climbing, and the slide, and then the chin-ups, the pull-ups, the sit-ups, and I'd do everything and beat him every time. Yeah, fastest in the school I was for that. Fastest in the school, third fastest runner. The other two that were faster than me we lived in the same block of flats, Henry Hall and Philip Hall. Henry Hall was the elder brother, and Philip Hall was younger than me, so he was a year down. And Henry was in my class, so Henry was the fastest runner. Then his brother Philip, and then me, third. Always came in third. Sprinting at school, elementary school. This is, yeah. That was funny, that. But came to the assault course where you're using more of your body, and I was always number one on that. Kind of like enjoyed it. But yeah, what a life I've had there. Back in the 60s, man. My brother and I were the fastest eaters in the school. We didn't aim to do that. We just came in, we went to school one day, we finished our meal faster than everybody else, and the fastest kids were saying, bloody hell, look, they're the fastest eaters in the school. And We know, just purely accidental. It wasn't nothing. Everyone was laughing. I thought, yeah, all right, so we're the fastest, big deal. You know what I mean? I was hungry. You know, we know how to eat. You don't mess about with food. Especially when you've got brothers like mine, yeah? And then I went on to secondary school, and I'd always be the first one to get to the first table that would be served first. As soon as the bell went, all you would hear was bang, bang, bang. I'm going, that's me slamming through the doors. You hear pitter patter, slam, door, slam, stairs, bang, and then a slide to the table. Yeah. And then I'd say, no, that's mine, that's mine. This table, my friends. Sorry, next one. Yeah, that's what I was like, man. I was always hungry. The food was excellent in our school. The school meals were superb. School dinners, absolutely superb. I couldn't understand kids who didn't like the school dinners, just couldn't understand it. Bringing their sandwiches in. Bloody boring sandwiches. You know, shepherd's pie with gravy, mashed potato, greens, and then topped up with like a apple crumble. Yeah? Or what's the other one they used to do? Sponge cake. Apple upside down turnover cake and things like this.
They had these most amazing chocolate chip cookies at one of the elementary schools I went to, man. Best chocolate chip cookies ever.
Yeah.
I don't know
We
what
never
they were
had
putting in that
chocolate.
shit.
Yeah, we never had chocolate chip cookies, but we had chocolate cake. And Christmas dinner was just the best. Christmas dinner was just the best, man. We'd have Christmas dinner, and we'd still have a party after that. So you had Christmas dinner with some wicked turkey and everything, massive, you know. And
you guys had turkey. It wasn't like duck and sushi and stuff.
No, I'm talking in England because I went to school in England, didn't I? I was born in England. So in England, I spent 38 years in England, and at the age of 38, I moved to Japan. But so in England, man, we had turkey and everything, man. It was brilliant. And then after that, in the late afternoon, we'd have a Christmas party. That's when you get your presents and all that, and more Christmas cake, Christmas pudding, everything, man. That was brilliant. And then the
Just
school
learned
holidays
about
begin.
wakashi.
No, they don't. You see, here in Japan, listen to this one. Here in Japan, Christmas Day is Boxing Day. That's when they have their Christmas dinner. On Boxing Day, the 26th, sorry, Christmas Eve, the 24th, is when they have their dinner. They have it on Christmas Eve in Japan.
Well, they didn't.
Why?
Yeah.
How have you got that wrong? Yeah, how did they get that wrong?
I might have pronounced it wrong. Did I pronounce it wrong? Is it wasashi or is it wakashi or? It's like the healthy Japanese diet. That's like.
Oh yeah. What?
How do they say that?
Washoku.
Washoku.
Yeah, washoku. That's what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Washoku.
That's the traditional Japanese meals: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah, or supper if you want. Yeah.
Nationally accepted.
Standard. Yeah. It's a standard. Man. It's rather. To be quite honest, though, I don't like that. Rather bland. To be honest, no, thank you. I don't really like washoku. To be honest, I don't. So I don't eat washoku, even though it's traditional. It's very plain, mate. Literally, it's like the poor man's meal. That's what it really is like. It's like
there's some books written, I guess, opposing the fact that there's some unhealthy things about it. Actually.
Oh yeah, it's healthy, super healthy, but
no. They were saying to the contrary, that there was something about it that was unnaturally unhealthy. Like it was too natural to where like they were eliminating. I think it was like bone broth and fats and.
Yeah, they were missing. Yeah, it was lacking.
Missing
it was
stuff.
lacking, man. It was. That's what I felt. Remember, I am the foreigner in this country, and when I came across washoku, I just said, there was no excitement on my face. You understand? This is food. You understand what I'm saying? My face was just expressionless. And usually food you enjoy and you get some kind of like feeling, but washoku, it was the opposite. It was like I don't want to eat this. That's exactly how I felt. So I haven't eaten that many washokus in Japan in 20 years. Not many. Saying that though, if you're a starving
like
man, that
one soup
saying
and
that,
three sides, right?
yeah,
Like one soup,
yeah,
3 sides, and then the entrees like a fish maybe or something, right?
pickles and salmon really, and rice and miso. That's what it is. It's miso soup, rice, some pickles, and the salmon, grilled salmon. Okay, and the pickles not too bad, and the soup and that, but that rice, it's just the rice and the fish combination.
They broil more than they do anything over there, right? Like the
That's
main
correct.
household, like that's the most used appliance as far as the cooking where it goes, right?
Yeah, well, it's changed a little bit. I mean, they've got a bit more modern now, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's they still do that, and they do everything else as well. But mind you, because they do enjoy the hot dog and the hamburger and that, and fish and chips. They enjoy all that as well. Quiche Lorraine, for example, pasta dishes,
Oh, I like
pizza.
quiche.
Yeah, I like quiche as well. I can't make it here because we haven't got a proper. But maybe with the new oven we got, maybe I might try it with this new oven we got. But yeah, I love quiche though, man. I remember my girlfriend's friend came round to where I was living in Finchley in London, right? And he was amazed at how perfect the quiche was that I made. I said, yeah, I can cook. And then shortly after that, a few months later, he was invited round again. He said he couldn't believe how I did a roast for dinner, and it was perfect. I said, it's all about, and I said to him then, I said, cooking is about time management. That's all it is. Time management. If you manage that time perfectly, you'll get the perfect results.
You're right. You're right. You got to know which dish is going to take the most effort so that everything kind of comes out on time. You got to be able to think multiple steps ahead. Be efficient.
What process isn't about time management, man? That's
well. Oh, I'm glad you said that. Yeah, go on.
I could tell you this, man. When I'm doing the do, I'm not thinking about the time, dude.
well, you got something to do, so that do is kind of interrupting something to do.
Yeah, when I say cooking is time management, those who enjoy cooking, and if you like motorcycling, you like canoeing, you like cycling and things like this, there's always some element of preparation, and if you do the preparation right, you're going to enjoy the event. So with the cooking
I agree with you. I'm someone who enjoys cooking, and I appreciate the process involved with it. And time management definitely is a major factor.
Yeah, that's what I said to everybody. Cooking is time management. That's all I said. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what cooking is all about.
I wouldn't say it is time management, but I would say time management is a major factor. Yeah. And preparation.
I say it is, because if you can time it wrong and it's all fucked up. So no, time management is the key here. The key is time management, and then the control of the heat that you're using to prepare your food. I said to my children, don't rush.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing is the metal at which you're using, depending upon whether it be the pan, the saucer pan, or your spatula.
Yep.
All of this is going to be applicative with the level of heat that you can use and the time at which it's going to take. And depending on what it is, some things, need really hot, you know what I'm saying? Really hot temperatures to get it right, to get this whole bonding.
Caramelization. I like
yeah,
that word.
all that. Did you get the video I sent you a while back, Egypt, on this copper hand-built copper pan? I believe I sent it to you. It was a long time ago. Do you remember that? Do you recall that at all?
No, but yeah, I get what you're saying with regards to your cooking utensils and what they're made of. That kind of determines or dictates that whole time factor and and all that.
Yeah. 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 It
Right?
all
Because
comes
if
in
you're
place.
using an iron cast pan rather than a Tefal
Tefal,
Tefal, whatever.
It depends. It
But
depends on the dish because,
I mean,
like
that's what determines your preparation. So I would
Yep.
say the it's all involved. There are so many factors, and
Yeah. My
there's
favorite
also
pan.
a factor which is
Go on.
kind of subjective.
Yeah.
In my culture, what they call a nefas, like your breath, or
Okay.
like how you do the whole process, your involvement in it.
the energy you put
The
into it.
energy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like as a
Yep.
mom, as a
Exactly.
whatever.
If you put love into it, or if it's just
Exactly. The
something just
love.
thrown together
I
sloppily.
put a lot of precision into my cooking. Precision. At the same time, it's also cooking on the fly as well. But an element of precision is always there with me. I have to say, very fussy. I don't want anyone around me. Get over the other side of the counter. Okay, let me do what I want to do. And I'm cooking and cleaning at the same time. So because that's what I mean by time management. So I can actually do the cleaning of the utensils as the dish is preparing. So it's like, did Jim make anything? When you come
Well,
in,
there's this
finishes it.
particular dude I follow on YouTube. He's like I would call him like a food connoisseur guru, to the point
Yeah.
where he might not be the world's best chef, but I would say he's the world's best connoisseur. Like, he dives deep when it comes into the understanding of like what makes that dish particular from, its roots and its origin, and why it is what it is. But he really focuses on, like I was telling you about, the
Yeah.
metal and the temperature and
Yeah.
the intensity of that flame. I mean, again, this is dependent on the dish, but like when it comes to, for example, making a sauce, you have to have the right geometry of the bowl. It's got to be the right
Yeah.
thickness, it's got to be
Yeah.
forged
The right
properly. Like,
consistency
all
is
of
the word
this,
we're looking for there. The right
all of that.
consistency. Yeah.
There's so many fucking factors, but really, it's the equipment you're working with plays a
Yeah.
huge fucking part, man. Like, most
Yeah.
people wouldn't think, but it does,
Yeah.
dude. It fucking does.
Look.
And you're right,
Listen to
Egypt,
this.
about it's timing, right? It's all timing, but within that, that's how you get the texture. That's how you get the outer texture right, with sealing in the juices while keeping the consistency within that meat or whatever it may be at the right consistency. Like, all these factors go into making a fine dish, I think.
Yeah. We're talking about where I live here, my house here. I have my own cooking set that my wife or the kids cannot touch. Don't touch this. This is daddy's, yeah? Okay, yeah. Mummy, that's the one mummy's burnt and wrecked. You can use that stuff. Don't you see this? And it's orange. It's orange because orange is my favorite color. So I've got an orange T-fowl set. Can you imagine what that looks like? And it looks like it's never been used. Okay? That's all I'll say.
I thought yellow would be your favorite color. Everything I see you in is
orange
yellow.
I like yellow as well. I do like yellow as well. But
Orange, yellow.
Yeah, I like orange. Yeah.
What's your favorite color, Dicelo?
I'm a blue-green guy.
Oh,
yeah, I took you for purple. I don't know.
I do like purples, dude. Yeah, I'm on that.
Blue
I'm on
green
that
makes purple, doesn't it? Blue and green is kind of like a purple, isn't it? When you think about it, when you mix it.
Yeah, those three like are my, where I probably.
I'm a
I
blue.
like purple. You're a blue, yeah.
Yeah, since birth, it was my favorite color.
Yeah. I've always liked orange. Yeah. So yeah, and yeah. So when I'm cooking, I don't let no one touches my stuff, because I leave it there. I know how I leave it, so I know if someone's touched it. And if someone's touching my stuff, I say, look, what have I said to you people? No one. What have I said? Yeah. Look at it. Look. Look at the oil. Look, it's still. Look. Who?
Well, when you say people, are you talking about your wife?
Yeah. When I say people, and the kids as well, because they know they've been naughty. One or two. I said, no, I don't care. No, you're not. No, go and buy your own one. That's what I said. We're giving you money, save money, go and buy your own one. I'm that fussy. I am that fussy.
Yeah, man.
They don't complain when I'm cooking good. I said, you never complain when the food is good, yeah? Okay, so the reason why the good is food is because I keep everything like new, yeah? So the food is coming out new, not burnt. You don't taste burnt when I'm cooking. You don't taste burnt anything, do you? Right. Okay, don't touch my stuff, yeah? Thank you. Not a lot to ask. Yeah. But I'm into that keeping things forever. Keeping things forever mentality, I am. You know? I'm not buying to throw away. That's what I'm saying, you know what I mean? That's how I've always been. I don't buy to replace, I buy to keep. So obviously I'm going to choose wisely. And yeah, and then if you just leave me alone, leave me there, it'll be there in 50 years. No problem. There it is. Look at that. Yeah, like new. That's right. Yeah. Because that's the thing about life, you know. We're talking because we like cooking, and I think we can call ourselves connoisseurs to a point. But there are women out there who panic cook, I have to say. Panic cooking. The heat's fucking full on. And then you're getting burnt offerings at times, you know, and you think, what the fuck did you just do there? You wasted energy, you burnt the pan, kitchen is full of smoke. Fuck me, man, what's going on? You know, let's bring it down, slow it down. Don't get stressed out with it. Relax. Do the preparation first. You know, you're cooking because you don't want to cook. That's what panic cooking is all about. You don't want to cook. When you want to cook, you will prepare. You will allow the time, allot that time to cook, so you get that good result. So you don't end up wasting the gas, burning the utensils, stinking out the kitchen where you got to open all the windows. Yeah, man, I'm like that. I've always been like that.
You know, Jin,
Yeah,
Jin, you should have a cooking show on the old YouTube. Just you just cooking shit and just talking and.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. You know, that would be something I would enjoy because, you know, I have a little glass of wine there and I sip that as my little aperitif as I'm getting it all ready. Yeah, man. Showing all the preparations, dishes laid down nicely. Heat up the oil. Yeah, fire up the cut. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, get the garlic and the green peppers and pepper. Yeah, get that all in it. Oh, just too high. Bring it down a bit. Yeah, get the meat. Wicked, man. And then get that curry sauce. Yeah, pour that on top. Bring that in. Okay, and then put that in the bowl there. Wicked. Get the tissue. Clean that inside. My favorite pan is the wok, by the way. That's my favorite to use. The universal, ubiquitous, the old wok. That's a nice one. I love that. Do anything with that. Stews a lot. So I use that a lot. The wok. And then when you're doing your steaks and grilled fish and that, yeah, then I use another. Use the grill or just use the pan. Because I eat my
Everybody
salmon.
watching the Dodger game right now or something? You guys all zonked out?
Yeah, where is everybody? I think they're
We're all
hungry.
dodgered out.
They're hungry, man.
I think some of them are on the Brandon server.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys want to do the Brandon server, do you? Do you want to talk about the geometry of the two-dimensional circle, do you?
What about Foolish? What about Foolish trying to sell us that the sextant is working on a globe, and when you're on a globe, you see flat. Now that's just crap, isn't it? There
It's
is no
weird.
flat surface on a spherical ball.
It's
None.
weird how everything is described flat, how planes are described flat, how boats are described on flat. Anything that's designed is designed to work on a flat surface. But we live on a globe for some reason.
Yeah. It's excellent point. Excellent point. Yeah, that's exactly right. I just laughed when I heard that, you know? You know? It's funny. There is no flat spot. I love this one. I say there is no flat spot on a spherical ball because the ball is not level, and water always wants to find its level. So it just rolls off because the ball is not level. And water likes to find its level. It will roll until it finds a place to level up. All right. It's never going to level up on a ball. It's never going to level up on a spinning ball, for that matter.
Matrix, are you a hip hop guy?
What was that?
Are you a hip hop guy?
You like hip hop?
I like all kinds of music, not particularly hip hop or anything specific, but I appreciate music.
Okay.
Yeah, nice one. Where are you on the flat Earth? Whereabouts are you living on the flat Earth, man? As you know, I'm in Japan. So where are you?
Oh, I'm in New York.
Okay.
How old are you roughly, Matrix?
37.
37.
Okay.
Oh, many,
Tell me if
many
you
years
heard
to
of
go.
the OGC.
Oh, OGC.
No, I haven't heard. I don't recall OGC.
Original gun clappers. They came from the East Coast.
All right. You might want to look them up. You might be enlightened somehow.
Your voice reminds me of like one of the dudes from that group.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's got a
Dude, I
special
always
voice
have
there.
people telling me like my voice reminds me of them. I speak like a certain actor. I always have like people telling me that type of shit.
Well, maybe you need to get yourself an agent and see if you can put that to use, man. Make some money off that.
Make some money on the flat Earth if you could. That would be the one, really.
The thing is, bro, I'm like a contrarian kind of person. I'm not even a flat earther, and I've never been a flat earther because I always understood since the very beginning that flat is an aspect of a shape, and the only shape that doesn't have a flat surface is a sphere. So you know, so flat Earth is like I don't know, it's like a code word or something, like it's like an agenda or something, you know, because the world it can't be flat. It is retarded. We have hills, valleys, mountains.
Yeah, but we don't mean it in that sense. We don't mean it in that sense because when you have an overview of the Earth from a high observation point, it looks dead flat, doesn't it? It does look flat.
Well, here's the other thing too.
Definitely
Here's
not
the other
spherical.
thing. We're talking about the overall thing because, like,
Yeah.
somebody like here's the thing. Like when you talk about a bowling ball, right? You think of that as being a smooth sphere.
Spherical ball.
But when you look at a bowling ball under a microscope and compare the imperfections, it's got crevices, and if you were to measure those crevices on that bowling ball, and you were to compare it proportionally to the ratios of the Earth in perspective, the bowling ball would have crevasses deeper than the Marianas Trench.
Wow.
Think about that.
And if the Earth was really a planet, we wouldn't have found so many anomalies and no red flags would have gone off. It would have easily been established years ago.
Well said,
There'd be
bro.
no questions, no doubts. It would be
That's
clear.
right.
Everybody would know exactly what's going on. And because if the scientists can understand it, so can we.
Yeah, that's very well said, Mel. I've often likened it to switching on a light. That easy.
Right. Right. You know where it connects. You know what's coming in. You know what's going out.
Yep.
Input, output. They treat us like we're retarded children.
Well, we act like it though. Don't we? Look at humanity.
A little bit.
Look
A
at
little
humanity. It's docile. It's a docile animal. Bloody hell.
They made us like this though.
I don't think they made us. It isn't fair to say that they made us this way. I think our own laziness made us this way.
Thank
our
you.
parents,
I
our
agree with you,
grandparents, they
Matrix.
were all lazy. They all didn't pay attention to what they needed to. They didn't listen to that little voice in the back of their head telling them to do something, and they became lazy and they failed us. And this is why we're here. It's our fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. It was my fault that it took 53 years to learn that the Earth is a level plane. That's my fault. I kick myself all the time for that. You know what I mean? Because I believed in what I was told, but I didn't check it. That was my mistake, you see.
So it's about accepting responsibility.
Yeah, that's right. That's what Matrix is doing. Good man. It's exactly correct.
He's owning it.
I've always said that. I've always said that. We are the ones that are allowing this thing to happen. So all the wars that are happening on this earth where children are dying, it's our fault. No one else. Us.
There's no one to blame.
We are
No
to
one
blame.
to blame.
Yes, our fault. We are to blame. We are to blame here, without a doubt. Because enough is enough. We know what's going on.
that's probably why God doesn't intervene either. If God can intervene,
Let me tell you something. If I made a beautiful, beautiful flat Earth, and people are busy fighting and killing themselves and lying that they're going to the moon, why am I going to come and help? I'm going to punish you when you come up. Yeah. So that's what
Every
you're doing
time.
with the gift I gave you.
Every time God has come in the Bible and has helped and intervened, it's good for a while and then it turns to shit right away. After
yeah.
doing that so many years, how long do you think it will take for God to get tired and be like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck
Good
it.
luck. Good luck, dudes.
Yes. Let me see how far they're going to go with their stupidity. God's looking and just, shaking his head.
Face palming. Yeah, face palming.
Seeing the nappy on the face now, and now they're trying to kill themselves with the air, no breathing. Oh my word, he's thinking.
Yeah.
Look at
All
this
right.
idiot. Hey, God's not coming to help. I've said it to everybody. Don't look to God to come and help you here. We make the mess. We have to clean it up. He's not coming to help you. Forget
Definitely.
that.
I don't think this place, whatever this place is Rome. I don't think this place there's gonna be one superhero that's gonna save everyone. I think the way this place was designed was that you're supposed to help yourself.
Yes, that's the test. That's the test matrix. You got it. That's what this is all about. How well can we live together on this earth is the test. And we've allowed a 1% to dictate. They want to replace God. It's what they're doing here. And we're allowing it to happen.
You think that they're trying to replace God because they for sure believe in God.
Well, they're
We
trying
are
to say
the
that they're better, they know more
heathens.
than God because
Of
of
course.
the things that they create, and they intervene with God's perfection. They've always stuck the middle finger up to creation. They've never respected creation. If they respected creation, we wouldn't have toxic chemicals around or any of that. We'd be living and coexisting in harmony with nature's. But they're not doing that. GMO. I mean, if there's
problem
anything,
is-
GMO, for example, genetically modified, that tells you they're trying to just destroy this creation.
The problem is with coexisting in harmony and all of that, right? That sounds good on paper, but
Yeah.
when people are happy, they tend to not be as attentive to the things that they need to be attentive, right? So let's just say everybody's in paradise. How long would it take for governments to fall, for structure to fall? Because everybody's happy and nobody wants to do anything, right? So there has to be a working class. There has to be an elite class because, believe it or not, these are the people that actually make infrastructure. None of us are sitting down making infrastructure. Look what I'm doing. I'm smoking weed right now, talking shit with you guys. You know what I'm saying? While these people that we call are devilish or they don't care, they're developing technologies and infrastructure to better society. We don't do none of that. So how is it that we have the audacity to say that they're evil, but us that we're lazy and we don't do shit, we're somehow angelic beings? It doesn't make any sense. The only thing that does make sense for me is that they are the ones that are actually the good people, and maybe we're the heathens.
No, they're not the good people at all because the technology that they have actually built has killed innocent people unnecessary. It's poisoning the earth terribly, yeah, and it's causing us mayhem. They've taxed our ass. Wear your mask and shut up, basically. No, that's wrong. But it's our fault, of course, but they are definitely the wrong ones. You don't kill in the name of freedom when you were born, when you should have been born free already. The earth was made free for you to live on. The food is already growing free already. So to use the word we're fighting for freedom is bullshit at the end of the day. But we've allowed this situation to happen. Okay, we've allowed it. We were born into this thing. And now that I understand what's going on, now we have to try and change that. And that's what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean? I am trying. And one way is to educate my children and anyone else around me to the plight of what humanity is under, and then stop fighting, stop feeding the beast. Don't go and do. Sorry, when I say stop fighting, what I mean is stop voting and voting for your demise and the demise of humanity. Stop all that. That's what we got to do. The infrastructure is still going to be made. It doesn't have to cost money. We don't need money to live on this earth. These things should be done for free. That's it. I've always said that, That's
I
what
mean,
I've
that
always
sounds good and
understood.
all. It sounds good and all, Jim. But remember, like, even these technologies that we're using to communicate, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
10, 20 years ago, you know, this wasn't available. So somebody had to develop it. Somebody had to develop the infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to say that. It's good to say that we could live in harmony. Yeah, that sounds good. But can we live in harmony though? Like, how long is it gonna
I do
take
believe
until
we
we're in
can.
paradise? Until things stop being paradise? Right? Until somebody decides to take a little bit of somebody's property, until somebody decides not to maintain the infrastructure, therefore shit. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah, no,
tend
that
to
can easily be
get
stopped.
complacent.
That can easily be stopped. That can easily be stopped because when you've got life and it's given to you, and you're living in harmony with nature, you know, you're not paying any taxes. You're living. If you're acting in that way, you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. You're going to look a fool. I mean, what are you doing? The life. Then you put them into a correction facility where they psychologically get reprogrammed to understand their life themselves. They'll know when they're ready to come out because they're going to have to come out. It's going to be that easy that they will decide when they come out. You know what I mean? You're not in there for 6
think
months.
they're not gonna resent you for involuntarily stuffing them somewhere, even though you trying to help them? Like pretty much every other dictator that's been called a dictator, right? They're in one way, shape, or form, they are trying to help their people. The problem is the people don't like to be told, even if it's the truth. They don't
But
like
there'd
to
be no
be
need for the
forced.
action. The action of taking somebody's property to help their people is wrong. There's enough material there, you can have that. There should be none of that going on, taking of someone else's property. If you want it, well, we can make you one and you can have one. You don't have to go and take somebody else's. So that kind of action of greed and thuggery and that will be punishable. You go into a facility where you're taught about the rights and wrongs, and then that individual will know when he or she's ready to come out because, okay, I understand I'm coming out today. Okay, go. So you're out now, good. And then we're going to be watching your actions. So, you're going to correct yourself. I guarantee you, I don't have to correct you. Your integrity will come through because I know you've got it in you. I know you've got it in you. So go ahead. Yeah, you said you're ready to go. Because if you make another mistake, you're coming back. That's as simple as that. It's that simple.
That sounds like a threat, though, Jim.
No,
when
it's not a threat.
you
It's
said
not
it
a
nice
threat
and
because
polite
it's
and
there.
all, but it sounds like we're gonna put you in this camp until you act right, and if you don't act right, you're going back to the camp.
No. Look, I'm going to put you into this camp. We're going to teach you. We're going to show you the errors of your ways. You will leave this establishment when you are ready to leave. You will tell us when you're ready to leave. Okay? Okay, so you've understood? Okay. So if we put them in today and next week they want to get out, okay, there you go. Carry on. But if you make that same mistake, you're coming back. Okay, because you said you understood. Away you go. So it's not really like punishment, is it? Because the correction is down to them. They've got to want to correct themselves. That's all we're doing. Simple.
You know
Nothing
that
cool.
the Scientologists, they have something similar. Oh damn, what is it called? It's called getting reprogrammed or something like that. When their constituents start asking questions, they have like this special camp that they take them. You know, who knows what they do to them in there, but they come out straight as a motherfucker.
There you go. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. But no drugs. There will be no drugs, no drug intervention at all. It's clean understanding of yes, no, right and wrong, good and bad. It's a simple formula there. Carry on. So you interviewed him. Was your action correct in a society where everybody has everything they need? You're busy taking someone else's property. Is that action coherent? Was that good? And then they're going to have to answer that question themselves, haven't they? Of course they're going to have to answer it. Right. So it's easy,
The problem is most of us have been demoralized to the point that we are unable to recognize truth.
Okay, now I'm glad you said that. But those who haven't been demoralized are in the best position to help them realize the truth. That's all I'm saying. And you don't really have to be a psychiatrist, psychologist. You don't have to be. Just being genuine enough and understand the good and bad in things is enough to help somebody else. That's all you're doing. So in my case, when I said, the guy that you put up as going around robbing people, you grab him, put him in that place, the correction facility, I'll just call it, for himself, self-correcting facility, because he or she will correct themselves. They're just going to correct themselves. There it is. This is what you did. Is that correct? Yeah, right. So, what are we going to do with you? Right. So they're going to have to, and then they're going to say, okay, I understand. What, you understand, do you? Well, get back out there then. Get on with it. Get on with living, yeah? Okay, we'll be watching. Because if you do it again, you'll be back. Simple. You'll be back. It'll be your fault. Because you're not living coherently, cohesively with the rest of the society. You're not, are you? You're being a nuisance. So it doesn't have to happen, you know? You're still going to have police. You're going to have all that because people will get a little bit out of control. But it's not going to be draconian. You're not the worst human being on earth. None of that kind of psychology is going to be run. You've made a mistake. You got to correct it. That's all. I mean, that's how it should be. That's how I bring up my children. The same way, man. Same way. I don't change anything. I am their friend, their dad, the brother, the sister, fix everything for them. Yeah. That's me, cook for them. Yeah. I do all that for my children. So, and I've told them the truth about everything that I know. So, you know, and they know it. You know, when I say don't do this, why did Daddy cut the American flag off of that jacket? Why? Because America is not a good country. Okay, why is America not a good country? Because it's warring on. Okay, so you understand. So if you buy something, don't buy anything with the American flag or I love America. Because what do you love about America? Do you know America? It's a problem country. So don't promote the flag. That's what I'm like. Don't promote the flag. Yeah, be careful what you buy. I'm like that. That's what I'm about, man. I'm really serious on things like that. Very serious. Walking around with I love New York. Have you been there? What the fucking? Don't put it on there. You haven't been to New York. I love New York. Don't be silly. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even on my wife's clothes, I cut the American flag off with a little box cutter. Yeah. Give me. Hang on. Yeah. I don't want you promoting this flag at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm about. Promote yourself. Promote yourself and promote the flat earth. It's what you promote. If you're going to promote anything, promote the flat earth. That's where we all live.
Anybody has any information on the colors on the flags and what they actually mean?
No, I don't have, but that's an interesting viewpoint.
Yeah, because I've always been interested in how is it that they decide what colors to use, what shape to use. You know what I'm saying? Like I guarantee you that if we look deep enough into that, we'll start looking into weird shit. It can even be related to like where the land masses are. I've been thinking. You know
Well,
what I'm
that's
saying?
true
Like
with
the
the-
colors are coordinated with the land masses somehow.
Well, that's very true when you look at the WHO and the United Nations map, because they are indeed a flat Earth map, just with the reef. The reef should represent like Antarctica, but they put a reef there, and that's in the middle of their round table. Right in the middle is that insignia. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. There is something in it, and the serpent.
The wreath is for Apollo.
Okay, Apollo the god.
If you look in the Bible, Revelation 9:11, see that Apollo is the one who rules the deep, the great ruler of the deep, the underworld. So you,
Isn't also Apollo a sun god?
yep. Got music and all that shit.
Yeah, it does get a bit confusing when you go into that
Sure
world.
does.
It does get a bit confusing, so that's why I don't go there. That's why I don't really go in. I don't want to get lost into that and send my brain into another kind of vernacular. So I totally just avoid that. Really, to be honest, I try and keep it simple for myself anyway. I mean, I don't buy too much into that side
Jin,
of things as such. Yeah.
I want to get your opinion on something. Not that we're building or whatever.
Yeah.
What are your opinions on like these giant statues, like the Statue of Liberty, like the one in Brazil? Like there seems to be one of those in a lot of countries, man, and a lot of them are made out of copper, and it just so happens that radios and signals, the most thing used is copper, right? Like,
Yeah.
isn't that weird? How was it? It was supposed to be a gift from France and a supposedly time where they were fighting and shit and wars, and they somehow had all the money in the world to give the United States a gift because it just seems that they have so much money.
Yeah, well, France gave. I think the original thing was they gave the Statue of Liberty to America because of their independence. Your constitution and the freedom thing. The funny thing is, when France actually gave America the statue, the actual base, the base had to be made, so that liberty could stand on a base. That base was not paid for by the American government. It was paid for by the American people. The American government, they're given a gift for the country, and they didn't even want to shed $1 to make the base. So there was a big argument going on how they're going to get this base done. And the American people, collected the money together to make the base. Can you believe that? That's a terrible story, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing is just weird. How a country is just gonna give you a giant fucking copper fucking statue, and at that time, like, copper is a little expensive now, man. At that time, how did they have all that money to pay for that copper? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of the main materials.
France is a rich country. They've got money.
I mean, unless it's a giant communication antenna and the U.S. doesn't know about it, which they probably do.
Yeah, I knew you was going to go there with that one, but
I mean, listen, it's a giant. It seems to me like it's a giant copper antenna, bro. Somebody, I'm not saying France, who knows, right? Somebody is picking up everybody's signals, everything from that, because it's unavoidable. The material is literally made for it. It's a giant copper antenna.
It could be. I don't know, but and I haven't really looked into it in that way, as such. Because when I actually see the Statue of Liberty, for example, and the one in Rio de Janeiro, the statue of Jesus with his arms out as a cross, it's covered. The copper is covered with concrete, isn't it not?
Not the one over here. The one over here is exposed copper. It like literally turned green because of I think that copper does.
Yeah, because of the environment, the corrosion and things like that. Yeah, exposed to the air, oxidization. Is that right?
Yeah. But I'm just saying, this is me talking shit. I don't have no research on this or anything. I'm just connecting dots.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be. I mean, I don't know. It could be.
I mean, on the top of the Statue of Liberty of the crown. What is it that she has? Is it like 5 giant spikes?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, on the tiara, she's got the 5 spikes coming out of that. That's correct. And then she's got the actual flame of justice or whatever, liberty. With the.
That's literally 5 copper points concentrated somewhere on Earth or out of Earth.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really looked into that side of it. I saw it as a gift because of the Constitution and blah blah blah. The country represents freedom, which is why you got it. That's what I felt, liberty, because France themselves, the French, fought for liberty themselves against the tyrannic government of the time. King Louis XVI was the worst culprit, and they took him out, didn't they? After so much suffering and that, they took him out. So I think in recognition of that, with the 1776 War of Independence, that's why they did that. It was like, yeah, we're kindred spirits. We appreciate what you've done. We resonate with what you've done. Here's a present. That's what that was all about, man. That's what I thought anyway. I didn't look at it as some kind of communication piece, although I've heard it though. It's not the first time I've heard that, but I can't buy into that at this point. Like I said, I don't go too deep into that stuff.
So Jerry, are you saying that with that link? Are you saying that the Statue of Liberty could possibly be Apollo?
Oh, yeah. It's all symbols, man. Everything's symbols. Like you were saying before, like all the stars on the flag, the 5-pointed star that represents the orbit of Venus in conjunction with Earth. Like when you see it, it makes a 5-pointed star. Venus, if you look that up, that's a whole thing with that.
Okay.
Means. But yeah, I'll post the GIF of what the quote unquote planet Venus does, and then you'll see where that 5-pointed star comes from.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, so the planet Venus, I thought it was on a circular kind of like a path. So I don't understand the 5-point star relationship. I've never have done.
So
But it's interesting.
you could get lost in that site, man. There's on that site there's a shitload of
Yes.
information, man.
Yeah. I used to make these patterns using maths at school. Used to love doing this. Yeah. And then you had to make it with thread, with nails, on a wooden base, and then you draw your lines in and put the nails in, and then you use a string, and it looks really good, different colours. Yeah. I used to make these patterns back in the day, elementary school, and in the 60s and 70s. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm.
This is supposedly what, going around the sun?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, how many years would it take to make what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd take a long time. Exactly. It would take a long time to make this pattern.
$8 years.
8 years, yeah?
Yeah, I put a link in there.
Oh, all right. Cheers. Not too long then. Not too long. 8 years.
And the shit is all related, right? Like the planets, the gods, all them ancient stories is all related to whatever the hell is going on in the sky.
Everything, man. All the quote unquote rulers are like elite. They're like obsessed with that shit, man. Everything, like even like math, geometry, the way that the buildings in like Washington, D.C. are like, laid out, all the streets there, that they all reference a certain thing in these types of like mythologies. Everything is a symbol of something to do with like enlightenment. What the fuck is it? Lucifer. Those first 3 or 4 letters there, LUCI.
Yeah.
It means to light. So like lucid,
Yeah, he's
Lucifer.
actually called the light bearer.
Right. Illumination.
Okay, so he's the light bearer. But when you say he's the light bearer, what kind of light are we talking? Light that we can see from the sun.
Light knowledge, I guess, right?
Right.
He's referred as the morning star in the Bible, and he's Lucifer is in the morning star is Venus.
Okay. And what knowledge is he going to impart on us? What's the knowledge?
Oh, so Kosho, you just low key made a connection, and I don't think you realized. What did
I
you
didn't
just say?
low key make a connection. I mean, I'm giving you the actual.
Okay,
I mean, I'm being
okay.
very blatant about it.
No, right, but I don't think you quite understand. So can you repeat it? Just repeat that what you just said.
So Lucifer, another name for Lucifer is the morning star. Is referred to as the morning star. Okay, but the morning star and in the actual night sky, the object they call a morning star is referred to is what they refer Venus to. So there's some connection between Venus.
And if men are from Mars, where are women from again?
I think it was Venus.
Shit. Puts women in a predicament, huh?
Certainly does.
Yeah, but I think that was just a book. That was just like a relationship book.
I'm just saying, there seems to be two, right? People want to talk about this bullshit Trinity and nah. I believe there's two. There's white, there's black, there's positive, there's negative, there's God, there's the devil, there's women and they're men. I think one of them is one side and the other is another side. So if we're the gods, they have to be the devils. Somebody's positive, somebody else has to be the negative. It seems to work in pairs. Everything, every story, every counter story is just there's a coding in there somewhere. I can't connect all the dots.
I personally don't believe in the devil myself. But Mosey's not really a character in a Jewish book either.
But I don't mean the guy with the horn and the tail, right? I mean the opposing side of God. That's what the devil is, not some Loki kind of figure running around tricking people. I mean the opposing energy from God.
That's what I mean. I think God is what they call God is the pure universal energy that comprises it's in everybody. You can listen to it if you choose to, and then the thing they call sin, or sometimes devil or whatever, but it's really just sin. It's just your earthly bodily urges that compel you or influence you in a different direction than that universal spirit, and those two things are combat. But I wouldn't give a personality to the. I mean, I just don't give. I'm sorry, I don't personify the earthly urges, but that's just my personal opinion.
You know, back in the day in the when they used to do cartoons, they used to have the good angel, the bad angel. I think that's a cartoonish representation of what you just expressed, right?
Yeah, probably. Like I said, it's probably the case that what I've suggested might be, most beliefs are based around that, except for the sinful side is kind of personified as a like actual evil guy entity, when in reality it's kind of like the urges or temptations of your earthly physical form.
By the way, I agree with you 100%. You nailed it.
But yeah, I mean, it's just hypothesis.
No, I think that's it. I think is a choice. It seems to be about choices. Good, the bad. We have the capability of being both. It's all on what we decide to choose.
Well, it's really easy to, for instance, succumb to. Let's say in a extreme case, like somebody who has no disregard for other people's bodies, like a rapist, right? He's like succumbing to his bodily. He's doing that because his bodily urge is overcoming his good nature or his respect for other people's personal boundaries or whatever. But I mean, it's the same as anybody. Most people who are stealing, they're stealing because they need something, whether it's food or just selfish desires or whatever.
We are animals, and we do have society and language, but we do have primal needs. And I think the people that commit these things, they are so deprived, they feel so inhumane that they actually justify taking somebody's will, because it isn't the sex act that's the disgusting part. It's taking somebody's will, bro. You understand? That's what rape is. Breaking someone's will, which is disgusting.
Something I noticed a long time ago is you look at I was like 3 specific people. If you look at Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad, just as examples, something that they all 3 have in common is they all went off alone for a better part of a month, otherwise 40 days in some cases, and literally disregarded whatever their bodily urges were, demanding. They're basically, starving himself and just meditating. And then I think Jesus was meditating in the desert, and Muhammad, he only had honey or something like that, and Buddha was under a tree. But yeah, I think it's the same goal, is to, get to some other level by, ignoring the, your body's influence.
Yeah, sin, I think, is based, like the concept of it is based on the path of the sun between the 2 tropics. If you lay the hemispheres like side by side, and then you trace the path of the sun through the seasons all the way around, it makes like a wave. And if you think of sin as a sine wave, it's probably where they got it from. It's about the ups and downs. It's about being able to control those ups and downs. I think that's what it's all about. It's not something about, oh, sinning is all evil. It's just that it's acknowledging that you do have these urges, and you're supposed to keep them under control and keep everything balanced.
I'm gonna take my girlfriend to cause some drama. Yeah, I was checking my girlfriend's mail the other day. Look what I found. Let me pull it up. Looks like she's getting globe checks, dude.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably she's in real estate, so I don't know. It's, something. But it looks like the globe. She's getting paid by she's getting shill money.
Did you get accused of being a shill?
You said what?
I said, don't you get accused of being a shill?
Yeah, well, I guess she's been taking my checks. I guess I don't know. That sucks about Skiba, huh?
Yeah, that's right. It is sad about Rob Skiba. Yeah, I use his material every week. You know, so I'm always passing it around. So, yeah, it is a sad one. Definitely.
A lot of people do, yeah.
Apparently, it would have. It was an unnecessary death as well. That's what I'm getting.
You said what?
I'm hearing it would. Go on.
Nobody thinks that there was foul play.
There might have been, yeah. There might have been, yeah. I haven't actually watched the terrorism video yet, but yeah, apparently there might have been some foul play because why would he be going to? He was in a coma.
But okay. Don't misunderstand me. Some COVID related misunderstandings or some conspiracy related misunderstandings.
I won't go into it now on this server because it's just not the right. To be quite honest, but there was something.
Yeah, well, it's a good idea.
It wasn't. That's all I'm going to say.
I just mean this for
now.
To be honest. But I mean, even if it was anybody, it's like he definitely is one of the respected. Like, there's a lot of dudes that chemo. I don't know, but who was it, Becky? A lot of people. I mean, Jeremy. A lot of people use his videos as as a resource. Yeah. He does have some powerful stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, his net worth at his death was over $2.5 million, which is enough. Really? Films, he's got a few books authored out there, published. Yeah, and I think he was 52 years old. 52, he may have been. He got divorced, and I think he
I thought he was married.
And adopted the that was his preferred route, and he did a good job. He done a number of projects to aid people in third world country. He will be missed for sure. Just unbelievable that he's gone.
What did he do for work?
Sunk in properly yet.
Where did he get his money from? What kind of business?
What he's getting money from? He gets his money from the book he published, like Celebrate Truth and other platforms that he had. Yeah, that's where he's getting his money from. Obviously,
he got $2.5 million from those platforms. I don't think so.
He was. No. Look, did you not hear what I said? Films, books that he's got published. Yeah.
You're cutting out so horribly. Yeah. You're cutting out so horribly. I barely heard anything you said.
Sorry about that. Okay, let me just.
I did hear you say though that you said something about films and that kind of stuff. I guess he did some films, and so that's good stuff. At least he left his family with something. I'm sure that's good.
Mic check testing 1 2 3 4 5. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's much better, man. Clear.
Okay, right. I was saying that he's a published author. He has made films. He's got platforms where he's making money, selling goods. He's been partnership with others to do projects in third world countries where he's making, helping them to make infrastructure, and there's money coming from that as well, albeit little. But he had his hands in many things. You see, Bob Skipper. That's why
So
he
all
was
that,
worth 2.5 million.
all that work, he got he had net worth of $2.5 million. That's
Yeah. Oh, but yeah. Don't forget, he's been doing. Don't forget, he's been doing the flat Earth thing just for 6 years. But he was an accomplished ex-military from years back.
Right.
He's a man with money. He's a man with money, an intelligent man of means. Yeah, he can do things, and that's what he was doing. It's not one thing. He's not a criminal. Didn't steal his money.
I don't think so. I thought he was. I mean, he always seemed like a at least like a genuine kind of guy. Like he did seem like he was respectful and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, someone's got to race. Someone's got to take his place, or race.
Not
to
really.
the,
Not really. No one's going to take his place because he's who he is, and his work.
Yeah, but
live on. His work will live on as a legacy of what he's done.
Yeah.
It's all good material. So hopefully that will
that's
remain.
exactly what I said. That's what I said this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't there when you said that. So.
No, yeah. Well, I said it in jam. So I did say. I mean, I said it like 14 hours ago. But I just was saying. I said the exact same thing.
Yeah. He's a good man. His work's going to live on, and that he won't be replaced because his work is going to be there as a shining star and a reminder that the Earth is a flat plane. It's not a spinning ball, and they didn't go to the moon, so that's definitely going to be there. Huh. You can't destroy that stuff. And as long as all of us have got copies, we can copy it and spread it. So, yeah, no, man. Rob Skipper might be gone in the flesh, but he's not gone in the spirit, mate. Mr. Skipper. He lives on. Such is the power of the flat Earth revolution. Believe you me.
So I just got back.
I said you're never going to stop the flat Earth revolution, and it is a revolution. Believe you me.
Yeah, I don't want to stop it, man. I'd be upset if it stopped. But the other day we were talking. Witsit was here, and he was going over Jeranism's. Because Rob Skiba, he had a good video as well. Well, I say good video, I mean people used it, but it was a video where he was going over the all those documents that have like the Earth being flat. You know what I'm talking about?
That's correct.
It's good research. Yeah.
Yeah. He was one of the first ones to put that document out there, Rob Skipper, where it looks at the army, the military, the navy, the aircraft pilots. Everything has to be. All these bodies have to use. They have to assume Earth is a motionless, stationary plane. That's what these documents basically state, and that is amazing, isn't it? Why would you have to assume that Earth is a motionless, stationary plane if you're on a spinning ball? Motionless doesn't come into it. Flat.
I would have the same question. Yeah. Why would you have to if they had to? Indeed. I don't think they had to though.
No, you see, you can't say that you don't think they had to. It's because it's in the documents that the thing is, it's stated. Of course, they didn't have to because we're on a flat plane anyway, right? But it has to be stated in the documents so that people don't start using maps, which start to use curvature, and then they start making mistakes, missing targets. You see, that's why they had to do that. Because if you're on a spinning ball, you have to consider the curvature of the Earth.
That's what I'm saying. Is it'd be one thing if they had to do it. It'd be another thing, like what you just said about if they didn't do it, then they would have errors that would show up, and but that's exactly what they state the contrary to, because they state, okay, we're going to use these these simple like there's one for a missile, there's one for plane, and
that's right.
I forget which one. There's one that gives you. I think it's the one for the fuck, what is it? It's one for one of the missiles, and it says, okay, we're going to use, flat Earth, stationary Earth, and at these altitudes, you'll get this much air. At these altitudes, you'll get too much air to use this, so, you can only use this assumption at these levels.
No, that's completely and utterly wrong. What you're talking about. You know what I'm going to do? Because I've got it at my fingertips. I'm going to post the documents, but this one is coming from Richie from Boston. Goes full out or blown out flat Earth because he finally accepts that he's a flat earther. But the same documents that Rob Skipper was talking about is what Richie from Boston has actually mirrored, and I'm going to post that. Then you look into the documents, and it's nothing to what you're saying. Not saying what you're saying.
Like I said, I've read a bunch of them, and I'm talking about a specific one. It's not going to say that.
Loads here.
They all say, I know. They all say different things, and so one of them will say like what I just said. Another one will say the reason why they're using that assumption. Some of them don't make any but any specific reason why it's saying that. But they will show the errors. I think like 4 or 5 of them show the errors that are found in there.
It's okay. Right, here we go. Basically, what I'm about to post, every single document and has the same nuance. They have to assume the Earth is a motionless flat plane. That's the main theme of the documents. So therefore, if I'm a human being supposedly living on a spinning ball, why would I have to consider the Earth a motionless stationary plane if I'm in the army? I shouldn't have to do that, should I? Because I'm spinning.
Well, I don't think it's the case.
Allow me to articulate it to the end. Allow me to articulate it to the end. I shouldn't have to think about that. I should just point, shoot, boom, I've hit it. I'm spinning on the Earth, mind you. Point, shoot, I've set a missile, that's going to hit. But no, because we are a stationary plane, we don't have to do that. That's why we've never had to do that, because we've always been on the flat Earth, you see. That's the thing. We've always been on the flat Earth. So the very fact that these documents exist proves flat Earth. The CIA also is mentioned in this. You've got the CIA, you've got the Army and the Navy. They're all talking about how the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's the key here.
Right. So, like I said again, you're saying why would they have to do this? But that's what I'm saying to you. I don't think it's the case. And I say I don't mean when I say I don't think. I'm saying is I know that they don't have to do this.
Yes, they don't have to do this.
They don't have to do this. They do it for simplicity. They do it because if they were to add in things like the atmosphere or add in things like what would happen at different altitudes.
Again, no, you're using. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
it just would compound. It would just compound the equations that they're showing.
You're using the wrong language. It's not. They don't have to. It's not for simplicity. They don't do it because there's no need to do it. That's why they don't do it. Not for simplicity. It's because there's no need. We're not on a globe. That is why. Simple as that. We don't have to. Because we've never been on a globe. The Earth has never been on a globe. And that's what the documents highlight. The documents are telling us that. Okay, that's what they mean by that was the whole reason of publishing the documents. That the military don't even consider the Earth as a globe. They never have done. Okay, not because of simplicity. No, because the Earth is not a globe. That's the answer to the question, mate. That is it in a nutshell. Like I said, if I was in the military, why would I have to hear those documents would be odd. Hang on a second, I don't have to consider the Earth as a ball. Why not? We're on a ball, aren't we? Then I have to consider the Earth as a ball. Normally. But everything, all their weapons are designed to work on a flat plane because that's where we live, you see. And the documents are just like covering their asses. So you don't get people trying to fly around the curve in a plane and crashing because they think they're on a ball, for example, or some other Ernest and, Jobsworth trying to do his sending the missile, and he's actually factoring in all the maps and then setting it and missing and killing innocent people. You see? The Earth is indeed a flat plane. That is why. Not simplicity. The truth is we are on a stationless flat plane is where we are. And the weapons have always been designed to work on the flat plane. That's the only place they've ever been able to work. Because as you well know, the Coriolis effect and everything else would come into play, and they don't do that. So there's a lot of miscommunication going on. I posted the video anyway. You look it up. The material therein, very good. It's only like, I think, 30 minutes at the most, half hour. It's fantastic. And it's Rob Skibber was the first person to kind of like release these documents, post them on the YouTube. And I was like, wow, yeah, that's true, man. This is evidence for flat Earth, basically. It's a globe debunker. The Russians were looking for curvature, and they never found it back in the 1940s. Couldn't find any measurable curvature in the 1940s. It's the very first one they talk about in that video. Russia. And then they move on to the CIA and the Navy and the Air Force, military.
So I'm driving right now, but I'm about to stop, and then I'm gonna pull up. There's just so many of them. I used to have one saved. So I gotta go through a couple of them to find. Like I said, they all say different stuff, and some of them will claim. Some of them will claim, or they'll express how much air, will come about from different
altitudes,
variables. Yeah, well, all sorts of different variables. So not just the altitudes, but depending on how fast it's going, depending on which direction it's going. But the altitudes, I think, was a big one. I just can't remember if it was an aircraft or if it was a missile. So
it'll be all. You see, in the video that I posted, and we're talking about the CIA, Russia, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force. The main running theme that connects them all is Earth is stationary and flat, or leveled plane, is the language they use. That's what ties them all together. You have to assume, you have to consider, is the language they use. All right? And then the question would be, hang on a second, why would I have to consider the Earth to be a flat plane and it's stationary if it's a spinning ball? Why would those words have to be uttered in the military? We're on a spinning ball, aren't we, folks? So why should we be considering the Earth to be flat and stationary? It's either we're flat and stationary or we're a spinning ball. Now, which is it, folks? I don't understand. I'm on a spinning ball. I don't get it, man. I'm on a spinning ball, but I've got to think with stationary and flat as I use my weapons. Oh, I see. I know why now. It's because we are stationary and flat. We're not a spinning ball. Ah, now I get it. Do you understand now? Did you get it now? Right. There you go. Thank you. Doesn't matter what you're going to go and tell me. That's what the video alludes to, implies, highlights, screams out, tells us in that video. Please watch it, those of you who haven't. Those of you who are listening in the live stream, it's Richie from Boston goes blown out flat Earth, or blown flat Earth. Richie from Boston. Video length about 34 minutes roughly. Right from the off, the information is just kicking you in the nuts. Right from the off. Marvelous video. But Rob Skibber was the first to actually post this material about 2 years ago, maybe 3 even. All right, and then Richie of Boston has decided to do that now. When I say now, he released this, I think, last month, or maybe a month and a half ago now. And basically, the reason he did it was because he's fully embracing he's a flat earther, which is what he meant by the full-blown flat earther. Yeah, good man, Richie of Boston. But I digress. But I don't digress. Sorry, I'm back here again. I'm back on it.
You're funny guy, Jen. Hey, yeah, sorry. Like I said, give me just a minute. I'm gonna pull over in a second.
Yeah, yeah. I'm always suspicious of heliocentrists trying to twist the truth.
Yeah, someone's going to try and explain away why they use those words in official documents.
Yeah, I'm always suspicious of that. That's why, in the interest of the truth, and those who are listening in the chat room who can't see what we're doing here, thank you for being here. Basically, that's what it's all about. There are documents that exist that the military, the CIA, the Russian KGB, the Navy, the Air Force, submarines, they're all using the documents where it states clearly to them that they have to consider / assume the Earth is a stationary flat plane when flying or using weapons of mass destruction. And alike.
I think they say it's non-rotating and stationary.
Yeah,
Flat Earth.
Yes, non-rotating and flat Earth, to be precise, dear fellow. Correct.
There's a preacher, I don't know what his channel is, something fire. He got a hold of those documents from Rob Skiba. He uses those in his sermons.
Yeah, see, brilliant. That's what I mean. So Rob Skiba's legacy is going to be living on. Poor man passed away yesterday, age 52. In a coma he was. Something to do with his heart. I don't know yet. But really sad day that is for us. Really.
Yeah, he was one of the most inspirational person that I didn't knew him, but who was in a YouTube genre or something like that, and him being a Christian as I am, and I being I came to Christian because of the flat Earth. So his work and personality was very close to me, even though I didn't know him. I never talked with him, anything like that. But as a person, how he worked and how he did all he did was amazing. So it makes me sad, but at the same time, I'm happy that he's now with the Father.
Yeah. Well said. And hopefully his work will live on.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, my man?
How you doing? Jin, when you guys said he just said hopefully he's with the Father, and I thought of some cultures have the land of the remembered, you know? And the work will live on, like you said. And then I just thought of something I learned just a couple hours ago. Jin, you're from India, or are you in India sometimes or something?
I'm in Japan. I was born in England, but I'm an African.
Okay, I just learned that they do this on October 15th. They burn the devil, and they do these big fire. What is this tradition? It's like the Halloween or something.
I don't know. I don't know if they do that in Japan. That would be something new to me there.
No, India.
Oh yeah, that would be in India. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I didn't know they did that. They burn the devil in India, do they? I know the Diwali. I know the Diwali festival, but I don't.
Doesn't the devil like that though?
Dude, it's 4th of July and Halloween mixed together with Burning Man and Christmas for the kids. Like, it's amazing. It was amazing.
Doesn't the devil like to get burned?
He loves the fire.
Yeah, he's enjoying it.
Give me
You
more.
can have it.
There's a festival every single day in India for some reason.
Wow, what a country.
How is my mic? Is this mic okay?
Yeah, it's good.
I also heard that Indians burn their dead relatives or dead people, and then they send them into the river or Ganges or something like that. So, or bury them near the Ganges, because the Ganges is the holy river, something like that. So basically, they burn the body and then bury the bones or what is left from the ashes and bones and stuff like that.
Oh, really? They don't throw. Do they not throw it into the Ganges? No. Because I know a lot of stuff goes into that Ganges. Everything goes into it. Bloody hell! I don't want to canoe in that. But there you go. People do.
Okay, it's quiet. Kosho, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
I'm about to go watch Chronic Thing in a minute. I think. What
Oh, he's
what were
doing
you
it
talking
good.
about? Yeah. What were you talking about? You don't think those guys? What you responded that last response? You don't think there was a nuanced scale? You don't think they were on opposite sides, or what was?
Oh no,
what
I
was
was
that
just
saying,
talking
Mark?
about you, dude. I wasn't even talking about those dudes. But
Oh.
hey, send me a link. Yeah, I was just thinking about you, man. I was just thinking about because you're some son of a bitch. That's why I ran. Because you're one of my buddies. Oh fuck, hold on, dude. My girlfriend's calling me. Hold on. Damn it.
What a dick.
It's called. Yep. Yeah, I knew it was. It's called the Diwali. It's called the Diwali. I said it just now, didn't I? It's the Indian festival that's happening today in India of fire is the Diwali. Okay.
Yeah.
Festival of Light. It's called the Hindu.
Man, I'm just kidding.
Hindu.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Hindu Festival of Lights, should I say?
Yeah, they had some awesome fireworks with these giant Burning Man like devil statues, and they freaking explode. Don't burn down like Burning Man. It freaking explodes. Like, pop, pop, pop,
Have you heard?
Fucking joke.
Have you heard of people running into that thing while it's
Oh
on
no,
fire?
that's oh my god.
Yeah, it's happened a few times. People have run into the effigy.
You know what that is, Merle? This Merlin? What's up, Merlin? That's like Logan's
up?
Run. You remember Logan's Run?
Yeah, yeah.
They'd be like, you have to whatever, just recycle or whatever. When you go run into the fire, your time's over. Go run in.
Yeah, it's the ultimate
Logan's Run, man.
sacrifice.
1970s. I used to watch that, Logan's Run.
There's a really good movie too called The Wicker Man. It's a bit intense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he got burnt. His ass got
Yeah.
burnt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good film. Sad ending.
Shouldn't
though.
laugh, but oh well. Yeah.
He's stupid. He's stupid, bro. The fuck?
There's some. It's a
Look,
very
he was not
powerful
woke.
film.
Look, he was
Very
he was fake woke. He was two mistakes. He was fake woke and he was trying to save a hoe. Motherfucker done.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He had a wipeout, man.
How's things in America? Is it like? Is it still? I don't know. I don't even know
COVID.
how to ask about America at the moment.
COVID. It's COVID. It's COVID,
Yeah.
bro. It's Gucci.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Bearing in mind we can't talk about that here, please. Let's be careful, very careful.
Oh no, I wasn't even meaning that. Just the general vibe of America today, because Australia is changing. Not just because of that, just in general. Just everything feels a bit different. Maybe it's the awakening process. Maybe it's just me. I'm good at talking in code when I need to, Jin.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Special forces at your service. I'll leave that there. I want to come to Japan anyway. That's where the action is.
Yeah. Freedom is.
You just want to feel tall.
No, I've always wanted to go to Japan ever since Blade Runner. I was like, yeah, that's the fucking place to go. Look at that place. Weird high-tech future. Little did I know. They had robots and everything. Androids. They're way ahead to the game. Catching up to them. Have you ever spent a night in one of those cubicles, Jin?
Nah. No,
That's how a lot of people think Japan is. Just cubicle life.
Yeah, those cubicles are already used by businessmen who have come, like they may have come from Osaka or from Hokkaido, and they can't get home that night. So rather than sit around at the station waiting for the stations to start operating and that, they use those cubicles. That's one group who use it regularly. Businessmen, businesswomen. Yeah. And then you do have the odd person using it for the novelty, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about homeless people, but then again, maybe, some homeless people might use it. Yeah, that's a good point. If they've got the money.
I saw a girl and she lived in an apartment. I think it was 2 meters by 2 meters.
Yeah.
Pretty small, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, wow. Bit tight, isn't it? It's a box.
Yeah. Yeah. She made really good use of it, but it was nuts. Like how little her space. It's probably bigger than 2 meters, maybe 5. But it was very cozy.
We are strictly talking about her living space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like you walked in, she had like this little ladder where her bed was that was sort of out of the way on another level. And then she just pretty much had a place for her shoes, a sink. She had a little balcony as well. It was fucked.
Yeah.
And this is in where were you
Japan,
at?
Tokyo.
Oh, you were in Tokyo.
No, she was.
Oh, okay.
And it was just like a video about, living in Japan.
Ah, I see.
And yeah.
I thought you meant you actually saw this person. Never mind.
No. But I know quite a few people who live in Japan.
Yeah, and
Or
the
from
spaces
Japan.
are that small. I mean, I had the similar situation, 2 rooms only, and then it's a 3-room, what they call 3 LDK, so 3-roomed apartment.
Yeah.
So you have the bedroom, living, dining, kitchen, all in one, very small.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 meters, something like that, if I'm lucky, and then the toilet and bathroom all together. That was it. I lived in that for a year. No cooker, just a hot plate made by a company called National, where you plug it in, that heats up, and you can do, make something. You can boil water and that. You can't really cook. There's no
Wow.
kitchen. No kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just boiling water, eating ramen soups and yakisoba. And then, yeah, so I was living on ramen soup. I love ramen soup anyway, so that didn't bother me. Still kept up my exercise regime. I was teaching English privately. I'd come to your house. I'd be on my motorbike. I'd come to your house to teach you English. I was working through an agency. And then a year later, we moved to the suburbs where we had bigger. We had, like you said, we had a balcony, living room, kitchen, dining separately, and a bedroom and a bathroom, toilet, bathroom separate, toilet room. So very big, much bigger
in
place.
Tokyo. Were you in
No,
Tokyo?
this would be in the
well?
suburb. No, this is in the suburbs.
Right.
Kanagawa.
Yeah.
So we're in the suburbs.
Kanagawa.
Now. Yeah, Kanagawa. Yeah, a place called.
And is that a suburb outside of Tokyo?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Suburb just outside of Tokyo. A place called Zama Minami Kurihara, where I used to live. I used to like it because it was very hilly. So, and because I had my bicycle and I was always going to the mountains, cycling, and then other days I'd be on my motorbike going into the mountains. So I loved it, man. Loved it there.
Kanagawa.
Yeah, Kanagawa. Yeah, beautiful place.
Nice.
Really nice. There's a place called Atsugi, which had played a strategic part in the Second World War. Yeah,
I've been there.
Yeah. Oh, well done. Yeah. So you know the place I'm talking about. So he's always regularly cycling past that. Then there's a military base, Zama military base, right
There's
there.
a Navy base there.
Yeah, that's right, and army base as well. So I was
Where's
right
the
on it.
Transformers factory?
There's a from where we lived, there was a place called the Konami, which make all the Japanese toys, and that was right on that. Right on that. From where I lived, that building would be like 10 minutes walk at the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
10
in,
minutes.
Transformers was Bandai.
Yeah, Bandai Kodami together. Bandai.
Decepticons.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Decepticons.
Yeah, my car is a Autobot known as Uppercut. And I've actually got the Autobot insignia on the roof, on the bonnet, and on the back.
Yeah.
In two places.
Nice.
Yeah. So all the little kids think, oh, can it transform? I said, yeah, don't touch it. And then jump back.
That would be great.
Don't touch it. It'll transform. Don't touch. No. And then they said, go on, do it. I said, no.
It's like a car and a family friend, like a part of the family.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So when I used to
Looks
take the
out
kids
for your
to
kid.
school, when I used to take the kids to school in it now and again,
Yeah.
or when we used to go camping and that in the car, people would come up, right, and say, that, they'd be staring at the car, and I didn't realise why they were staring at it myself. Didn't bother. I just carried on doing my cooking and enjoying the car. And then they'd come up to me and say, what's that mark? What club do you belong to? Do you know what I mean? And I say, no, that's the Autobot sign from the Transformers. And they, oh yeah. And as soon as I said that, oh yeah. And then they say, that's kakoi, which means that's cool. Or that's stylish.
Cool.
Sort of. Yeah, that's what they say.
You had a cool moment.
Yeah, many times. Many times. I'm Mr. Cool, ain't I, over here?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. The novelty hasn't worn off. I don't think it ever will.
No.
I'm always doing something which amazes them. That's the thing.
So you're glad you left England and went to live in Japan?
Yeah, I definitely am, because I wouldn't have been able to talk to you, for example. I would never have been a flat earther, probably.
You don't reckon?
I might have been, but I wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, I might have been able to talk to you. Who knows? But the thing is, I was rather lazy in doing the research in England. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I began to all the motorbike races. I wasn't doing the camping side of things, although I wanted to do that, and I wanted to have kids. So if I'd got married and had kids, then I might have been doing the camping side of it. The thing about the computer side of things, they're expensive in Britain than Japan. Do you know what I mean? So would I have gone that route? I'm a very prudent man. I don't want to waste money. So whether I would have been a flat earther, I don't know. But because I had the time to do the research here in Japan, and my wife had a computer, I got the smartphone, I thought, I've got time, let me check. So I'm glad I came. Definitely glad I came. Look at what I've learned. Discovered about the 9/11 being an inside job. Discovered about the moon landings were a hoax. Discovered about fluoride. I mean, the amount of discoveries have not non-stop right down to the flat earth. Of course, I'm glad I came to Japan. Alone marrying my wife and the 4 kids and enjoying that side as well. Of course, I'm glad I came.
Shout out to Japan.
Yeah, no split for 20 years. Yeah, now that tells you something. I enjoyed my split. Yeah? Maximum enjoyment, not overkill, not overusage. Precision measured usage, but maximum enjoyment. So it never hampered my training at all. Yeah, you know, in a week, I would have 1 split a day, Monday to Friday. 1 split a day.
One a day though.
One a day. That's it. Yeah, at the end of the day. At the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah,
to help you sleep after you toil.
to unwind. Exactly. But I'd always cook my meal. I'd always be cooking my meals in the evening and then switching on the cable TV. Okay. Then the weekends, and that would really be Sunday, because Saturday I'd be working at the nightclubs and that. Okay. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm doing nightclub security. Okay. But Sunday was the day. Sorry, Friday, Saturday. Sunday was the pub, but the pub was in the evening. So Sunday afternoon, I'd be out with my mates on the motorbikes, or I might go to their house and we'll roll a spliff. So I'd have 3 spliffs ready rolled as I go and see my friends. I'd always be ready rolled with 2 or 3 spliffs. Yeah. But and the reason I did that is because you can get done for carrying drugs in your pocket. So I'd have no gear, just a spliff in the silk cut box. So it was very conspicuous, man. Well hidden, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I never got stopped anyway, but I took that precaution. I'm the man you would see smoking on a train, spliff on a train, man.
Really?
Because I smoked on the underground, of course, and on the buses. Because what happened is you could see me open the box, so it's a silk cut. So that already thinks, he's a silk cut smoker, okay? And then I'd light it up. And then start, and then the smell would waft down the bus or on the train.
Yeah.
People, that ain't a silk cut. That's not a silk cut. That's a split.
No.
Yeah. But people used to give me the nod. I used to get the nod.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
I used to smoke on the train, man. Yeah, that was me. Because I never thrusted it into people's faces. I wasn't making a big action. It was relaxing and enjoying the moment. Once or twice, when there was less people, I passed it around. You just do the nod. You want something? Yeah, thanks. And they take it and enjoy that moment. Do you know what I mean? I really, when I say maximum enjoyment, that's what I mean. Never overkill. Never overkill. Because
I sparked up in a cinema once watching Clockwork Orange, a late session, and we sparked up a Scooby. A big one too, in the cinema.
We used to call it Big Bertha. Well, that's what we would call it in England.
No one said anything, and we just smoked the whole thing and smoked the cinema out.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you do it properly and you're not really being an ass, not fucking about, you can enjoy it. That's what it is. Because people are trying to work out what's going on here. The reaction of the people is one of, is he smoking a spliff? What's going on? I mean, it smells like a spliff, but you're not acting it. You're not doing anything rude. You're not behaving rudely or showing off, giving off negative vibes. You're just enjoying the moment and enjoying the movie or whatever you're doing. Yeah. So it's got them confused. Yeah, a little bit there, and that always works for me. And if indeed they wanted to call the cinema staff and that to throw you out, I'll be gladly thrown out, no problem. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, but it never happened. Never on the bus, on the underground, restaurants. Yeah, I'm the guy you would see smoking there. Because I'm not showing off. I'm just enjoying, And I'm ready rolled, so you never saw me roll it up either. Came out of a cigarette box, neat, precision, tailor-made it looks like, with a filter. Yeah, proper looking. We used to have competitions amongst my friends who could make the neatest split. That's what we were like, connoisseurs of building. Yeah, But that's what we were like. It's the same thing with like debating, yeah? We used to call it madding. We used to call it madding each other, trying to get each other angry, or okay, through the debate. And if you got angry, you had to strip off to your underpants and do a lap of the park in your underpants.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Those were my friends that I grew up with.
That's
yeah, back
gay.
in the day, man. Back in the 80s, yeah. So if you lost your temper, if you lost your temper and everyone deemed, yeah, no, you were out of control there, didn't know. Strip down, no. Otherwise, you know, and so you had to strip down and you had to run around the park in your underpants. Yeah, man. Clarence Gardens. Yeah, that was brilliant. Those were good days for me. So the debating skill, I could say I honed it through my friends. I was able to hone my argumentative points and get it out there and, you know, push back and, yeah.
Well, there's a thing they say, isn't there? Like, if you lose your temper, you've lost.
Yeah. But I lost a lot then because I was regularly running around the park. Strip off.
I used to lose my temper all the time.
Yeah.
Like out here on the internet, I mean.
Yeah, the main reason we did it was to hassle the police officers because they'd always come round because we was always out late and you got homes to go to, etc. We're not breaking the law, are we? You know, that so quick one-liners.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Why don't you go and catch some real criminals that are robbing the bank as you speak, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was the thing, yes. We were really good at that. So that's why we used to have these madding sessions, we used to call it. Madding sessions.
Can you get could you spark one up in Japan?
I've never had one in Japan. I know people who've got it, but I've never had one in Japan.
Right.
I can go and get it, but no, I'm not going to do that now. Like I said, if I'm going to have a split now, if I'm going to have any gear, I'm going to eat it, drink it, sprinkle it on my salad, that kind of thing. Other than that,
have you seen any ninjas walking around over there?
Ninjas? Yeah, many.
A ninja.
Like real ninjas, like with shurikens and.
Well,
like hiding behind a tree.
You see them for the kids. They do it for the children, don't they, in the festivals, man? For the children. Yeah.
Throw pinwheels at them.
Doing all the somersaults and tricks and that. I mean, I've taken them to watch, you know, ninja fighters and all that. I've taken them with my wife. We've gone. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. One time, the kids who could answer a question gets a prize, okay? Right? And it might be an action figure or something. So my kid got the question right. So he's going up, I'm going with him, and then I attacked one of the ninjas for a laugh. The look on my son's face. Why did you do that? You know, I said for a joke. They weren't prepared. Caught them off guard. That's what I'm like, though. You know, I'm like that. You know.
Yeah.
On stage.
I bet you're a good dad, Jin. You're a good father.
Yeah, we had a good laugh, man, with the kids. We had a really good laugh. I'm trying to be. I always try to be. That's all I can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know. I've got one. My third boy is going through this adolescent stage where he's being a little bit cocky, but I've had to put him in his place. I didn't have to do that with the other two boys or the youngest one, but the youngest one is getting a bit cocky now. So the two youngest one are a bit. I'm having to snap at them one or two, and I don't like doing that, but I've had to do that. Two oldest ones, I've never had to do that with them. They've been receptive, but my third son and the youngest one, they're a bit, can be a bit rude, and I've had to say to them, you know, I'm only asking what's with the hostility, what's going on, what's happening, what's wrong, you know. Occasionally,
I'm on the internet, Dad.
Yeah, well, that's what it is, you see. And they can't even look at you in the eyes. Okay, I understand. But nod your head. Acknowledgement, please. You know, good morning. Acknowledgement.
That's when you wake them up. That's when you wake them up before the sun comes up. And you pull them out of bed and take them straight up a mountain for 2 hours.
I've done that. I've done that, mate. Not only have I done that, I've done that taking them snowboarding. So they're up at 4 in the morning, mate. 4 o'clock, get up, get in the car. But I've already done the preparation. I've put all the gear in the car. I've done all that, you see. So all they have to do is get their ass in the car. The seats are already reclined.
No car. I meant like you walk him up the mountain.
I've done that as well. I've done that. I've actually done that to them. Mount Scuba.
Yeah.
But again, it was one of preparing all their gear and then putting them in the car, getting to the mountain, and then have to climb. Yeah. So yeah, I've done it many times. I've got pictures of them, and they look really pissed off. They climb the mountain, and their face is not happy. But I said to them, I said, you see, in life, they're the ups and downs. Literally, I said that. They are the ups and downs, okay? So this is for you, a downer, but you're on the up because you made it to the top, yeah? Okay. So you might be down, but when you talk about it later on, you're going to be talking and laughing because you did a good thing there, yeah? Yeah. Right. You know, they've climbed it many times, but sometimes, you know, I made them climb when they didn't want to climb. I goes, no, it's part of your training. Get going. Sorry. Come on. That's it. You know the course. Go, go, go. You know the course. Okay. And then the youngest one I had to carry on my shoulder. He totally gave up. But then he was only like 4 years old. So, you know, you can forgive him at 4. So I carried him up. And every person who was hiking down said, bloody hell, you got a busy time, Daddy. Because I got the rucksack and my son on top of the rucksack on my shoulder. Climbing up this mountain. But that's okay, I didn't mind. He's my son after all. But the other boys, get up there. Then when they got to the top, I got, okay, group picture, they were not happy. All had long faces. But that's life. Then I said to them, you see, in life, there's going to be times when it's going to be tough. This is what, and then you have to sup it up. It's up and down. That's what life is. It's not always fun, easy all the way. It's never like that, boys. It's never like that. Never.
Gotta ride the wave, man.
Yeah. Now my second son's a black belt in judo. He was regularly in the newspaper in his school, okay, and the local newspaper. We have one who's really good at baseball, the youngest one. My eldest son loves football. The middle one, he did judo for a while, stopped judo, and went into athletics, and he's doing all right. So, you know, all that training that I gave them, mountain bike trekking, canoeing, camping, hiking, snowboarding, yeah, you know, in the cold, yeah. You know, if you want to warm yourself up, swing your arms up and down, swing them around and around, then the warm blood will come to the fingertips. Do that and you'll survive it easy. Don't just sit there being cold, yeah? Okay, you know, keep moving. Okay, time for lunch. Let's have some ramen soup. Yeah, you know, they have to understand that life is full of ups and downs, you know, yeah. And I got them to understand that. They enjoyed it. I enjoyed it with them. You know, I really thoroughly enjoyed everything with the children, you know, right down to the nappy, the diaper changes. Didn't mind that at all, you know. It's all part of life. I had no worries. Like I said, I could do it better than the nurses. That meant I was doing it better than my wife. I was the number one when it comes to that stuff. We used for the first 2 boys, we used the traditional nappy where you've got to wash those. So you have a nappy liner in there that catches all the poo and that you throw away. But it still stains a little bit. And then you put those nappies in a bleach bucket. And then from the bleach bucket into the washing machine and wash them clean, take them to the dryer. I did that for the first 2 boys. And then my wife went on to Pampers after that. But why did you do that? We got the nappies.
You're doing it wrong, man. You're supposed to take it and you wring it out and then you let it dry.
No, that's what I did. Look, you didn't hear me, did you? Look, I washed them.
I'm playing, Jin. I'm just playing. I was.
Oh, right. I thought you were saying that negative there. No, but I took them to the laundrette. You got me there. That's how you got me. Yeah, I went to the laundrette with them, man. We had about 60 nappies. 60. I gave them away. I gave them to my Japanese student because she liked the idea of what I said. You know, I said I've still got them in the box. Can I have them? Yes, you can have them. I'm not having any more kids. I gave them to her. And the
she's
going
to do a culture on that, and
yeah, she's going to
save
save
science
money.
experiment.
Yeah, she's going to.
What do you think she's going to do with that?
Nah, these are clean as a whistle, mate. Clean as a whistle, man. Because I always do a boil wash with the nappies. You're doing a boil wash. Boil wash, mate. Hot water. I always put hot water in the machine. I have to put it in by hand, by the way. It's not pumped. It's not plugged into the hot water tap at all, no. Japanese washing machines only have cold water. Can you believe that?
Just put it in the rice cooker, man.
Yeah. If you go to the laundrette, that you get hot water plumbed in. But in the house, usually it's cold water only. There is no hot water
Are you
tap.
serious?
I'm serious.
How do you have a shower?
No,
Or
you
a
can have a
bath?
shower in your shower. In the bathroom, there is a place where the washing machine sits, specially made to have a washing machine sit. But the tap is only a cold water tap only. Cold
Yeah,
water
he's saying,
feed
how do you
only.
take a shower?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
where's
in the
the hot
bathroom.
water tap? So it's
That's
got
in
a
the-
hot water tap in
Oh,
the
yeah, that's right.
bathroom.
You guys go to the bathhouse with all the dudes and stuff, right? That you do all that
Yeah,
stuff,
I
right?
go there. Yeah, I go there. Yeah.
But that's a lot of work,
It's really
bro.
gay. It's really
I
gay,
go there.
Jim.
No, that's nice, man.
What
It's
happens
okay.
when the lights go out, Jin, and like the floor is slippery and everyone's falling on top of each other, Jin?
Yeah,
That sounds like a fucking
Jin's
emergency
not in
call.
that. Jin doesn't make a move when that's going on. I don't make a move when that's going
That's when the ninja comes out.
That's
on. Yeah, only to find a black fist in his nose, you know.
Nude
And a
ninja.
karate chop to the back of the neck whilst I'm stamping on his foot, and then he's over. Out of the onsen onto some rocks. Because usually the ones I go to, they're outdoor onsen. Really good, man.
Is that when you get down and drop and roll, or is that the wrong procedure?
I don't drop, I don't roll, mate. I'm fixed to the back to the wall.
Oh yeah, that's for a fire. Sorry, wrong one.
I'm in the corner. You see me in the
Don't
corner.
get that confused. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm in the corner. I've got left and right flanks covered, mate. Yeah. But the kids love it, man. The kids love the onsen. They love it. So yeah, I love it, man. I usually when we
But
go
really,
camping,
how do you guys take a bath over there?
no, we have a shower and a proper bath in the bathroom.
No hot water though.
No, there's hot water coming in, but not for the washing machine. The washing
Why?
machine does not.
Why?
Because there's no tap.
You said there's no hot water. Is that coming from used from the bathhouse? Like, where are you getting this hot water at?
No, this water's coming from the gas supply.
So you have a hot water heater in the house?
Yes, yeah, for the bath and the
okay.
sink only. But for the washing machine, there isn't a hot water tap to connect. There's none. It's cold water only. So what we do
I
is
think
this.
that's
Yeah?
pretty standard, Jin.
Well, no. In Britain, you get a hot and cold water supply.
Yeah, we get one too.
Yeah, in Britain, I used to have the hot water and cold water supply going in. That's why I was shocked.
Yeah.
Right, but in Japan, you see, this is what happens in Japan. When you have a bath every day,
Okay, I see what you're
you
saying.
shower down
the
first.
wash.
You shower and scrub your body down. You rinse down, and then the hot water bath is to soak. You soak your body and warm up all your bones and that really soothes you. Now that water would be waste if you let it go down the drain because it's clean. Really, your body was clean. So I use that water to wash the clothes. Okay.
You should just wait till it rains if you really want to be efficient.
Well, I do.
Yeah, why aren't you collecting the rainwater to wash your clothes?
That sounds like a waste, man. I would be washing in the rain.
I do wash my car in the rain anyway. I do that. I wash my car in the rain. I do that. I go that.
Doesn't it rain every day out there, Jin? Or
not every day. No, not every day. Rainy season in June, you might get the rain every day because it's rainy season. But after that, July onwards, right all the way around, we get rain, but not like in Britain, similar amounts roughly. But we get a whole lot of sunlight though. Get a lot of sunlight in Japan. A lot.
Are swords cheaper over there since like you're like at the source of the place where they make them?
Yeah, they're going to be obviously they're going to be cheaper than where you're going to get them because you'd have to pay the tax, import duty and all that crap to it. But yeah.
Oh, that's right, huh? That's right.
Yeah, that'd be the only reason why it's expensive. Shipping costs, and a little markup because you're a foreigner. Okay, so you got the foreigner markup, and then the shipping costs mark up. You know.
That used to be a thing, though, right? Like making a samurai sword.
Oh yeah, bro. They got the best
still
feel
is.
and the best technique and the best swords, man.
Yeah. There's only a few families that do that. Families, yeah. You're talking about the proper real samurai.
That'd be a good place to go.
Families doing it. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
watch them make the sword. That'd be
You
good.
can watch it on the YouTube. You could actually watch the
I want to
family
actually
on
go.
the YouTube make it.
I want to help.
Fucking brilliant, man. It is brilliant, man. The way they quench that sword and it gets to bend, get that curve just right, and then they sand it down with a special block. It takes ages to make one sword. Fuck.
Yeah,
It's
but
musical.
That thing is fucking no joke.
No joke, yeah. Yeah. It's a precision instrument, yeah. Best swords in the world, aren't they?
Yep.
They were the best swords in the world and they still are, yeah.
I mean, as far as the metal goes and the sharpness of the blade not folding itself over and all that, like, yeah, I mean, you've got different designs of swords that, you could be argued being more, more lethal, but the samurai swords and the katanas from Japan are,
yeah,
they're
You know how
not
the steel has a hardness or whatever? And they
Yes.
want a certain sweet spot or within a few ranges. It's interesting that they probably figured out those ranges even through the technique, the sword making process. Even without like knowing the exact precise measurements that we know today, they still found the fucking sweet spots. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
was
they
already
did.
on
They
it.
did. Yeah, they did find those sweet spots. They definitely did. Yeah. If you watched it on the YouTube, the family, they tell you the history of how they actually.
It's like a cooking
did all that.
recipe or something, you know?
It is. It is. It is. Yeah, they don't deviate. They don't deviate. One deviation and they scrap it immediately, and it could be right near the end.
Right.
If it's wrong,
There's
it's wrong.
like-
It's wrong. It's wrong. Yeah. The integrity is so important. So
There's
important.
got to be some little family recipes, you know, these handmade. Like remember in Kill Bill, she went to search for the special katana man maker. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah, that was
you
a bit
know, it's
cool.
like you ain't making it. They ain't making it like these OGs, man. They got some secret family recipes and stuff, man.
Yeah.
But
That's snapping.
anyway, yo, I see riding you up in here, man. Are you about to do the thing on your channel? Is he here? Is he here?
He's about to do the thing.
You about to do a little thing over there?
Man.
What's up, man? Are you AFK? Here.
My mic wasn't
He's
working.
preparing
There we
the
go.
thing right now.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to have Chronic on to talk about how science works, and they've discovered some new exoplanet, gas planet near a dwarf star or something.
How science works.
Wow.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you got it.
Oh, it's exo. I thought it was orbiting, man. I didn't think it was exo. My bad. I need to.
I thought Okay, this is something I was going to ask actually. I thought an exoplanet was just any planet outside our solar system. Is it like a? Because I thought the other one was a orphan planet where it doesn't have a star.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah.
I thought an exoplanet was any planet that's outside our solar system. But I don't know. We will learn this from the big brain science man.
Do you have any good pictures
of the planet?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, there's one on the thing, there's a picture of it.
Oh yeah, no, that thing ain't real. Oh no, you probably got the real one. I'm saying the thing on the news media thumbnails, that definitely isn't real.
Oh, it's a real picture, it's not a real photo.
Well, okay.
Image?
Yes,
yeah, picture.
Image?
Creation.
Sure,
Creation.
yeah, image. Yeah.
Artistic rendition? How low do you want to go? I can go really low. I can go super low because that's how science works.
Yeah, I think Chronic's about to drop that knowledge. That's why I was surprised to see writing in here. Because I knew it was coming up pretty recently, so I guess he was just coming around, gonna give us the word, maybe, or something. But I see, what channel is it going to be on in there in writing, Mr.
It's going to be on my one in the Let's Have a Chat channel.
Okay.
Whatever that standard one is, we do for a lot of them.
I'll go check my roles.
Yeah, we'll be starting in like 20 minutes, a bit over 20 minutes.
This is a new mic from like an hour ago. Is it okay?
Yeah, it sounds good. Sounding good.
Okay.
Sounding crisp, bro.
I found the realest photo yet.
I don't think I've got anything that approaches photos from anything, even some of the planets in our solar system. We've got only the jankiest photos of. Like,
here's the best one.
Pluto, isn't Pluto's? Oh no, maybe Cassini got something about that on the way past.
Man, I wish I was as gullible as you guys.
Yeah, because Cassini was never
I
there.
really do. I mean, I look at all this shit that I've been looking at my whole life, and I'm like, damn, and they're still buying it.
Yeah, you're welcome to come by and tell him.
No,
what you think
I've
he's
already
missed.
I've joined and left your server like 2 or 3 times already. I'm good. I can hardly stand you from this distance.
Because you knew I was going to destroy it, so I never got an offer. That's okay. Because
You're welcome to come by, but I mean, I moderate.
I'm welcome to come by. If I was welcome to come by, I would have had the invite a long time ago. Don't lie. The very fact
I'm not really fussed about
I
having.
didn't get it proves that you didn't send it, which proves I wasn't welcome. Don't be silly.
I mean, yeah, I'm not super fussed about you coming there because I really don't like the way you speak.
Of course
it's
not.
Conducive to conversation. Like
know
Rig's easy to
that
talk
I'm gonna
to, Don's easy to talk to.
No,
Everybody
I'm
else
not that
is
easy to talk to.
I will destroy your server.
It's for the
you know
best.
No, you're easy to talk to. I mean, I don't agree with what you say, but I mean,
makes sense not to.
I don't find that you bark over me like Jin
shatter
does.
your dreams.
Well,
your dream would be shattered into a gazillion pieces. You know? If you're going to count a gazillion, it will take you 70 trillion years to count that.
And you know what? It's so true. It's actually so true.
What, barking and speaking over somebody shatters their dreams? I don't know. Has it changed your mind much, Rig?
Absolutely shatters your dream, mate. You know that. Your dream will not flow because Jin is there.
My blessed
Your dream
dreams.
will not be flowing because I'm there. That's why. You know it. That's why I didn't get an invite. Obviously.
I didn't get an
It's
invite.
right there. It's right there in the chat.
Welcome to come. All you got to do is moderate the way you speak because it's important.
You're welcome to come, Jim, but I'm going to mute you.
Yeah, he'll just have to control you. That's all.
Yeah,
Jim, come on,
let other people speak.
Within
You're
reason.
very good at it.
You're welcome to come, Jim, but I'm just going to mute you as soon as you show your ugly face.
I'm going to mute you as soon as you start barking and shouting over people, repetitively repeating yourself and destroying the conversation the way you do.
That is
He has
exactly. It's not
he has
a
show
it's
quality
lunacy.
he's trying to maintain. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
You know
It just
That's not a
destroys conversation.
That's lunacy. That is what's the word? Misinformation. That's what that is.
People have been on. Have pretty much enjoyed it. If you don't like it, then I'm heartbroken, deeply, truly heartbroken that Jin won't be there when I'm not really that fussed if he's there. I'll just have to go and have a think about myself and the choices I've made in life.
I suggest you strongly do that because wow, you are in the wrong there.
Yeah, right.
You
are. And I have your opinion to care about deeply.
Nothing on here should be personal except for thanks for the help, you know? If it's help, then good. Anything else, just let it, you know what I mean? It don't mean nothing, you know?
If you don't like it, just don't engage with them. But yet you are engaging with them. Kind of seems like you like it.
Yeah, it's kind of
He
true.
loves it.
That's
He
a good
loves
point.
it.
Fun. You're fun, man.
He loves it, the man. You know that.
But Jin, you were just like, whoa, I didn't get an invite. Like, I don't know. Like, no one got a fucking invite. What are you talking about, bro?
Oh, well, I mean, I should have got an invite. He's promoting his channel. He's promoting his channel, isn't he? So he should be sending the invites out, obviously. That's the done thing. But not the Jin CBR one, because he's going to wreck my fucking server. He won't shut up. Fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you've nailed it,
my
mate.
dream.
I'm glad we're a record. I'm glad we see eye to eye for once.
Fucking gonna fuck up my bloody my nice dream there. I want to try to promote.
I just don't like muting people. I don't like having to moderate. I prefer it when people moderate their own behaviour.
Yeah, I don't like muting people.
Idea
but
of you.
Jin, I don't like muting people, but Jin, I love muting Jin forever. Mute.
Well, I've never muted you yet, have I?
No, but you will do. You'll relish that moment. I know.
Jin, when y'all just started talking, you got twice as loud as him, and y'all both did talk at the same time, but he was about 50% of the tempo compared to, like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all both still was talking, but like you went to war with the fucking domination attempt and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, you gotta respect the man for being chill, right? Like,
that's the way
he
I am,
stood
man.
up, but he still was chill. Like, he's pretty chill dude.
What you got to remember is, is Jin actually comes from the time when globes were nothing but dicks, and that was exactly how you had to handle Glovers because there was no other choice. So you're not going to get much different from him.
No,
like things have
riding
changed.
is no. I heard you say something about someone else said they couldn't stand him too. Like, but riding only has a tiny, the babyest little piece of mainstream area. He's a really fair, open dude from my point of view. Riding, that's I'll fuck with you anytime, bro. You listen, and we could fight, but not make it personal, or communicate, share it, whatever, dude. You're a chill dude.
Yeah, you're a chill dude. You're a chill dude.
That's funny because I would say
conniving.
I've had many conversations with Jen, and I would say he's a good, cool dude to talk to when you're not trying to play the battle game with him. Just talk to him.
Oh yeah, we can discuss bikes and love and women and that, no problem. Music.
It's when you play that. It's when you want to play the right and wrong game. When you play the right and wrong game out there, who you're talking to, it's going to turn into a heated argument around here. Just have a conversation.
Instantly, like instant coffee. Instantly, man. Because wow, if there's not a globe, how can you say? Oh, the Earth's a globe. Don't say that to me. The Earth's a globe. You know when the Earth's spinning on the equator. No, I don't know that. That's me straight away there. Oh no, I do not know that. But that's what I mean.
Doesn't mean you have to go into war every time we have a conversation.
Oh, you got to go into war with that. You've got to go into war with that.
Why?
You've got to stop that nonsense. Why? Because there's no proof of it happening. That is real misinformation, which YouTube is actually censoring the flat earthers for. We're telling the truth, and they're saying we're giving misinformation, and we're getting censored the fuck.
Yep.
It's their company, though.
Yeah, fine. They're entitled to do that, just like
having your own Discord server, right?
That's fair
The
enough.
best part is there's so many platforms nowadays that you can go to that don't censor, that still have live streams, Discords.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, that's it.
You can have your own server up anytime you want.
Yeah,
I mean, shit. You just have your videos up anytime you want. Give out the fucking.
Who doesn't have a server these days?
But yeah, But in the meantime, those servers that are pushing the misinformation will get shouted at if I'm in that room. That's my prerogative.
Sure it is. Yeah, exactly. It's a freedom bit, isn't it? Right? You're free to shout. I'm free to mute you.
I am a professional, expert specialist at that skill. So don't mess.
Well, actually, writing, you're not allowed to mute him here.
No, I mean in my server. That's like if he were in my server, same as like, he's here and he's violating the rules of this server, someone's free to mute him. Same as if you're putting up videos on YouTube, YouTube's free to mute you.
Yeah, I get muted. That's okay. But like I said, in my case, you'll relish it, I'm sure. I can see you smiling right now.
All right, it's the opposite of what I've just said. I prefer people moderate their own behavior. I don't like muting people at all. I don't think I've ever server muted anybody in my server. People are pretty good in there.
Do you have like
That's
a high
when I was
amount of
modding
flat
on
earthers that come through?
Say again, sorry, Sean.
Do you have a lot of flat earthers that come through?
Yeah, reasonable number.
What's a reasonable number?
Oh, I don't know, like because it'll pretty much only have people in there if I'm doing a stream or something,
Okay.
and then it'll be like I don't
Oh,
know.
so
Most of the time,
you-
it's been like 2/3.
That's good.
2/3 to a half, kind of waivers.
Wait, 2/3 flat earthers?
Yeah, 2/3 to a half, thereabouts.
What?
Is it smaller than that?
I'm
Last
just
time
taking
I
a
was
while.
on, there was like, who was there? There was
Well,
when that time you
so
were there,
how-
Rig. It was like Rig. I guess Dawn's not a flat earther, is he? But I put him
No.
sort of close to that category.
The Rig
I
or
mean-
who?
It's okay, I get it. So like but at least just not at least 2/3 just skeptical people at the least, I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, try to make it a balance because, like, for me, like Globers are sort of only interesting to listen to if they have some sort of expertise. If they're like me, they're a layperson at everything. They just think the Earth's a globe. It's not that interesting a conversation. But you get someone like Chronic in there. He's a PhD, like actual scientist studying astrophysics, stellar proper motion, and he can explain how that stuff's done. That's just a super interesting conversation to me.
But one of the things I've learned with those people, what we would call people of authority in that situation,
Yeah.
seem to carry their egos into the conversation as well. So they don't really get through to a lot of people, except for people that believe it's a globe and just want to understand something better. But if you're having a discussion between sides, for so to speak, usually they carry an ego that usually will carry an opinion more than a fact.
Opinion more than fact. Don't know. Maybe for some people, I find Chronic's pretty good because, like, one of the things I have an interest in doing is like speaking in a way that it sort of matches, is sort of accurate in that way that science is about not saying we've proven this and we've shown that. And I find he's really good at that. He doesn't sort of just go, "We know that X," or he'll
Right,
use
we're about to
these
see.
phrases.
We're about to see.
Like I said, I've
Yeah.
never talked to him, so
You should
I'm
come
not. Gonna,
check it out.
I definitely don't lump him into it. I lump people like Dr. Bob into that. Professor Phil is a bad one.
Yeah, they
guys like
come in
that.
pretty hot sometimes.
Yeah, and Dr. Bob is just an arrogant asshole. Smart, just an arrogant asshole. But Professor Phil, he is definitely carrying the ego knowledge thing where he knows everything, and you can stump him on everything. He embarrasses himself when he does that kind of shit. I can.
What about
name
Simon
1,000
Dan?
kind of things.
Simon Dan?
I think Simon Dan is an excellent spokesman for science. He talks to people. He doesn't play the "I'm so damn smart, listen to me" game, and I think he understands that.
All right, I'm not really finding an in here.
Everything
There's so many people talking. Were you talking about Rig or the Rig or me earlier?
You, I think he was saying.
You.
I'm not really a flat earther, or what?
He's a lifer.
No, I wasn't saying you weren't a flat earther. I was saying Dawn's not really a flat earther. You're definitely a flat
okay.
earther, I think.
I retract. Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Don's not.
flat over.
I don't think
he's on the
Don
fence,
isn't even a glober. I think Don is kind of a.
He's just a loner.
Antagonize. Yeah,
No, I
antagonize
mean,
both sides as much as possible.
I'm not trying to antagonize him, but look,
No,
they
we're
obviously
talking about
have their
Don-
mainstream
no.
shit. The
We're talking
thing is,
about-
I know that I haven't verified that stuff from
You were
myself.
not. You were not Dawn.
That's all.
You're not talking about you. We're talking about
Dawn
Don
Treader.
DJ. Yeah.
DAWN, not DON. Oh, good.
Yeah, not DON.
All right, cleared up all the name confusion. Go ahead, back to whatever you were. Yeah.
I just had a look at your channel. Well, you've got a nice little setup there. Walking on
Yeah,
it.
had a guy came in after I did a session on the chatterbox and was like, I want to mod the server, and he set up all these permissions for me. Monarch, he's an absolute legend.
Yeah. It's got a nice little setup there.
Is he young?
Is he young?
Yeah, the one that set your server up and everything.
I think so. Yeah, I think he's like about 18.
Yeah, because a buddy of mine, he set up. Well, he helped me set up, and he basically built my first server. And then now that when I was live streaming and I started stepping more away from the flat Earth conversation, I started a new one, and he ran everything through me to teach me how to use it and everything. So those fucking young kids, they know how to use Discord. He set everything up for me like that.
Yeah, nice. So good to have people like that who are nerds. But
Fuck
yeah,
yeah.
I should have learnt more from him about it. He was just like, let me set up the permissions because you've got it all set up there that like when I had it originally, he's like, anybody can come in and just rename any of these rooms, change permissions themselves and stuff. This is just going to be a nightmare. I was like, oh, I don't know any of this.
What will happen is you'll start getting real comfortable with your server and how it works, and then you'll find yourself starting a new server and trying to, see if you can set it up the same.
Yeah.
And then you'll delete that one, and then you'll set up another one. And you'll be better at it, and then you may not, you see something you don't like, but you're so deep you don't remember where it was, so you'll delete it and you'll start a new one until you get one that you feel like you understand what the hell is actually going on in it. It's fun. It is fun to set them up though once you figure it out. Like like this one, Geo, he stepped up. I think this is probably the most structured and well set up server in the community by far.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, he's done a lot of really good stuff with it.
I have my issues with how he runs it, but it's his server, so who the fuck am I? He needs,
that's what I like about being able to set up your own server. It's like if you like conversations where you're shouting, you can set that up and just do it.
You can have a no holds bar room. I think Geo lacks. I think Geo has probably 2-3 good mods. The rest, complete shit. Complete shit. Travis, complete shit. And the biggest issue he has is that motherfucker never has a connection. So he always wants to mod when he's roboting like a motherfucker.
He's driving his car.
Well, Rocky is the same way. Like I can't stand people who are mods who only have a phone.
Yeah, I'm about to get
shit out of me.
complain muted. Don't get complain muted.
But the thing is, Rakia is at least he's trying to be a good mod. He has his shitty moments, but he's at least trying. Travis uses that mod like it's his fucking golden ticket.
Well, they're all trying. They just, have
Travis,
different standards of trying.
I don't think Travis tried. I think Travis got that mod and goes, anytime I need it, I can use it. And modding is not easy. It's
Anyway,
not a simple task.
I do think it's a good point though that we're on the live stream talking about how they're moderating the server might be.
So what?
Why not? Well, why? That's exactly what
I'm just thinking
trust
about
me, it's a big deal. I can tell you right now, the biggest issue with a server owner is keeping it from coming.
Geo cares about these conversations, but it's just as long as we don't make it like a whole night or a whole week of talking about stuff like this. Like, you know what I mean?
We're not complaining during the conversation. Like, we don't need a mod right now. We're not complaining that we don't have a mod right now. He's just like criticizing.
Like, we're clearly here because this place is way better than what we expect from most places. And that's really the best we can ask for right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, Brandon's server went to shit the second a couple people joined it and made it a shit show.
It was made by the people anyway, so.
Well, it's like I said, it goes ups and downs, and it's very difficult to keep a server legit. Not legit.
I'll go back when Brandon's hosting or whatever. I wish he would maybe give hosting over here a chance sometime. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, it's like I said, he should, in a sense, he should be here more in a sense that he needs. That this is where everyone's going now. Gems is already downhill. It will peak again, but I mean, with Flat Earthers, probably not. Brandon's, I literally think Brandon's went to shit because a few people that got in there and just acted like it was their shit. And again, you have to appease everyone, and that's just the way it is. You can't. I'm sorry, if you want this server to last, you can't make Globers feel like they can't be here. And again, it's not like that. This is actually that's like I said. I give nothing but compliments to how Geos has it set up.
Are you going to be doing? Are you going to be taking over host anytime soon, Sean?
Nah. I definitely like to be involved a lot more here because it is a good spot right now. But again, like I said, I personal opinion, think he needs at least a couple Glober mods to kind of have a voice here too.
Right, like Branch. I agree.
Fuck you.
Branch is the best Glober.
Rig, I hated you for so many reasons. I forgot all of them, and I hate you now only for that statement.
Well, I just want to remind you the stuff you hated me for was literally just a long joke that you just never got the joke, and we just kept making more jokes, and then you just got pissed off when I told you it was just a joke, and you got more mad. So the whole time you thought I did all these things, and I didn't do those things. So,
well, it was also because it was where you were at, and the other people that were there that were in charge.
Dude, Sheeple, you know what?
Yes.
Sheeple was the one who came up with the idea for joking with you. And then I just said, okay, fine.
See, and that's where Sheeple.
So good.
That's where Sheeple used you, because by that time
I didn't even know. I was like, dude, Sheeple, what are you doing? I'm sending a message.
Sheeple literally had planned that overtake for so damn long that it was insane. He had threatened so many people with doxing him by that point.
Wait. What do you mean he played me? What are you talking about? You're talking about something that happened like 2 years before he actually took the server. So,
dude, I'm telling you right now, that dude was psycho. He
is psycho, but he's also kind of funny. But what he did is it's what he did and what he continued to do. Like, that's not stuff you forgive people for, you know?
No. Me and you, I could eventually forget about it, realistically. The things he did and things he was trying to do, that's some fuck someone up on site shit.
Dude, so like, I don't know if anyone knows here, maybe one person knows this story, but like, you and I got in some kind of like battle where you got triggered against me and I didn't exactly know why. And then when you came over to the 24/7 server, Sheeple pulled you over to a private VC to talk to you about, or like handle our beef or whatever. And then at the end of the beef conversation, he's like, by the way, we've decided that we're going to give you the agent role.
Yes. And that's where that triggered the fuck out of me. Because that was also right after I had left Flat Earth. So,
right. And then we're like, we decided that you're an agent and we're going to give you the agent role now. And he was taking it super serious. And I was just kind of like playing along. I didn't know he was going to do that. And you just got super triggered. And I was like, well, he was already mad. And now he's super mad. And I can't do anything about it. So.
And even then, it wasn't so much at you. It was I put you in the 24/7 group because that's what it really was. And that was also because I had just left Flat Earth and everyone that I had talked to before kind of acted completely different. So, and you know me, Rick, for years, many years actually, I get triggered. It happens. I can't say it doesn't, and I can't say it doesn't happen for stupid reasons.
You have like a chip on your shoulder about respect, and that's fine. Some people do,
And if that would have happened in a different situation, I may have not have gotten triggered. It was just situational. It happens. I mean, shit. I've talked to you at least 12 dozen times here,
like a dozen times. And that first thing you got mad at me for was on Gem's server, which I intentionally go out of my way to disrespect people at times. So you probably just got caught in the crossfire at one point, and you didn't know me very well. You didn't know that I was just kind of acting that way,
And like, remember, then you were just part of a group. So
and
it was like,
I mean, I get it.
And that was I am so happy that this server, Brandon server, none of those servers actually turned into 24/7 because that place is toxic as fuck. I don't care what you think. That place is like,
oh, it's pretty rotten from the top down. Has been.
Yeah, it's fucking malicious. It's like a internment camp.
Well, it's a safe space. So
is it though?
Yeah, it's not a safe space for you.
What are you talking about? I go there all the time. I don't
It's a
talk.
safe space
I would
for
never
them.
talk. I would never in my life talk at 24/7. That is so pointless.
Yeah, well,
and the second my name comes up in that VC, it's different. I don't get the opportunity like a newbie does.
I liked going to Brandon's because there were people, and number two, I didn't have to worry about overbearing mods or having too many mods or whatever. So
Yeah,
like I like the anarchy where it's just a little bit of freedom where people manage themselves. And I'm good with that.
Are you
But
still
this
a mod at
place,
24/7?
no, I haven't been there in like months or like half a year or something. I don't know. I just
why?
Because I don't like. I mean,
because
it's just it's a big fucking jerk off pat on the back zone.
Yeah, they're starting a fucking cult. Just say it, Rick.
Well, like everything that they're part of is what I told them was a bad idea, years ago, and I was trying to help them prevent from becoming what this is now. And then it seems like they just really enjoy breathing from the mouth or something. I'm like, all right, well, if you really like that, whatever.
The only person I like over there is Mike. He's literally the only person I like over there.
I mean, Mike is kind of like here. Mike is whoever. Like Mike will be anything that will make you like him at least once.
Yes, he is.
But I don't like that. That's kind of fake to me.
He's a server admin's best friend. That motherfucker.
Well, okay, yeah,
that's
pretty
much. An awesome fucking bulldog. He's an awesome fucking watchdog. Period. I don't care what anyone says. He commands a room when he needs to. He'll do it. He will suck every person's dick if the admin tells him to.
Maybe.
But I like him more because no matter who kicks me or de-rolls me, he'll give them right back to me instantly.
I don't know. I require a little more consistency with people, personally.
Well, he thinks he's king dingling over there, so yeah, he does definitely love to flex those muscles.
Like if I have a problem with somebody, I will address the problem, and then it can turn into something else and move on and become a better relationship. Like you and I had a problem, we can face it and then just move forward, kind of a thing. But like a lot of the people, especially on that server, I feel like there's a lot of different faces that people carry, and they don't like to solve problems. They like to sweep them over. And I really, really don't like that shit.
Yeah, there's insanely too much. The best way of saying it is there's way too much politics involved there.
Yeah.
You're not part of the right. If you're not in the in crowd, you're fucked.
Yeah.
But hey, that's why it is what it is now. And
I don't know. I don't need training wheels, so there's no reason for me to go there anymore.
Well, that was the reason I first started hating it, because when I was a flat earther and I was going there and I went against the grain, I hated that. They hated that with a passion. Man, did they hate that. Those are telltale signs to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much 20 people on one person, and then they last about 30 seconds, and then, the excitement's over for the next 10 hours. Yeah. There's no point. It's just no point in being there.
And I love Helio. He's the man.
I used to. I just can't stand drunks.
Yeah, he takes it way too deep. Like he'll smash an 18-pack in an hour and then go at somebody. It's like, oh, this is weird.
Well, that's not including the liquor.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just bad.
I mean, the 18-pack is a chaser.
Yeah.
You're laughing. It's not a joke.
No, I know. And you can hear it, and Like he'll sound sober at the beginning of a conversation, and within a half hour, 45 minutes, completely different person. Completely different person. And belligerent. It's not fun. You're 100% right.
Well, it's been fun talking about a lesser than server, but you know, it's whatever. I still care about the people there. It's just not for me, man.
Yep.
I'll leave it on at that.
Yes, sir.
Ain't that right, Merlin? Even you left. I think you lasted just a couple days there before they gave you the agent role and then kicked you or some shit.
Yeah. I stopped taking all this seriously after I got to Gems. I just saw it was just a big controlled wall of bullshit from people who didn't really know what they were
Gems
talking about.
isn't exactly the place to go to learn anything anymore. Honestly, God, Gems is a globe 24/7 now. It's bad. I'm a mod over there, and I don't ever go there.
It always has been, though.
No, it wasn't that.
Yeah, always has
3-4
been.
years ago. 3-4 years ago was not that bad.
Okay,
Nowhere near as
minus
bad.
the banning. Okay, they'd never banned me until recently, which when I tried to
Wait,
get
you
banned.
got banned?
Oh
Yeah,
man,
but
I've
that
been
was
banned for like almost a year now.
yeah, but trust me, like I said, I haven't been over there like the last 6-7 months. I rarely go over there. Now I really go over there just to make sure people that just got there have roles, and then I leave. I don't even go in the voice chat. It's bad now. I get sick to my stomach being over there. It's like if there's no flat earthers, the only thing they got to do is talk shit. It's so weird.
Yeah, they
And
get
it's
sick to the
people.
stomach when I'm in
Matter
there.
of fact, yeah, Jen, you were over there the other day, and it was just like and nonstop antagonizing and talking shit. It got so bad, Rig. I messaged Jen and said, "Hey, man,
Yeah.
I apologize for the assholes at gyms right now."
Yeah, cheers. Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
bad.
but I
Like,
just carried on, man. I just hit him hard, hit him low, hit him everywhere.
and they were talking about. Wait, Rig. No, that was over here. They were. You guys were talking about motorcycles. Well,
Yeah.
Jen was over there talking about his bike, and they just were talking mad shit the whole time. And Jen wasn't doing the going at war attitude with them. He was just literally just talking, and they were just nitpicking, trying to push buttons to get him to launch off. It was just fucking insane. It got, like I said, it got so bad. I just was like, I have to message him and just apologize because this is fucking insane.
Yeah, I appreciated that. By the way, I think I did reply to you, and I said
Yeah,
thanks
you
for
did.
that.
Yeah. This just gets bad, and it's just when you start doing that to poke people to make them be that character, this is a shit show. That's why I don't go over there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm very happy with the way Gio runs this.
Oh yeah, this is a really good, like you said, one of the best organized servers in the community, and I have to agree with you there. Perfect.
The best thing
Because
about this server is that I don't have to hear Curve's voice and I don't have to hear Gem's voice.
Well, I'd like to. One of the pluses of this server was I didn't have to hear Pete's voice, but then someone fucking gave him an invite.
Well, you know what? Even Pete started to like pull back a little bit today, which was
I hope
nice.
so. No, wait, no, he did not, because I came in earlier, and the first words out of his mouth was, "Hey, Sean, how do you feel about the Wilder Fury fight? Seeing how Wilder represented the black people." I'm like, "No, Pete, I'm not talking to you right now," and then he keeps going. But he does that to me. It gets aggravating, and that was my only. He just the thing about Pete is he loves to say everyone's a character in a story. But I'm sorry, that motherfucker has had the script for years, 6 years at least. He just rolls on with it. If there's ever a character, ever a script, that's Pete. I can't hear about Aristarchus anymore.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm off to the supermarket. I shall catch you up later. Collecting my free water.
All right.
All right.
I shall be back.
Have a good
All
one.
right. Later, Jin.
Later, Jin.
Dude, Jin is
There he
full
is.
of life. He is just full of energy.
He's a palm tree for sure.
Yeah. He's
What's up,
just-
Gio?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah.
What's up, Sean?
I'm happy you weren't here a minute ago. We just got done talking a lot of shit about.
Oh,
you and your
I'm
server.
sure he's been here the whole time.
I know.
I've been listening. I've been listening, yeah. Been chilling.
I'm sorry, I only just got here.
Motherfucking Terry, how you doing, sir?
You following me, Sean?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, Sean,
You're
I mean, I just one thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna mess with Terry. No worries. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just going to mess with each other, Gio.
I was gonna say the only reason I'm able to follow you is because I can see the skid marks of your walker in the sand.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yikes.
I'll get back to you on that one.
My apologies, Gio. Go ahead.
He's not sorry, Gio.
I am.
Oh no, it's good. I'm always happy to pull back, like someone, like if I talk over someone, like if I talk at the same time or whatnot. Like I always try to pull back.
I think.
Oh, no, I think
I think I'm just talking. That's okay. You're middle of your sentence didn't interrupt the start of mine, did it?
It does happen. Yeah, no, but I was just gonna say, Sean, like before, talk about just servers and stuff. But I mean, definitely, like, I'm always open to hearing everyone's thoughts. Like if people do think there's conflicts. I think in terms of with moderators, I would say it's probably near impossible to have a team of moderators that people are not going to be critical about. I don't know if that's even possible. It'd be interesting if that was. And also on this server, like if we're trying to kind of hold to like a level of integrity, just in terms of all the toxicity and abuse and all the attacks and stuff, that means that when there's moderation happening to stop that, the people who want to do that are going to then attack and say that, that the mods were abusing them or something. Whereas in some cases, the mod might actually just be setting the boundary that was needed, for that moderation at that time.
Yeah, and you got, like I said, you have good mods that do that. Like I was saying, Rikia is a good mod. I think he's trying to find his niche in between where his boundaries are with it. And I hate fucking saying it, but Jeremy's an excellent mod. He's actually good at it. But like I said, I think I don't even need to say names anymore. You know who I have a problem with, but that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? And I noticed that you did cut down on mods and stuff, and that shows. And as a server, it shows that you give a fuck. So it's not at fault to you. You know what I mean?
What do you mean cut down?
Well, when you first started, it seemed like pretty much all flat earthers had mods, and then it kind of looked like certain mods, or a lot less of the mods were mods, and now you kind of have a handful of mods that are always here and always at least doing what they need to do. Indie Space Time, he's a good mod.
Well, none have been removed, other than old Merle. Merle did pop in and pop out, but he's actually the only one that has been shifted. So when people aren't logged in, it won't show them like over on the right. So maybe you're just thinking sometimes if there's only a couple showing, but the number, like no one's been removed from mod except that in terms of that, except for when Merle, so other than Merle, and I love you, Merle. We can
the
always
mods you do have. Yeah, and the mods you do have that obviously have stepped up. You have a good list of mods. Your server is a good server. So I mean, my little stupid opinion issues aren't really big issues. Only real issue I have is you have a mod that has the shittiest signal on Earth. It mods every time it's shitty. So, but that's it. But other than that, no, you're.
Hey, Gio, give me a mod so I can mute Sean.
Shut up, Terry. I get modded. I get muted enough for good
I could
reason.
give you the temporary live stream host role, and then you could mute him.
Don't do that because he will.
You'd have to have something really good to talk about, though.
Yeah, we could start a new YouTube video on a particular topic. Terry's the host, if you want, or whoever.
Oh shit, that'd really mess with me.
Yeah, are you interesting, Terry?
See,
No,
I do like
I'm boring as anything, aren't I, Sean?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to talk to you about that, Gio, because Rick actually had just said something about it, and I wasn't thinking so much about it. But you'll allow the host thing for almost any topics, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, within some level of, yeah.
Well,
I mean, not something on, yes.
Yeah,
within the sphere of the topic.
No,
within
I don't know
the
if you remember.
sphere of something, within somewhere. Yeah.
I don't remember if you remember, but I do a lot of the geoengineering, weather modification stuff. And right now, where I live, my signal is crap, so I can't set up my live stream. So I was thinking hitting up sometime to have a platform where I can talk about that kind of stuff and the current stuff that's going on, shit like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way this is set up is that some people will have the live stream host role, which means like they're always a host. And then when they want to host, they would go into the current live host channel and then add, click an emoji there, which would show that they're hosting. And then they could host for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever that may be. And then there's a temporary live stream host role, which is something that can just be given out, whenever. And the only thing it gives you like muting capacities essentially. But it also, so like mod permission wise, it's really only muting ability. Maybe like, move people, deafen. I think you can manage messages, I think as well, meaning that if it's on your stream and someone posts something, that you didn't want on there, you can delete messages out of the live stream text chat as well. So I think it gives you that permission. And I think I can make it to where it would give that role a stage moderator as well. I might already have it set up like that, but it seems like we probably should, even though we haven't really used the stage much. But anyway, so if I give that temporary live stream host role, it basically gives all those permissions, and then virtually it could go to anyone and they could host for a show. And I can start a new YouTube video, when they start hosting, and then put that title, their name, and then boom, it'd be like a 2 or 3 hour or 1 hour, whatever it is, either presentation or hosting or and the options are endless in terms of the possibilities of ways to host it.
I would like to hear about geoengineering if that's something we're allowed to talk about.
Yeah, is it? But that's if you want to talk about a topic that I deep involved in. That's.
I haven't seen any censorship on YouTube about it, like ever since people were talking about it, which is kind of strange. So,
That's the extra plus about it, because personally, I don't use chemtrails as a term or an explanation for nothing. It's a bad name.
You just did.
Oof. I hate it.
Well, that would. I think. I'm just going back to the welcome page because I did list the topics there. Yeah, the topics for discussions. That would definitely fit just truth in general.
Mm.
That fits the truthology.
A lot of it.
The study of truth
a lot
in
of
today's
this
world, acquiring truth, methods and practices. That would definitely fit within that. And it's the earth as well. But yeah, I think that's an interesting topic. I mean, the only thing be better to keep it I think overall topics go ahead. Never mind.
Well, no, because like when I do talk about it, it's information that's out there, information that's test and all this stuff that's actually going on.
I love that topic. Yeah, like how the Earth's weather is being altered. Absolutely, I think that's huge.
And the huge difference between the geoengineering that they're talking about wanting to do, and then versus weather modification. I like to use official documents, so it's not just made up stuff and all that good stuff. It's nothing that would be classified as hoaxing or anything like that. I don't like doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit where my mind was going. Is like it just makes me wonder, like possibly maybe not all the way in the rabbit hole with like conspiracy to some degree, like whatever that means. I mean, even though I do in general, but that, yeah, like I wouldn't, because you know how what I mean by that actually is like a form of conspiracy where it's like more fear based, like it's like black pill version of it, you know?
Kind of like talking about like Obama and Will Smith being the same person.
What about Obama?
It's just a funny thing.
It's an American joke. Okay, I get it. Just because I'm Australian,
not an
keep me out
American
of the conversation.
It's not. It's a Pete joke.
Okay, it's a Pete. That's a Pete. Okay.
Well, that's not. Well, I think more what I was saying, because I mean, conspiracies in general are. Yeah, I mean, I love the quest to decipher what conspiracies may be going on. So that's. I mean, yeah, but I think there's just a version of it that can be, yeah, like I said, more like fear based or.
Yeah, I don't like that because it's harder to for people to distinguish between the opinion and then the actual facts of something.
But yeah, Sean, like, because I mean, yeah, I know that you're thinking the Earth is a globe in terms of that, but so you're like, what is your thought on geoengineering then? You think that is happening? You just see it happening in the globe? Like you don't think the same people doing that are also just lying to us about where we live?
No, they are definitely doing it. They definitely try to not be as obvious about it as possible. To find out what they're doing and when they're doing it isn't easy. And a lot of the things they're doing is literally contradictions to treaties that we have. So, for instance, a lot of the geoengineering in practice isn't being done to mitigate emissions. It's done, they put it under the guise of testing. And then they say it's small scale, so it's fine. Like, for instance, one of the big ones they're doing now, they do it everywhere. Actually, the biggest hit right now is Australia and their coral reefs and all that. They do a lot of ocean fertilization, where they put iron in the water to simulate the phytoplankton and all that stuff. It actually causes a lot of red tides. And those type of things, they're not linking them together like they should be. But there's documents that show it. They show the toxicity that happens. And then the worst part is then they don't tell you the repercussions of doing these things. They make everything sound so peachy and wonderful and it's going to work. When in reality, in my opinion, it's a big money thing right now for them. It's opened a market for money. Now, not to say there are geoengineering projects that are good, but any geoengineering project you hear about that is a quick fix is the worst idea ever. I don't care where you live. I guarantee you right now, you have at least 3 or 4 times this year alone went, man, this weather does not seem normal. And it's not on accident. It's not a coincidence, or it's not just happening. It's for a reason.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, dude. Yeah, I mean, if this is a topic that you have like knowledge on, research, or something that you feel like you would want to host for, yeah, like with that temporary live stream host role, I can basically give that for however long you would want, and then, like I said, crank up a new YouTube video for, like, let's just say right now you wanted to. I'm not saying if you do or not, but if, let's say you did, I could start it, record an hour video, for example, and then, I could title it, whatever title. I mean, if you're particularly hosting, it could be Sean G, geoengineering, whatever it would be. And then that video could easily be shared. So perhaps that could bring, make it a little more easier to actually share some of these the content rather than these long 12-hour videos that are pretty hard to go back and find stuff.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I'll message you, let you know when I come up with stuff, and then even then I'll let you know what the exact topic would be. When I talk about that stuff, I try to stay on a certain topic because, like most things, if you go too widespread with it, it's kind of hard to follow.
So I spent a lot of my time outside in Austin, Texas, driving every day, and every time we had an event that would usually like take over the city or something like that, I would notice that they spent extra time like blasting the sky to clear it out. Like if like you know if we're gonna have overcast or something, like it was clearly that somebody paid to have that done. Like it was for the length of the event, we had clear skies, but then literally just on the outside of the county, you could see like this cutout, like somebody had a hole punch out over the city, and just beyond that precipice is just what the weather that we should have had. You know,
that's cloud seeding, and it is a billion-dollar industry in the United States.
Well, in this case, it wasn't cloud seeding. It was I could see them actually blast away the clouds with like a radio wave or some
Well, one of the big things they do with cloud seeding when I say cloud seeding, it doesn't just for rain. They can remove the moisture out of the air to get clear skies. They do a shit ton of it for hail suppression and to mitigate rain. And the worst part is they have to tell us, but you know how when someone dies, you have to put it in the obituaries. It's kind of the same thing. They just have to make a small ad, and they can put it in a penny saver if they want to, as long as they're making it publicly known that they have a contract to do certain jobs. But like I said, it is literally a billion-dollar industry that is being done. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Well, I noticed that they okay. So I watched the patterns every day for years, and they spend extra effort to block the sun as it's coming up and to block it as it's going down.
That is solar.
I think they're trying to like remove vitamin D. They're trying to create vitamin D deficiency, is what I talked it up to.
When you're talking about blocking the sun, what the idea is to block as much of the UV lights to quote unquote cool the planet.
But they're only doing it for the city.
Well, I personally think that those are what I consider their quote unquote testing. For
testing
solar radiation. Yeah,
Okay.
solar radiation management, which is the guides to block out the sun to cool the planet. If they're going to start talking about doing it on a geoengineering level, it will literally have to be all over the earth, everywhere. They won't be able to do it over, say, a whole state, because then they will conflict with New Mexico. Because I'm in Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, all the surrounding states. It will affect them tenfold. I know they're not doing it worldwide, because if it was worldwide,
They're doing it worldwide. They're doing it worldwide.
I think
Absolutely.
I think they're doing what I call pocket testing. A lot of what
Every
they're doing,
city.
I wouldn't say every. I could say
I
every major
travel.
city.
I drive a lot. I travel a lot. It's in every city.
Look
every
up
city.
Look up Harvard geoengineering Institute. They have a huge. They're actually the ones that are leading the push for the solar radiation management. The guy one of the professors that is running it owns a carbon capture plant in Canada, which is actually the largest one in the world right now. Which is the guys, capturing carbon out of the air, which is another BS scam for money. But it's a big deal. They've been doing a lot of testing. They started in Arizona. They did some in New Mexico. They did some in the Montana area, Texas. They got kicked out. Actually, got kicked out, and no longer have permission to test their tests. Now they moved to the UK. A lot of that is the stratosphere spraying and all that kind of stuff. Again, like I said, I'd have to show you, and like I said, do an actual talk about it to get deep into it. But I think a lot of the stuff we're seeing and a lot of stuff they're still doing is still pockets local. I don't think they're doing global yet. And
Bro,
if they do,
where have you been?
it'll be a bigger problem. Again,
Where
cloud
have you
seeding.
been? They're doing it everywhere. You got to be full of
Again,
shit.
the
They're
idea
doing
of
it
cloud seeding.
everywhere.
The
Sean
idea of
thinks
cloud
that
seeding
Massive.
Sean thinks
everywhere.
that CO2 is warming the planet and that they have to do this to
Do I?
I don't
No,
know.
see,
It
that's not.
seems like when we have had discussions with you before that you're fully on the global warming bandwagon.
See, then you haven't listened to me. I am fully. And I know for a fact we do play a part in it. Do we play a part to the fact that where we can actually control the temperature and the amount of emissions or how climate change is changing? No, it's been doing it for millions of years. We're not big enough to, but we do play a part in it. Period. I don't care what you say. We do. If you don't think so, then try to explain to me how breathing in your car in a garage with exhaust is good for you. There are ups and downs to
Well,
it. There are pluses and minuses.
breathing in
There
the
are plus.
exhaust from your car is carbon monoxide, right?
Yeah, I'm just talking about emissions in general. If you're saying that our exhaust from our cars has no factor, then go to LA and tell me the same thing.
Well,
you can literally from any mountainside you can see the
I'm
smog.
talking specifically about catastrophic climate change, catastrophic global warming. That's what I'm talking about.
Overall, I think nature plays
Specifically.
an 80% part of that. It's going to happen. It's been happening, regardless of us.
Well, heating, cooling. I mean, yeah, the weather changes.
Mhm. Yeah, it's going to change. Yeah, it does it. We know that because Egypt used to be a fucking rainforest. We didn't play a part in the change of that, and I know that for a fact. But to say that we don't have any factor in it is just it's ridiculous.
I mean, we play a part where the cities are.
But we're everywhere.
Not really, man.
Yeah, we are.
Dude,
We're
I mean,
everywhere.
What do you think about overpopulation, Ron?
Yeah.
People go where the amenities are.
But I mean, do you think that we're running out of resources and that there's too many humans and that we're on this exponential growth curve?
No. I think the idea to think that any government wants to get rid of people is absurd. Where do you think they get their money?
Well, they print it.
Yeah, but they need us to pay the taxes. And again, you can't just print money over. If you wanted to,
No, man.
You would never have a debt.
That's a psyop. They don't need us to pay taxes, but they
want us to.
Because that's the
No.
psyop is that we owe.
And I can tell you right now, 90%. I can do a list of taxes that we pay that are bullshit that don't even probably go to that. There are things that we pay taxes in that they don't even tell us it goes to. When they say the gas is so expensive because of the taxes that go to the infrastructure of the roads, I guarantee you 60% of that money doesn't ever see a road or an overpass or a freeway ever.
So what do you think like the Cold War was legit and like the current like
Absolutely.
China is so you think China is our enemy and that
Yes,
there's
I
really this
think
global struggle for power?
I think at every point in the world's history, a country has always wanted to be the best at something.
So
America did their best to become the military superpowers. China has a military, but it's not as good as ours. But there's one thing that they have that structured that we don't, and that's the economic. That's why for decades they've been buying everything out.
How did that come about where manufacturing from the United States got shipped over to China and now we buy everything from over there? Do you think that's just like
the United States
smart
consumed
economics?
the Nazi military, and then we decided that if we just had the biggest military, then everyone else would have to do all our chores for us.
Yep. China didn't go that route. China went the route of money. And I can tell you right now, we're not friends with China. If we were friends with China, we wouldn't be I can tell you right now, get ready because World War III is going to happen.
I'm not saying that we're friends. I'm saying the fact that there's like this, conflict is just a way to gin up fear in the world and to keep people, kind of penned into this system. Like,
no, the issue is right now, as we speak, China is flexing its military muscles in the South China Sea, trying to take up every bit of island they can. And if that happens, then they have too much, and that becomes
let me
an
ask you
issue.
this: how do you think it is, like with this COVID thing, that the entire world went along with the script?
I don't think we're supposed to talk about that. If just so you know, my how do I say this without making it?
Well, I'll
Remember
give you
how?
another.
Hang on. You remember how we were worried that Saddam was using gas on his own people? That would be a way of warfare without actually having to go to war. I would say that topic is the same thing. I think it was purposely. I think it's purpose. I think it has a reason, and I think it's a bad reason. I don't think at any point our government would say the reason it's here is I don't know how to say it. I guess I really can't talk about that topic without talking about that topic. But besides that, I'll just bioweapon. That's all I'll say. That's as far as I'll go.
Human malware?
Huh?
Human malware.
Yes. And for anyone who thinks different, or when they think that topic, it doesn't need to kill millions of people. It doesn't need to.
It just needs to do a really good job.
Yeah, it just has to throw get shit out of whack. Period. That's it.
Well, it was a bad topic for me to bring up, anyways. Let me try to steer something else. But I'm just trying to point out the fact. I don't know. To me, I just look at this, and it seems to me that there's like people that actually run the global power, and the idea that there's these different countries and they're competing, and the governments are acting independently, and they're enemies and they fight wars. I think is just a stage show, just like we have a political system, right? That lays out this. Ooh, there's Democrats and ooh, there's Republicans, and they're
100%
battling
agree.
against each other.
I think the political parties. I think that's crap. That's literally just a way to keep groups have their own special interests. And again, when money's involved, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be friends. Rival gang members will deal with rival gang members if it benefits them. Same thing. If it involves money, they'll talk. They'll do deals with each other. Period. They don't have to like each other. They can hate each other and still do that. And the U.S. messes with China so damn much because China does it cheaper, and we're assholes, and we want money.
Yeah, but we're in this position where we're totally dependent on China.
Well, I think we're totally dependent on a lot of different countries. But at the same time, if we weren't, our prices of everything would go up.
Well, it's not even a matter about prices, like, or like normal living would shut down, right? If we couldn't get stuff from China, just normal living would shut down. Where would you get the chips to go into the computers? Where would you get?
Shut down. It would shut down momentarily, but again, we have the infrastructure to do so. It'd just be more expensive. You can buy processors in the United States that are American made. It's just more expensive. It would cripple us, but it wouldn't we wouldn't go back to the Stone Age by any means. It'd just be more expensive. That's like saying we get all our oil from Saudi Arabia, but we do that because it's cheaper. If Saudi Arabia cut us off completely, we have oil. It'd just be more expensive.
That's not true.
Oh, yes, it is.
Bro, we have so much oil. Ridiculous. The only reason we're not using it is because we'd rather use everyone else's first.
Yes, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper for them to do the work. We have we have an overabundance of oil. It's a stockpile.
It also replenishes. So the idea of it being cheap I mean,
Mm.
it could be almost free, just like it is everywhere else.
See,
Like it literally
when you say-
replenishes itself, so
I
there's no
don't believe
shortage.
it replenishes itself, but
It
they do
absolutely
have
does.
they have methods and ways to say if say they used up a pocket that they found of oil, they have ways of squeezing a lot
They've
more out of it.
found all the oil already, and they limit they limit their land leases sparingly with the economy. So like the rise and fall of oil in the United States it's created, like the scarcity is created. That shit fills right back up
I don't
within,
think
you
it fills
know.
back up.
Yeah,
I know
absolutely it
doesn't.
does. Not all of
But
them
then-
do.
and there would be a problem with that because there is also a method that correlates with this whole carbon emissions and all that stuff, because all this capturing of the carbon that they're doing, and they're saying they're trying to take it out of the air for emissions and lower emissions and all that stuff. What they're really doing, and this is how I know they don't fill back up, they squeeze out more. So when you have a place, if they go just a place and drill and pull the oil out for a decade and then they leave and they come back, it's not because it filled up, it's because there's a method to get more out of it, even though they've used most of the pocket. What they're doing is they liquefy carbon dioxide, they inject it back into these pockets, and what that does is it makes the oil come back, seep all the oil that they couldn't get to. Brings it back into a pool state.
Yeah,
so
I
they're
know.
able to
I worked in the oil field.
pockets.
Did you work in the
Okay,
oil field?
No, but I've done a lot of research on it, so I do have an excellent
So
idea how
let me just tell you then. There's a lot of land where there's oil access, and then they
But
have
they're not there.
fracking. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know, but the thing is that there's what you would call like main veins for oil.
Yes.
That is, you can always pump it, it always fills up. Okay, and then there's other ones that are just reservoirs that when you pump it, they may or may not fill back up depending on who owns the main vein.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Like sometimes they do fill back up, but sometimes you fill it with fluid and you mix it up and then you pump it out.
Yeah,
right?
That's what they're doing with the carbon dioxide.
But I promise you 100%, the main veins always fill back up.
Oh, okay.
Always.
Yeah, from off of reservoirs, basically.
And not only that, but those main veins fed those other sources. So there is the same amount of oil always being produced. You can just only have limited access to it because only certain people have access to it, and they create scarcity.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
So the oil is unlimited. Like it's way more than we could ever use.
Those pockets you're saying that are there, they're not just refilling. Like you said, there are veins that run to it. I know for a fact, and I'm sure you know about the oil lines that they have running from like Canada and all that. Those refill a lot of those pockets. None of that shit gets pumped straight to a truck and then goes to a refinery. It goes to pockets, like you're saying. So a lot of those are refilled in that sense. But yeah,
do you
a lot of the
think
methods
that-
they have, they use to get some more.
Do you think that oil comes from dinosaurs?
I think it comes
fossil
from decomposed biomass.
So
have you ever heard the abiogenic theory of oil?
I have no idea about abiogenics.
What's your theory on oil?
What do you mean? How?
No, Bendy. Sorry.
I think the Earth just creates it. I don't think.
Right.
I think it comes from a natural process within the Earth, and it's not.
Right. So my theory on that is that it actually. So I think that there are channels within the ocean, the floor and the walls of the ocean that suck in biomass, and that biomass, it cooks inside of the earth with friction, and it separates the water and the plant matter and the oils. And the oil, like most things, floats above the water, and it gets sucked in and pushed out through the earth. And that's why we have pockets of oil inside the earth, is that it's constantly being filtered by the earth.
I would 100% agree with that. Do dinosaurs do it? I don't know. I know that decomposed biomass does it.
I'm gonna give a big no on that one.
I'm gonna also give a big no on that one.
And the reason I feel that way is I also know how much of a scam the whole dinosaur era was when they were finding all these dinosaurs and putting them in museums and all that. I know that crap. T-Rex was not T-Rex. T-Rex was probably the size of a fucking ostrich if it was around. I don't know. I've never in my life seen an actual T-Rex bone, but I've seen dinosaurs. I've seen animals that were around 10, 20, 30,000 years ago. I've seen those bones. I've dug them up on sites. They are.
Yeah, I definitely think there's all kinds of bones out there from all kinds of different creatures. But yeah, the actual dinosaur particular story is a fabrication. But there are definitely bones. Like there's been all kinds of other creatures and things on the earth. And they're trying to cover that up by selling the dinosaur story because that links into the evolution story and it links into the Big Bang. And they have to create this bizarre, like empty world of like some primitive world that they were trying to create with that. And then that the dinosaurs were so, foundational, and before that there were no humans. It's just the whole story is so like hyper specific, targeted for a particular agenda.
But at the same time, there are fossil evidence of prehistoric. I call them ancient animals. I think that's a much better term than dinosaurs. But there are fossil evidence of that. You can see fossils of shells at the beach, so we know fossils. Fossils
totally
is real. But like I said, when they find these dinosaurs, the biggest issue that I know is that they do take one representative of a fossil or bone and then create an animal around it. I don't think that is honest enough. If you found 3 bones and you say it's from a T-Rex, then that's how you should represent that T-Rex, with those 3 bones. You don't build an animal off that. You can't know what the upper half of an animal is like if you have a toe. And that's.
But they had feathers.
See, okay, and there was actually a fossil that was found in an area of sediment that was from hundreds of thousands of years ago. That had fossilized feathers. So, was there a
if you believe in carbon dating, then maybe.
Yeah, but carbon dating is another one of those things where they don't honestly say it. They say it if you really, really look, but to the public they don't. That carbon dating has about a $200,000 year to 800,000 year buffer. They make it seem like it was from this era. Well, that era encompasses 1 million years. So when the fuck was it around? So there are date. I see issues with it, but at the same time, you can go this. We've tested this fossil evidence, and we find organisms in there that are over 50,000 years ago.
I don't think it works at all. I don't think. I mean, I've looked at all the positive and negative evidence of it, and I have seen zero consistency that it even works at all.
Okay. Do you think they can find and dig up ancient societies that were around 1,000 years ago?
Well,
I think they can dig people up, but knowing when and how things went down, I don't think they know it all.
So you don't think they can find ancient civilizations?
Bro, they have ancient civilizations right now. They claim are like 15,000 years old. Could literally be 200 years old.
By what definition?
Geology seems to be self-referential. They say like, well, we found items in this layer, so we know that they're that old, and then we know the layer is that old because we found these items in it.
That's actually very good evidence for it, because there are certain sediment levels that take time to do that, and it doesn't happen in 200 years.
Well, actually, what we found out is that certain sediment levels can happen within a few hours, where they're claiming are happening in 30,000 years or 100,000 years.
But the difference,
or millions of years.
When you find an event that happened, a massive event, you find those sediment layers become turmoil. They're mixed. There's a lot of mixture happening. That's kind of how we know when certain events happen. Yes, that is very true.
But sometimes those layers aren't mixed, and they actually they separate and sort themselves into like minerals. So you'll have a stratified, like you'll have a white one, and then a black one, and then a brown one, and this is like a natural process of these cataclysmic events. And so then we have evidence actually of recent of what was it in the mid 1900s when and there was an it was a volcano went off, and there was stratification and massive destruction in the surrounding areas, and the same exact stratification that formed from that event, side by side with stuff that they're calling 50 million years old or whatever, is literally looks like what happened in 5 to 10 hours.
Well, like I said, if it's one of the biggest signs that they would see would be these turmoil areas. And when you're talking about the levels of the sediment, this is the levels of sediment around the world. So yeah, you may have certain layers that are, like you're saying, where they are different or they show an event that's happened. And in that sense, yeah, I think that things that happened that long ago can get in the mix. But typically what you don't find is you won't find, and I'm just using this as an example, you won't find a T-Rex above woolly mammoth in any of these sediments. We don't find that. That's how when these geologists go out and do their thing,
we don't find them anyway.
Say again?
We don't find them anyway. Those findings are constructed.
Okay, so do you think finding of woolly mammoths is constructed? Because I guarantee you'll never find a woolly mammoth in a sediment.
I couldn't support that argument anyway because I don't know enough about the woolly mammoth.
Okay, well, it's definitely an elephant or a pachyderm-like creature that has been around for a very long time. You say that none of the dating works, but if we can dig up, like I said, ancient civilizations and date when those were around, and they collaborate with records, then that's kind of evidence that their dating works and within a range.
Have you seen this one? This is just like a preliminary. There's other stuff that goes along with this. Like there's a lot of evidence, man. And this is a little boring to watch, but it gets really interesting about halfway through, and you can start to put some puzzle pieces together. You just basically come to the conclusion that not only does their shit not work, but they're intentionally lying to you, and
I think there are fields.
You have to walk it back. You have to take that conclusion.
I definitely think there are fields of study that do very much, and again, even in science, physics, all those things, there's a lot of self-biasing, I call it, where they're only looking out for themselves and their money as well.
It's Rockefeller science. That's the proper term, Rockefeller science.
I don't think that's correct, because anyone can disprove this stuff very easily if it's that basic.
Well, you have to look at how did these schools form, and where did they get the funding, and where do they get the funding today?
You got to start somewhere.
Well, watch this if you haven't already, Sean. Watch this video. It's very important.
No, yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Do you use Facebook or anything like that? Because those are monopoly companies that own that kind of shit. Google, YouTube, all those.
Well, I say
under the same fucking guys.
I say Rockefeller just very specifically, right? Because like 100 years ago, basically, there was electric transportation in every major city in America. All the farming was organic by definition. All the medicine was homeopathic.
All about the money.
Within 30 to 40 years, all of that had flipped around. The age of plastics was here. All the farming became, about pesticides and petrochemical fertilizers. Right. And you keep saying money. Well, they also didn't. So not only did they infiltrate the medical system, right? They infiltrated the education system. And so, this idea that, there's peer review science, and if you
the best proof of that is every one of us was taught that Columbus discovered Americas and sat down and had Thanksgiving with the Indians, right? We all know that's bullshit. You're right, but there's certain things
Dude,
that there's certain things
it's
that you
all
can't say.
BS. It's
Not
literally
all
all
of it.
BS.
I
Pretty
don't think it
much.
all is. I
mean,
would say
the
a
greatest
majority
majority
of
of all of history that they're teaching and pseudoscience is just beyond excessive.
There's a saying: the winners of wars, or the people who tell history, are the winners of wars. Whoever was on
Right, so
top creates history, but it does not
So-
mean everything is fake.
Well, I guess though, why would you have faith in geology though?
I don't have faith in geology. I've already said it to you. I've said it already. A lot of the whole dinosaur thing is complete bullshit. I've already said that. I've already said that. I'd say 90% of the dinosaurs I've ever heard of, there's a toe that was found. Bullshit.
Right. So
am I going to say?
what
Am I
makes
going
you
to say
think
that
the rest
dinosaurs?
of this?
Oh, it's simple because you can. Not everything's a lie. That's why. That's pretty much. If everything's a lie, then everything that you guys stand for and are trying to prove with flat Earth, one, you either couldn't know, or it's part of the same psyop, basically. So as far as we know, why aren't you? For all you know,
We just do know. We just do know.
That's impossible. You just know just as much as I just know. The real information, the real secret.
I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying we just know. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think
okay.
I don't think refraction does what the globe tries to pretend that it does.
Exactly.
I think that it's the inversion of what refraction does. I also think that the way that we see things extremely far, I don't think it's possible that the Earth is larger. I don't think it's possible that the Earth could be anything other than either the model that they tried to present or a flat surface with some other construction surrounding it. So,
okay, and then, in that sense, the only way, and this is as honest as I can get, the only way for what you guys think is happening, and to verify it, is to have someone go out and show that these things aren't true. And none of us are doing that. Not even for the globe side. None of us are.
well, you have to understand too that the model that they presented, we live within the constraints of our limitation of proving otherwise. Like if we go past a certain parallel south or north where observations may change, we are confronted, right? Or we're escorted with planes that don't have windows. And we're given a very short time to be there.
You said you drove, right? You drove around the country and all that?
Yes.
So you're telling me you can't map out the United States if you had the money?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about distinctly demonstrating. I'm not talking about like this guy thinks he proved curvature with this picture or that picture. I'm talking about distinctly looking at both poles at their zenith and proving that the sky does what they say it does, where they say it does it.
Okay. Now, what would it take for you to do that? You need the money.
No. This is beyond money. This has to do with alliances, power, influence, and money. And they probably still wouldn't let me do it.
Those are just excuses, Rick.
No, it's not.
None of us have the money or the time.
Not.
That's all it is.
I am so confident that they would not allow this to take place. This is why I don't try to prove it to anyone else. This is exactly why I don't try to prove it to anyone else.
Okay.
Because I know enough for myself that I know that's true. And I don't need to convince anyone else like yourself that that's the case.
I definitely don't come in here to convince anyone. I've learned long ago that that's not how it works. Answer this. Name one person from the flat Earth community who has actually tried to go to Antarctica. Actually tried. Not looked into it, not read the treaty. Come on, dude. Don't do that.
Yeah. No, seriously. When he left...
I think he's full of shit. That's one. Trust me, he is not a good spokesman for flat Earth, and I wouldn't believe if that dude had to wipe his own ass.
No, man. He really tried to do something, and he was not able to get access.
I watched him do a laser to the moon test once. And from that point on, I would never take him seriously. I'm sorry. He is too conniving. He is too. Nothing about him says he ever did anything he really tried to do.
Well, he
I'm
was
sorry.
suicidal.
Well, I think he was beyond suicidal. That's a state of mind.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think he made an attempt to see if it was possible for him to go, and I do think he traveled down there to like I think it was it Africa or he forget where he went.
Right. So you don't think that human sheeple would lie out his ass to make himself sound like the Almighty?
That's not what I said.
I know, but hey,
I mean, he wasn't bragging about it.
Okay. I would put the same way you trust geology is the same way I trust him.
I checked into it. Australia was hiring people to go down there.
But I said not people that just checked into it, looked into the application, read some stuff about the tree. I'm talking about actually tried and were stopped from doing so.
Yeah, it's a completely dead end. You can't even talk to a real person.
Yeah, you can. Many people have called. You can call. There's so many exploration companies.
Sean, be realistic, man. If there is a conspiracy as thick as we are claiming, which I know is actually taking place, do you really think the alliance of over 60 fucking countries is going to give me access with a kind phone call and a bag of cash?
Have you actually tried?
Answer
No. If you haven't, then it's our opinion.
I'm not trying to make an opinion. I'm asking if my situation makes sense. Do you think that a phone call and a bag of cash is going to make a difference?
Yes.
They clearly have constructed a model so that we do not leave the confines of that model to prove otherwise.
How do you know it wouldn't work though if you haven't tried doing it? All you're doing is listening to other people say can't be done.
No. I know. I don't need anyone else to tell me. I know that's exactly what they've done. They've created a model so that if we're in that model, it checks out somewhat enough to pass. But if you leave outside those confines, I know it changes. I know that for a fact. Inside of myself.
If you haven't tried, you don't know for a fact. It is an opinion.
You know, maybe one day I will try, but I certainly as fuck won't be saying it out loud.
Okay, well, until someone actually does try from either fucking side, either side's opinion is just an opinion. I'm sorry. If there's ways of being able to do so, someone's got to do it to say that this is actually what happens. Otherwise, it's just hearsay.
I agree with you. It's just hearsay.
Because someone can actually call. Someone actually can fill out that application and show you the results of doing those steps, but no one has done that yet. No one. So,
It's all pretty out of control, but it's good.
What?
I'm just joking.
But that's the reality of it, though.
Well, Sean, if you were a turd in the toilet trying to climb out, do you think that they would answer the phone or flush you?
Well, you want to talk realistic, or do you want to play the hypothetical impossibility game?
I never got my answer.
You did get your answer. Yes, I think that could making a phone call and bag of money plays a big part in it. I think he will get you further than you think.
Let me ask you this: does it seem reasonable that they needed to protect Antarctica from, I don't know, the ravages of whatever man?
Yes. Look at our world. Look at everywhere we populate. Look at it. Yes, we are humans. We are
Look at everywhere the government populates.
We are known to fuck shit up.
So
the government fucks shit up.
I live in this state where the government owns 85% of the land in the state. I think something like 5% of the state is occupied by people.
Oh, I have a good number for you.
A generous.
Here's a number, and you can look it up. 23% of Earth, not ocean, landmass, are restricted from us. So yes, there's a lot of places we can't go.
It's more
a lot
than
of places we're restricted. No, that's a good solid number.
No,
but
it's
again,
more than that.
if you're
There's shit that's
talking-
not on the map.
It's
How
no,
is
but
it?
okay.
How is it that
There's shit that's not on the map. Well said.
and that is true.
That is
I know
true.
for a fact there are islands out there, massive islands that are no one sees on a map. And if you got in a ship and you went towards them, you probably get turned around by somebody. But that's because people have done it and they get turned around from somebody. And this is where the argument started.
Oh, of course. Oh, absolutely.
Of Antarctica. None of us, myself, Rig, Geo, none of us has actually tried to do so.
I don't even want to go there.
Okay, well then it's still an opinion then.
But
I
so
would
do
like
you-
to go to the
do you
North
think
Pole, though.
that this international cooperation, right? They all came together, 58 countries. They all decided we're going to sign this treaty, and then this treaty's managed to stay in effect, and no one's violated it, and it stays in effect for another 25 or 28 years from now.
2048.
And that's just to protect penguins.
No, protect Antarctica as a whole.
They don't follow
But
it.
who
The
cares?
The Japanese are hunting the whales to extinction.
That
We've had
has
people-
nothing to do with that. That has nothing to do with the Antarctic Treaty.
Everything below the 60th.
That has nothing to do with the Antarctic Treaty.
What do you think they're protecting? If it's so unviable to even go down there casually, it's not welcoming. You know what? They even try to make Antarctica look more dangerous than going into outer space. They're making outer space look like a McDonald's playground.
Because not everyone has the means at all to get there. A lot of people have the means to get there. If they open Antarctica up, it would become a shithole.
One of the things they're trying to protect is the precipitation layers that have been laid down for the last few thousand years and perfectly preserved in deep ice cores that can be drilled, and we can learn more about the planet in its distant past.
Do you believe
and guess what?
you believe
And
that
here's
they
the
could
best
tell
part
you
about
the
it.
temperature? They could tell you the temperature down to the 10th of a degree, like 1,000 years ago or 2,000.
All they have to know is the content of the air at that time.
I don't know. I don't know if it's that close, but it's
that
down
just
to the
is
degree.
like
Yeah.
freaking pseudoscience, man.
It's really not. It's really
It
not
really is.
pseudoscience at all.
I'm
really
telling
not.
you, proxy, determining temperatures by
Deducing-
proxy. It's freaking
Deducing that no one can go to Antarctica, you'll be turned around, shot, etc., that's pseudoscience. You've deduced a result based on no evidence. That's that's pseudoscience.
Observing the lattice structures that have formed over the years of
Hold on a
continual
second.
freezing.
Well, Sean, well,
yes.
I don't think just real quick, just to respond to that. Sorry, Kool-Aid, but I don't think anybody claimed that it was that they had scientific quote unquote evidence that somebody stops you with a machine gun in Antarctica. Did anyone say that?
Years of hearing that crap.
Well, I'm just saying nobody that I've heard has said like, "Oh, I have evidence of it." I mean, there's actually like Jarl Andelhoy, Jarl Andelhoy's entire story. So there are things like that, but it's a kamikaze mission. I mean, it literally you were just
I don't think so. Again,
going in. So anyone that would want to try it would first have to risk their life. And
That's called hearsay. That's hearsay. You don't know that. You do not know that would happen.
No,
that's
true.
That guy. And
Well, just off the basic fact that the United Nations and the United Nations military in particular, which is the biggest military in the world, essentially, because they have control over all of the countries in the United States' military, but there's also the actual United Nations military, and there's multiple black ops levels of that going all the way up and through.
Absolutely. Everywhere, every foot, there are wars going on that we have no clue are going on.
And they definitely are keeping us in a particular realm of the earth that we're not able to traverse past.
But that doesn't mean that you cannot go to Antarctica. Of course, you have to take steps of doing so, but that does not mean you would not be able to take those steps. Until someone takes those steps and shows that those steps have been taken and you still can't, then it's just hearsay still.
Well, I don't think anybody contests the fact that you can go pay, I don't know what it is, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 to go to particular places on a tour. I don't
Yeah,
think
and
anyone
there-
can
yeah,
test that.
yeah. And there's
You
also research outposts where
Yes.
civilian level people go and do little tests and are paid to do things for them. So yeah, you can go and in military things, you can go somewhat as a civilian. I don't know with COVID got it, probably not, but perhaps before that. But so yeah, I mean, we all know that, but we're talking about the rest of the earth, like not just the little parts in Antarctica that they're going, those little regions, those little outposts. I'm talking about the rest of the entire thing and everything in the North Pole and everything in the South Pacific, everything in the South Atlantic and the South Indian Oceans going all the way around. That's where we're being kept within.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that there's a lot going on in those areas that we're not allowed to see, and they will turn you around.
I think there's an entire continent, just like Admiral Byrd said, as large as the United States, or actually larger is what he was saying, in the South Pacific. In the South Pacific. No, I think what that actually is in the South Pacific under our sun. So I'm not talking about another sun, or I'm talking about our actual sun. That continent is in the South Pacific, and that's what he found.
But I think he was talking about Antarctica. But until we have evidence of actual landmass, a continent out there that we don't know about, still just hearsay.
Well, he said it was up on the other side of Little America, and Little America is a military outpost. And if you look at where Little America is, you look just up over that would be possibly a huge continent in the South Pacific.
And you know that the continent fits below Little America and the shelf of Antarctica, right?
Like I don't get how you reference and believe some of what Admiral Byrd said, but when he explicitly says Antarctica, and the reason that there are fossil fuels and minerals above abundance, you don't believe that though.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
Anyone that references.
I don't know. I don't think I ever said anything like that. I never said I never said that. No.
Well, again, when people bring up Admiral Byrd, that's a lot of what they'll say. They won't bring up the fact that he in his diary, he explicitly talks about going between the two poles. Talks about Antarctica being a land mass, not a mass that circumferences Earth. There's more than enough evidence that shows that they have yacht races around Antarctica. They don't go to Antarctica; they go around it.
Well, I think what happened is that Admiral Byrd was a Freemason and he was part of their system. However, they were building their system back then, and I think they figured that like, well, maybe they could put this guy with the truth on the public and actually, see if the public would, kind of like believe it and like bow down to it. And like some did, but not enough.
Okay, and then in that sense, how do you distinguish what Admiral Byrd said? What part is right and what part is just made up?
Well, and then the end of what I was going to say would link into that, because I was going to say that I think that there's some truth in what he discovered and what he did, because I mean, there's footage of him, sharing it. So I mean, at least we have his facial features, we have his tone in his voice. I mean, there's a lot you can go off.
The guy existed.
See if somebody's lying or not, just in that alone. But then there's like. It seems like, in my viewpoint, they were allowing him to go on TV because they were trying to build they wanted the New World Order back then, basically. So they were trying to do it then, and they couldn't. But this is what we're in now. We're in like the one that didn't really work, and that's why they're trying to. But anyways, but yeah. So that back then, that's what they were doing. So I think they were trying to roll it out to see what would happen, and I think they got enough kickback pretty quickly, realizing like, oh shit, we can't really control humans like what they thought they could. Then they went into like a whole plan B mode, which was what they've done, especially with the globe and the outer space stuff, which they accelerated. So it's interesting. But I also think that there's a lot of deception within the Admiral Byrd content. I think it's been altered. It's been changed. There's been all kinds of agendas and false.
Didn't he come out with the Hollow Earth shit?
Right. There was all that.
Yeah, man. Like
he didn't come up with a Hollow Earth.
That's one of the first stuff I looked into back in like 2004, 2005. I was researching all that. Yeah.
But hollow Earth, he didn't say, "I believe we have a hollow Earth." That was people that interpreted what he said and came up with hollow Earth. Now, is there a
Yeah,
big
it could be that he actually
hole-
just found the land in the North Pole. Yeah, and that was twisted to some degree. That's what he basically said. He went to the north, and there was a whole nother sun there and a whole nother world, a whole a little Middle Earth.
I see. I don't think his words. Those were his exact words.
No,
It
those
was-
are not his exact words. I would agree.
So I mean, again, that's just
That's what I'm saying. It's been twisted, but that is kind of. I mean, on the globe Earth model, the idea is you go up to the North Pole, and then, one interpretation of it on a globe, I guess, is that you go up to the North Pole, and then you start curving inwards, and there's like an inner gravity on the inside of the sphere. But to you, it seems like it's just more land that goes on. That's that idea. But on like a stationary planar type Earth, perhaps that would just be what's at the center.
Okay, but again,
How would that work?
Under those guides, everything Admiral Bird said should not be used because.
No, I just
He
think
didn't
it
say
should be
that.
discern. For me, I would just discern it. All content I discern, no matter who it came from. So even if one person says something that's incredibly true, it doesn't mean that I would just blindly trust everything else blindly, because I don't do that. I don't really put that in other people. I try to do that myself to decipher all information. So in terms of Admiral Byrd, I've gone through all of, a lot of his, everything that's been written about him and video and everything throughout the years. And yeah, I would say there's like truth. And I don't know I could even think of what the percentage is, but there's a percentage of truth and a percentage of complete falsities and deceptions. So I think discernment would then be needed to, hash out one from the other.
And mind you, Gio, I've heard you for many, many, many years. And I do give you that respect that when you talk about subjects, you talk about it from someone who's thought about it, who's looked into it, and is trying to figure something out and base a explanation around it. And kudos to you. But the problem is that, like the globe community, flat earth community has 80% of the people who do just grab onto what people say and run with it. Which is kind of how you get people that come in and go, who have never talked to you and go, "You believe there's a dome?" Well, that's because there's 1,000 flat earthers that heard about a dome and just start running with it. That's when all these arguments start kind of getting meshed out, and what really happened and didn't happen becomes a real fog. And what people are saying, they believe it's true without thinking about the reality of the real subject, like we just talked about with Admiral Byrd. There are many people that will talk about Admiral Byrd like he was a flat earther. And he said everything was flat, and Antarctica wasn't really what it was. And
yeah, that's what he did. That's what his original report was. Yeah, exactly.
Can you cite another example, like the Antarctica Treaty that so many countries have signed on to and cooperated with, and that it's held up over the years?
What about it?
Like another international treaty that's comparable to the Antarctic Treaty.
The Great Barrier Reef Treaty.
I think the thing that's closest to it is just the whole Antarctic Treaty system, because there's the actual Antarctic Treaty, which is that document written when it was kind of an old time document. And it's kind of vague. Someone's got feedback in the mic. Jen. Yeah, Jen.
Sorry, Jeb. I was going to say something, but I'll wait.
No, go ahead. No, just go ahead, because now I forgot what I was saying.
Well, one of the big issues with those treaties.
The treaty, the Antarctic Treaty system. Okay, yeah. I'll just finish that thought, which is just that the Antarctic Treaty is a thing that was, I forget what year it was. It was like 50,
73, 72, 70 something.
Antarctic Treaty.
1959.
Okay,
so 1959.
I'm thinking about the
and it came into act. It came into act in 1961. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that's it. So 59, and then the thing is, I'll just finish the thought real quick, which is that the thing is that now what's been created is the whole Antarctic Treaty system, and the Antarctic Treaty system is actually a network of a whole bunch of different agencies that all enforce and create the guidelines and the rules and everything for all of the land in Antarctica. So it's really like a whole system at which they are controlling with military and God knows what else.
And you want to, and here's the sick part about it.
So it's not
Because
just a treaty. It's not just a treaty that a couple countries are like, oh, I guess we'll sign this.
Yeah.
It's actually an entire system of like governing military structures and stuff. Yeah.
And here's the problem with that. Within that Antarctic Treaty, there are probably 100 other treaties that intersect, overlap, override.
Oh yeah, exactly. There's been all kinds of additions and stuff. Absolutely. There's been all kinds of additional things to it. Yeah, there's an entire like database of all of the parts of it. So yeah, there's something major that they're protecting. I mean, it's just 100% the fact.
But they
Huge.
also do that with other treaties all around the world.
Essentially, they're blocking us from the free energy because that's where they're generating it.
You remember hearing about the Paris Convention, Biodiversity Treaty? I think there was one. It was like Pacific Atlantic Treaty. There's so many treaties that overlap and contradict that it's insanely ridiculous. The biggest issue we have this climate change debate is based on all these treaties that they have that countries are supposed to abide by. The problem is not all countries abide by it. The other problem is that other countries make treaties with other countries, and those treaties overlap. So when
but you're kind of conflating like we're not. You're kind of conflating the actual Antarctic one with other ones because the Antarctic is very, very unique, and it is enforced by the entire United Nations military, and has complete access of all of the other major countries' militaries as well. So
but you understand, besides from maybe the private groups that they hire, the UN doesn't have a military. It's not a true military. Do they have private military? Yes, I know they do. Every country has a private military. But the UN itself doesn't have a military. They don't carry guns. They don't have tanks. It doesn't work that way.
What do they call the blue helmets? Peace enforcers. Those are people that
they don't
come
carry
from
guns. They don't carry guns. They don't have tanks. They don't have any armory. The UN isn't a
really?
Military. Yeah. They hire private military, absolutely, but they don't carry around guns. They're not raging wars and stopping wars. What
they have their uniform.
Take a look at those. Take a look at those tanks. Take a look at those tanks on that.
Yeah, they got everything, man.
I mean, these guys are not messing around. Yeah.
No, they got that's the whole point. The UN was supposed to be the world police, but it's a dog without tooth, apparently.
The UN's gonna free the shit out of you.
And these are just the front men for the actual criminals doing the crazy shit behind the scenes. Anyways, these are just the ones that they're putting in. These are just the ones they're putting in the news that they're kind of doing a little bit of, propaganda with. Essentially,
it says the United Nations military personnel are the blue helmets on the ground, which work alongside UN police and civilian colleagues to promote stability, security. So when you see tanks, when you see guns, those are the correlations with countries that join them. Those are not the UN guys. Those are not
it's 81,000. It's 81,000 troops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and those troops go in to do the relief, the body accumulation.
The body bagging. They're doing the body bagging.
Yes, but
you
when
just
you
tried
see
to
guys
claim
with guns,
there was no UN troops.
I said there are no UN troops that walk around in tanks and uniforms. When you see that, that is a collaboration with a country. I'm reading it right now. Peacekeeping UN or .org military.
Well, countries contribute troops.
Yeah, but the UN itself does not.
They're not armed.
Yeah, when the UN sends troops in, they're not coming in with weapons. They collaborate with countries, and that's where those weapons
They're not
come in.
sending their best.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just posted an image. These are the Australian peacekeepers. How friendly do they look? How big of a weapon is that?
Yeah, in probably correlation with the military army, or the Australian army.
I have
Read it.
I have a friend who was in the 82nd Airborne, and he served in the Sinai peacekeeping force. So he was working for the UN. They certainly had guns.
Like contract.
This one's called, for these quote unquote peacekeepers, it's called an M1113 armored personnel carrier of 3rd 4th Cavalry Regiment. So it's an armored personnel carrier. Oh, we're just carrying some armored personnel in massive machine guns and missile tanks. We're just
hold on,
these
Gio.
guys. What a joke.
Hold on.
Go to the UN
Gio.
website and actually read about how that works. And it explicitly says that they are in collaboration with militaries when they go into certain areas. Their job is not to start wars or finish wars.
All right. Well, how about all these ones with guns?
Same thing.
Those are all military members.
Again, when a UN goes to Australia, the UN collaborates with the Australian Army or Australian military. When the UN comes to the United States, they collaborate with the United States Marines.
So, Sean, are you telling me that, okay, at the end of the day, like you're saying that that this is all legit and that these are all just good people and they're protecting the bottom of a globe? Is that at the end of the day kind of like what you're saying?
Not even close. It's about money to them. It's about power to them. Nope. They are not innocent. No, they are not great people. Nope. Never said that once.
Okay. Do you think they're hiding anything in the South?
In Australia or Antarctica? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There are lots of things we don't know about. Lots of things they're not going to tell us about.
Okay.
Yep.
So you do think that they're guarding stuff down there?
Absolutely.
Okay. And are they doing so with like just flowers and
kind words,
dandelions
and roses.
If you want to conflate
lilies, you know what I mean?
If you want to conflate a discussion that we have to a ridiculous reality, then go ahead. But I've made it very clear.
The logic was, do you think they're hiding something there? And you said yes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jen, your mic's feeding back again.
Oh, I'm apologizing.
Again, I don't. Like I said, I never said once that there's not a military presence in Antarctica. Not once. Nothing in my argument had anything to do with saying Antarctica did not have a military presence.
So are we still crazy for thinking that if you try to go down there that they'll try to stop you?
No, I 100% agree with that. But I've also said, has anyone taken the steps to go there properly? Because if no one's done that and been rejected and
go
shows
there
that they've
properly,
been rejected,
what do you mean by that? Do you mean to
application, get permission from your country, have the money to do so?
Right.
Go with
so what? To go travel on a tour? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can go on expedition site or projects that they have. You can apply to go with it and go into Antarctica with them. Why? Because those groups understand the guidelines of being there, and they can restrict whoever they have going there to do things they're not supposed to. But can you go to Antarctica properly? Yes, you can. There are ways of being able to go there.
So you mean like for private exploration? Like if I wanted to mount an expedition and go and cross the Antarctica, you think I could do that?
Yes, if you did an application, showed that you had all the sufficient supplies you needed to get there and back out, yes, they would allow you to do so.
John, you do know that there's a lot of people who have done the application and they just get rejected and thrown off. That's always what happens. You don't even get past the first one. They just like literally don't mail you back, or they mail you back like 6 months later, and then they give you something that another thing you have to do that costs more money, and ultimately they just never give it to you.
Who in the community has done that?
Well, I mean, in the history books of the annals of humanity, there are people who have done it. And if you're talking about what are you talking about, like YouTubers or something? Like who are you? I don't. When you say the community, like
anyone that we interact with in this topic of discussion.
All right, where do I go? What website do I go to, Sean? I'll do it right now.
I got application for Antarctica exploration.
Well, I think to even begin, there's fees and stuff that you have to actually pay for. So
that's fine. Hey, if I can go, somebody will pay for it, right? Okay.
So what you'll say?
Do a GoFundMe. Just do a GoFundMe, Rick.
All right, U.S. Antarctic Program opportunities. Is that it?
I've looked into how to do it, and there are plenty of situations where you can if you pay enough, obviously, you can go with a scientific exploration that's going down there, and yes, they have restrictions.
Here we go. CoolAntarctica.com. Find a job working in Antarctica. They would pay me.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, Sean, the fact that you bring up that no one has tried to storm Antarctica,
Yeah, I didn't say that. Nope.
I hear you, but like,
Gio, don't do that. Don't
at
do
the
that,
end
Gio.
of the
I did not
day,
say that. Nope, Gio, stop it. I did not do that. I didn't say that. I didn't even say that at all.
well,
I
you said go there. I just said
I
storm.
said under the proper means. You said swarm as if we're doing an Area 51 thing, and I'd never said
No,
anything like that.
I said storm, STORM. You know how people say that, storm Antarctica? It's like a hashtag.
I haven't heard that.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, it's been around forever. I think that was from back in the old days with IPS. That was a meme that was that. So it's been around for years, that idea. Yeah, storm Antarctica. Yeah, there's been it's also like became pretty popular. Like it's people post it all over. I don't know if it's like popular at this exact moment, but yeah, that's what I was saying. No, I know you did. I just meant storm them. I mean, it would be kind of cool to get enough humans together and just like storm it, but I'm not really into that. I think that would be bloody and messy, and I think they have directed energy weapons they can just fry us with at the end of the day. So I don't think they stole the directed energy weapons. They stole the directed energy technology and are using it as weaponry against us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They use frequencies,
really
sound waves, and they do that. They do it to the upteenth power. I think.
Yeah. So we have to just pray that we'll make it through here. But it's a hairy situation right now. And these deceptions are the deceptions, Sean, are the number one thing that is keeping us in this situation. It's people believing the deceptions.
Yeah.
On multiple levels of their being and their worldview, on all levels.
Not trying to actually establish these things for themselves. Hearsay.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you're really into doing like auto level stuff. So I'm not sure you're gonna be able to do it with it. I think you should just do a water level and measure it not optically. That would be
so I should do a water level and then use my eyes to verify something.
No, I said measure it physically. I didn't say I'm saying no optics at all.
Well, optics make things a lot simpler and more accurate.
You should add a laser as well.
No. Lasers suck ass. I would never trust it. Yeah. At a certain distance, you just stop.
Dude, that's a good quote, dude. I want that one. Lasers suck ass.
Yeah, at a certain distance, they turn to shit. I wouldn't trust lasers.
The best way, I mean, if you're doing water level, like to do a water level system, have it go out as far as you can at all the same height water levels, and then you do lasers, you do optics, you do fit, and then you can do measurements by actually squaring off every section of it. You can also build towers, like we were talking about the other day, as well, that are all the same height from the center.
That sounds like a lot of money.
If you're really motivated, Sean, you will be able to fully prove to yourself that the Earth actually is a planar surface.
Or a globe.
I believe in you, Sean. You can do it. I know. We'll do it together. We'll rock it out.
Yeah. There is hope.
Whoever was looking for the Antarctic expedition or the Antarctic exploration application, I did just look it up. It is a free application. It's located right here.
Fill it out.
I'm doing it right now.
Riggs is signing up. He is signing up right now. This is a momentous moment. You are going.
But see, this is a National Science Foundation. I don't want to be part of the whole science shit.
So they're going to say that you have to get no less than six administrations of the cotton candy.
So if you look at the application, you need to make sure you're signing up for a non-grantee tour, which makes you a non-scientific group, and that you are under a lot less restrictions on where you can go and what you can do.
Oh, that means you could do more.
Well, the only thing that has any value, in my opinion, is going where people are not going in Antarctica. So yeah, there's little areas people go, that's boring, who cares? Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to go there. I'm not saying it wouldn't. It would be, but it's limited, and you can't just go hiking off into the woods. It's not even woods anyways, it's ice, but you can't just do that. I'm talking about actually freely, like let's just say you had $20-30 million and you wanted to get a whole crew together. You buy an incredible vessel to be able to do this and get all the food and the crew and everything you would need to actually make a serious venture like this. and have the and then to be able to fully do that. That would never be allowed in this system.
I'm
no matter
calling
how
it
many
right now. I'm going
applications.
What are you talking about? There are people that have gone and backpacked through Antarctica. That's not true. There are people that have done this. And again, if you can show them that you can safely do so with supplies, having all the supplies that you would need to do so, they will allow you to do so.
I mean, Riggs, I don't see why like the community couldn't possibly support it. I mean, it's all possible.
Dude, I'm going to go to jail. I can already tell.
Have you ever heard the story of the Berserker?
That's why I wouldn't do it. I mean, especially in today's world. I mean, are you kidding me with the way stuff is now? Pfft, oh my God, you'll disappear. No one will know.
Well, no, just the way that I am. I know I'm going to jail already.
He's got warrants.
I think you're good, dude.
Find him.
But
You're-
Gio,
you're good for now.
have you ever heard the story of the Berserker?
Just follow all laws and you're good. I recommend we follow all laws at all times. Except when they're unjust, and then you can break it.
Bro, I tell you right now, I'm probably just going to pee out in the open and get arrested.
I know, dude. That's a thing. Like, I've never like been caught for that, but I've definitely probably pissed in places at times where I'm like, whoa, like especially back in college, dude. Like, we're out partying and stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, and people who get caught, like sometimes it's like really bad because like it's considered like a decent exposure, and it's like what?
Yeah.
So it's not a good one. It's not a good one to
They
get
go
caught.
on. If you get caught pissing and it's anywhere near school, you end up on the sex register list.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. See, that's the
Just
thing you
taking
gotta be
the piss.
careful of. Shit. I don't know how we got on that, but yeah, that's crazy. That's intense.
Gio, you have segued through at least 4 topics in the past 20 minutes.
I've had a lot of experience being outside. I think I'd be okay.
Have you ever heard the story of the Berserker and how much money was spent trying to rescue that ship twice?
No.
Is that the one that got iced in?
Is it a short story? I like short stories.
The first
Yes,
time it
it's a
got
short story. I've posted it. I posted the story for you in your live stream one. Okay, it's there now.
That is
awesome.
The video is about
Into the
20
rescue.
minutes long.
There it
And
is.
they-
Nice.
They save.
Yeah.
They
You
spent.
should add
over
this one to
7
the and I think maybe one of the rooms down here. We should like Jen, do you know there's the rooms at the bottom? And I can add any as well, but if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the server, there's a bunch of rooms and you have really great links. So if you want them to be, here on the server, like if you want to post them there.
of course.
Yeah, the only thing we want to make, I was actually going to make a little note about it, but the only thing is as long as it's like, targeted content for the room, no like side chats or anything like that, but just boom, boom.
No.
But
No, targeted, like what I just posted on the topic matter. Yeah.
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 Exactly. And actually, I don't see an Antarctica room, so I'm going to actually add it now, just one that's called Antarctica.
Let me get a geoengineer, a weather modification one, Geo.
Oh yeah, we could add that too. Yeah. Let me see if I have anything like
got
that. Yeah, there's
documents, sources, and all that kind of stuff for it. Test results, prediction models, and all that crap. That show what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And again,
this
that's
guy,
a side of
Norwegian, his
science.
name, the Norwegian. Hang on a second, guys. This Norwegian's name is Jarl Anderhoy, and he went to Antarctica 3 times. He went with his friend, the Berserker. He went off on the skidoos, came back. Friends are missing. Ships kind of like been damaged, and then he couldn't find his friends. He was marched back to his country. He came back. He went back again in search of his friends. Didn't find them. He got arrested. He went 3 times. He had to pay a fine and do some community service. It's all in the video anyway. Brilliant.
That doesn't sound, what part did he get killed?
And he cost his nation over $7.5 million on search and rescue effort.
He's still alive. He's still alive.
Then why did you say Antarctic explorer killed?
But he
like
wasn't killed.
clickbait,
His friends were killed.
allegedly, or were they actually killed, or did they die out there, Because there'd be a big difference.
Well, yeah, but he returned with his friend, He returned on his own. Sorry, on the so.
His
Well,
friends
the
were
first time
never.
he returned. He returned with one friend the first time on the skidoos.
So in a sense, his friends may not have been killed, but they may have died doing this. Because that's two different things.
No, because he went back in search. He went back in search twice. Twice. You don't do that
And
unless you're looking to.
Officially, they are considered missing. They are not. They have not been confirmed killed.
That means they could have drowned. That means they could have froze to death. They could have got lost. I mean,
No, they must be dead now. How many years has gone by? How many years have gone by? They're dead, man.
But see, that there's a difference between dying out there to the elements and then being killed. Those are two. Those are both on one side of the wall of the spectrum. They could have died from starvation. They could have died of exposure. They could have drowned. Doesn't mean they were killed. And if there's no actual evidence of them being killed, it's hearsay.
The reason that I say that is because the ship was damaged. Now, who damaged the ship? Yeah,
Ice damaged the ship. We know that for sure.
The ice pack that it was crushed in, which is why they had to borrow a Russian icebreaker in order to get it out. Did you read this report, Jen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was part of the $7.5 million this one individual cost his nation. Which is why it's illegal, because the rescue cost is so outrageously high.
The story is there. He went there. Admittedly, he went out there without being announced because he knew he wouldn't be able to go. That's why he went without announcing because he knew he couldn't go.
People have gone. He chose to do it his way. His way was the illegal way.
Yep.
And I read little bits. He admittedly did this on purpose, knowing he wasn't permitted to go there. And like you said, 3 times.
He got permission from South America to go, I think. His country wouldn't allow him to go, so he went to another country and got permission to go.
It would have to be the country you're a citizen of.
Yeah, they wouldn't allow him to go.
South America did not give him permission. In fact, they were the ones who called and alerted his home Coast Guard that he was going to be in need of rescue, which is why they started the second rescue attempt while he was still found.
Kind of like why they don't take.
That's what he claims. He claims that he got permission from South America. He claims that.
He lies.
So he did it upon lies upon lies. That sounds pretty illegal to me. Sounds like what ended up resulting in it was legal ramification. Not he was not allowed to be there. He did it illegal.
To be quite honest, he's just proving that we can't go down there unannounced. That's what he's doing. He's proving that point. That's what his free journey's proving.
No one is saying you can't, or no one is saying you can. I think everyone's in agreement that that is a place you're not going to be able to go with unannounced because you just decided to.
Yeah.
Well, what about the North Pole?
Then again, I can't go to the UK unannounced. You understand that a passport would be the same thing, but because Antarctica isn't a country that acknowledges a passport, you have to get permission from your country. But it's the same thing as going to a different country when you need a passport. That passport is your permission from your country for you to travel to another continent, cross a border. I mean, it's the same thing. You still need permission to do that. But Jen, you weren't born in Japan, right?
No, I was born in England, the UK.
You needed a passport to go to Japan, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The UK gave you permission to go to Japan. Japan recognizes UK's passports. They allow it. It's all a permission game, no matter what.
Yeah. I got the passport issued because that's something I needed to travel.
Mm-hmm.
And then I arrived in Japan and I was allowed to go through customs. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same thing.
Well, before I forget, Sean, I wanted to say this before, actually, just about the whole Antarctica thing and everything we were talking about. I mean, the thing is, like, just to jump back to that for a second, like, in terms of traveling, yeah, like, if you go to Antarctica and you go to an area that already has, power, electricity, et cetera, a little town area, whatever it may be, buildings, you're staying there, whatever it is, That's one thing. And I'm sure you can walk around a little bit. But when you get to the parts that, because that's only small little areas. So when you get to the rest of Antarctica, whatever that is, you know, because I think we would agree that whatever has those little towns is certainly a very small fraction of Antarctica on any model, is still small. So the rest of it. Now, when we're talking about the rest of it, the thing is that like in terms of it being guarded, quote unquote, well, I mean, of course they have radar, they have high altitude balloons, they have everything they need to be monitoring the area. And the thing is, when you're, you know, it's one thing if you're traveling from country to country, you're still kind of in some country, because that's all we've ever been. You and me, everyone in this chat, we've only ever been in this country. But if you're now talking about being inland, when you think about it, you travel a couple miles, 10 miles, 20, 30, all of a sudden 20 miles, you're so far from wherever you were 20 miles ago that you're even in no man's land. So at that point, you're literally in a part of the earth that is not governed by anyone that is going to, you know, save you, as it were. So whether they would turn you around politely, whether they would shoot you down and just sink you, whether they would go to your vessel, arrest you, and then take you off to wherever crisis act or island or torture you, who knows what. Unfortunately, you know, because at that point you've just been captured, you're in their world, or just kill you right there. Any of those are all of those are possibilities. But I 100% don't think they will physically let you do it. So whatever they do, I mean, they would probably turn you around early by like the Coast Guard. That would probably be the first thing. Hey, this is restricted, you know, and just see if you easily turned around. If you didn't, then there would be additional measures. And I mean, you're not, I mean, no one's going to have a bigger, like this military whole thing that we're under, this whole power structure, it needs to be dissolved some way from the inside. I think through truth, through love, through compassion, through some kind of healing. That's the only way to do it. We're not going to be able to go there and beat them at that game because they've already usurped the world to such an extreme degree that they are literally running it through the United Nations and the Federal Reserve. I think we have a chance, and we have a lot of chances, but like doing that is, in my opinion, just it's a kamikaze mission. I'm not saying it's unworthy of doing. I mean, if we can make it happen or people want to fund it and stuff, absolutely. Like I'm in support of whatever. However, it is. Actually, I don't even know if I am because it is kind of a kamikaze mission. I don't really want anyone to be harmed. But anyways, my main point is that when you're in land that is literally no man's land, they can do whatever they want at that point, and no one's gonna quote unquote hear you cry. You know, like in that kind of out of like a movie or something. You know, when people are torturing someone, it's sad, but it's like in reality, like if they have that military capacity, which they clearly do through the United Nations and through all of that. We are trapped here on this part of the earth until we wake up enough to somehow dissolve this controlling system that we're under so that we can sort of get back everything that we had before this happened.
Gio, can you go to the UK without a passport?
No, I don't think so. I think you used to be able to travel back when I was growing up. You could go from the United States to Canada without a passport. You actually could use your birth certificate.
Mexico too.
I used to do that because that's what we did back in the day when I was a kid. So, because I lived in Michigan, which is close to Canada. So
what do you think
we would go there and stuff. So
what do you think would happen if you snuck
but now
across
you have
the
to.
UK borders and got caught?
Now you have to.
What do you think what would happen if you snuck into the UK without a passport, unannounced? What do you think would happen?
Well, if you're armed, you could get shot down and killed, or if you look threatening, you could.
Yeah.
But you would be arrested and taken to prison and gone through whatever system. Yeah. In that case.
So what about that is different from what you're saying would happen in Antarctica?
It could be similar. Maybe they would just arrest you and take you to some, like if you're originally born in the United States, maybe they would just arrest you, take you back to the States, and then put you through a judicial system and keep you.
If you had
whatever. That's possible.
If you had a weapon, what do you think they would do?
Disarm you.
Okay. If you took threatening actions, what would they do? They probably kill you.
They would take a more severe action. Yeah. I mean, they
probably end up killing you.
They literally have taken over the entire world's militaries. So it's
okay. Well, at the same time,
just the reality.
Your argument for Antarctica is going to be the same argument for invading some other country. Same thing. If you don't have permission, they don't want you there.
Right. I'm not
So it's not.
disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's somewhat. It's
Okay.
similar in that way to a
But
degree.
when you talk about Antarctica, you talk about it like it's this restricted military thing where shoot on sight. It's not that way. Just like you said, most likely you'll probably see Coast Guard before you see Antarctica. Period.
Oh yeah.
If you
Well, you'll be intersected far
got-
before you get to Antarctica because the
if you
Antarctic
got-
Treaty is the 60-degree parallel, so you're going to get
Now,
there pretty quick.
Now, if you make it to Antarctica without permission, without seeing Coast Guard, most likely, like you said, they probably have balloons and et cetera, as surveillance. They're probably going to confront you. Do it
Of
again.
course.
They're probably going to take a little bit more of an action to it. So nothing that would happen going to Antarctica is a kamikaze fucking mission. It's not any different than needing a passport permission to go to some other country or going to another country without permission and then finding you. It's all the same thing. Antarctica is not.
Well, how easy it is at that level. I mean, it's just kind of, to me, it's common sense. Like that at that point, there are, like, you're in no man's land. And when I say that, it's not really no man's land. It's just part of the earth that we're kept from. But at that point, you're in that zone to where it's like anything could happen to you. Like, for example, if somebody went and they got all excited and they got the money and let's say that the government just passed all of their paperwork. They're like, oh yeah, no problem. Just go there. It's cool. Just, don't make a mess. And like, if you think they're going to give you the keys to Antarctica, that these governments are just going to say, yeah, you're good, just be cool with it, and just let you go. That's unbelievable that would be thought. So yes, of course they're restricting it. And one of the things is that if they did want to just take you out, what an easy thing to do for them. They just do it. And then everyone else in the rest of this area says, oh, they never came back and it's a mystery, right? So that's the easiest thing for them to do. Now, I don't, whether they would take it to that level or whether they would arrest you. I think you're right. They would arrest you. Well, first of all, they would never give you the permit. So that's just a scam right there. And even if you think that they would, and they somehow would do that, they still would not allow it.
Okay, hearsay, assumption, right?
I'm never claiming. Right? I think, Sean. One thing is that I think you're thinking that this is some kind of like a debate. I'm sharing my personal viewpoint on it. I have never been to Antarctica, and I've never tried to do that. So I'm telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what is scientifically proven. I think you're questioning me as if I'm giving it to you like it's some kind of something that I verified in the physical world, which I never said is the case.
If I sound like I'm saying it at you, I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm talking in as general sense as it can be. I am not basing it on everything you're just saying. I'm not. I'm really not. If it seems like it is, I do apologize, Gio. I am not. I am just saying in the real world, logical thinking of it, because again, I haven't done it either. I've never tried going there, so everything I'm saying is the same side as what you're saying. My speculation, my opinion of it. So I'm in the same boat. It's as honest as I can be about it. But the reality of it is that there are means of doing so. You can do it. No one has. So what will exactly happen there? No, I don't know either. And I think I kind of said that earlier. But there are things that I like when I use the example of passports and all those things. Those are kind of things that kind of make it so I can wrap my head around how it would work.
Can I ask you a question about your no man's land analogy? What's the difference between that and being in international waters between a country?
And that's where all the corrupt shit actually happens.
No, but that's the thing is you run the same risk of like having to be rescued, this expensive rescue, all over the ocean. And why is that treated differently than Antarctica?
It's not. If a Coast Guard sees you in the middle of nowhere and no one knows why you're there, who you are, they'll confront you, ask you what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for that reason.
So you can't sail in international waters
They can.
Yeah, you definitely can, but expect to be.
If I'm selling, excuse me, if I'm selling from California to Hawaii, within logic, people would know you're doing so. If Coast Guard gets a hold of you, they're gonna and they board your vessel. They want to see a map of your where you're going. When you go out that far, typically people don't just meander.
You always sound like you know so much about things.
I know a lot about a lot of things, and I look into a lot of things.
I've been boarded by numerous Coast Guards. Sean's exactly right with what I experienced.
Again, I've been around for a very long time, and I don't know, maybe you talk to some people that don't do it, but I do a lot of research and try to get an understanding about a lot of things, not just the shape of the earth. So things like that, I've looked into, I've read about, seen situations. Those are just, a lot of it has logic involved in it. Yeah. If I sound that way, thank you.
Well, I guess like back, yeah, I hear you on that. And I think what I was saying before too, like, I mean, in terms of going to Antarctica, like what really is the purpose of that? Like, okay, if they would, if you really could go and freely travel it, yes, there's value to that. Of course there is. So if someone thinks that they could get permits, do it quote unquote legally, and be allowed to do it, then that is at the top of the list of awesome things to do. So that would be amazing. Of course, it would take a lot of funding and energy and people to do it. And especially with what's going on now in the world, a lot of people are limited, restricted. There's crises going on in people's families and stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit more difficult now. But if but maybe things could get better. Yeah, go ahead.
The top of the list is North Pole. Antarctica is like a second or third.
Well, that's a good. I mean, that's an interesting thought. Of I wasn't even thinking at the moment that, but yeah, I mean, comparing them both. Whew, that's a. I guess I think some people say they prefer to go south. Some say north. Are you a norther?
Fuck that. Those places are extremely cold.
I am a norther.
Nice. I would say so too. Yeah, if I had the option of just taking a nice comfy cruise to one or the other, I'm definitely going north because that's where the heartland of the entire earth is and the center, and there's waters there that if you drink them, they will anti-age you. Like it won't anti-age you before puberty. So you'll go back to like when you were like 16 to 18, like you can't go back to being like an infant or anything, but you can go that young. And every time you drink it, it just anti-ages you.
Gio, why not? Why can't you become 5 years old again?
Well, I just, this particular water I'm talking about, it just doesn't do that. It doesn't take you back to childhood, but it takes you back to like your most like vigorous teenage, like, vigor, like your peak of your vigor.
Why not your 20s?
Well, the thing is, the more you drink, the more you anti-age. So you can just sip on it. You can drink a lot of it. Like you can drink a lot of it and just go back to 18, like fairly quick. I mean, not like in seconds, but.
Well, if I drink 10 times as much as that, then could I be 5?
No, there's a limit. It's just.
There's a limit on the magic.
Yeah. Same with, actually, it's funny you say that because like LSD in particular, like the way you just said that, a limit on the magic, because yeah, LSD is very, very magical profoundly for people and the experience, but like at about 500 micrograms, it doesn't, like that's the saturation point. Like if you take more than that, it doesn't really seem to like deepen it at all. Well, it kind of does actually in a different way, but overall it's there's a bit of a natural saturation point, if you will. So I think with this water I'm referring to, it's the same way. Like like let's say that this is true, that you can drink it and you go back to when you were like, 17, 18, whatever, around that time, probably, because that's kind of like the peak of right after puberty. Right. Like from that point back, you just can't go any further back. So if you drink it, it's like you're saturated down to that level. It's not going to take you back to being a little baby.
I just don't understand the cutoff. Okay, what if
because
like
it's not meant to take you back to like your past lifetimes. Like it's not meant to take you back like through the birth canal, like back to the spirit world and into your past lifetimes. Like it's just designed to give you as long of a human life as you want in your peak time of your life. So whoever you are now, when humans have access to this, which is usually the case because it's only now that's being blocked from us. Well, there's other times that it has been too, but that's a whole nother story in terms of in the past and the future. But in terms of now, it's being hidden from us. But it basically what it is just that the earth itself provides a liquid that gives human beings the ability to live as long of a life as you want.
Clean water?
With the liquid, yeah. But the thing is, nobody does it forever. Like at a point that people will actually naturally, will eventually choose to get to old age and perish.
Fuck yeah. Who wants to watch everyone they ever loved die?
Well, but if you and all your friends had it, you wouldn't have to die. You could stay young as long as you want. But would that also get to a point where you're like, okay, I'm heading back? There's another possibility that maybe the water stops working at some point. That's also, but I think there's different waters and different applications for it.
Is there one that makes your Johnson smaller? I need that one.
Good one. That is funny, dude. That's funny.
And the worst part is I want to chop it up all the craziness, but the reality is there are a lot of ununderstood things that do phenomenal things that we can't explain, and that's just reality. Do I believe that? I don't, but I think everything like that does bound from a truth of something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's so many mysteries and truths to the world. Like, I mean, we actually live inside of a mythical, magical, archetypal, symbolic like world.
I know there are scientific projects that work on stuff that anti-ages, so to speak. And if that's the case, that means there's something in the natural world that produces this thing, and that could be what you're talking about.
Well, exactly. No, you're exactly right. Actually, it's in mushrooms. It's the polysaccharides that are in mushrooms. And mushrooms, they're the whole mycelial field of the entire earth. So you have all of the mycelia and all of the mushroom. And the mushrooms are what like create life for the entire earth, like the whole mycelial network. So
what if mushrooms are the actual fucking aliens? Like octopuses and mushrooms and these organic masses of things that are unexplainable. Like the largest organism in the world is a mushroom, because it like I guess a field of mushrooms is actually connected to every single mushroom and all that kind of stuff like that.
Right.
That's it.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's connected through the entire earth. Yeah.
Yeah. There are, like you just said, I know for a fact thousands and thousands and thousands of things that science can't explain. That just is.
Yeah, we kind of get like we get the second rate version of what's at the center. Like we get, when I say second rate, I mean plants can have all, like you said, have all kinds of anti-aging nutrients to them, qualities, but they won't necessarily anti-age you. They will slow your aging process, but won't necessarily actually, reverse aging.
Go reverse, yeah.
The only ones that can do that would be ayahuasca and iboga and peyote. Those actually can do some age reversal, but usually they won't do like a dramatic one. Like usually maybe like 10 years. So maybe if you're like 60 years old and you're like body's like average for being 60, if you do like a lot of ayahuasca, for example, like you very well may go back into a body as when you were 50 or even like 45. That's pretty common. And just completely rejuvenated. But I've never heard of someone actually being able to go from like being, let's say 80 or something, and then going back to being like, 25 again or something.
Yeah.
But that I think is at the North Pole. The North Pole area is where that you got to get that goodness.
Especially when you're talking about like ayahuasca, I think that a lot of that isn't so much the physical as it is mental. The mental significance of it.
Yeah, or both. Physically, it's profoundly cleansing. because you know how people vomit on ayahuasca.
Yeah.
It's called a purge. It's called a purge.
They call it purging of the evil of the demons or something like that.
Yeah,
Purge
it's
of
bad
the
if
demons.
you didn't? Is it bad if you didn't purge?
Not everybody does purge, actually. It depends on.
I did it.
Everyone that I've talked to does.
Every time I thought I got this nauseous wave, but I'd always managed to ride it. And then it was like the back of my head felt like it was opening up.
Nice.
But anyway.
Yeah, there's usually in a ceremony setting, let's say, 20, 30 people just in general, there's usually a handful that won't purge. Yeah. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but yeah, there's always a percentage. I don't know exactly what that percentage is, but yeah, not everyone does. And also some people, they might have a lot of purging in one session, and then another session they don't have any. And then a session after that, they might have purging again. So the medicine, it seems to have an intelligence where it knows what to work with when it's working with you. And if it needs to do a purge, it's going to happen. Like you're probably not going to stop it, and it's going to be a release. And then if you don't need to, or if it doesn't need to for that session, then it may not at all.
Well, hey guys, Gio, thank you for the fun talk. I'm going to bed. It was fun, and I do appreciate you having the platform to do it. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, it was good chatting with you, Sean, and hope you have a good night.
Yep. I'll talk to you guys later.
Cool. Did you see today, Merle? There were it was the first time we had all 3 live streams were running with people in all 3, and they were all on YouTube at the same time. It was the first time we've ever done that.
How is there 3 separate channels?
Yeah, there's live stream number 1, number 2, and number 3. So it's set up to have all 3. And when I very first launched the platform, I had all 3 running, just for fun. But I think we just used one of them. And then lately, I've been opening up the second one, so we've been doing some in the second. And then just actually, one of the servers was down, and they had to reset it. It had to be reset on their end. So actually, it was down for a day or so. Anyways, the third one, or actually a couple days. But they finally I got that one back online, and it happened to be today when people were in live stream 1 and 2, and then people started going into live stream 3, but it wasn't even live. So once I saw people in live stream 3, I'm like, oh, I better get this live. So then I just got this. I finished up getting the server set up on it and then launched it. So then we had basically all 3 with people chatting. So that was the first time that people were fully chatting in all 3 was today.
Wow, can you mix? You can't mix between the channels, can you? Say if you had no, you've just given me an idea. Because music's always been a hard thing to stream live with a good signal that isn't, say, through someone's laptop mic or feeding back through someone's mobile phone. It's always been a thing for me, to stream good live music on the internet, but I'm yet to find the platform where I can do that well.
Oh, that'd be awesome, dude. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, and there's some other people. Yeah, just for the sake of the conversation, won't name names, but just there are people that that could work with as well, that I've talked to about as well. So it's been kind of a little bit of rumbling of possibilities. So, or I could tell you offline as well, but but anyways, but that would be interesting. So are you saying like a channel that's streaming particular music sets, or I was just thinking about music in general and ways to bring that in.
Yeah, so you could have elements of conversation, and then you could also have some music, like interludes.
How does that work with the copyright stuff on YouTube? Does it have to be copywritten free music?
yeah, I guess if you were doing your own stuff, that wouldn't matter then, because it'd be like your own shit.
Yeah. Well, we could set up a channel. Like, it's possible that we could set up like a music jam channel. That this is just an idea that's just coming to me right now. But like, let's say a channel where it's just like an open mic type thing. I mean, it could even be like orchestrated. Like, there's different ways to do it. But what about a channel that is just streaming like music that someone on the server is making? So maybe like you rock out for a bit, Issa rocks out for a bit, like different people come in and just like make like a live music stream. And then like, even if like it goes quiet, like someone could just bring like a cowbell in there and do some like rhythms. I mean, it could just be anything.
It's something I don't know.
Maybe not anything. Maybe not just random cowbell, but actual like music, music performances.
It's all about the spirit, right? It really is. But
live music, that would be amazing. Like live drumming. We could do like shamanic. We could do like shamanic drum sessions, and then like everyone who's listening could go into like a meditative state, and then with the drum, we could all go on a journey.
See what I mean? Like, these are, because if you could bring sound into it, I've just never known how to do it because everyone's mics kind of USB mics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is one. Well, one way to do it. I might be able to set it up on one of the servers where people could actually log into that and then play it directly through there. Because I know what you mean. Like, well, or they would have to share their screen. That's actually the best way to do it. They would just share their screen, right? And then I would just share the audio on the server. So I would have to go on the server and then, because that's pretty good audio. I think with this server having the boost levels, I forget what it is, but I think we can do 1080p 60 frame per second screen sharing. So if somebody wants like high quality music to be coming through their account, but not be through their microphone, then yeah, they would have to share their feed, and they could do it at the highest quality because I think we can do the 1080p one, and then I could share it at the 1080p, and the live streams are 1080p as well. So then you would get pretty clean audio. Like if you had something you were presenting or music you were playing or something like that. Of course, if you're doing it live into a microphone, then it would have to be into a mic. But if you had other tracks or other things that you had pre-recorded that you wanted to play, I think that would probably be the way to go.
Okay.
Another option is giving people to log into the server, but that gets into a whole nother thing because I mean I have a bunch of accounts on those and everything. So yeah, but there may be a way to do that as well if that's needed. Like I'm thinking like some kind of like a software where then people could be able to log into that software and then upload things as well. But there's all kinds of options for that kind of for that. I mean anything that's just pre-recorded, then we can even play with because there's a music bot on here that we can play as well. So like if you have it on a YouTube video or some sort of
or like a mix, like a DJ mix, like a set, like half an hour or 45 minutes.
Yeah, so we could do that now just with the music bot for sure.
Interesting. Okay.
This would be good for this would be good for Twitch. Are you familiar with Twitch?
No.
There's just a lot of like music things on there, and there's like gamers, and there's like all kinds of. So yeah, we could like if you. Well, what are we talking about? Are you like? I mean, are you a DJ? Like, is that something that you like? What is your musical expression, or what would you like? What would you feel interested or passionate about doing in general?
Kind of playing guitar at some stage because I've got 2 guitars, 2 amplifiers, and a bunch of pedals I haven't even plugged in from all over the world.
Nice.
And,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's a dream. But I have DJ'd like parties and one festival and a couple of just small impromptu raves in backyards and stuff and garages. But yeah, I do like to do that, and there's a couple of people I know who make music too in here, so maybe we could put our heads together and come maybe a little session. Doesn't have to be like all the time, make it more of a special event. Just a bit of music, just to change it up. And you can be there or not, you know what I mean? Just don't make a big deal about it. It's just some music if you want to listen to it.
Yeah. Well, there is the party lounge. There's a room down there. It's called Party Lounge, and there's a text and there's a VC for it. It's not live streamed. Of course, I could live stream it. We could rename it to the Live Party Lounge, or we could put a different name on it. But in terms of what's on here now, that room would fit for that. Like anyone could just go in there. And you've got the role for it, so you'll be able to use it. So actually, here, I'll show you real quick. If you do the command, are you able to look at the Livestream 1 text if I type something?
Yeah.
Okay, if you type !music bot, it will give this little message here, and it gives you. It's called the Earth Leveler. Is the bot name? So it says navigate to the music command list channel for a full list of commands. You can use these commands in the music commands channel. Only verified roles can use the music bot. If you aren't verified and want to play music, just ask a staff member. So that one has the 2 links to the command list for it, and then the actual command room. This server's so big and there's so much stuff on it. It was kind of the only thing I could do because there's so many rooms. So this way, there's kind of one room to type all the commands, but you can bring the bot into whatever room you're in. So for example, if you went into the party lounge, for example, you would then go to that music commands channel and you would type in, join, the actual commands for it. It will then join the channel that you're in. So it'll come to you, in the party lounge, let's say, and then you would just keep using that music commands channel and just type in all the commands you want. That's where you would add playlists or add your videos. And then you just, there's a thing for it. It's like a little command. It's, play, and then you put the link, and then there's a queue and everything, and you can move through the queue, and it has all the features on the commands list there. So yeah, that can be used, and then you can basically just fire it up at any time you want.
That seems like they add an extra step. Wouldn't you be able to just call the bot to you instead of having to go and then send it?
With what? With which part?
That seems like it's an extra step, right? You have to go to the bot and then send it. Couldn't you just summon the bot, right? If you knew the same code, right? Because you got to go to the bot, give it a code to go to the room. But I'm saying if you're already in the room, why can't you just say, "Come here, bot"? And if you know the command, you could just call it to that room itself. I don't know. It just seems like an extra step. That's all.
Well, I think that's how it works, though. Yeah, I think if whatever room you're in, if you're the one who summons it, it comes to the room you're in.
Okay. Because that makes sense. It just seems like if they're going to be that advanced, then I guess if you don't know how to summon it, then you do have to go to the bot itself, right? That sounded like that's what you were saying, because you go to the bot and then invite him to your room, right? Isn't that what you were saying?
Well, what it is that there's the permissions on the server to allow the music bot commands to be used in, only a particular voice channel, or you can do several. But if I open it up on the Livestream 1 text, for example, it would be, if people were playing a lot of music, then all those commands would be in there, because it tells you the queue and it's posting all the YouTube videos. So, what I'm saying is that the way I did it was created just one channel called music, for just the commands. So basically you just have to do it in that channel. So it keeps all the music bot stuff in there. So you would just go to that text channel and then you would also be signed into, or you would be logged into one of the voice channels, and then in that room, you just have to type, join, or whatever the summon command is, and then it'll bring it into your room. And then once it's in your room, as you start adding tracks to it and stuff, it keeps it just keeps putting them on the queue and then playing them.
So are different people, if they had that role, they could just create their own DJ bot, or does it go to one bot and just build up his playlist?
That's a good question. Meaning, are there multiple?
Right.
I don't know. That's a good question. This is Me6, MEE. It's like 3 E's, like MEE6. Have you ever seen that bot?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular one. And I did pay for the premium thing on it. So it does have I think one of the premium features that comes with the music list is that you can go to their actual website and you can toggle the music player from there, like with a whole interface. So it has that as well. I don't know if it can do multiple. That's a good question. Like, could you bring it into Livestream 1 and then I bring it into Livestream 2 and we can both play music? I kind of doubt it. I'm thinking it's only one. Yeah, Emma says one. It's probably one. You know, it's funny. I'm actually looking at the permissions for it now, and actually, I need to add the permission for that because I just tried to get it to join because I've never actually done it before. I just had set this up, but never actually. I don't think I've ever played anything on it yet.
Where's the storage for the songs? Like, how do you link a song? Like the first command is add, right? So add a song to the queue. Like, where do you direct the bot to get the music from?
You have to give it a link, like a YouTube link or some. Yeah, like it works with YouTube, and it has to be a link that it then basically plays through the bot.
Does it filter out the video and just play the music? Or does it like share its screen and show you the video?
I think it just plays it.
Okay. Sorry, I'm asking so many questions, but
Okay, I just did it. All right, I did join, and it looks like it joined us now. And it looks like it's server muted, which is fine. So then if we want to play something, here, I'm just going to, I guess, deafen the live stream. All right, I'll put the live stream back on just since we're kind of in the live stream room. But yeah, music is. But I think what Merle was saying is the idea of perhaps like either creating a room for it or having something where like we could have like live music that's either being played or like played live, possibly as well, or even streamed live. I mean, that's the whole idea right there. Have kind of like a performance stage, almost like open mic night, where people can play, so and jam but that's like one idea, like have a channel that's just like always a jam channel. So if someone goes in there with a guitar, they start maybe playing solo, someone else comes in with a drum. I mean, it gets a little tricky to get it to sound good like that, like to mix it, through people's mics and stuff, but it's kind of a cool idea, is like creating live music and having it be like within the community that people can jump in and contribute different things. Just like a music jam room. Travis, are you into like jam bands at all, as it were, like that kind of category, like Grateful Dead or Fish or String Cheese Incident or all of those bands like that? Like, were you ever into those?
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that I'm getting more familiar with, like I don't even know what's, but like I don't know Fish very well, but I know the name and I know I've heard a couple songs. Your String Cheese, never heard of them, but yeah, I mean, I've got a pretty wide palette, but a pretty limited one too, to where it's just radio play usually. But when I got into Steely Dan a couple years ago and Crosby, Stills and Nash, and was using Amazon Prime for the music, I came across a lot more of their playlist. But yeah, I'm pretty much just eclectic across the board from the 60s till now. Like, check this out, bro. I didn't even know Tool existed until 2018.
Yeah. Gotcha. Well, sometimes it's like that. Like certain music is like somehow kept from our minds for certain amounts of time, like in people's lives, and all of a sudden, like, because I've had that as well with certain things, like certain bands that, yeah, they just like came in late for me, perhaps. Came in like late rather than compared to some others. Is that what you kind of meant? Like you hadn't heard about it until?
Yeah.
'Cause I'm thinking like I listened to Tool in high school. I know which would have been like in the late 90s.
Right. But I was listening to I was in Florida in the late 90s, and I remember listening to the FM down there, was the radio station in Orlando, and they played a lot of contemporary 90s rock, and so I got a lot of exposure to almost like one-hit wonders, like what's the name of that band now? I can't remember. Mrs. Sullivan. So they would play a lot of 90s rock, but I don't remember ever hearing Tool. But Tool was always, to me, now that I know who they are, I think of them as almost like a resurrection of prog rock. The new, or I guess the old school, Yes, where the music was complicated and almost like a like a Beethoven's, masterpiece, where we just built up, over 8 minutes of playing, right? So a lot of their songs weren't made for radio play.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I mean, I feel like Tool was always, a little bit more in the metal category, I suppose, but it kind of turned into a little bit more like they started playing at Bonnaroo and some of those big festivals. That was kind of a melting pot there for a while. Like Tool played Bonnaroo. So yeah, they kind of shifted a little bit more into a little bit of a broader genre, but I'm thinking back in the 90s, it was kind of more like prog rock metal. I'm not sure if that's even the correct genre because these days there's so many like subgenres. But
prog rock was all right. But yeah, Tool's one of those bands that's like heavy bass. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of They've got good stuff though. Like that album,
Yeah,
I remember in high school. You know that song? What is it? Sober.
Yeah, that was like their late 80s. I think Sober came out in maybe like 89 maybe, but yeah, that song is amazing. It's just crazy. Amazing.
And then at some point they got into psychedelics and they got into the whole Alex Gray, and I actually knew because I like living in Northern California. There's a lot of people kind of that I've met through here. It just because there's just that being what it is, like the San Francisco Bay Area. And there was this woman that I knew who claims, and so obviously I don't have 100% proof of it, but that she was involved in basically like hooking them up with certain substances. I don't know if it was like her directly or like people she knew, but like there was some like network that she was connected with who basically were like friends with the Tool guys and basically kind of like introduced them to, just like tripping, like mushrooms, LSD, and so on. And basically like that kind of changed the whole course of the band. Cause like their next album right after that was the one with the Alex Gray. I don't know if I remember the name of it. I will once I see it, or rehear it. But the one with the Alex Gray, all the artwork, and it's like this trippy, like holographic, like the booklet and everything.
Is that the one with Lateralis?
Yeah, I believe so. Because before that, Tool wasn't really like that. They weren't necessarily. I mean, they weren't seemingly like very kind of psychedelically impacted, as it were. And then it's like all of a sudden they seem to have shifted into that a bit more. So that was 2000 and what was it? 2001. Yeah, that album.
So you're in California right now. It's almost 1:00 for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I was having this dream and I woke up and my arm was asleep. So that's why I'm awake right now.
Yeah. What time do you usually get to bed?
I don't know. I probably went to bed before 10 last night, maybe. But that's usually when I'm out on the road because I have to get up like around 4:00 sometimes to go start my shift.
Yeah. So are you driving for your shift or?
Yeah, I'm just a couple minutes away from my delivery this morning, and then I'll be done for the day. So I got here last night and camped out.
Cool. Yeah, being on the road is a journey, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty secluded in my regional route. Just in Pennsylvania, Maryland, down to Georgia, Virginia, and North Carolina. So I don't go out west too much.
Yeah, actually, speaking of Fish, they're actually coming to. They're going to be playing in Sacramento. I don't live in Sacramento, but I could get there. But the thing is they require either the old testaroo or the old jabber jab to even go to the concert.
I know, yeah. I was just talking to a friend of mine last night, and he sent me this picture of an artist that we both like, and she was going to be in our area, and he went and checked out the theater's requirements, and they require you to have your passcode, your passport. I mean, your pass. I'm trying to speak in code, I guess.
Yeah.
They require evidence.
Evidence that something occurred.
Right.
Oh man, it's brutal. I know. I was just looking. Yeah, wow. I know. That's intense because I don't want either, and refuse either. I don't even want to get a test. So
yeah.
Yeah, I just looked at one of this other band. There's this band named Goose. Like I love Fish. I've loved Fish for years. They've been one of the just one, a lot, very much. And this band Goose, which is funny that they're called like Goose. It's like almost a little bit similar to Fish in the name, just because it's like a random animal name. But they're different guys and they're younger and they're just absolutely amazing. And I just looked up. They're actually coming. They're going to be playing in San Francisco, but this one won't even let you do a test. This one you actually have to have the actual the card. Because I think all of San Francisco went on they have an actual mandate for it now. Like the actual city of San Francisco has a jab mandate. It's ridiculous. Wow.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Good thing about Goose is they have a lot of really good, like free, high definition video footage of their concerts. Like they really go all out in terms of just giving like free video on their YouTube channels. So it's like the next best thing to seeing them live, I suppose.
So what you're saying is, if you're a fan of good music, don't duck Goose.
Ba-dum-bum.
I just posted one of their concerts. If they are, I guess they're kind of considered a jam band. They do sound a bit similar to like Fish and Grateful Dead and some bands, but to me, it's more like it's very upbeat, improvisational. It's like there's something about this band for me right now, like just it's like the perfect in the world, like the time that they're doing what they're doing, and yeah, they're just amazing. It's just like these blissful peaks of jams. It's just like the energy just keeps rocking. It almost reminds me a little bit of like a rave style. Like it's not really rave music. It's all instruments. It's like guitar and keyboard and drums and percussion and stuff. And it's like, sometimes like rock, blues, different kinds of styles. But their actual jams almost remind me of like, it's like a rave in the way that it's just something about the rhythm of it, and it just keeps opening up and expanding. It almost reminds me of like progressive trance music, maybe like almost progressive trance rave music. Like even though that's not really what it sounds like, but the energy of it has that where it just keeps building and opening up into something more like, just like these beautiful peaks and valleys of these jams and like the way that it comes through.
So when you linked that, it started at minute 45 for me. So did you link a timestamp? Because I don't think I've ever listened to it. But it looks like I've been listening to it for 45 minutes when I opened the video.
Yeah, it's timestamped.
I guess maybe it is. Yeah, it says 2719. Yeah, so I guess that was somewhat. Maybe that's where I had it playing. I didn't mean to maybe do that, or I don't know how that happened.
Okay. Yeah, because mine opened up at 45 minutes 22 seconds.
Well, I had it playing at 45 minutes, like you said. I had it at that time, and then I just copied the link from the top, and it already had that. So it must have preloaded it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out later.
I just I love when musicians like improvise to the point to where they become like almost like a cohesive mind as they're improvising, where like they're listening to each other, and then something is like kind of something's being created that's bigger than just the individuals. It's just one of the most kind of peak moments for me in terms of music.
Do you like Steely Dan?
Yeah. Probably, yeah, another artist that like I probably never got into him to where I would play it all the time to myself, but all that I've heard is good, yeah.
Yeah.
Like again, like awesome songwriting and but yeah, maybe like not fully stylistic to the point that I would, because I listened like I don't know, I liked a lot of like 60s, like Hendrix and Led Zeppelin and back when I was like in high school. I guess I've kind of been into all kinds of music though, even like some rap and hip hop, bluegrass. I love bluegrass. Probably the one genre I was not as into would be the hard metal. Heavy metal was never that's probably the one that I'm. Although I like some heavy metal stuff though, for sure. And I like jams that are really dark and heavy. But in terms of some of like those artists, if it's too like, there's a point of music, like, the idea of being black pilled.
Yeah.
Like in terms of kind of in that idea, but then there's also like music to me that's almost like black pilled, where it's like so dark and like trying to express that darkness. And sometimes I like that if it's done in like a way that's like clever, but if it's done in a way that's more just like putting out that energy, for some reason I'm less interested in it.
Yeah, I get you. Are you living where you grew up too?
No, I grew up in Michigan actually, and then I moved out to California, like the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area. In I guess I moved out here in like 2006, and then have lived here ever since.
On your own, you moved out?
Yep, I pretty much literally had a whole U-Haul truck filled with like all my stuff, and then I towed my car. I had like an SUV that I towed like with one of those trailers.
Yeah.
And drove solo all the way out. Yeah, because I came out to the Bay Area to go to a graduate school that was here. So basically I made the move solo to come out here to do the grad school, and then stayed living out here after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a fucking journey, man. Oh my God. I remember that, dude. That was wild. And because when I got to San Francisco, like I ended up getting one of those like extended stay hotels, because once I got there, I had to look for a house to rent. So it was like, because I didn't really do that long distance. I don't know if that was done as much back then with like the internet, the way it is now. Whereas back then, like I kind of had to get there and start actually looking around. So I like stayed in one of those extended stay hotel places for like a week or two while I got a whole place lined up. So yeah, that was a full move. It was intense.
And are you in your field that you went to school for?
Yeah, I would say so in certain ways. Although the program I did is it's such a unique program that it doesn't really fit into any mainstream types of. Well, it does. There's a lot of things that people do from the program, but it's there's a wide range of how people use it. It's not like a set thing, I suppose, in terms of like, oh, you just get this degree and then get that particular job, like some are. What's up, Jin? Your mic's hot. Yeah, but I would say even this platform.
Yeah, I thought you might want to listen.
I would say even
progressive house music. I love that stuff, man. Steely Dan. All Steely Dan. Right, again, let's have it again. Mountain bike trekking, Kazumi Watanabe, that were famous in the 80s in. And yeah, all the old stuff.
I don't know, Jin. For me, you're cutting in and out. I did hear some of that, but it's weird because your mic is muted, but I hear your voice. I think Discord's.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching it too. He's muted, but he's lighting up, and I can hear him.
Oh my God, Jin, you've broken Discord. Oh, but I was going to say, Travis. Yeah, I think. I mean, this. I would say this platform, in a sense, is an expression of a lot of the work I did in the grad school, just in terms of the on the cosmology side. Although not directly, because they are all essentially Copernicans and globe. Most of the program is still in the globe.
So what do you think you would say would be the major premise of the whole system, right? I mean, the stuff that I'm talking about when we get all hung up on these, what I would say are tertiary issues, where we talk about the mechanics of like, well, how does this work? I'm like, bro, you're talking about step 4 when step 1 isn't even true. So go back to step 1. So like, I'm just trying to think about that, because that I really do think that if we can address that linchpin, then the whole thing's just going to be easily dismantled, at least from an argumentative perspective. So if you could say, okay, this is exactly where the heliocentric model starts, like what would you say is that starting point? What's that one thing?
Interesting. I'm trying to follow what I maybe just a little more clarification. Like, do you mean the roots of heliocentrism, or do you mean what now could we do that would kind of break the whole system down? Or if I'm catching what you're saying, or maybe.
I would say if we wanted to say when, like the whole narrative is the Copernican revolution. So let's start there. Like, what was so revolutionary about what was so revolutionary about what Copernicus
I would like to
proposed.
answer that if possible.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, Gio, if you want to go ahead first, but I would like to answer though.
Yeah, either way, no, go ahead. I'm gonna think for a second about it. So yeah, you go
Yeah,
first.
okay. So what from my point of view is really noteworthy about the Copernican revolution is an observation. He started from an ideological point of view, you know, and he interpreted a passage from an esoteric work from Hermes Trismegistus. He interpreted a work where he esoterically wrote about the central position of the sun in the universe, and Copernicus interpreted it that way in like astronomical terms. So he didn't even have a scientific basement for his observation. He just proposed this model by ideology, you know?
Yeah, okay.
And then he, after he like developed his model, there were like from the church or so, there were important people like testing his model. And there are quotes even from that time from a guy like, he's called Erasmus Reinhold or so. And he says, if you use the heliocentric model, it's not even in agreement with the observations someone makes, you know? So it's really even proven from the most renowned historians of all time, like Popper or Yeats, Thune, Mickia Eliade, and so on. All these guys have in their works affirmed that the Copernican revolution didn't even start from a scientific point of view. He didn't have any arguments. It was just ideological. Yeah. So far.
And is that from your collective reading, or is there a particular source that breaks that down?
I have both actually. I have it's from my like the amount of research I have done, but I have also found one Italian author who like breaks this down really concise.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So, so Frederick, if I understand you right, you are saying spiritual values, energetic values are projected on physical reality. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely, man. And this is what really came to the fore in the whole Renaissance period, because this ancient mysticism and this Eastern mysticism was in a way revived and even like supported and transmitted by really elite courts like the De Medici family, for example. And this is a key aspect of magic, isn't it? Like projecting value into something imaginary and then interpreting reality in these terms, you know? This is exactly what heliocentrism has done.
Okay, thanks.
I agree. Yeah, and I think it goes back to Hermeticism. Ultimately, it's alchemy at the very deepest roots. It's an alchemical hermetic deception, and Copernicus. I mean, that's often, yeah, like some of the roots of a lot of this, like the quote unquote Copernican revolution. I mean, that's a story. I mean, there is actually quite a bit of information indicating that he may have actually existed. However, his famous book, like the final one that he wrote, which basically had the supposition for, like Fleric was saying, like just the concept, just the conceptual idea of this heliocentric type universe, that was released after he died. So it could be that they actually co-opted him. They took someone who had a lot of recognition in the fields that he was in. I believe he was a teacher and professor and so on. So he kind of basically, they may have taken someone who was respected in the community and then either planted that in his writings or played some part in that being used, because at the time, because of Copernicus's actual being, you know, set in the society, like he was known in that way, they were able to use that, you know, recognition for their agenda.
Copernicus knew his model was shaky, and so he developed it in like really like silent atmosphere. You know, he didn't involve anyone with his studies, and shortly before he died, like in the last years before he died, a person consulted him and lived with him 2 years or so. He was called Rheticus, and this was a young guy with a really like anti-Catholic spirit, and he made all the work that Copernicus dedicated his work to the Pope, I think. Yeah. Assuming
Wow. Yeah.
Assuming Copernicus existed, and from the historical data and the correspondence and so on, but there was one guy who like pressed him to dedicate it to the Pope, and he brought this work to Rome, I think. And even and I mean, Copernicus wasn't really fine with that either, so he like put a sheet into the front page of this work where he said it's only a theoretical like model, you know. Copernicus didn't even say he's right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, on the revolution of the celestial spheres, that was his kind of that was the main publication that they claimed triggered the entire Copernican revolution and the, you know, scientific revolution into the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm that we're currently in.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Because Descartes, that's another. Oh my gosh, what is going on with Descartes? There's people now. There's people now actually in my graduate school community that are doing work and research and come in talking about how like Descartes potentially was schizophrenic, like actually schizophrenic.
Descartes was definitely involved with the Rosicrucian movement, and if you know what this is, you know, like Hermeticism in a way. And he wrote to a friend of his, I don't know exactly the year, but this is documented. He wrote to a friend of his after the church condemned the heliocentric theory by Galileo. He wrote to a friend that like all this, because he believed it, and he wrote all these things he like puts his theory and thoughts on are not valid, because like the condemnation of the church of this theory because of the reason they gave. Wasn't he the man who invented this imaginary numbers as well?
Well, numbers are already imaginary. So make of that what you will.
I mean, I think that's when they started taking over the world, to be honest. I mean, you know, Copernicus was like 1500s, and I think there was a huge, I think the huge in the 1800s was the main period where there was the massive takeover, but it would make sense that back in possibly even like the 1600s, that they were starting to try to get control through things like whatever they did with Copernicus. Because back then, like people were just living the way they were living. They didn't have ways to corral people, perhaps in that way. So perhaps they were just kind of almost more like gangster style, like going in and trying to do small little co-ops and takeovers to try to sway people's opinion, to try to get, you know, to try to kind of start to get their agendas being pushed into. Yeah, and then I think there was some huge shifts that happened in the 1800s, and then coming out of that, they seem to have this capacity to push all these false narratives.
Yeah, I mean, if you look into the social dynamics, from like on the 1500s, where this all started. You know, this entire aspect of Protestantism versus Catholicism and so on really plays a big role as well.
Yeah, but it really is from this period forward that we have history of this model being pushed, because, I mean, what else is even claimed? They say that, oh, the ancient Greeks 2,000 years ago, Pythagoras was sitting around saying the earth was a globe. I mean, that's even a more dramatic claim. So it's like, it really seems to kind of start in this 1500s, perhaps, if even this history is correct. But it is just kind of a wild, bizarre theory to, in the first place, and then to...
Yeah, I find it kind of funny that they say Pythagoras said it was a globe, because like in the school of the Pythagoreans, you have this initiatic current, whereas the sun is seen as the central fire, you know? So in the Pythagorean like way of thinking, you have always this rational scientific point of view, but always the initiatic viewpoint as well. So like for us, heliocentrism just means the sun in the center of the universe, but for the initiated, it means also like this entire esoteric connotations and philosophical meanings, like the undermining of the authority of the church, for example.
Well, wasn't Tycho Brahe in on that Pythagorean thing, and didn't they like kill him or something?
Yeah, Tycho Brahe was like the most authoritative astronomer at this time, because he built really, really complex instruments at that time, and he like had 20 years of really, really well documented observations, and he even like discovered over 700 new stars, and he was like with the aristocratic circles in really good contact with that, and he got sponsored by several dukes and so on. But he denied heliocentrism. He proposed the Tychonic model, where the Earth was rightly considered to be like the center of the universe, and the planets were revolving around the sun, while the sun was revolving around the Earth.
Didn't his old master or something come back because he was stealing his stuff, and they killed him, right?
He had this assistant, Johannes Kepler, you know, and Johannes, and the young Kepler is at least you know, he's a suspect that he might poisoned Brahe with mercury.
He stole all of Brahe's stuff, didn't he?
Exactly, yeah. He took all his observations and interpreted them so that the heliocentric model became a rational framework, because before he did that, and I mean, Kepler's laws stem from Tycho Brahe's observation, not even from a heliocentric point of view.
Yeah, it was all Brahe. He was brilliant. He was a brilliant guy.
Yeah, and like there was even some argument with the family, because Kepler took this works and so on. I looked a bit into the history of this. Really interesting, man.
Yeah, he basically did murder him. He didn't he poison him? Wasn't he poisoned?
Yeah, it is officially said that like at a banquet, Brahe drank so much water and he didn't go to the toilet because like to maintain the etiquette, and then his bladder allegedly burst.
Yeah, what a joke.
Yeah, but I think there have been made analyses where mercury has been found in his remains.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. A large amount too. I mean, he was poisoned.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just look into like the biography of Kepler, he comes from a really I mean, it's interesting to see where he comes from, because I think his mother was already called out as like being a witch, you know, and he produced a work called Somnium, where he writes about like doing potions and flying to the moon with demons and so on. So he definitely had a like type of heretic spirit.
Wait, are you talking about Kepler was thinking?
Yeah,
that?
Kepler. Yeah, Kepler.
No
So
kidding.
such a person might even have the capability to like secretly
Fly-
poison someone, you know?
Flying to the moon with demons? Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
That's pretty weird. Yeah. So what was that? That was in the mid 1500s, or was that in the 1600s?
That must have been 1600s already.
Yeah, I think Kepler and Brahe I think was in the 1600s.
Maybe let me tell you something more interesting about Galileo, who is said to have discovered and invented the scientific method, which he hasn't. Of course not. I mean, Galileo, as like the advocate for heliocentrism at that time, he sold horoscopes. And you know, in astrology, the Earth is considered geocentric. So at daytime, Galileo was a heliocentrist, but at nighttime, he sold horoscopes from a geocentric point of view.
So, but he really didn't invent the first telescope. Who did that? Who made that first one?
Oh, I don't know. Who?
Trying to way back. God, it was like about a 4 or a 6 power one back then. But well, Kepler. I was always wondering. Kepler used telescopes, wasn't he? Into all that. I mean, you know, talking about the Kepler telescope and everything. I mean,
Well, Kepler wasn't that into observations because he had poor eyesight. I think he was
that's
more
right.
in the
Yes.
math.
Yeah, you're right. He was the math guy. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he had bad eyesight. That's right. Interesting.
Surprisingly, Galileo had also really, really poor eyesight and lost it completely, but he still was, like, in his last years, still able to make horoscopes with his observations.
So
Surprisingly.
Did he go completely blind at the end of his life?
Yeah.
He did.
I mean, it's only what I can read from the sources, you know. I mean, who knows, but what you can confirm by reading different historians, yeah.
Sure. Oh.
There's an interesting letter from the time of Galileo from, I think, a Jesuit priest regarding the theory of Galileo, and this priest said, even if it's allowed in the churches to question the main articles of Catholic faith, like immortality of the soul and so on, like regarding Catholic doctrine, even if it's allowed to question those, it must not be allowed to argue against the stability of the earth, because such article is alone so certain above all others that it may not be disputed even for its greater corroboration. Pretty clear, huh?
Wow. was worse to go against the teachings of the earth than it was the Catholic Church.
You know, I'm not a lawyer for the Catholic Church. Just from the from what I read, it seems like at least from my point, correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I'm not saying that I'm right on this, but it seemed like the how is it called? The censorship of the church was quite soft and tolerant. At least more tolerant as we are said it was. You know.
Well, the church actually called a lot of people heretics, and not only excommunicated them, but there were times when they were like burned at the stake and stuff for going up against not only Catholic teaching, but the teachings of whether it was heliocentric or not. I mean, it was a big deal there for a while. I don't know. Back then, they weren't very soft. I mean, they're just weird. I was brought up a Catholic until I
Yeah. Okay.
8th grade and was an altar boy, and I was always like going, this is bullshit, man. I don't know what they were doing. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, but I just thought if someone says it's even allowed to question main articles of Catholic faith, I think this is not such suppressive.
Maybe not now, but back in the day, you had to keep it hidden. If you really believed
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, you had to out when out in the open in the pubs and stuff, you had to follow the Catholic thing of it, or else you say they were big on excommunicating you from the church, which meant you were screwed pretty much. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. It's 1:30. Okay, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Gotta hit the hay. We'll see you later.
All right, see ya. Mic check. Anyone here? Fine, if nobody wants to talk, I can start monologuing. In 1634, Galilei wrote to Elia Diodati, who was staying in Paris at the time, informing him of his regret at the clear disapproval of the thesis of the movement of the Earth, which the Collegio Romano had authoritatively raised through the book by the Jesuit Melchior Incofer entitled Tractatus Synopticus. The illustrious Pisano, in this inadequately evaluated letter, informs his faithful disciple that a Jesuit father in Rome recently printed that this opinion, the mobility of the earth, is so horrible, pernicious, and scandalous that even if it is allowed in the cathedrals, in the circles, in public disputes, and in the press to bring arguments against the most important articles of faith, as against the immortality of the soul, creation, the incarnation, etc., however, it must not be permitted to dispute or argue against the stability of the earth, for this article alone is so certain above all others that no one can argue against it, not even by way of dispute and for its greater corroboration.
Yeah, imagine if flat earthers were burnt at the stake and considered heretics and they had to all hide under the floorboards and stuff. So I could still talk to you on Discord, but you'd all be hiding in little cubby holes in houses somewhere.
Well, if the church would be able to identify something like a hidden metaphysical undermining church philosophy in our flat earth thoughts, that would danger us, of course, yeah, but I think just saying it would be flat and stationary, I mean, it would even be in the Bible that way, wouldn't it?
It's against science, it's against the new world religion. So we need to burn them all.
Oh yeah, possibly, man.
It's just going to spread. They're going to tell their children, and then their children are going to tell other children. We need to nip it in the bud.
I mean, not we, but people really follow science as a new religion, man.
Yeah. And if we want to keep it strong, we have to deal with the science deniers.
I mean, which like scientific theory or model can be like attacked from a philosophical and esoteric point of view, like heliocentrism? I think there might only be like evolution, but not really more scientific proposals which you can attack from philosophical and esoteric viewpoints, you know?
Big Bang.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure. But that's in a way, yeah, that's interconnected with evolution and heliocentrism in a way.
Yeah, gravity. Conscious fact that consciousness is just our brains.
Sorry, say that again.
Science tries to tell us that consciousness isn't really a thing; it's just our brain neurons bouncing around.
But wouldn't quantum mechanics at least tell us the opposite?
Maybe, but I don't think they look into the type of quantum mechanics to do with consciousness, or if they do, they hide it from us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not into quantum mechanics as well, and I have my own like view on it and my own opinion on it. But at least in the orthodox narrative from quantum mechanics, they say it's a necessary antecedent. Consciousness isn't it?
Antecedent to what?
Yeah, for the results of the observations that they are getting for this, I think, quantum state superposition and so on, and this.
Okay.
You know.
They're saying we have to have a consciousness.
Yeah, that it's necessary, or that the result of the experiment is influenced by an observer.
I think science tries to debunk the soul and just say that if I put little bits of metal in your brain and poke them about, I can make you think things. So your
Yeah,
thoughts
sure.
don't mean anything.
Yeah, they break it down and materialize everything. Sure.
Yeah.
Just saying that if someone comes you that way and tells you stuff like this, I mean, you just gotta name quantum mechanics. Even if you don't believe it, I mean, you can just debunk them with official quantum mechanics.
I've heard a lot of New Agers and truthers say, well, if you look into the modern science of quantum mechanics, some of this stuff is actually being explained now. Because quantum mechanics and some of the modern weird science leaves it open for woo-woo and magic to be more true.
I mean, I definitely lack the competence to make a like judgment, but I think it's really interesting that such a topic like quantum mechanics, which should explain the world to us, is in a way counterintuitive. You know, I think you always have to relate to common sense. As soon as there's like one thing at two places at one time, it's hard for me to get.
Yeah, I don't really believe stuff. I do believe that nature can be counterintuitive and complicated if you look closely.